Introduction. Roman 1 Earliest historical notices of the Orkneys. The historical notices of the Orkneys previous to the Norse occupation are few in number and exceedingly obscure. We learn little more from the allusions of the Roman writers than that scarcely anything was known to them with certainty of these remote localities. It may be inferred, however, that the first wave of Celtic population that overspread the northern mainland of Britain must have gradually extended northward to the outlying isles. The correspondence of the early remains found in the islands with those of northern Scotland is of itself a striking testimony to the connection of their early population with the Celtic stock of the northern mainland of Scotland. We gather from these remains that the earliest population of the islands of which we have any reliable evidence lived in the same manner as the natives of the northern mainland, fought with the same varieties of weapons of stone and bronze, erected the same forms of defensive structures, practiced the same funereal rites, and constructed similar forms of sepulchral chambers over which they piled the great mounds, which are among the most striking features of an Orkney landscape. The number and magnitude of these monuments and structural remains bear witness in a most remarkable manner to the activity, intelligence, and social organization of the times that have no other record. It is not until the middle of the 5th century of the Christian era that the early chronicles begin to cast occasionally a feeble and uncertain light upon the history of the Northern Isles. It is stated in the Historia Britannicum of Nennius that the Saxon chiefs Ochthar and Ebissa, who came over with 40 keels in the year 449, laid waste the Orkney Islands and seized a great many regions beyond the Frisick Sea too at that time, and for a long period previously, according to Nennius, the Picts had been in possession of the Orkneys. Whatever value may be attached to these statements as referring to events which took place 400 years before the author's own time, there can be no reason for discrediting his testimony when he says that the Picts continued in possession of the Orkneys in his day 3. Adamnan in his Life of St. Columba mentions that the saint, being on a visit to Brutality Mac Maelcon, king of the northern Picts, at his stronghold on the river Ness, requested the king to recommend to the reguli of the Orkneys, one of whom was then present, and whose hostages were then in the king's hands, that Cormac and the clerics who had accompanied him on a missionary voyage to the Orkneys should receive no harm, and it is added that this was the means of saving them from a violent death. But if the authority and influence of the king of the northern Picts extended to these islands in the reign of Bruid, it does not seem to have been effectual in protecting them from foreign invasion. Bruid Mac Maelcon died in 584, and some time before his death, the new and rising power of the Dalriadic kings had made itself zifelt as far as the Orkneys. In the annals of Ulster, there is a notice under the year 580 of an expedition against the Orkneys by Eden, son of Gabrin, 7th king of the Dalriad Scots, who, coming over from Ireland, then called Scotia, about the year 503, had established themselves in Argyll and the Western Highlands, and founded the kingdom of Dalriada from the date of Eden's expedition in 580. We have no mention of the islands in the native chronicles for a whole century, and the next entry, which occurs under the year 682, gives colour to the supposition that they may have been under Dalriadic rule in the interval. The record in 682 is simply that the Orkneys were wasted by Bruid Mac Bail, the king of the northern Picts, and apparently brought once more under the rule of the northern Pictish kings. Roman 2 Early Christianity of the islands. It is probable that both the island groups of Orkney and Shetland were visited at a very early period by wandering clerics of the Irish Church, whose missionary efforts contributed so much to the diffusion of Christianity in Scotland, but we have no record of an earlier visitation than that of the companions of St. Columba, although there are indications that between that time and the colonization of the islands by the heathen Northmen, these Irish clerics were no strangers in any of the island groups. The Irish monk Dicuil, who wrote his treatise De Mentura Orbis Terrarum in or about the year 825, states that 30 years before that time, some clerics had told him that they had lived in an island, which they supposed to be Thule, where at the summer solstice the sun only hid himself behind a little hill for a short time during the night, which was quite light, and that a day's sail towards the north would bring them from thence into the frozen sea. This island is obviously Roman 12 Iceland. He then states that there are many other islands in the northern British Sea, which lie at the distance of 2 days and 2 nights from the northern islands of Britain in a straight course, and with a fair wind and a full sail. One of these, he says, a certain honest monk told me he had visited one summer after sailing a day a night, and another day in a 2-benched boat. These appear to be the Shetland Islands. Dicuil further states that there are also some other small islands, almost all divided from each other by narrow sounds, inhabited for about a century by hermits proceeding from our Scotia 4, but as they had been deserted since the beginning of the world, so are they now abandoned by these anchorites on account of the northern robbers, but they are full of countless sheep, and swarm with seafowl of various kinds. We have not seen these islands mentioned in the works of any author here. The reference to the small isles separated by narrow sounds is distinctive of the Faroes, of which the long narrow sounds are the peculiar physical feature, while the statement that they are full of countless sheep, taken in connection with the fact that the Northmen named them Sheep-Isles Freyr, establishes the identity of the group, which Dicuil describes. The Faroes were colonized by the northern robbers led by Grim Camban in 825, the very year in which Dicuil was writing. The first Norwegian settlement was made in Iceland in 875 by Leif and Ingolf, who carried with them a number of Irish captives, and the Landnámabók states that before Iceland was colonized from Norway men were living there, whom the Northmen called papas. They were Christians, and it is thought they came over the sea from the west, for after them were found Irish books and bells and crosiers, and other things, so that one could see that they were Westmen. These things were found in Papy eastwards, and in Papali again, ze in the island Ingabak of Ari Frodi. The same reason is assigned for the departure of the monks as is given by Dicuil. Ari Frodi also says, speaking of Iceland, Christian men were here then called by the Northmen Papa, but afterwards they went their way, for they would not remain in company with heathens, and they left behind them Irish books and bells and pastoral staves, so that it was clear that they were Irishmen. Thus, by the concurrent testimony of Adamnan, the biographer of St. Columba himself, an abbot of the monastery of High of the Irish monk Dicuil, writing during the lifetime of the men who had fled from the northern robbers, and lastly of the Icelandic historians themselves, it is established that the whole of the northern islands were visited by Christian teachers, and probably in part, at least, converted to the Christian faith before they were overrun by the Norwegian invaders, and the new faith swallowed up in the rising tide of heathenism thrown upon their shores from the land of Odin and the Ass. In the absence of all record, we cannot expect to ascertain to what extent these early missionary settlements had succeeded in leavening the Celtic population of the islands of Orkney and Shetland with the Christian faith, but it seems probable that during the 3 centuries that intervened between the coming of Cormac in his coracle and the arrival of Harold Harfagri with his fleet of war galleys, the new faith had been firmly established and widely extended both in the northern mainland of Scotland and in the remoter isles. The indications which point to a Christian occupation of the isle of no inconsiderable extent and continuance previous to their occupation by the Norsemen are the dedications of the early ecclesiastical foundations, the occurrence of monumental stones, sculptured in the style peculiar to the earliest Christian monuments of the mainland of Scotland and bearing inscriptions in the Ogam character, the finding Zevas at Saveroff and Buryan of ecclesiastical bells of the square-sided form, peculiar to the early ages of the Church, and the occurrence in the Norse topography of the islands of place names, indicative of the previous settlement of Celtic Christian priests. Square-sided bell found at Saveroff, Orkney. The earliest dedications were probably those to St. Ninian and St. Columba, St. Brigid and St. Treadwell. It may be significant that in the south parish of South Ronaldsay, where in all probability the companions of St. Columba would make their first landing in Orkney, there were no fewer than 3 chapels dedicated to him. 5. Roman 15, the sculptured monuments furnish us with 3 collateral lines of inference, tending to the same conclusion. These inferences are derived from the inscriptions, the ornamentation, and the symbols of the monuments. 2 of these monuments bear inscriptions in the Ogam character, a style of cryptographic writing characteristic of the early inscribed stone monuments of Ireland, but occurring also in Cornwall, in Wales, and in Scotland. One of these 2 was found near the ancient church of Colbinsbrug in the island of Bressay in Shetland. It is a slab of chlorite slate 4 feet in length, about 16 inches wide at the top, tapering to a little less than a foot at the bottom, and about 134 inch thick. It is sculptured on both sides in low relief, and the inscription is incised on the edges of the stone on one of its sculptured faces. It bears the Christian emblem of the cross, and among the figures sculptured on it are those of 2 ecclesiastics with pastoral staves. See plates. The other inscribed stone was found by Dr. William Trail in the Pictish Tower, or Broch of Buryan in North Ronaldsay in Orkney. The inscription scratched on it has not yet been deciphered. It also bears the Christian emblem of the cross, the association of the cross with these Ogam inscriptions. 6 points ex veto, a period anterior to the Norse occupation of the islands. The Bresse stone, showing one side an Agam inscription on edge. Roman 17. The Bresse stone, showing the other side an Agam inscription on edge. Roman 18. In examining the characteristics of the art of these monumental stones, we are guided to similar conclusions. The Bresse stone bears none of the symbols peculiar to the Scottish monuments, and in its artistic features it comes nearer to some of the Irish than to the general style of the Scottish sculptures. It is sculptured in low relief, while all the Orkney examples are merely incised, but some of the forms of their ornamentation are also characteristic of the art of the illuminated Irish manuscripts of the 7th and 8th centuries, and others are equally characteristic of the art of the bronzes of what has been styled the late Celtic period. The Scottish sculptured monuments scattered over the territory ranging from the Forth to the Orkneys are characterized by a peculiar set of symbols of unknown significance, which are often associated with the Christian emblem of the cross 7, the symbol which is of most frequent occurrence, and which may therefore be said to be the most characteristic of the period of the monuments, is a crescent conjoined with what has been called a double scepter, as represented in the first figure of the accompanying plate. Roman 19th. Symbols on the sculptured stones of Scotland. This characteristic symbol occurs on a sculptured slab, which was found built into St. Peter's Church in South Ronaldsay, and which had evidently formed part of a monument older than the church. It occurs also on the slab, found at Firth on the mainland of Orkney, most singularly. It occurs on the phalangeal bone of an ox, which was found in the Broch of Burien, along with the slab previously described excess bearing an Agam inscription, and a peculiar form of cross. It occurs associated with the same form of cross on the elaborately sculptured stone at Ulster in Caithness. We have this crescent symbol also associated with the cross on the inscribed stone of St. Vigians in Forfarshire. This stone bears the only inscription which is known to have been left to us in the Pictish language 8. Drasten Ip Vorit Elt Forcus, Drast son of Vorit of the race of Fergus, and is believed to refer to that Drast king of the Picts who fell at the Battle of Blathmig, according to the Annals of Tighirnach in A. Roman 500. The indications afforded by the Norse topography of the islands, if taken in connection with the passages previously quoted from the Landnámabók and the Islandingabók of Ari Frodi regarding the origin of the names Papa and Papali in Iceland, require only to be mentioned. The most obvious of these are the frequency with which the name Papa 9 occurs both in the topography of Orkney and Shetland, and the occurrence of such names as St. Ninian's Isle in Shetland, Rinency Ringency, St. Ninian's Isle in Orkney Damency, now Dampsey St. Adamnan's Isle, and Enhallow I in Helga Holy Isle, given we must suppose intelligently by the Norsemen. Roman 21, thus at the very starting point of their recorded history, we find indications of Christianity with suggestions even of its civilization, and its art shedding their benign influence over the isles. Roman 3 arrival of the Northmen and establishment of the earldom of Orkney and Caithness. The earliest notice we have of the visits of the Northmen to the shores of Britain occurs in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle under the date A. Roman 500. In this year King Beorhtric took Eadbert King Offa's daughter to wife, and in his days first came 3 ships of Northmen from Hrethaland, and then the reeve rode thereto and would drive them to the king's ville, for he knew not what they were, and they there slew him. These were the first ships of Danish men that sought the land of the English race. As they came from Hrethaland, now Hordaland on the west coast of Norway, they were Norwegians, not Danes. The Irish Annals and the Welsh Chronicles agree in representing the first inroads of the Norsemen on the Irish coasts, as having commenced in the year 795. In 798, they plundered Inispatrick of Man and the Hebrides in 802, and again, 806, they ravaged Iona, slaying in the latter year 68 of the monastic family there. In 807, they established themselves on the mainland of Ireland, and a few years afterwards, we find a Norseman making Armagh the capital of his kingdom. In 852 Olaf, the White, a chieftain descended from the same family as Harold Harfagri, conquered Dublin, and founded the most powerful and permanent of the Norse kingdoms in Ireland. By the victory of Hafrsfjord in 872, Harold Harfagri made himself sole monarch of Norway. Large numbers of the wealthy and powerful Odolers, whom he had dispossessed of their territorial possessions, fled to the islands of Orkney, Exie and Shetland, which for a full century previous to this time had been well known to the Norsemen as the Viking station of the western half, the rendezvous of the northern rovers, who swept the coasts of the Hebrides and swarmed in the Irish seas, being fugitives from their country and outlaws of the new kingdom which Harold had succeeded in establishing in Norway. They settled themselves permanently in the islands. Then they turned their haven of refuge into a base of operations for retaliatory warfare, harrying the coasts of Norway during the summer months, and living at leisure in the islands during winter. On the plunder at length, King Harold, irritated by their incessant ravages, collected a powerful fleet, and visiting Shetland, Orkney, and the Hebrides in succession, he swept their coasts clear of the plunderers, subduing the whole of the northern and western islands as far south as Man. In this expedition, Ivar, a son of Ragnvald, Earl of Moray, was killed in order to recompense Ragnvald for the loss of his son King Harold, bestowed on him the territory of the subjugated Isles of Orkney and Shetland, with the title of Earl of the Orkneys. Harold seems to have dealt similarly with the Hebrides, but his conquest of the Vikings in these remote isles was not so complete as in the Orkneys. Ketil Flatneff Flatnose, who according to the Laxdæla Saga had emigrated to the Hebrides because he could not resist King Harold in Norway, had married his daughter Aud to Olaf the White, the powerful King of Dublin, and had established himself in a kind of independent sovereignty in the Hebrides, and though he seems to have migrated from them to Iceland, in consequence of King Harold's expedition, the continued hostility to King Harold's rule is evinced by the fact that the second Earl whom he sent to the Hebrides as Bjorn Skarabelsey was slain by two relatives of Ketil Flatneff, his wife and daughter taken captive, and the latter sold as an ex-Zia slave. Ragnvald, however, returned to his own earldom in Norway, and made over his newly acquired possessions to his brother, Sigurd, the first Earl of the Saga. Roman 4. The earldom in the Norse line, 8,721,231. Thorstein, the red son of Olaf, the White King of Dublin, came then to the north, and allying himself with Earl Sigurd, they crossed over to the mainland of Scotland, and subdued Caithness and Sutherland as far as Ekialsbaki, and afterwards carried their conquests into Ross and Moray. In this invasion, Earl Sigurd killed Maelbrigd the buck-toothed Melbrigdatun, a Scottish mayormer of Ross or Moray, and having tied his head to his saddlebow, the tooth, which was very prominent, inflicted a wound on his leg, and the wound inflaming caused the death of the Earl, who was hoylaid buried in a mound or cairn on Ekialsbaki. After his death, Thorstein the Red reigned as king over the conquered districts of Scotland, which at that time, says the Landnámabók, comprehended Caithness and Sutherland, Ross and Moray, and more than the half of Scotland. The Laxdæla Saga says that in his engagements with the Scots Thorstein was always successful, until at length he became reconciled with the King of the Scots, and obtained possession of the half of Scotland, over which he became king, but he was shortly afterwards slain in Caithness by the treachery of the Scots, and after his death Aud his mother migrated to Iceland. Previous to her departure, she had given Groa, the daughter of Thorstein, in marriage to Duncan Earl, or Mayormer of Dunkensby in Caithness. Thus the Norse earldom ex-Siv Caithness passed for a time into the family of one of its native chiefs, but by the subsequent marriage of Greloga, the daughter of Duncan and Groa, with Thorfinn Horsecliaf, son of Torf, Einar Earl of Orkney, the Scottish earldom was again added to the earldom of the Isles. While Thorstein the Red ruled on the northern mainland of Scotland, Guttorm, the son of Sigurd Eystensen, had succeeded to the Orkney earldom on the death of his father, but after having held it for 1 year he died childless. Meantime, when Ragnvald Earl of Moray heard in Norway of the death of his brother Sigurd, he obtained a grant of the earldom of Orkney from King Harold, for his own son Halad. Halad found the islands so much infested by Vikings that he soon gave up the earldom in disgust, and returned to Norway, preferring the life of a farmer to that of an earl. Then Ragnvald sent another son, Einar, to take possession of the earldom. Einar was a man of a different stamp from Halad. He soon made his power felt among the western Vikings, and freed his possessions entirely from their ravages. The sons of Harold Harfagri, Halfdan Halig and Guthrod, grew up to be men of great violence. One spring they went north to Moray, and burnt Earl Ragnvald in his own house with 60 of his men. Halfdan Halig then sailed west to Orkney to dispossess Einar of the earldom, but having allowed himself to be surprised by Einar, he was captured in Rinancy and killed by having a bloody gall cut on his back. Harold Harfagri came west and fined the Orkneys in 60 marks of gold for the death of his son Earl Einar, offered to the BNDR that he would pay the money on condition that he should have all the odal possessions in the islands, a condition to which they agreed the XXV more readily, says the Saga that all the poorer men had but small lands, while those who were wealthy said they would redeem theirs when they pleased, but the odal lands remained in the possession of the earl, till Einar's great-grandson Sigurd H. Hlodverson was obliged to buy the assistance of the Odolers against the Scots, when hard pressed by the Scottish Earl Finnilik. When Einar died, he left 3 sons, 2 of whom Arnkel and Erlend were killed with King Eric Bloodyakes in England. The third, Thorfinn Horsecliff, married Grelog, a daughter of Duncan, Earl of Duncansbay, and thus reunited in the Norse line. The 2 earldoms of Orkney and Caithness. Earl Thorfinn Horsecliff left 5 sons. Arnfinn, the eldest, who was married to Ragnhild, a daughter of King Eric Bloodyakes, was killed by his wife at Mirkal Merkel in Caithness. She then married Havard, his brother. She soon tired of him, and instigated Einar, clining his sister's son, to kill him. Havard fell in the fray at Stennis, and was buried there. Ragnhild had promised to marry Einar if he killed her husband Havard when the deed was done. However, she refused to perform her promise, and instigated another Einar, by the promise of her hand, to slay Einar. Clining this he did, but again Ragnhild was faithless. Then she married Liat, the third son of Earl Thorfinn Horsecliffer and brother of the 2 husbands, whom she had already had and slain. Meanwhile Skuli, a 4th brother, had gone to Scotland, and obtained an earl's title for Caithness from the King of Scots. He was defeated by Liat and slain in the dales of Caithness, and thus Liat became sole Earl of Caithness, and Orkney. He fell in battle with a native chieftain named Magbiod in the Roman 26 sagas at Skida Meyer Skitten in Caithness, and was succeeded in the earldom by H. Hlodver, the last of the 5 brothers. Earl H. Hlodver married Odna, the daughter of the Irish King Caiaval. He died shortly after his accession to the earldom, and was buried at Hoffen Huner in Caithness. His son Sigurd, sometimes called the Stout, succeeded him. He is said to have been a mighty warrior, and to have driven the Scots completely from Caithness, but he was not left in undisturbed possession of his Scottish earldom. The Scottish Earl, or Miorma Finlay Mac Ruari, invaded Caithness and gave him battle at Skida Meyer, where his uncle Liat had fallen before another Scottish Miorma. Not long previously Finlay had so large a force that there were no less than 7 Scotsmen to one of Sigurd's men, and the Orkneymen who were with Earl Sigurd were unwilling to fight against such odds. Then Sigurd offered to restore to the BNDR their allodial lands, which they had resigned to Earl Einar, his great-grandfather, by this means more than by the charmed ravenbanner made for him by his Irish mother. He obtained the victory. After this, says the Enjal Saga, Earl Sigurd became ruler over these dominions in Scotland, Ross and Moray Sutherland, and the Dales of Caithness, which seem also to include the old Strathnaver, but his troubles with the Scots were not yet over. Caithness was invaded by 2 Scottish Maormas called Hundi and Melsnati in the Saga. A battle took place at Duncansbay in which Melsnati was slain, but Hundi fled, and the Norsemen, learning that another Roman 27 Scottish Earl Malcolm was assembling an army at Duncansbay, gave up the pursuit, and returned to Orkney afterwards. Sigurd became reconciled to Malcolm, king of the Scots, and obtained his daughter in marriage. But the most notable event in the life of Earl Sigurd was that which befell him as he lay in the harbour of Osmundwall, shortly after his accession to the earldom. Olaf Tryggvason, king of Norway, returning from a western cruise, happened to run his vessels into the same harbour, as the Pentland Firth was not to be passed. That day, on hearing that the Earl was there, he sent for him on board his ship, and told him without much parley that he must allow himself to be baptized, and make all his people profess the Christian faith. The Flatejarbach says that the king took hold of Sigurd's boy, who chanced to be with him, and drawing his sword, gave the Earl the choice of renouncing for ever the faith of his fathers, or of seeing his boy slain on the spot. In the position in which he found himself placed, Sigurd became a nominal convert. But there is every reason to believe that the Christianity which was thus forced upon the islanders was for a long time more a name than a reality. Nearly 20 years afterwards, we find Earl Sigurd bearing his own ravenbanner woven with mighty spells at the Battle of Clontarf against the Christian King Brian, and Sigurd's fall was made known in Caithness by the 12 Weird Sisters, the Valkyrie of the ancient mythology, weaving the woof of war. The woof ewoven with entrails of men, the warp hard-weighted with heads of the slain. An incident which occurred just before he set out for Ireland gives a striking illustration of the fierce manners of the times. King Sigtryg, who had come from Dublin to obtain Earl Sigurd's aid, was being entertained at the Eulafeast XXV in Earl Sigurd's hall in Rossi, the mainland of Orkney, and was set on the high seat, having Earl Sigurd on the one side and Earl Gilly, who had come with him on the other. Gunnar Lambis' son was telling the company the story of the burning of Enjal and his comrades. but giving an unfair version of it, and every now and then laughing out loud. It so happened that, as in answer to an inquiry of King Sigtrygg's how they bore the burning, he was saying that one of them had given way to tears, one of Enjal's friends, Kari by name, who had just arrived in Orkney, chanced to come into the hall. Hearing what was said, Kari drew his sword and smote Gunnar Lambis' son on the neck with such a sharp blow that his head spun off onto the board before the king and the earls, so that the board was all one gore of blood. And the earls, clothing to Earl Sigurd, called out to seize Kari and kill him, but no man stirred, and some spoke up for him, saying that he had only done what he had a right to do, and so Kari walked away, and there was no hue and cry after him. The Battle of Clontarf, in which Earl Sigurd fell, is the most celebrated of all the conflicts in which the Norsemen were engaged on this side of the North Sea. It was at Clontarf, in Brian's battle, says Dasent, that the old and new faiths met in the lists face to face for their last struggle, and we find Earl Sigurd arrayed on the side of the old faith, though nominally a convert to the new. The Irish account of the battle describes it as seen from the walls of Dublin, and likens the carnage to party of reapers cutting down a field of oats. Sigurd is described as dealing out wounds and slaughter all around. No edged weapon could harm him, and there was no strength that yielded not, and no thickness that became not thin before him. Murchad, son of Brian Boramha, was equally conspicuous on the side of the Irish. He had thrice passed through the phalanx of the foreigners, slaying a mail-clad man at every stroke. Then, perceiving Roman 29 Sigurd, he rushed at him, and by a blow of his right-hand sword cut the fastenings of his helmet, which fell back, and a second blow given with the left-hand sword cut into his neck, and stretched him lifeless on the field. In the Njal saga, the incidents connected with Earl Sigurd's death are differently related. His Ravenbanner, which was born before him, was fulfilling the destiny announced by Odna, when she gave it to him at Skida Meyer, that it would always bring victory to those before whom it was born, but death to him who bore it twice. Had the banner-bearer fallen, and Earl Sigurd called on Thorstein, son of Hall of the Side, next to bear the banner. Thorstein was about to lift it, when Asmund the White called out, "Don't bear the banner, for all they who bear it get their death." Eitraffen the Red cried, "Earl Sigurd, bear thou the banner, bear thine own devil thyself." Said Eitraffen. Then said the Earl, "'Tis fittest that the beggar should bear the bag." And with that he took up the banner, and was immediately pierced through with a spear. Then flight broke out through all the host. When the news of Earl Sigurd's death reached Scotland, King Malcolm gave the earldom of Caithness to Thorfinn, his daughter's son by Sigurd, then only 5 years of age, and Sumarlidi Brusi and Einar, Sigurd's sons by his former marriage, divided the Orkneys between them. Sumarlidi soon died, and Einar got his portion. Einar made himself unpopular by the violence with which he exacted his services XXX from the BNDR for his Viking expeditions, and was killed by Thorkel Fastri, Amundi's son, at Sandwick in Dearness. Brusi then took possession of the whole earldom of the Orkneys, as Thorfinn had that of Caithness. Thorfinn, however, claimed a share of the islands, and as he had the assistance of his grandfather Malcolm, the King of Scots, Brusi felt himself unable to cope with him. He therefore went to Norway to negotiate with King Olaf Haraldsson for a grant of the whole of the earldom of the islands. Thorfinn followed him on the same errand, but the king was more than a match for them both, and the result was that he gave each a third of the islands, declaring the third, which had belonged to Earl Einar, to be forfeited to himself for the murder of his friend and henchman Eyvind Urahorn, whom Einar had slain in revenge for Eyvind's helping the Irish king Conchobhar against him at Ulfricsfjord. After Thorfinn's departure, however, he gave Brusi to understand that he was to have the forfeited third of the earldom, as well as his own third, to enable him to hold his own against Thorfinn. An arrangement was afterwards made between Brusi and Thorfinn that the latter should receive 2/3 of the islands, on condition of his undertaking the defence of the whole, as they were at that time much exposed to the predatory incursions of Norse and Danish Vikings. When Thorfinn's maternal grandfather, King Malcolm, died, Kali Hundason took the kingdom in Scotland. He attempted to exact tribute from Thorfinn for his dominions in the north of Scotland, and failing in this, he sent his sister's son Mardan into Caithness, giving him the title of Earl. Thorfinn was supported by the inhabitants, however, and after an unsuccessful attempt to establish himself in Caithness, Mardan returned to King Kali with the news that Thorfinn was plundering in Ross and Sutherland. King Kali embarked a considerable force in 11 ships at Beruvik, apparently Berridale, on the southern frontier of Caithness, and sent Mardan northwards Xxib land with another division of his army, intending to enclose Thorfinn in the northeast corner of Caithness and attack him from 2 sides at once. Thorfinn, however, was aware of the trap laid for him, and retired to the islands. There Kali came up with him off Dearness in Orkney, and a fierce battle took place in which Kali was defeated. He fled southwards, and Thorfinn, following him, obliged him again to give battle at Beeford, where he was again defeated, while Thorkel Fastri fell upon Modden at Thurso, and slew him. Then say the saga's Earl Thorfinn overran Scotland as far south as Fife, burning and slaying, and subduing the land wherever he went. By these conquests, he became the most powerful of all the Earls of Orkney. Ragnvald Bruceson was in Norway when he heard of his father's death, and being Odel-born to his father's third of the islands, and having received from King Magnus Olafsson a grant of that third, which King Olaf had declared forfeited to himself for Eyvind Urahorn's murder, he went west to the Orkneys, prepared to maintain his rights against the claims of Thorfinn, who had taken possession of the whole. An amicable arrangement was made between the kinsmen, and they joined their forces for Viking forays upon the Hebrides, venturing even upon an extensive foray in England, during the absence of Hardicanute in Denmark. After an 8 years' alliance, however, discord broke out between the kinsmen, and in a sea fight in the Pentland, Firth off Roderbjorg in Caithness, Ragnvald was defeated and fled, and Thorfinn reduced the whole of the islands. Ragnvald went to Norway and stayed some time with King Magnus. Then he came west to the islands in a single ship, and surprising Thorfinn in a house on the mainland of Orkney, he set fire to it. Thorfinn broke down part of the wall of the house and leapt out, carrying his wife Ingiborg in his arms, and escaped through the smoke. Ragnvald, believing that Roman 32 Thorfinn had perished, took possession of the islands. Thorfinn, who had got secretly over to his dominions in Caithness, returned shortly afterwards, and surprising Ragnvald in a house on Papa Strance, burnt the house and all who were in it, except Ragnvald, who sprang over the heads of the men who surrounded him and got away in the darkness. He concealed himself among the rocks by the shore, but was discovered by the barking of his dog, and slain by Thorkel Fastri. Thus Thorfinn was again sole ruler of the Orkney earldom, as well as that of Caithness. He went to Norway to make his peace with King Magnus, who was foster-brother to Earl Ragnvald, and therefore would seek vengeance for his death at that time. Magnus was at war with Sweyn Ulfson, king of Denmark. While he lay with his fleet at Selly, 2 warships rowed up to the king's vessel, and a man in a white cloak went straight aboard, and up to the quarterdeck, where the king sat at meat. Saluting the king, the man reached forth his hand, took a loaf from the table, broke it, and ate of it. The king handed the cup to him when he saw that he had broken bread at his table, and then he learned that it was Earl Thorfinn, who, having broken his bread and drunk from his cup, was for the present at least safe from his vengeance. According to the ancient laws of hospitality, he deemed it wise, however, to take his departure without having obtained a formal reconciliation. King Magnus died shortly afterwards, and was succeeded by his uncle Harald Hardradi. Thorfinn again went to Norway on hearing of King Magnus' death, and effected a reconciliation with King Harald, so that he was now established in the earldom of Orkney by consent of the overlord, the King of Norway. From Norway he went to Denmark, visiting King Sweyn at Aalborg, and proceeded thence through Germany on a pilgrimage to Rome, where he obtained absolution for all his deeds. After his return from Rome, it is said that he turned his mind more to the government of his dominions, and the welfare of his people, than he had previously done in his career of conquest. He built Christ's Kirk in Bus, and established there the first bishop's see in the Orkneys. He died in 1064, having been Earl by the Saga account for 70 winters, and the most powerful and wide-landed of all the Earls of the Orkneys after his death. As the Saga states, his widow Ingiborg was married to King Malcolm Canmore, and became the mother of Duncan, whom however the Scottish historians have always represented as a bastard. Thorfinn was succeeded by his 2 sons Paul and Erlend, who were with King Harald Hardradi in his unfortunate expedition to England. After the Battle of Stamford Bridge, in which King Harald fell, the Orkney Earls were allowed to go home by the victorious Harold Godwinson, and they ruled their dominions jointly, in great harmony, till their sons grew up to manhood, when there began to be discord between the families. Hakon, the son of Paul, was of a turbulent and overbearing disposition. He seems to have had a lingering attachment to the pagan faith of his forefathers, for while in Sweden, which was longer in being converted to Christianity than Norway, he is said to have sought out the pagan spearmen to learn his future from them. Coming to Norway, he tried hard to induce King Magnus Barelegs to undertake an expedition to the Orkneys and the Western Isles, hoping that the king would conquer the islands for the glory of the conquest and hand them over to him, as Harold Harfagri had given them to Ragnvald, Earl of Mri. He was more successful than he anticipated. King Magnus, fired with the love of conquest, did make the expedition, but he deposed Paul and Erlend, and carried them to Norway, placing his own son, Sigurd, a mere child, over the Orkneys. Although the saga speaks as if there had been only one expedition by King Magnus to Scotland, There were in reality XX Fordun states that, when Donald Bane Duncan and Edgar were struggling for the kingdom on the death of Malcolm in 1093, King Magnus was ravaging the gulfs of the Scottish seaboard, and it is stated in the saga that he assisted Mercertach in the capture of Dublin in 1094. In his second expedition in 1098, he carried off the Earls Paul and Erlend, and made his own son Sigurd Earl of Orkney. Munch surmises that the motives of this expedition were twofold: to secure his power in the Orkneys, and to assist his protégé Donald Bane, who had again usurped the crown of Scotland on the death of Duncan in 1095, and was in 1097 hard pressed by Edgar with an English army. King Magnus took with him from the Orkneys Magnus Erlend's son, afterwards St. Magnus, and proceeded southwards to the Hebrides, where he ravaged Lewis Skye, Uis Tiree and Mull, sparing Iona. On account of its sanctity, the saga says that he opened the door of the little church of Columkill St. Oran's Chapel, and was about to enter, but stopped suddenly, closed the door, forbade anyone to enter, and gave the inhabitants peace. Then he went on to Islay and Kintyre, and thence to Man and Anglesea, where he fought the battle with the two Hughes Earls of Chester and Shrewsbury. On his return northward, he caused his vessel to be drawn across the Isthmus of Tarbot. In imitation of the fabulous Seeking Bait, of whom a similar story is told, he returned to Norway in 1099, and during the next 2 years was occupied with the Swedish War. In 1102, he returned to the west, married his son Sigurd to Biadminia, the daughter of Mercertach, and fell in a skirmish with the Irish in Ulster in 1103. He was buried in St. Patrick's Church in Down. Sigurd, the son of King Magnus, remained Earl of the Orkneys until his father's death, when he succeeded to the throne of Norway. Hakon Paul's son and Magnus Erlend's son then succeeded XXXVTO the earldom and held it jointly until Magnus was murdered in Egilsey by Hakon on the 16th April A. Roman 50,036. After the murder of Magnus, Hakon became sole earl. He went on a pilgrimage to Rome and the Holy Land, and after his return became a good ruler, and was so popular that the Orkneymen desired no other rulers than Hakon and his issue. Earl Hakon left 2 sons, Harold and Paul the Silent. Harold, who had succeeded to the earldom of Caithness, which he held from the King of Scots, was in some way unintentionally put to death by his mother Helga and her sister Frakork. As the saga tells the story, he met his death by insisting on putting on a poisoned shirt, which the sisters intended for his half-brother Paul, who on Harold's death became sole Earl of the Orkneys. A new claimant arose, however, in the person of Kali, son of Karl, a nobleman resident at Agder in Norway, who had married a sister of Earl Magnus. The Saint Kali received from King Sigurd the gift of half the Orkneys which had belonged to his uncle Magnus, and his name was changed from Kali Karlsson to Ragnvald, because his mother said that Ragnvald Bruseson was the most accomplished of all the Earls of Orkney, and thought the name would bring her son good fortune. Ragnvald had many romantic adventures in the prosecution of his attempt to obtain possession of half of the earldom held by Paul, which are detailed at length in the saga. At last, he was advised by his father Karl to make a vow to St. Magnus that if he should succeed in establishing himself in the Orkneys, he would build and endow a stone minster at Kirkwall dedicated to St. Magnus, to whom the half of the earldom rightly belonged. The vow was made, and Ragnvald's next expedition was successful. He landed in Shetland, and by a dexterous stratagem, the beacons on Fair Isle and in the Orkneys were made to give a false alarm of his descent upon the Orkneys, so that when he did land there he was unopposed. Then he secured the intervention of the bishop, and an agreement that he should have half the islands was concluded between him and Earl Paul. Shortly thereafter, Earl Paul was captured by Sweine Sleifson, a notable leader at that time in the islands, and the last and greatest of the Orkney Vikings, Sweyn, carried the Earl off in his vessel, and landing him on the southern shore of the Moray Firth, delivered him into the safe keeping of Madad, Earl of Athol, who was married to Margaret, a sister of Earl Paul. What became of the Earl is not known, but this says the saga is well known that he came never again to the Orkneys, and had no dominions in Scotland. Sweine Sleifson returned to Orkney, and by the joint consent of Earl Ragnvald, Bishop William of Orkney, and Bishop John of Athol, Harold, the son of Madad, Earl of Athol, was made Earl along with Ragnvald, though he was at that time a child of only 5 years old. This arrangement was afterwards confirmed by a meeting held in Caithness of the BNDR and chiefs of the Orkneys and Caithness. The Earls Ragnvald and Harold visited King Ingi by invitation at Bergen, and there Earl Ragnvald met with Eindridi, Ungi, a returned crusader, and became possessed by a strong desire to visit the Holy Land. On his return voyage to Orkney, Earl Ragnvald was shipwrecked at Gulberwick in Shetland, and narrowly escaped with his life. Bishop William strongly approved of his project to go on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and agreed to accompany him accordingly. He went back to Norway to organize the expedition, and returned to the Orkneys, followed by a large number of Jorsalafaris, mostly adventurers of very indifferent character, if we are to judge by their turbulent and lawless behavior during their stay in the Orkneys, where they spent the winter previous to their departure for the East early in the spring of the year 1152. Earl Ragnvald called a thing-meeting of the inhabitants of the islands, and told them of his purposed voyage, announcing that he was to leave the sole government in the hands of Harold during his absence, and asking them all to obey him and help him faithfully as their lawful lord. The summer was far advanced before he sailed, but he had a prosperous voyage, the adventures of which are detailed in the Saga, and after visiting Jerusalem and bathing in the Jordan, he returned by way of Constantinople, Durazzo, Apulia, and Rome, and so overland, to Norway, the whole expedition occupying about 3 years. In the same summer that Earl Ragnvald left the Orkneys on his pilgrimage, King Eystein came from Norway with a large force, and seizing Earl Harold Maddadsson, as he lay at Thurso with a single ship, made him pay a ransom of 3 marks of gold, and swear fealty to him for Orkney and Shetland. Earl Maddad of Athol was now dead, and Margaret, the mother of Earl Harold, had come to the Orkneys. Erlend, the son of the Earl Harold Sletmarli, who was killed by the poisoned shirt, had set up his claim to half the earldom after Ragnvald's departure. His cause was favoured by King Eystein, and espoused by Sweynus Leifson, and Earl Harold was obliged to make peace by taking oath to allow Erlend to remain in possession of the islands, an arrangement which was afterwards confirmed by a thing-meeting of the BNDR of the Orkneys. Earl Ragnvald's claim to his share of the islands being however reserved, Earl Harold Maddadsson was thus denuded of all power in the islands. He fled across to Caithness, but after a time he returned to the Orkneys with 4 ships and 100 men, and after an unsuccessful attempt to surprise Erlend, he was obliged to abandon the enterprise for a time. Meanwhile, Erlend had carried off Harold's mother Margaret, who seems to have been still a beautiful woman, though of very indifferent character, and fled with her to the island of Mouser in Shetland, where they fortified themselves in the old Pictish tower or Borg of Mouser, which about 2 centuries before had given shelter during a whole winter to a pair of lovers from Norway under circumstances somewhat similar. Harold pursued them, and laid siege to the Borg, which could not be taken by assault, but the 2 earls came to a mutual understanding, and the siege was abandoned. Erlend married Margaret, and the same summer he and Harold went each on a visit to Norway to meet Earl Ragnvald on his return from the Holy Land. Erlend succeeded in making an alliance with Earl Ragnvald. Earl Harold was not aware of this till he returned from Norway, and heard the news in Orkney. He and Ragnvald met at Thurso, and a skirmish took place between their respective followers, in which 13 of Ragnvald's men were slain, but, by the efforts of their mutual friends, the 2 earls were brought to an agreement of peace. Erlend and his faithful ally Sweynus Leifson surprised the squadron of the 2 earls at Skapa, taking 14 ships, and putting both the earls to flight. They crossed over to Caithness during the night, each in a separate boat, and returning some time after with a fresh force, they surprised Erlend in Dempsey, and slew him. Then they made peace with Erlend's old ally Sweynus Leifson, although this was not effected without some difficulty. Harold and Ragnvald then ruled the 2 earldoms jointly, and apparently in great harmony, until the death of the latter in 1158. Ragnvald was slain at Calder in Caithness by Thorbjorn Clerk, the former friend and counsellor of Earl Harold, who had been made an outlaw by Earl Ragnvald for a murder committed in Kirkwall following on a series of acts of violence. Roman 39. Earl Harold Maddadsson now became sole ruler of the earldoms of Orkney and Caithness, but by his second marriage, he had allied himself with Horfled Gormlath, daughter of Malcolm mac Heth, the so-called Earl of Moray, ex-Bishop Wymond and pretender to the Scottish throne, and consequently there could be no pacific relations between him and King William the Lion. The events of this period are somewhat confusedly told in the chronicles, but it seems probable that Harold was one of the 6 earls who rebelled against King Malcolm in 1160 in order to place William of Egremont, grandson of Duncan, on the throne, and that he also supported Donaldbane, the son of William, who aspired to the throne, and from 1180 maintained himself in Moray and Ross till he was slain at the Battle of Macgarve, 118,742, when Harold Ungi, son of Eirik Slagbrillir by Ingigerd or Ingirid, daughter of Earl Ragnvald, appeared as a rival claimant to the earldom of Orkney, having received from King Magnus Erlingsson a grant of his grandfather's share of the islands. King William embraced his interests, and gave him a grant of half of Caithness, which was thus taken from Earl Harold. Then Earl Harold became involved in difficulties with his other suzerain, the reigning king of Norway, through the expedition of the Eirskegger, or partisans of Sigurd son of Magnus Erlingsson, whom they endeavoured to place upon the throne, in opposition to King Sverrir. Sigurd's cause was largely espoused by the Orkneymen, and the expedition which was organised and fitted out in Orkney did much mischief in Norway. Earl Harold was obliged to present himself before King Sverrir in Bergen. He went from Orkney, accompanied by Bishop Bjarni, in presence of a great assembly in the Christ's Kirk Garth. The Earl confessed his fault, saying that he was now an old man, as his beard bore witness that he had bent the knee before many kings, sometimes in closest friendship, but oftener in circumstances exlaff misfortune, that he had not been unfaithful to his allegiance, although some of his people might have done that which was contrary to the king's interests, and that he had not been always able to rule the Orkneys entirely according to his own will, and that now he came to yield up himself and all his possessions into the king's power. So saying, he advanced, and casting himself to the earth, he laid his head at King Sverrir's feet. The king granted him pardon, but took from him the whole of Shetland, which never after that formed part of the Norwegian earldom of Orkney, though after the time of the Saga writer Shetland, as well as Orkney, was granted to Henry St. Clair in 1379, by King Hakon Magnusson, the second of that name. Yet though humiliated in this manner, and stripped of a great part of his dominions, Earl Harold, according to Hovden, dared to contest the possession of Moray with King William, instigated no doubt by his wife, in whose right alone he could have had any feasible claim to its possession. Roger de Hovden, chaplain to Henry Roman II, a contemporary chronicler, thus records the events that followed. In the same year 1196, William, King of Scots, having gathered a great army, entered Moray to drive out Harold Mac Madit, who had occupied that district. But before the king could enter Caithness, Harold fled to his ships, not wishing to risk a battle with the king. Then the King of Scots sent his army to Thurso, the town of the aforesaid Harold, and destroyed his castle there. But Harold, seeing that the king would completely devastate the country, came to the king's feet, and placed himself at his mercy, chiefly because of a raging tempest in the sea and the wind being contrary, so that he could not go to the Orkneys, and he promised the king that he would bring to him all his enemies when the king should again return to Moray on that condition. The king permitted him to retain a half of Caithness, and the other half he gave to Harold the younger, grandson of Reginald, Ragnvald, a former Earl of Orkney and Caithness. Then the king returned to his own land, and Harold to the Orkneys. The king returned in the autumn to Moray as far as Ilvernairn in Vernairn, in order to receive the king's enemies from Harold, but though Harold had brought them as far as the port of Lochloy near Invernairn, he allowed them to escape, and when the king returned late from hunting, Harold came to him, bringing with him 2 boys, his grandchildren, to deliver them to the king, as hostages, being asked by the king, where were the king's enemies, whom he had promised to deliver up, and where was Thorfinn his son, whom he had also promised to give as a hostage. He replied, I allowed them to escape, knowing that, if I delivered them up to you, they would not escape out of your hands. My son I could not bring, for there is no other heir to my lands. So, because he had not kept the agreement which he had made with the king, he was adjudged to remain in the king's custody, until his son should arrive and become a hostage for him. And because he had permitted the king's enemies to escape, he was also adjudged to have forfeited those lands which he held of the king. The king took Harold with him to Edinburgh Castle, and laid him in chains until his men brought his son Thorfinn from the Orkneys, and on their delivering him up as a hostage to the king, Harold was liberated. So Harold returned to Orkney, and there remained in peace and quiet, until Harold the younger, having received a grant of the half of the Orkneys from Sverrir, Birkebein, the king of Norway, joined himself to Sigurd Mert, and many ex-Leother warriors, and invaded Orkney. Harold the elder, being unwilling to engage with him in battle, left the Orkneys, and fled to the Isle of Man. He was followed by Harold the younger, but Harold the elder had left Man before his arrival there, and gone by another way to the Orkneys with his fleet, and there he killed all the adherents of the younger Harold whom he found in the islands. Harold the younger returned to Caithness, to Wick, where he engaged in battle with Harold the elder, and in that battle Harold the younger and all his army were slain. Harold the elder then went to the King of Scots on the safe conduct of Roger, and Reginald, the bishops of St. Andrews and Rosemarkie, and took to the king a large sum in gold and silver for the redemption of his lands of Caithness. The king said he would give him back Caithness if he would put away his wife Gormlath, the daughter of Malcolm mac Heth, and take back his first wife Ofrecca, the sister of Duncan, Earl of Fife, and deliver up to him as a hostage Laurentius his priest, and Honaver the son of Ingemund as hostages. But this Harold was unwilling to do. Therefore came Reginald son of Sumarlid king of Man and the Isles to William king of Scots, and purchased from him Caithness, saving the king's annual tribute. Reginald being supplied with auxiliary forces from Ireland, by his brother-in-law John of Courcy overran Caithness, and returning home, left the conquered earldom in charge of 3 deputies. Harold procured the murder of one of them ex-Leand, then coming over from Orkney with a strong force landed at Scrabster where the bishop met him, and endeavoured to mollify him, but Harold had a special grudge against Bishop John, which added to his rage at what he considered the defection of his Caithness subjects. The bishop had refused to collect from the people of Caithness a tax of 1 penny annually from each inhabited house, which Earl Harold had some years previously granted to the papal revenues. Accordingly, he stormed the bourg at Scrabster, in which the bishop and the principal men of the district had taken refuge, slew almost all that were in it, and caused the bishop to be blinded, and his tongue to be cut out. The 2 ex-live remaining deputies of King Reginald fled to the King of Scots, whose first act was to take revenge on Harold's son Thorfinn. He was blinded and castrated, after the barbarous manner of the times, and died miserably in the dungeon of Roxburgh Castle. King William then, collecting a great army, marched north to Eysteins on the borders of Caithness in the spring of 1202. Though Harold had collected a force of 6,000 men, he felt himself unable to cope with the king, and was obliged to sue for peace, which was obtained on the hard condition of the payment of every 4th penny to be found in Caithness, amounting to 2,000 marks of silver. Earl Harold's career was now drawing to a close. He died in 1206, at the advanced age of 73, having had the earldom for 20 years jointly with Earl Ragnvald, and 48 years after Ragnvald's death. His sons John and David succeeded him, and ruled jointly for 7 years when David died, and John became sole Earl of Orkney and Caithness. The most notable event of his time was the burning of Bishop Adam at Halkirk in Caithness. Bishop Adam was a man of low birth. According to the Saga, he was a foundling, and had been exposed at a church door previous to his consecration to the See of Caithness in 1214. He had been abbot of Melrose. He arbitrarily increased the exaction of the bishop's seat, to such an extent that the populace rose in a body, and proceeding tumultuously to Halkirk, where he was residing, demanded abatement of the unjust exactions. Earl John, who was in the neighbourhood at the time, declined to interfere, and the exasperated populace, finding the bishop indisposed to treat them more liberally, first killed his adviser Serlo, a monk of Newbottle, and then burnt the bishop in the quaint language of Wintown. 300 men in company gadiot on him suddenly, tuck him out quahere that he lay, of his chaumier before day. Roman 45 Modder naked his body bare, tie band him dang him and wound it sare, into the nicht or day couth daw, the monk tie slwe there his fallow, and the child that in his chaumer lay, there tie slwe him before day, himself bwnd in and wound it si, tie pwt him in his own kitchen, entire felny and there ire, there tie brint him in a fire. The saga tells that, when the tidings of this outrage reached King Alexander, he was greatly enraged, and that the terrible vengeance he took was still fresh in memory. When the saga was written, Fordun states that the king had the perpetrators of this deed mangled in limb, and racked with many a torture. The Icelandic annals are more precise. They say that he caused the hands and feet to be hewn from 80 of the men who had been present at the burning, and that many of them died in consequence. With this tragic and illumined event, the checkered history of the line of the Norse earls draws to a close. Earl John sought to clear himself from the guilt of complicity in the murder of the bishop, by the testimony of good men that he had no hand in it, but seeing that he had neither assisted the bishop nor sought to punish his murderers, he was heavily fined by King Alexander, and deprived of part of his Scottish earldom. Subsequently, he had an interview with the king at Forfar, and bought back his lands in the summer of 1224. He was summoned by King Haakon to Norway, having fallen under suspicion of desire to aid the designs of Earl Skule against Haakon's power in Norway, and after a conference with the king at Bergen, he returned to Orkney, leaving his only son Harold behind him as a hostage. In 1226, Harold was drowned at sea, probably on his passage home from Norway. In 1231, Earl John, having become involved in a feud with Hainuf, Ungaya commissioner whom King Haakon had sent over to the Orkneys Esenkal, Roman 46 Gunnarsson, grandson of Earl Ragnvald Kali Karlsson, and over ill tate, they attacked him suddenly in an inn at Thurso, set fire to the house, and slew him in the cellar where he had sought to conceal himself. Thus the ancient line of the Norse earls that had ruled the Orkneys since 872 a period of 350 years became extinct, and the earldom passed into the possession of the House of Angus. Roman 5. The earldom in the Angus line. On the failure of the line of the Norse earls by the death of Earl John in 1231, King Alexander Roman II of Scotland in 1232 granted the earldom of North Caithness to Magnus, the second son of Gilbride, Earl of Angus Sutherland, or the southern land of Caithness was now made a separate earldom, and given to William, son of Hugh Freskin, who was thus the first of the Earls of Sutherland. Magnus seems to have been confirmed in the earldom of Orkney by the King of Norway, but from this time the notices of Orkney and its earls in the Icelandic or Norwegian records are so few and obscure that but little is to be gathered from them. The Iceland annals, however, record the death of Magnus, Earl of Orkney, in 1239. In the diploma of Bishop Thomas Tulloch, drawn up circa 144,349, it is stated that this Magnus was succeeded by Roman 47 Earl Gilbride, to whom succeeded Gilbride his son, who held both the earldoms of Orkney and Caithness in Scotland. The annals only notice one Gilbride, whom they call Gibbon, Earl of Orkney. His death is placed in the year 1256. According to the diploma, Gilbride had one son Magnus and a daughter Matilda. This Magnus is mentioned in the Saga of Hakon Hakansson as accompanying the ill-fated expedition of that monarch against Scotland in 1263. With King Hakon from Bergen went Magnus, Earl of Orkney, and the king gave him a good longship. Pilots had previously been procured from the Orkneys, and the fleet, after being 2 nights at sea, with a gentle wind, put into Bressay Sound in Shetland, where they remained nearly half a month. Then they sailed for the Orkneys and lay for some time in Elwick Bay opposite Ingarness near Kirkwall. Then they moved round South Ronaldsay and lay some time in Ronaldsvoe, while men were sent over to Caithness to levy a contribution from the inhabitants, of which the Scold sings that he imposed tribute on the dwellers on the Ness, who were terrified by the steel-clad exactor of rings, ordering the Orkneymen to follow him. As soon as they were ready, the king sailed south to Lewis and Skye, where he was exelviagined by Magnus, king of Man. The fleet, which now consisted of more than 100 vessels, for the most part large, and all well equipped, was divided into 2 squadrons, one of which, consisting of 50 ships, plundered the coasts of Kintyre and Mull. Rejoining King Hakon at Jigher, a detached squadron now plundered Bute, and the fleet cast anchor in Erin Sound, from which King Hakon sent Gilbert, Bishop of Hammer, and Henry, Bishop of Orkney, with 3 other envoys to treat for peace with the Scottish king. The negotiations failed, and soon after the fleet was disabled by a storm, and the power of the Norwegian king utterly broken in the Battle of Largs. King Hakon, gathering together the shattered remnants of his fleet and army, retired slowly northwards, meeting with no impediment, until they arrived off Durness in Sutherlandshire, when the wind fell calm, and the fleet steered into the Sound, where 7 men of a boat's crew who had been sent ashore for water were killed by the Scots in passing through the Pentland Firth. 1 vessel went down with all on board in the Swelkie, a dangerous whirlpool in certain states of the tide, and another was carried by the current helplessly through the Firth, and made straight for Norway. King Hakon laid up his fleet in Midland Harbour and Scapa Bay. He then rode to Kirkwall and lay down to die. He was lodged in the bishop's palace, and after having been confined to his bed for some days, he recovered so much that he attended mass in the bishop's chapel, and walked to the cathedral to visit the shrine of St. Magnus. But there came a relapse, and he was again laid prostrate. He caused the Bible and Latin books to be read to him, to beguile the tedium of the sick bed, until he was no longer able to bear the fatigue of reflecting on what he heard. And then he desired that Norwegian books should be read to him night and day, first the sagas of the saints, and then the chronicles of the kings from Halfdan the Black through all the succession of the kings of Norway. Then he set his ex-lix affairs in order, caused his silver plate to be weighed out to pay his troops, and received the sacrament. He died at midnight on Saturday 15th December 1263. On Sunday the corpse, clothed in the richest garments with a garland on the head, was laid in state in the upper hall of the palace. The king's chamberlains stood round it with tapers, and all day long the people came to view the remains of their king. The nobles kept watch over the bier through the night, and on Monday the royal remains were borne to St. Magnus Cathedral, where they lay in state all that night. On Tuesday they were temporarily interred in the choir of the church near the steps leading to the shrine of St. Magnus. Before his death, the king had given directions that his body should be carried east to Norway, and buried beside the remains of his father and his relatives in Bergen in the month of March. The corpse was exhumed, and conveyed to Scapa, where it was placed on board the great ship in which he had sailed on the unfortunate expedition to Largs, and taken to Bergen, where it was interred in the choir of Christ's Church. Magnus Gilbride's son, who was Earl of Orkney at the time of King Haakon's expedition, died according to the Annals in 1273. He was succeeded by a son of the same name. The Annals have the entry under the year 1276. Magnus, King of Norway, gave to Magnus, son of Earl Magnus of Orkney, the title of Earl at Tunsberg. He appears also as Earl of Orkney in the document dated 5th February 1283, declaring Margaret the Maiden of Norway the nearest heir to the Scottish throne. The death of Earl Magnus Magnus' son is recorded in the year 128,452, along with that of Bishop Peter of Orkney and Sturla, the lawman. The diploma states that he died without issue, and was succeeded by his brother John in the earldom of Orkney and Caithness. John as Earl of Caithness appears in 1289 as one of the signatories to the letter, addressed by the nobles to King Edward of England, proposing that the young Prince Edward should marry Margaret the Maid of Norway. His name also occurs in the list of those summoned to attend the first Parliament of Balliol. He swore fealty to King Edward at Merkel in Caithness in 1297. King Eirik of Norway, in 1280, one had married the Scottish Princess Margaret, daughter of Alexander Roman III. She died in 1283, leaving one daughter, Margaret the Maid of Norway, who became sole heiress to the crown of Scotland, and in 1289 was formally betrothed to Prince Edward of England. She died at sea off the coast of Orkney on her way to Scotland in September or October 1290. There is no record of the circumstances of her death, but we learn from a letter Leof Bishop Odfin of Bergen, written 20 years after the event, in connection with the case of the false Margaret, who was burned at Bergen in 1301, as will be detailed hereafter, that her remains were brought back to Bergen in charge of the bishop, most probably of the Orkneys, and Herr Thor Hakonsson, whose wife, Ingebjorg Erlingsdatter, was Margaret's attendant on the voyage. In 1293, Eirik married Isabel, who is styled in the Iceland Annals daughter of Sir Robert, son of Robert Earl of Bruce. It appears that on the 24th of July of that year, King Edward gave permission to Robert Bruce, Earl of Carrick, the father of Isabella Bruce, to go to Norway, and to remain there for a time, and munch the Norwegian. Historian conjectures that he had then brought over his daughter and stayed till the marriage took place, and that King Eirik may have hoped by this alliance to bring the crown of Scotland once more into the possession of a branch of his own royal line. In 1297, Isabella bore him a daughter named Ingebjorg. King Eirik died 13th July 1299, and was succeeded by his brother Hakon Magnusson. John Earl of Orkney seems to have gone to Norway to take the oath of allegiance to King Hakon immediately after his accession, for we find in the Icelandic Annals that he was betrothed to King Eirik's daughter in 1299. The statement is explicit, and though it may seem strange to us that an infant scarcely 2 years of age should be betrothed to a man of 40 munch, makes the remark that such unlikely contracts were by no means so unusual in those days as to oblige us to discredit the statement. In fact, we find this same King Hakon betrothing his own daughter when an infant of 1 year to a man who, though he was much younger than Earl John, was nevertheless a full-grown man. But Earl John seems to have died shortly after the betrothal, for we find that Ingebjorg was betrothed anew in 1311, and John's successor in the earldom appears on record in 1312, with Ferquhard, Bishop of Caithness, witnessing the confirmation by King Robert Roman I, and Hakon Roman V at Inverness 28 October of the prior treaty, executed at Perth 6 July 1266, between King Alexander Roman III and Magnus Roman, for the son of the unfortunate Hakon, by which the kings of Norway ceded for ever the Isle of Man, and all the other islands of the Sudreys, and all the islands in the west and south of the Great Half, except the Isles of Orkney and Shetland, which were specially reserved to Norway. In consideration of this, the King of Scotland became bound to pay to the King of Norway and his heirs for ever an annual sum of 100 marks within St. Magnus Church, in addition to a payment of 4,000 marks to be paid within the space of 4 years. It was about the time of Earl John's visit to the court of King Hakon, on the occasion above referred to, that there occurred in Norway one of the most extraordinary instances of imposture on record. A woman appeared in Bergen in 1300, declaring that she was the Princess Margaret, daughter of King Eirik and heiress to the crown of Scotland, who was believed by all in Norway and in Britain to have died off the coast of Orkney some 10 years previously. She had come over in a ship from Lubeck, and her story was that she had been sold or betrayed by her attendant Ingebjorg Erlingsdatter in the interest of certain persons who wished her out of the way, and had falsely given her out for dead, although her appearance and circumstances were strongly against the credibility of her story. It seems to have taken a strong hold of the popular mind, and not a few of the clergy and the higher classes, possibly influenced by political motives, appear to have given her countenance. She was a married woman, and was accompanied by her husband, a German. She is described by Bishop Odfin as being well up in years. Her hair was greyish and partially whitened with age, and to all appearance she was at least 20 years older than the date of King Eiric's marriage with Margaret of Scotland, and consequently about 7 years older than King Eiric himself, who was but 13 when he was married. Yet, says Munch, though the king's daughter Margaret had died in the presence of some of the best men of Norway, though her corpse had been brought back by the bishop and Herr Thor Håkonsson to King Eirik, who himself had laid it in the open grave, satisfied himself of the identity of his daughter's remains, and placed them in the Christ's kirk by the side of her mother's. Though this woman, in short, was a rank impostor, yet she found many among the great men to believe her story, and not a few of the priests also gave her their countenance and support that this German woman, purely of her own accord, should have attempted to personate the Princess Margaret 10 years after her death, and should have ventured to appear publicly in Norway on such an enterprise, seems hardly credible. It is more likely that she may have been persuaded to it by some parties perceiving in her a certain personal resemblance, who schooled her in the story she must tell to give her personation an air of reality. King Haakon was away from Bergen, and no action was taken in regard to her case, until he returned in the early part of the winter of 1301. It was natural that he should wish personally to see and examine the impostor, and confront her with the princess' attendants, especially to hear the testimony of Ingebjørg Erlingsdatter. Before deciding on anything, there is no record of the trial, but soon after the king's arrival, the false Margaret was burnt at Nordnes in Bergen as an impostor, and her husband was beheaded. As she was being taken through the Kungsgard gate to the place of execution, she is reported to have lived. Said, "I remember well, when I as a child was taken through this selfsame gate to be carried to Scotland. There was then in the high church of the apostles an Iceland priest, Haflidi by name, who was the court priest of my father King Eirik, and when the clergy ceased singing, then Sir Haflidi struck up with the Veni Creator, and the hymn was sung out to the end, just as I was being taken on board the ship. Notwithstanding the manifest nature of the imposture, she was regarded by the multitude as a martyr. A chapel was erected on the spot where she suffered, and the number of pilgrimages made to it increased to such an extent that Bishop Odfin interfered and forbade them. Earl John's successor in the earldom of Orkney and Caithness was his son Magnus, the fifth of the name and last of the Angus line. He first appears on record in 1312, in the treaty between King Robert Bruce and Hakon Magnusson, concluded at Inverness in 1320. As Earl of Caithness and Orkney, he subscribed the famous letter to the Pope asserting the independence of Scotland. It seems as if he had been dead in 1321, for in a document addressed by King Robert Bruce to the Balavie of the King of Norway in Orkney, and dated at Cullen 4th August 1321, he complains that Alexander Brun, the king's enemy convicted of lese majestatis, had been received into Orkney, and had been refused to be given up, though instantly demanded by our Balavues in Caithness. Henry St. Clair, he was certainly dead in 1329, for in that year Katharina, as his widow, executes 2 charters in her own name as Countess of Orkney and Caithness, by which she purchases from the Lord High Steward Drotset Herr Erling Vidkundsen certain lands in Roggenvaldsea, including the Pentland Skerries. In one of these documents, she speaks of Earl John as he from whom her husband had inherited his possessions, which he left to her, thus corroborating the statement of the diploma that Magnus was the son of John. Roman 6. The earldom in the Strathern line. The diploma states that the earldom now passed by lineal succession to Malise Earl of Strathern Magnus. Roman 5. Having left no male issue in 1331, Malise Earl of Strathern possessed lands in Caithness, doubtless in right of his wife, probably a daughter of Magnus. Roman 5. Malise fell in the Elvi battle of Halidon Hill in 1333, and was succeeded by his son, also named Malise, who became heir to the 3 earldoms of Strathern, Caithness and Orkney. Malise the Younger styles himself Earl of Strathern, Caithness and Orkney, in a document dated at Inverness in 133,466, in which he grants his daughter Isabella in marriage to William Earl of Ross, granting her also the earldom of Caithness, failing heirs male of himself and his wife Marjorie. William Earl of Ross succeeded his father Hugh, who fell at Halidon Hill in 1333, but it is stated that he was not confirmed in the earldom for 3 years on account of his absence in Norway. It seems that Earl Malise must have passed over to Norway about the same period in all probability to obtain formal investiture of the earldom of Orkney from the Norwegian King Magnus, and William Earl of Ross may have accompanied his father-in-law. There is no record of Malise's movements, but we learn incidentally that he had betaken himself to his northern possessions when he lost the earldom of Strathern, which was declared forfeited by King Edward and given to John de Warenne, Earl of Surrey. It is stated that Malise, apparently seeking to preserve the LV earldom in a branch of his own family, gave one of his daughters in marriage to John de Warenne, and that King David then declared the earldom forfeited and bestowed it on his nephew Maurice de Moravia, son of Sir John de Moravia of Abercairny, who had married Malise's sister Mary. Malise appears to have made an effort to recover the earldom of Strathern in 1334. In that year, King Edward, by a letter dated 2 March, directed Henry de Beaumont, Earl of Bargon, not to allow any process to be made before him respecting the earldom of Strathern forfeited for treason by Earl Malise. He also wrote a letter of the same date to Edward Balliol, stating that he has heard that Malise, Earl of Strathern, claims the county of Strathern, which he had granted to John de Warenne, Earl of Surrey, and requesting Balliol to act with deliberation. The diploma states that Malise was first married to Johanna, daughter of Sir John Menteith, and that by her he had a daughter Matilda married to Wayland de Ard. But there is a record of a confirmation by Robert Roman 113,061,329 of a grant of the lands of Carcathy Cortachy in Forfarshire and half of Irkwell in the earldom of Strathern by Malise, Earl of Strathern, to his wife Johanna, daughter of the late John de Monteith, as Malise the younger only became LVI Earl of Strathern on the death of his father in 1333. If the confirmation be correctly ascribed to Robert Roman 1, this must refer to the Malise who was Earl previous to 1333, and who had a daughter Matilda, contracted to Robert de Thony in 1293, being not yet in her 20th year. The diploma further states that Malise the younger was married the second time to a daughter of Hugh, Earl of Ross, consequently, a sister of William, Earl of Ross, who married Malise's daughter Isabella. From the deed of 1334, we learn that Malise's wife's name was Marjorie. In a deed of 1350, we find William, Earl of Ross, styling his sister Marjorie Countess of Caithness and Orkney, and with her consent appointing his brother Hugh his heir in the event of his own death without male issue. From this, it would appear that Malise was then dead. He must have been dead before 1353, when his son-in-law Earls Sunnesson obtained the title of Earl of Orkney from the King of Norway. He is mentioned as dead in 1357 and 135,877, and the Earl of Ross is then said to have entered to his lands in Caithness, doubtless in right of his wife Isabella, and in terms of that deed of 1334 previously noticed. While Malise was in Norway and Sweden, 2 of his daughters had been married to Swedish noblemen, to Arngils or Erngisel, son of Sune Johnson, and another to Guttorm Sperre. On the death of Malise, or shortly thereafter, Erngisel Sunnesson claimed his wife's share of the earldom. In the year 1353, we find him executing a deed on the 10th April as plain Erngisel Sunnesson, and on the 6th May thereafter his signature appears to a document drawn up at Vagahus concerning the Queen's dowry, occupying the foremost place among the nobles of Norway, and with the title of Earl of Orkney. Although the diploma states that he held only his wife's share of the earldom, it is plain from this document that he must have received the title of Earl of the Orkneys from the King of Norway. He soon became involved with the Swedish party in favour of King Eirik of Pommern, and, in 1357, King Magnus sequestrated his estates in Norway and declared his title forfeited. His right to the earldom would have lapsed with the death of his wife, who died childless before 136,082. Nevertheless, he continued to style himself Earl of Orkney during his lifetime. He died in 1392. On the sequestration of Erngisel's rights by the king, a certain Duncan Anderson, who appears to have been a Scotchman, and probably agent for Alexander de Ard, the son of Matilda, called the eldest daughter of Malise, issued a manifesto notifying to the inhabitants of Orkney that he has LX true and legitimate heir of Earl Malise, the former Earl of Orkney, under his guardianship, that this heir has now the full and undeniable right to the earldom, and that as he has heard that the King of Norway has recently sequestrated the revenues of the earldom, he warns the inhabitants not to allow these revenues to be taken forth of the land till the true heir be presented to them, which will be ere very long. If the Lord will, the inhabitants, who seem to have been somewhat disquieted by the missive, sent a representation on the subject to the court of Norway, It would seem that a representation must have been made by the court of Norway to the Scottish king regarding the troubling of the islands by the claimants or their friends in Scotland, for an edict was issued by King David from Scone in 1367, forbidding any of his subjects of whatever rank or condition to pass into Orkney or frequent its harbours on any other errand than that of lawful commerce. In 1375, King Haakon of Norway granted the earldom of Orkney for a single year, till next St. John's Day, to Alexander de Ard, naming him however in the document not as earl, but simply as governor and commissioner for the king, and declaring in the document addressed to the islanders that this grant is given provisionally, until the said Alexander shall establish his claim to the earldom. He seems not to have been regarded with much favour by the king, for this grant was not renewed, and in 1379 Henry St. Clair and Malise Spa preferred their claims to the earldom. Alexander de Ard had succeeded to the earldom of Caithness by the law and custom of Scotland, in right of his mother as heir to Earl Malise. In 1375, he resigned the castle of Brathwell Brawl and all the lands in Caithness or any other part of Scotland, which he inherited in right of his mother Matilda de Strathearn, to King Robert Roman II, who bestowed them on his own son David Stewart. Earl David Stewart appears in 137,778, as Earl Palatine Elzeoff Strathearn and Caithness. King Robert Roman III gave the earldom of Caithness to his brother Walter Stewart of Brechin, who held it till about 1424. He then resigned it to his son Alan, who was slain at Inverlochy in 1431. The earldom reverted to his father, who in 1437 was forfeited for his share in the murder of King James Roman I. The earldom remained in possession of the crown till 1452, when it was granted by King James Roman II to Sir George Crichtown, Admiral of Scotland, on his death. In 1455, King James granted the earldom of Caithness to William St. Clair, then Earl of Orkney, in whose line it has continued till the present day. Roman VII, the earldom in the line of St. Clair. The genealogical questions connected with the succession of the St. Clairs of Roslin to the earldom of Orkney are involved in apparently inextricable confusion. So early as 1321, we find a Henry St. Clair acting as the Balavues of King Robert Bruce in Caithness, and in 1364 we also find a Thomas St. Clair installed at Kirkwall as the Balavues of the King of Norway, and Alexander St. Clair, and a Euphemia de Strathearn styling herself one of the heirs of the late Malise Earl of Strathearn. The diploma states explicitly that one of the 4 daughters of Malise Earl of Strathearn by his wife Marjorie, daughter of Hugh Earl of Ross, was married to William St. Clair. This must be William St. Clair, son of the Sir William Elze St. Clair, who fell with the Douglers in Spain fighting against the Saracens in 133,080. The diploma goes on to narrate that Henry St. Clair, the son of William St. Clair, and this daughter of Malise, succeeded to the earldom of Orkney, apparently in right of his mother. We know from the deed of investiture that his accession to the earldom took place in 1379. In a charter of 1391, Earl Henry names his mother Isabella St. Clair. It is usually said that his father William St. Clair married Isabella, daughter of Malise Earl of Strathearn, but as we have seen from the deed of 1334, Isabella was married to William Earl of Ross, not to William Earl of Roslin, yet it appears from the deed of 1391 that Henry's mother's name was Isabella, and though he does not style her a daughter of Malise, the terms of the document imply that she was heiress to lands in Orkney and Shetland. The diploma only mentions one of the Earls Malise, and it may be that the Isabella whom William St. Clair married was the daughter of the elder and sister of the younger Malise of Strathearn. If he had married one of the 4 daughters of the younger Malise, it seems unaccountable why he did not claim his wife's portion of the earldom. We find that the representatives of the other sisters were claimants, and that one of them, Erngisel Sunneson, actually received his wife's share and enjoyed the title of Earl of Orkney, while Alexander de Ard is said to have succeeded to the earldom of Caithness in virtue of a similar claim, and had his rights to the earldom of Orkney so far recognised by the King of Norway on the forfeiture of Erngisel Sunneson. The Earl of Ross, as we have seen, also succeeded to the share, falling to his wife Isabella, but no claim seems to have been made for the Isabella, who is said to have been married to William St. Clair. If she had been a daughter of the younger Malise, it can scarcely be doubted that such a claim would have been made, and if made established as readily as that of the other Elzea sisters. William St. Clair was alive in 1358, 5 years after the claim of the sister married to Erngisel Sunneson had been made good, and 1 year after Erngessel's title to the earldom had been declared forfeited. But a more fatal objection to the statement of the diploma that William's wife was a daughter of the younger Malise arises from the fact that in the attestation by the lawman and canons of Orkney, in favour of James of Craigie 1422, it is expressly certified that Henry Sinclair was himself married to a daughter of the younger Malise-styled Elizabeth de Strathern, daughter of the late Reverend and Venerable Malise Earl of Orkney, and that by her he had a daughter Margaret, who was married to James of Craigie. The diploma, on the other hand, states that Henry was married to Janet Haliburton, daughter of Walter Haliburton of Duralton, and by her had a son Henry, who succeeded him. It is quite possible, however, that both these statements might be true, the attestation in favour of James of Craigie having no reason to mention the second wife, and the diploma having no special reason to mention the first wife, in connection with the succession, which it derives through the mother making her, moreover, such a remarkable instance of longevity, that she survived her husband, her son, and all her younger sisters, and all their sons and daughters, and became sole heiress to the earldom after Earl Henry's death, although he left a son who ought to have succeeded him, but who according to the diploma succeeded to her, his grandmother. In whatever way, these apparently contradictory statements are to be reconciled, the statement of the diploma that Henry St. Clair was the first of the line, who enjoyed the title of Earl of Orkney, is undoubtedly borne out by the records. In the summer of 1379, he passed over to Norway and received formal investiture from King Haakon of the earldom of Orkney, and also of the lordship of Shetland Elsivwich, since the time of its forfeiture to King Sverrir by Earl Harold Madadson, had been in the possession of the crown of Norway. The conditions on which he accepted the earldom are set forth at length in the deed of investiture, and contrasting them with the semi-independence of the ancient earls, a recent writer has remarked that they left him little more than the lands of his fathers, although the Earls of Orkney had precedence of all the titled nobility of Norway, and their signatures to the national documents stand always after the archbishops, and before the bishops and nobles, though the title was the only hereditary one permitted in Norway to a subject not of the blood royal, yet it was now declared to be subject to the royal option of investiture. The Earl was to govern the islands and enjoy their revenues during the king's pleasure, but he was taken bound to serve the king beyond the bounds of the earldom, with 100 men fully equipped. When called on by the king's message, he was to build no castle or place of strength in the islands, make no war, enter into no agreement with the bishop, nor sell or impignorate any of his rights, without the king's express consent, and moreover, he was to be answerable for his whole administration to the king's court at Bergen at his death. The earldom and all the islands were to revert to the King of Norway or his heirs, and if the earl left sons, they could not succeed to their father's dignity and possessions without the royal investiture. At the following, Martinmas Lxvhe was taken bound to pay to the king 1,000 English nobles. It was part of the compact also that Malise Sperre, son of Guthorm Sperre, should depart from all his claims to the earldom in right of his mother, and he left with King Haakon as hostages for the due fulfilment of his share of the contract, the following from among his friends and followers: William Daniel Knight Malise Sperre and David Crichton. But King Haakon died in the year after Earl Henry's investiture, and the events that took place in the Orkneys during the reign of King Olaf, his successor, are entirely unknown to the Norwegian chroniclers. Earl Henry seems neither to have courted the favour of his suzerain, nor to have stood in awe of his interference. He built the castle of Kirkwall in defiance of the prohibition contained in the deed of his investiture, and seems to have felt himself sufficiently independent to rule his sea-girt earldom according to his own will and pleasure. The fact that King Haakon's investiture of Earl Henry took him bound not to enter into any league with the bishop, nor to establish any friendship with him, without the king's express consent, shows us that the bishop was then acting in opposition to the king, and the representatives of the civil power. The likelihood is that Earl Henry found this Lxvia position of the bishop favourable to his own design of making himself practically independent, and represented it as the excuse for the erection of the castle of Kirkwall, contrary to the terms of his agreement with the Crown. Munch attributes the discord to the growing dislike of the Norwegian inhabitants of the islands to Scotsmen, whose numbers had been long increasing through the influence of the Scottish family connections of the later earls. Whatever may have been its origin, the end of it was that in some popular commotion of which we have no authentic account, the bishop was slain in the year 138,293. Malise Sperre appears to have endeavoured to establish himself in Shetland, in opposition to Earl Henry, He had seized, it is not stated upon what grounds, the possessions in Shetland, which had belonged to Herdis Thorvaldsdatter, and of which John Hafthorson and Sigurd Hafthorson were the lawful heirs. It seems as if a court had been about to be held by the Earl to settle the legal rights of the parties concerned. The court would be held at the old Thingstead near Scalloway, but a conflict took place. The dispute was terminated by the strong hand, and Malise Sperra was slain, as a number of his men were slain with him. It seems probable that he had been the aggressor, as both he and the Earl are among those who were present at the Assembly of Nobles at Helsingborg on the accession of King Eirik of Pommern in September 1389, and the Iceland Annals place the death of Malise Sperra in this same year. It is probable that the Earl Svelanded in Shetland on his way home from Norway, for the express purpose of seeing justice done in the cause of the heirs of Thordis in 1391, by a deed executed at Kirkwall, and subsequently confirmed by King Robert Roman III, he dispones the lands of Newburgh and Oakdale in Aberdeenshire to his brother David for his services rendered, and in exchange for any rights he may have to lands in Orkney and Shetland, derived from his mother Isabella St. Clair in 1396. A deed was executed at Rosslyn by John de Drummond of Cargill, and Elizabeth his wife in favour of Henry Earl of Orkney Lord Rosslyn Patri Nostro, by which they renounce in favour of the Earl's male issue, and for them and their heirs all claims to the Earl's lands infra regnum Norvigi. The diploma states that after the death of the first Henry St. Clair, his mother, the daughter of Malise, came to Orkney and outliving all her sisters, and all their sons and daughters became the only heiress of the earldom. It is added that of this thing there were faithful witnesses still living who had seen and spoken with the mother of Henry I. Her grandson Henry, son of the first Henry, succeeded to the earldom, but there seems to be no record of his investiture Viaby, the Norwegian king, in 1404. He was entrusted with the guardianship of James Roman I, and on his way to France with the young prince, for whose safety it was judged necessary that he should be removed from Scotland. He was captured by the English off Flamborough Head, and retained some time in captivity. In 1412, he went to France with Archibald Douglas to assist the French against the English. In 1418, John St. Clair, his brother, swears fealty to King Eirik at Helsingborg for the king's land of Outland, and becomes bound to administer the Norse laws according to the ancient usage, and it is stipulated that at his death Shetland should again revert to the crown of Norway. It seems from this that Earl Henry must have been dead in 1418, though Bauer, in his continuation of Fordun, says that he died in 1,420,102. A dispensation was granted for his widow's marriage in 1,418,103. Henry was succeeded by his son William, the last of the Orkney Earls under Norwegian rule, but the investiture of the new Earl did not take place till 1434, and for a period of 14 years the administration of the islands was carried on by commissioners appointed by King Eirik. On the death of Earl Henry, Bishop Thomas Tulloch was appointed commissioner in 1420. He swore fealty to King Eirik in the church of Vestenskav in Laland, undertaking the administration of the islands according to the Norse lawbook and the ancient usages. On 10th July 1422, he Elzix received as a fief from the king the palace of Kirkwall and pertinence lying in Orkney in Norway, together with the lands of Orkney and the government there. In 1423, the administration of the Orkneys and Shetland was committed to David Menzies of Wemyss by King Eirik. In 1426, a complaint was sent to the king by the inhabitants setting forth that they had been subjected to oppression and wholesale spoliation during the period of his administration. Among the accusations preferred against him, it was asserted that he diminished the value of the money by one half, that he threw the lawman of the islands into prison unjustly, and illegally possessed himself of the public seal, and the law book of the islands, which the lawman's wife had deposited on the altar of the Church of St. Magnus, for their security. That he exacted fines and services illegally, and with personal violence, and was guilty of many other illegal acts of tyrannical oppression. The government of the islands seems to have been again entrusted to Bishop Tulloch until 1434, when the young Earl received his formal investiture. William, the last of the Orkney Earls under Norwegian rule, succeeded to his father Henry, and received investiture on terms nearly similar to those imposed upon his grandfather. Moreover, he was to hold for the king and his successors the castle of Kirkwall, which his grandfather had built without the king's consent. He had taken the title LXX before he received investiture from King Eirik, for in 1426 He appears as Earl of Orkney on the assize at Stirling for the trial of Murdoch, Duke of Albany, in 1435. As Lord High Admiral of Scotland, he had command of the fleet that conveyed the Princess Margaret to France in 1446. He was summoned by the Norwegian Rigsråd to appear at Bergen on next St. John's Day, to take the oath of allegiance to King Christopher, the successor of Eirik of Pommern. In 1460, the King's commissioners in Kirkwall certify to King Christian Roman I that John of Ross, Lord of the Isles, has for a long time most cruelly endeavoured to depopulate the islands of Orkney and Shetland, by burning the dwellings and slaying the inhabitants, and that in these circumstances Lord William St. Clair, the Earl of Orkney and Caithness, had been prevented from coming to the king on 28 June 1461. Bishop William of Orkney writes to the king from Kirkwall, excusing the earl for not having come to take the oath of allegiance because in the month of June of that year he had been appointed one of the regents of the Kingdom of Scotland on account of the tender years of the Prince King James Roman III, and therefore was personally resident in Scotland. The bishop also repeats the complaint against John of Ross, Lord of the Isles, and the bands of his Irishmen, Irish and Scots from the woods, who came in great multitudes in the month of June, with their ships and fleets in battle array, wasting the lands, plundering the farms, destroying habitations, and putting the inhabitants to the sword without regard to age or sex. Tradition still points in several parts of the islands to the Lewismen's graves, probably those of the invaders who were killed in their plundering expeditions through the islands. On the 8th September 1468, a contract of marriage was signed between James Roman III of Scotland and Margaret Alexidaughter of King Christian Roman, one of Denmark, Sweden and Norway, by which, after discharging the arrears of the tribute due by Scotland for Man and the Hebrides, King Christian engaged to pay a dowry of 60,000 florins, with his daughter stipulating for certain jointure lands, including the Palace of Linlithgow and the Castle of Down and her terce of the royal possessions in Scotland. If left a widow of the dowry, 10,000 florins were to be paid before the princess' departure, and the islands of Orkney were pledged for the balance of 50,000 florins. Only 2,000 florins of the 10,000 promised were paid, and the islands of Shetland were pledged for the remainder. The amount for which the whole of the islands of Orkney and Shetland were thus impignorated was 58,000 florins of 100 pence each, or about 24,000. In 1471, King James Roman III gave William Earl of Orkney the castle and lands of Ravenscraig in Fife in exchange for all his rights to the earldom of Orkney, and an Act of Parliament was passed on the 20th of February of the same year, annexing to the Scottish crown the earldom of Orkney and lordship of Shetland, not to be given away in time to come to na Persain or Persines, except linearly, to ane of the king's sons of Lochful Bed. Roman 8. The Bishopric of Orkney. The origin of the Bishopric of Orkney is involved in obscurity. Its early history is complicated by the fact that there were 2, if not 3 distinct successions of bishops, only one of which is recognized by the Norse writers. The Saga statement regarding the origin of the bishopric, unfortunately, is lacking in precision. It is stated that Earl Thorfinn built Christ's Kirk in Birse, apparently after his return from his pilgrimage to Rome, and that the first bishop's see in the Orkneys was established there, taking this in Alexia connection with the statement that William the Old, who was bishop in 1115, when St. Magnus was murdered, was the first bishop. The inference would be that the bishopric was erected in his time. The statement regarding his tenure of office for 6 to 6 years is scarcely credible, but supposing it to be the fact as he died in 1167, we obtain 1102 as the date of the erection of the bishopric. On the other hand, Adam of Bremen states that Thorolf was the first bishop of Orkney, and that he was consecrated by Adalbert, Archbishop of Hamburg, in the middle of the 11th century, and that another bishop named Adalbert succeeded him now, as William the Old was not consecrated before 1102. If there was a bishop in Earl Thorfinn's time, the date of his death being 1064, it must have been this Thorolf. If Thorolf was consecrated in the middle of the 11th century, it was probably before Earl Thorfinn's death in 1064, but it seems that the see was vacant or unoccupied before 1093. It appears from a letter of Lanfranc, Archbishop of Canterbury, 10,701,089, that Earl Paul of Orkney had sent to him a cleric, whom he wished to be consecrated a bishop, and Lanfranc orders Wulstan, Bishop of Worcester, and Peter, Bishop of Chester, to go to York and assist the Archbishop at the consecration. This must refer to the Earl Paul, son of Thorfinn, who with his brother Erlend was carried to Norway by King Magnus on his second expedition to the west in 1098, and neither of them ever returned. The name of this bishop is not given in Lanfranc's letter, but the English writers mention that in the end of the 11th century, a cleric named Ralph was consecrated Bishop of Orkney by Thomas Lxzi, Archbishop of York. Thomas was Archbishop from A. Roman 500 to 1100. It is mentioned that when the right of the Archbishop of York to consecrate Turgot Bishop of St. Andrews was asserted in 1109, it was proposed that he should do it by the assistance of the English bishops of Scotland, and of Orkney Anselm Archbishop of Canterbury, 10,921,107, wrote to Earl Hakon Paulson exhorting him and his people to obey the bishop whom now by the grace of God they had. A second bishop named Roger was consecrated by Gerard, who was Archbishop of York in the beginning of the 12th century, from 1100 to 1108. A third bishop named Ralph, previously a presbyter of York, said to have been elected by the people of Orkney, was consecrated by Archbishop Thomas, the successor of Gerard. It is this Ralph who figures in the accounts of the Battle of Northallerton 1138. Pope Calixtus Roman II and Pope Honorius Roman II addressed letters to the Norwegian kings Sigurd and Eystein in favour of Ralph. In the letter of Pope Honorius, it is expressly stated that another bishop had been intruded in the place of Ralph. This must refer to William the Old, whom the Sagas make bishop from the year 1102. The explanation of all this seems to be that the archbishops of Hamburg and York both tried in vain to secure the right of consecrating the bishops of Orkney, the former on the ground that as the successors of St. Anchar, they were primates of the Scandinavian churches, and the latter on the same ground, on which they claimed the right to consecrate the Bishop of St. Andrews, viz., that their jurisdiction extended to the whole of Scotland, and the Isles in the appendix to Florence of Worcester's Chronicle written in the beginning of the 12th century. It is said that the Archbishop of York had jurisdiction over all the bishops north of the Humber Lx and all the bishops of Scotland, and the Orkneys, as the Archbishop of Canterbury, had over those of Ireland and Wales. Meantime, however, the Norwegians made their own bishops, and these, having obtained possession of the see, were the real bishops of Orkney, though the others might enjoy the empty title. Thus William the Old was the first of the actual bishops of Orkney of whom we have distinct record, as the Saga and the Saga of St. Magnus both state explicitly that he held the bishopric for 6 years, and the annals place his death in 1168. He must have been consecrated in 1102. The see, which was first at Bursay, where Earl Thorfinn erected the Christ's Kirk, was removed to Kirkwall on the erection of the cathedral, 113,752. He went with Earl Ragnvald to the Holy Land in 1152, when Pope Anastasius erected the Metropolitan See of Trondheim in 1154. He declared the Bishop of Orkney, one of its suffragans, and Bishop William's canonical rights were thus implicitly recognised. He died in 1168, and in 1848, when certain repairs were being executed on the cathedral, his bones were found enclosed in a stone cist, 30 inches long and 15 inches wide, along with a bone object like the handle of a staff, and a leaden plate inscribed in characters apparently of the 13th century. Hic requiescit Williamus senex felicis memori. Primus episcopus. The position in which the bones were found in the choir seems to indicate that they must have been moved from their previous resting place, Bishop William's bones, and the cist which contained them were carted away with the rubbish when the church was reseated in 1,856,122. The leaden plate and bone object which were found in the cist are LXXV preserved in the Museum of the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland. William Roman II, the second bishop, is only known from the entry of his name in the list of bishops 1325, and the entry of his death under the year 1188 in the Icelandic annals. Bjarni, son of Kolbein Hruga, who built the castle on the island of Weir, was the third bishop. His mother Herborg was a great-granddaughter of Earl Paul. Bjarni himself was a famous poet, and to him is ascribed the Jomsvikingadrapathe lay of the Jomsburg, Vikings, a bull of Pope Innocent Roman III dated at the Vatican 27th May 1,198,126, is addressed to him in connection with the refusal of Bishop John of Caithness to collect an annual tribute in his diocese. As noticed hereafter, it appears from a deed of his, in the churchelary of the monastery of Munkaliff at Bergen, that he possessed lands in Norway as well as his patrimonial lands in Orkney and castle in the island of Weir. By that deed, he gives to the monastery for the souls of his father Kolbein Hruga, his mother, his brother, his relations, and friends the lands called Holand, near the Dalsfjord north of Bergen. It is curious thus to find in authentic records a mortification of lands to a church in Norway to provide masses for the soul of a man who is now known in his own former home in Orkney, only as Kabiro the giant or goblin of the castle which he built, and inhabited. Bishop Bjarni was present with John Earl of Orkney at the great assembly of nobles at Bergen in 1223, and died shortly thereafter. Joffre the fourth bishop was consecrated in 1223. According to the annals, there was a Joffre Dean of Tunsberg present at the same assembly in Bergen, above LXX referred to, and as the name is a very uncommon one, it is probable that he is the same who was made Bishop of the Orkneys. He seems to have been long an invalid for, by a bull dated at Viterbo 11th May 1,237,129, Pope Gregory Roman IX enjoins Sigurd Archbishop of Nidaros Drontheim to move Bishop Joffre of Orkney, who had been paralytic and confined to bed for many years, to resign office, or if he was unwilling to resign, to provide him with a wise and prudent helper. Joffre retained the see, however, for 10 years after this. The annals place his death in 1247. Henry Roman I was the fifth bishop. A papal dispensation for the defect of his birth, by Pope Innocent Roman IV, is dated 9th December 1,247,130. He was then a canon in the Orkneys. He was with King Haakon's expedition in 1263, and died in 1269. Peter the sixth bishop was consecrated in 1270. A brief of his dated at Tunsberg 3d September 1278 grants 40 days indulgence to those in his diocese who contribute in aid of the restoration of St. Swithin's Cathedral at Stavanger, which had been destroyed by fire. He died in 1284. Dagfinn the seventh bishop was consecrated in 1286. Nothing is known of him, but the name he died according to the annals in 1309. William Roman III was the eighth bishop. He was consecrated in 1310. At the provincial council held at Bergen in 1320, there were several complaints made by the archbishop against William Bishop of Orkney Cormac, an LXXV archdeacon of the Sudreys and Grim. Ormson Prebendary of Nidaros had been sent by the archbishop on a visitation of the diocese of Orkney, and had reported that William had squandered the property of the see, that he had bestowed the offices of the church on foreigners, and apostates, that he had compromised his dignity as a prelate of the church by participation in the boisterous pastime of hunting and other unseemly diversions, that he had been careless and lukewarm in the exercise of his spiritual office, and had not sought out those who practiced idolatry and witchcraft, or who were heretics or followed ungodly ways. Moreover, he had imprisoned in Gilbert Lining a canon of Orkney, whom the archbishop had sent to make inquiry into the collection of the Peter's pence, and had deprived him of his prebendary, and all his property he had also clandestinely appropriated to himself, during 15 years, a portion of the church dues amounting to the value of 53 marks sterling, and he had refused to permit the removal of the corpse of a woman from Orkney, although her will had been that she should be interred in the Cathedral of Trondheim. He was suspended in the following year 1321 by the archbishop, but in 1324 we find him assisting at the consecration of Laurentius Bishop of Hull, by a deed dated at Bergen 9th September 1327, he mortgages his dues of Shetland to his Metropolitan Eilif Archbishop of Nidaros for the payment of 186 marks sterling, which he should have paid the archbishop for 6 years' tains. By another document of the same year, Bishop Oddfinn of Bergen requests Bishop William of Orkney to assist his priest Ivar in the collection of the Son of Emiela contribution, which the inhabitants of Shetland had paid from old time to the shrine of St. Sunniva at Bergen. The date of this bishop's death has not been ascertained. William Roman IV ninth bishop succeeded him sometime LXXV after the year 1328. There is extant an agreement between him and Hakon Johnson, dated at Kirkwall 25th May 1,369,136. The next mention we have of him is the entry in the annals under the date 1382. Then was heard the mournful tidings that Bishop William was slain in the Orkneys. William Roman V 10th bishop appears only in a record of the time of King Robert Roman III of Scotland. Munch supposes that he may have been the William Johnson who appears as Archdeacon of Zetland in a Norse deed dated at Sandwich in Shetland March 4 1360. Henry Roman II 11th bishop, according to Torfus, appears in a record of 1394. John 12th bishop appears in the Union Treaty of Calmer in 1397. Patrick 13th bishop appears in an attestation by the lawman of Orkney 2 canons of the Church of St. Magnus, and 4 burgesses of Kirkwall of the descent and good name of James of Craigie Laird of Hupe. He is otherwise unnoticed, but as he is there referred to by his canonical title, and the many losses, injuries, and disquietudes which he endured at the hands of his adversaries, are specially alluded to, there seems to be no doubt that he held the bishopric between the death of John and the incumbency of Thomas de Tulloch. Thomas de Tulloch, 14th bishop, first appears in existing records in 1418. He seems to have been previously Bishop of Ross on 17th June 1420, at the church of Vestenskov in Laland. He gives his pledge to King Eirik and his successors, and undertakes that he will hold the crown lands of Orkney committed to him for the kings of Norway LX6, promising at the same time to give law and justice to the people of Orkney, according to the Norse lawbook and the ancient usages. In 1422, he receives the palace and pertinence of Kirkwalthit Slat Arkfeast Kirkwall, legend J. Orkney J. Norg Meth Landit Orkney Etkas a fief from King Eirik, a record of the set of the threepenny lands of Stambuster in the parish of St. Andrews, executed by him on 12th July 1455, and confirmed by his successor in 1465, is preserved at Kirkwall. His death took place before 28th June 1461, when we find his successor in office. William Roman VI de Tulloch, the last bishop during the dominion of Norway in the Orkneys, was bishop in June 1461, and tendered his oath of allegiance in 1462. A bull of Pope Sixtus Roman IV, dated at the Vatican 17th August 1472, placed the see of the Orkneys under the Metropolitan Bishop of St. Andrews. Roman IX, the bishopric of Caithness. The bishopric of Caithness appears to have been coextensive with the older earldom, comprehending Caithness and Sutherland as far south as Ekialsbaki or the Kyle of Sutherland. In later times, the cathedral church was at Dornoch, but it would seem as if the episcopal see had at one time been at Halkirk, called in the Saga Harkirkia, or the High Kirk near Thurso, where we find the bishops frequently residing. The date of the erection of the bishopric is unknown. Andrew is the first bishop who appears in authentic records about the year 1153. King David granted to him LXXX lands of Hoctor Common, and about the same time he himself gave a grant of the Church of the Holy Trinity of Dunkeld to the monks of Dunfermline about the year 1165. He and Murithak his clerk are witnesses to a charter of Gregory Bishop of Dunkeld, confirming the said gift about the year 1181. He is a witness to the grant by Earl Harold Madadson to the See of Rome of a penny annually from every inhabited house in Caithness, which brought his successor Bishop John into such trouble. He is also a witness to the remarkable document, engrossed in the Book of Deer, by which King David Roman I declares the clerics of Deer to be free from all lay interference and undue exaction, as it is written in their book. And as they pleaded at Banff and swore at Aberdeen. The Chronicle of Mailrose records his death at Dunfermline on 30th December 1185. He seems to have been a learned man, and was much about the court of David Roman I. He is said to have been the author of part of the curious treatise De Situ Albani, attributed to Geraldus Cambrensis. John's second bishop succeeded him. He seems to have refused to exact from the inhabitants the papal contribution of 1 penny annually from each inhabited house, in Caithness, granted by Earl Harold IV, in a bull dated at the Vatican 27th May 1198. Pope Innocent Roman III enjoins Bishop Bjarni of Orkney and Bishop Reginald of Ross to compel Bishop John to give up his opposition to its collection, on pain of the censure of the Church. About this time, also Caithness had been taken from Harold by King William the Lion, with whom he was involved in hostilities, and given over to Reginald Gudrotsson, the petty king of the Hebrides. Hence, on Harold's recovery of his possessions in 1202, he was so exasperated that he took vengeance on the bishop by blinding Elexexihim and cutting out his tongue, and inflicted severe punishments on the people whom he held to have been guilty of rebellion. Bishop John appears to have survived his mutilation till 1213. Adam, third bishop, was consecrated in 1214 by Malvoisin, Bishop of St. Andrews. He was a foundling exposed at a church door, but he had been abbot of Melrose previous to his appointment to the see of Caithness in 1218. He went with the bishops of Glasgow and Moray on a pilgrimage to Rome. He seems to have been of an opposite disposition to that of his predecessor, who suffered martyrdom in the cause of his people. It was an old custom in Caithness that the husbandmen paid the bishop a span of butter for every 20 cows. Bishop Adam exacted the contribution first for every 15, and at length for every 10 cows. Exasperated by these exactions, the people rose in a body and came to him at Halkirk, where in the tumult a monk of Newbottle named Serlo was killed, and the bishop himself burned in his own kitchen. A letter of Pope Honorius Roman III, dated in January 1222, and addressed to the Scottish bishops of the time, is extant in the archives of the Vatican, in which, after commending King Alexander for his promptitude and zeal in avenging Bishop Adam's murder, he goes on to tell that, having learned from their letters what a horrible crime, what a detestable deed had been committed, his spirit quailed, and his heart trembled, and his ears tingled, as he realized the daring atrocity of the deed. Your letters, he says, have informed us that a dispute having arisen between Adam, Bishop of Caithness of adorable memory on the one part, and his parishioners on the other, concerning the tithes and other rights of the church, and these matters having been submitted to the king himself, by the mediation of certain ecclesiastics with consent of the bishop, and the king being absent in England, his parishioners, moved with anger against him, because he upheld the cause of his church against them, fell on their pious pastor, like ravening wolves on their father, like degenerate sons, and on their Lord Christ like emissaries of the devil, stripped him of his clothing, stoned him, mortally wounded him with an axe, and finally killed, and burned him in his own kitchen. The letter concludes with an injunction to excommunicate all concerned in the murder. The bishop's body was interred in the church at Skinnet, and is said to have been subsequently removed to Dornoch. In 1,239,149, the Saga states that the fearful vengeance taken by King Alexander Roman II for the murder of the bishop was still fresh in memory in the writer's time, and we learn from the annals that the Scottish king caused the hands and feet to be hewn from 80 men who had been present at the burning, so that many of them died. Gilbert de Moravia, 4th bishop, had been Archdeacon of Moray previous to his elevation to the See of Caithness. In 1223, he built the cathedral at Dornoch, and his charter of constitution is still extant in the record room at Dunrabin Castle. For many years, there had been an intimate connection between the Diocese of Caithness and the Abbey of Scone, and in the constitution of his cathedral bishop, Gilbert named the Abbot of Scone one of the canons. The 14 churches assigned to the prebends were those of Klein Dornoch, Crike Rogart, Lairg Far Kildonan, and Durness in Sutherland, and Bower Wat and Skinnet Arig Dunnet, and Canisbay in Caithness, Galspy, and Lath Ree Thurso Wick and Latheran were reserved to the bishop. Lxxi, he seems to have been a man of mark in his time. He built the bishop's castle at Scrabster, and was made keeper of the king's castles in the north. He seems also to have been the first discoverer of gold in Sutherlandshire, for Sir Robert Gordon states that he found a mine of gold in Durriness in the lands belonging to his bishopric. He died at Scrabster in 1245, and was afterwards canonized. His relics were preserved in the cathedral church at Dornoch, and continued to be held in reverence down to the middle of the 16th century. In a record of the year 1545, it is stated that the parties comparing before Earl John of Sutherland in the chapter house of the cathedral at Dornoch made oath, by touching the relics of the blessed Saint Gilbert, he is the only bishop of Caithness, except Bishop Adam, whose death is recorded in the Icelandic annals. The entry is under the year 1244, death of Gilibert Bishop in Scotland. William, 5th bishop, was his successor in 1250. He appears among the other Scottish bishops in a document addressed to Alexander Roman III, concerning the liberties of the church. He died in 1261, or 1262. Walter de Baltradin, a canon of Caithness, was chosen as his successor. Pope Urban Roman IV in 1263 addressed a letter to the bishops of Dunkeld Brechin and Ross, setting forth that his election had not been proceeded with according to canonical form, but as it had been unanimous, and in consideration of the poverty of the church and the expense of making such long journeys to distant places, he enjoins them to prefer the said Walter to the bishopric, if they find that he is not disqualified by defect of birth or otherwise. He died before 1274. On his death, Nicholas, Abbot of Scone, was chosen as his successor, but rejected by the Pope. Archibald, Archdeacon of Moray, was chosen on the rejection by the Pope of Nicholas, Abbot of Scone. The Pope's LXX confirming his election, mentions the Dean Patrick, the treasurer, and Roger de Castello, canon of Caithness, as the parties by whom he was nominated in his time. Bohemund de Vischer was commissioned by Pope Gregory Roman X to collect a special subsidy in aid of the crusade, and his accounts furnish us with the names of a number of the churches in the Diocese of Caithness and the amounts contributed. Bishop Archibald must have been dead before 1279, for in that year the Pope addressed a letter to the bishops of St Andrews and Aberdeen, setting forth that the See of Caithness being vacant, the chapter had proceeded to the election of the Dean of Caithness, and had constituted Henry of Nottingham in Caithness their procurator to obtain confirmation of the said election, and that the said Henry, in the Pope's presence, had confessed that the said Dean had a son 30 years old or more, and that he was said to have another, although he, Henry of Nottingham, did not believe it, and moreover that he had been stricken with paralysis, and was old and debilitated, the bishops are enjoined to use their influence to oblige him to resign. Alan de St. Edmund, 8th Bishop, was an Englishman elected by the influence of Edward Roman I of England in 1290 LXXXVHE, signs the letter addressed to that king proposing a marriage between the Maid of Norway and the young Prince Edward. Alan was a favourite with King Edward, and was made Chancellor of Scotland in 1291. In that year a writ was addressed by the king to Alexander Comyn, keeper of the royal forest of Turnway in Moray, ordering him to give Bishop Alan 40 oaks suitable for material for the fabric of the Cathedral Church of Caithness, which the king had granted for the souls of Alexander, King of Scotland, and Margaret his queen. The sister of King Edward. Bishop Alan died in 1291, and on his death King Edward ordered the bishops of St Andrews and Glasgow to commit the vacant cure to some cleric in the king's allegiance. The fulfilment of this mandate is not on record, but we learn from the letter of Pope Boniface Roman AD 160, addressed to Bishop Adam in 1296, that on the death of Alan, the chapter of Caithness had chosen the Archdeacon of Caithness, whose name is given as Iones, to be his successor. But because the election had not been in canonical form, it was not confirmed by the Pope, who preferred to the vacant diocese Adam, then precentor of the Church of Ross. Adam, 9th Bishop, as we learn from the Pope's letter above mentioned, was not elected in the usual way, but preferred by the Pope, and consecrated by the Bishop of Austere. The letter addressed by the Pope to the chapter of Caithness, to the people of the district and diocese of Caithness, and to our dearest son in Christ the King of Scots in 1296, announces his preferment, and the reasons that led to it. He died at Siena very shortly after the date of this letter. Andrew, abbot of the Cistercian monastery of Cupar, was now preferred to the See of Caithness, and because on account of the wars that are imminent in those parts, and the dangers of the way which is long and perilous, it is impossible for LXXX for him to approach the apostolic seat for consecration. A mandate was addressed to the bishops of Aberdeen, Glasgow, and Ross to give him consecration. Ferquhard, Bishop of Caithness, appears in 1310 among the other bishops of Scotland, acknowledging Robert Bruce as King of Scotland in 1312, along with Magnus, Earl of Caithness and Orkney. He attests the payment of 100 marks sterling, the annual tribute payable for the Hebrides, by King Robert Bruce, to the King of Norway, in St Magnus Cathedral, Kirkwall. He was dead, and the see vacant in 1,328,164. Nicholas, a deacon, was bishop-elect in 1,332,165. David was the next bishop, but of him we have no record, except that he was dead before 1,340,166. Alan, Archdeacon of Aberdeen, was confirmed as Bishop of Caithness in 1341 by Pope Benedict Roman 12,167. He died in 1342. Thomas de Fingask was elected on the death of Alan, and his confirmation by Pope Clement Roman VI is dated in November 1,342,168. He is witness to a writ by William Earl of Ross in 1355, declaring the Abbey of Fern exempt from all the king's taxes. He appears as witness to a deed within Gelram of Caithness, Archdeacon of Dunkeld, in 1,359,170. He died at Elgin in 1360, and was buried in Our Lady's Aisle of the Chanonry Church of Elgin under the bishop's seat. Malcolm is the next bishop of whom we have any authentic account. His confirmation by Pope Urban Roman V is dated LXXXV, Feb 21, 1,369,172. A bull of Pope Gregory Roman XI, dated at Avignon in March 1376, confirms to Dr. William of Spiney the chanonry and prebendary of the Church of Orkney, which had become vacant by the preferment of Malcolm to be Bishop of Caithness. Alexander appears as Bishop of Caithness in 1389, when along with Alexander, Bishop of Ross, and Adam, Abbot of Kinloss, he takes part in the settlement of a dispute between the Earl and Bishop of Moray. He appears by proxy at the Provincial Synod, held at Perth, in 1,420,175. Robert was bishop in 1434, and his successor William, who appears as bishop in 1449, was still in office at the period of the transference of the Orkneys from the Norwegian to Scottish rule in 1469. Roman 10 Ancient Churches of Orkney. The Cathedral of St Magnus, says Wersa, is incontestably the most glorious monument of the time of the Norwegian dominion to be found in Scotland. It is, says Peterkin, one of the 2 cathedral churches in Scotland remaining entire, and is therefore a national monument, interesting from its antiquity, its beauty, and the rarity of such relics in this part of the empire. Nothing conveys to the mind of the stranger visiting Kirkwall a more vivid impression of the ancient importance of this quaint little town, which has been the capital of the Orkneys for at least 800 LXXXV years, than the grandeur of its cathedral, and the imposing aspect of the ruins of the palaces of the bishops and earls of Orkney. The saga tells how the erection of the cathedral was undertaken by Earl Ragnvald Roman II Kali Karlsson in fulfillment of a vow which he had made to build and endow a splendid stone minster in Kirkwall in honour of St Magnus, his mother's brother, from whom he derived his right to a share of the earldom of the Orkneys. He won the earldom in the year 1136, and the erection of the cathedral was commenced under the superintendence of his father Karl in 1137, and carried on until the earl's means failed. By agreement with the odolers, a mark for each ploughland in the islands was contributed for the purpose of carrying on the work, and this brought in money enough to enable the erection of the church to be proceeded with. The cathedral as it now stands, however, is by no means the work of Earl Ragnvald's time, although the portion built by him is still clearly distinguishable. The church, says Sir Henry Dryden, as designed, and partly built in the time of Karl, father of Earl Ragnvald, was of the same width as at present, but possibly one bay shorter at the west end. There can be little doubt that the choir terminated in an apse, which began about halfway along the great piers in front of the subsequent altar steps, and extended as far as the line of those steps. The builders, having laid out the whole church, carried up the choir and its two aisles and the transepts to the eaves, and built the piers of the central tower. The architectural history of the structure, however, is puzzling. Though I spent 18 weeks at the cathedral, says Sir Henry in a letter to Mr. Worsa, and have thought over the thing many times, I cannot make out the history of the building to my own satisfaction. There is no doubt that there is a great LXX6 deal of copying in it, Roman 1e of building at one time in the style of another. The chief interest of the structure lies in the fact that it was built by a Norwegian earl, and designed and superintended by the Norwegian Karl, who had the principal oversight of the whole work. It is significant of their community of origin that the oldest portions of St Magnus show traces of the same peculiarities of style, which are found in the nearly contemporary but somewhat older Norman churches in Normandy, the home of the Christian descendants of the Vikings who followed Eyjolf, the conqueror, son of Ragnvald Earl of Moeri. St Magnus Cathedral, Kirkwall, from the southeast. The cathedral was erected for the express purpose of receiving the relics of St Magnus, but we have no record of their transference to the new church. There is reason to believe that they had been brought to Kirkwall before the erection of the cathedral was begun, and though it is not so stated, it may be inferred that on their removal from Christ's Church in Bursay, they were deposited in the church of St Olaf at Kirkwall, and remained there for some years, until the cathedral was ready to receive them. It seems probable that it is to the church of St Olaf that Kirkwall owes its name of Kirkjuvager, the creek of the kirk. This name does not occur in the saga before the time of Earl Ragnvald Bruseson, who is said to have resided there, and it is most likely that the church of St Olaf was built by him, in memory of his foster-father King Olaf. The holy Earl Ragnvald was in the Battle of Stiklestad 1030, in which the warrior saint of Norway fell, and, being his foster son, he was more likely than any of the subsequent earls to dedicate a church to his memory. We are told in the saga that the relics of St Magnus were exhumed by Bishop William 20 years after his death, and placed in a shrine at Christ's Kirk. Shortly thereafter, XC says, the saga, St Magnus appeared in a dream to a man who lived in Westray by name Gunny, and ordered him to tell Bishop William that he, St Magnus, wished to go out of Burgisherad and east to Kirkwall. Gunny was afraid to do so lest he should excite the wrath of Earl Paul, whose father had been the murderer of St Magnus. The following night St Magnus again appeared to him, ordering him to disclose his dream, whatever the consequences might be, and threatening him with punishment in the life hereafter if he disobeyed. Struck with terror, Gunny went to the bishop and told him in the presence of Earl Paul, and all the congregation. Earl Paul, it is said, turned red with anger, but all the men there united in requesting the bishop to proceed at once to carry the wishes of St Magnus into execution. So the bishop went east to Kirkwall with the relics, accompanied by a great concourse of people, and placed them in a shrine upon the altar of the church, which then was there, and which could have been no other than St Olaf's, seeing that the building of the cathedral was not commenced until after Earl Paul had been carried off to Athol by Sweyn Aslafson. The saga of St Magnus adds that there were then few houses in the town, but that after the relics of St Magnus had been transferred thither the town rapidly increased. Egilshire S. Magnus. Earl Ragnvald Roman II himself was buried in the cathedral in 1158. In the winter of 1263, the remains of King Haakon XCI Håkonsson were deposited in the cathedral, previous to their removal to Bergen-Würsa, states that the remains of the Princess Margaret the Maid of Norway were interred in the cathedral in 1290, and the local tradition is to the same effect, but there is no authority for the statement the princess remains were taken back to Norway and buried in the High Church of Bergen by King Eirik, beside the remains of her mother. Egilsey Church on the little Isle of Egilsey is interesting from the suggestions of its connection with the earlier Christianity of the islands previous to the Norse invasion. The church stands on the highest ground of the island on the west side, and is a conspicuous object in the landscape from all sides. It consists of chancel and nave, but differs from all the existing churches in the islands in having a round tower rising at the west end of the nave. It is of small size, the nave being 30 feet long by 1512 feet in breadth inside, and the chancel 15 feet long by 912 feet in breadth. The chancel is vaulted, and the walls are about 3 feet thick. The tower, which seems to have been built with the nave, is 7 feet diameter inside, and is now 48 feet high, the walls being about 312 feet thick. It is stated that about 15 feet were taken off the height, to prevent its falling. The only 2 windows in X-side nave that are original are round-headed and 3 feet high, with jambs splaying inwards from 812 to 33 inches wide, and having no external chamfer. 2 windows in the chancel are exactly similar but smaller over the chancel vault. There is a small chamber lighted by a flat-headed window 18 inches high. Its original dedication is unknown, and there is nothing to fix the date of its erection with absolute certainty. Egilsey Church from the southeast. From a photograph, the Church of Egilsey, says Munch, is shown by its construction to have been built before the Northmen arrived in Orkney, or at all events, to belong to the more ancient Christian Celtic population. Both its exterior and its interior show so many resemblances to the old churches in Ireland of the 7th and 8th centuries that we are compelled to suppose it to have been erected at that time by Irish priests or paupers. As we find no remains of any similar churches on the islands, we must suppose it to have been the first of the few on the thinly inhabited isle group. The island on which it stood might therefore very justly be called Church Isle, but the Irish word ecclea, church, derived from the Latin ecclesia, might easily be mistaken by our forefathers for Egils, the genitive of the man's name Eg. If we could unhesitatingly adopt Munch's view of the origin of the name Egilsey, it might be safely assumed that this was the church which gave its name to the island, as no other ecclesiastical site is known within its bounds. The Norsemen were heathens down to the time of the Christianizing cruise of King Olaf Tryggvason in A. Roman 500, and not very hearty in their Christianity for a long time after that. The church could not have been built, therefore, between 872 XC and the accession of Earl Thorfinn in 1014, nor is it likely to have been erected during Thorfinn's minority, for he was only 5 years old when his father fell fighting under a heathen banner at Clontarf. The Saga tells that Thorfinn built Christ's church in Bursay, and made it the first bishop's see in the Orkneys. If he or any of his successors previous to the death of St. Magnus had erected such a notable structure as that of Egilsey, it would probably have been recorded. There was a church in Egilsey in 1115, when St. Magnus was murdered, and the only question is whether it was the present church. Its resemblances to the Irish churches of the 7th and 8th centuries are not sufficiently definite and determinative to enable us to assign to it unhesitatingly an Irish origin, while on the other hand the resemblance to the round-towered churches of Norfolk suggests that it may have been of Scandinavian origin, but there is nothing in the architecture of the building either to fix the date of its erection or to determine the questions of Celtic or Scandinavian origin with any degree of certainty. Orfeer. The Church of Orfeer is one of the few circular churches in Britain, built in imitation of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem. The Crusades were the means of importing this form into the ecclesiastical architecture of the West. A few of these round churches remain in Denmark, and like those of England, they are mostly of the 12th century. Exiv, all that remains of this interesting structure is merely the semicircular chancel, and about 9 feet of the walls of the circular nave on either side as shown in the annexed ground plan. It is described in the old statistical account as having been a rotundo 18 feet in diameter and 20 feet high, 2/3 of which were taken down to build the present parish church. The curvature of the part of the walls still remaining would give a diameter of 18 to 19 feet. the semicircular chancel is 7 feet wide, and a little more than 7 feet deep. The walls are well built of yellow Orkney freestone. The only remaining window is a small one in the east end of the chancel, 30 inches high, having a semicircular head, and the jambs splaying inwards from 10-12 inches to 20 inches wide. It has a groove for glass. The Rev. Alex Pope of Ree, who visited Orkney in 1758, has given a description of the Temple of Orkney or Girth House, but there is little to be gathered from it, and the measurements as given are evidently wrong. He states XCV, however, that extensive remains supposed to be those of the Earls' Palace at Orkney had been discovered in excavating the foundations of the neighbouring farm buildings. Indications of these, and of an extensive refuse heap, are still to be seen. The church of Orkney is first mentioned in the Saga, in connection with Earl Paul Hakonsson's residence at Orkney. The church is there referred to as a splendid structure, and it is not spoken of as recently erected or as having been built by Earl Paul, but Earl Hakon, his father, who had made a pilgrimage to Rome, and the Holy Land is said in the Saga to have brought back relics which he would doubtless deposit in the church at Orkney, where he seems to have resided. The probability is that the church was built by him after his return from his pilgrimage, perhaps as an expiatory offering for the murder of his cousin St. Magnus. Earl Hakon died in 1122, and 3 out of the 6 round churches in Britain had been built before that time. Christ's Church in Bursay is the first church of which we have any record in the Saga, and so far as we know the first church erected in the Orkneys, after the conversion of the Norwegian inhabitants to Christianity. It was built by Earl Thorfinn some time about the middle of the 11th century. Earl Thorfinn made a pilgrimage to Rome about the year 1050, and it is likely that Christ's Church would be built after his return to Orkney, or between 1050 and 1064. The date of his death, it was the seat of the bishopric previous to the erection of the Cathedral of St. Magnus, and William the Old, who was the first actual bishop, lived to see the bishopric transferred to Kirkwall some time after 1137. It is doubtful whether any recognizable traces of the original Christ's Church now remain. Neil says the parish church, which contains some fragments of old work, seems to have been the famous Christ's Church built by Earl Thorfinn, but it does not seem at all likely that any portion of the existing parish church can be as old as the middle of the 11th century. There are remains of an older church, however, beside it, which are still known as the Christ's Kirk, and Mr. George Petrie, who has made a ground plan of the structure, of which only part of the foundation remains, has ascertained that it had an apse at the east end. Weir. The church of Weir on the island of the same name consists of chancel and nave, the extreme length exteriorly being 36 feet, and the width 18-12 feet. The nave is 19 feet by 13 feet inside, and the chancel little more than 7 feet square. The door is in the west end, having parallel jambs, with no rebate. The doorway has a semicircular head, roughly arched with thin slaty stones, set on edge, the arch being set a little back on the imposts. There are 2 windows on the south side of the nave, only one of which appears to be original. It is flat-headed, 22 inches high and 8 inches wide, the jambs splaying inwards to a width of 27 inches. The chancel arch, of which a representation is given in the accompanying plate, is exactly like the doorway. There is 1 window in the south side, which seems to have been round-headed, 27 inches high by 11 inches wide. Of this chapel Mr. Muir says, excepting that at Libster in Caithness, the entrance to the chancel is the most diminutive, not of primitive date, I have ever seen, the total height being XCV 4 feet in plan size, and general expression. Weir and Libster are remarkably alike, and in all probability both buildings are the work of the same period, though Libster is perhaps fully the older of the 2. Sir Henry Dryden also remarks the similarity of the chapels of Weir and Libster, and adds probably Weir is of the 12th or 13th century, but the characteristics are not decisive enough to approximate more closely to its date. It is most probable that this chapel was built by Bishop Bjarni, the son of Kolbein Hruga, who built the castle on the island of Weir, as recorded in the Saga. Bjarni was bishop from 1188 to 1223, and would probably reside on his paternal estate in Weir, when not required by the duties of the episcopate to be Kirkwall. This period answers to the indications afforded by the architectural characteristics of the building, and we have no record of any other person who was likely to have erected a chapel on this little island. The fact that it is still called Carby Rose Chapel points to its connection with Kolbein Hruga's family. Libster S. Mary. The church at Libster Ree in Caithness corresponds in style and plan so closely to the church of Weir that it may be described here briefly. There is no other church in Caithness of any antiquity which demands special notice. Ecclesiastical sites of early date are thickly scattered over the county, but the ruins of the buildings themselves have suffered so much that there is scarcely an architectural feature left to guide us to conclusions as to their date. The church at Libster is fortunately an exception. It consists of chancel, a nave slightly larger than Weir and very rudely constructed. There is a doorway with inclined jambs in the west end of which a representation is given in the accompanying plate, but Mr. Muir notices as a singular feature of the building that there are nowhere traces of windows, although all the elevations, except the east one, which is broken down to a little below the gable line, remain nearly entire. The entrance to the chancel is of the same form as the doorway, having inclined jambs. With regard to even the probable age of this building, says Mr. Muir, I would not like to venture an opinion. The diversified shapes and sizes of the stones, and the primitive form and smallness of the entrances to the nave and chancel, would suggest extreme earliness of date, whilst on the other hand, the refined character of the ground plan would indicate a period of time not more remote than the 12th century. Chancel arch of church at Weir. Doorway in west end of church at Libster Ree. St. Peter's Church on the Burgh of Bursay, a home of about 40 acres separated from the mainland by a channel about 150 yards wide and dry at low water, consists of nave, chancel and apse, all well defined and apparently built at the same time, the material being a grey whinstone. The total length of the building is 57 feet, the nave is 28 feet by 15-12 inside, and the chancel about 10 feet square. There is but one doorway in the west end of the church. It has parallel jambs without any rebate for a door. There are x6 remains of a window in the north wall 3 feet high by 10-12 inches wide, square-headed, and splaying both internally and externally to a width of 22-12 inches. Only the foundations of the apse remain. The floor was originally level to the end of the apse, but subsequently there had been a reredos which blocked off the apse, and then there were steps to the altar, some portion of which still remains a stone projection, or seat 14 inches high, and the same in width runs all round the nave. In the northeast and southeast corners are two circular spaces 512 feet in diameter, in one of which are the remains of a spiral stone staircase. In all probability, the church was twin-towered, like many of the Scandinavian churches dating from the 13th century. Bari states that this church was dedicated to St. Peter, but the dedication seems to have been unknown in the locality. In 1627, there are the remains of a chapel, similarly situated on the Burgh of Dearness at the east end of the mainland. The Burgh of Dearness is an outlying rock nearly 100 feet high, and covered with green sward on the top. The chapel stands near the centre of the area and is surrounded by a stone wall enclosing an area of about 60 feet by 45. The chapel, which is a smaller and ruder building than that on the Burgh of Bursay, is a simple parallelogram of not more than 17 feet by 10, inside the walls being from 3 to 4 feet thick. The doorway is in the west end, and there are the remains of a window in the east end, but the heads of both are gone around the chapel. There are the foundations of about a score of stone-built huts, scattered irregularly over the area of the burgh. They are irregularly built with a tendency towards the rectangular form, the walls being from 212 to 3 feet thick. Several of them are nearly as long as the church, but not so wide. The internal carrier, measuring about 18 feet by 6, Low states that in his time, notwithstanding the difficulty and danger of the access to the burgh, even old age scrambled its way through a road in many places not 6 inches broad, where certain death attended a slip. Joe Ben, in 1529, mentions that people of all classes and conditions were in the habit of climbing up to the top of the burgh on their hands and knees to visit the chapel called the Bairns of Brugh, and when they had reached the top on their bended knees, and with hands joined, they offered their supplications with many incantations to the Bairns of Brugh, throwing stones and water behind their backs, and making the circuit of the chapel twice or thrice. There is still a fine spring on the burgh which doubtless had the reputation of a holy well. In connection with these superstitious practices, the burgh was fenced with a strong stone wall toward the land side in Low's time, and from this and the remains of the huts he concludes that it had been a rock fort, subsequently converted into a sanctuary by the ecclesiastics. The old parish church of Dearness, of which Low has preserved 3 sketches, one of which is engraved in Hibbert's Shetland, had the peculiarity of being twin-towered as the church on the Burgh of Bursay seems also to have been, and as many of the Scandinavian churches dating from the 13th century, where Low describes it as having a vaulted chancel at the east end of which the twin towers rose from each corner. The tower on the southeast corner of the chancel was entered by a doorway opening from the chancel in the same manner, as the one at Bruvberse, and a spiral staircase led to a small apartment or vestry between the towers on the second story. From this apartment was the entrance to the other tower. CI there were 3 towered churches in Shetland: St. Lawrence in Westborough, St. Magnus at Tingwall and Ireland Head, but like the old Church of Dearness, they have long disappeared, and there is no description of them more precise than the casual notices of Low and Brand. It is not even quite clear whether they were single-towered or twin-towered. If single-towered, they may have been examples of the rare form of which Egglesey is now the only remaining instance. Roman 11 Misho and the Stones of Stennes. Misho, the Orkneyinga of the Saga, is connected in such an interesting way with the Norse history of the Isles that it is necessary to notice briefly its most peculiar features. It stands about a mile to the northeast of the great stone ring of Stennes. Its external appearance is that of a truncated conical mound of earth about 300 feet in circumference at the base, and 36 feet high, surrounded by a trench 40 feet wide. Nothing was known of its internal structure till the year 1861, when it was opened by Mr. Farrer Roman 1000 p., but the common tradition of the country represented it as the abode of a goblin who was named the Hogb, though no one knew why. When excavated, the mound was found to cover a great cairn of stones, in the centre of which was a chamber about 15 feet square, the walls of which still remained entire to a height of 13 feet. A long low passage led from the west side of the chamber to the exterior of the mound, a distance c off about 54 feet, and on the other 3 sides of the chamber there were small cells or loculi entered by openings in the walls about 212 feet square, at a height of about 3 feet above the floor. Plan and section of Misho. Structurally, Misho belongs to a class of chambered sepulchral cairns of common occurrence in the north of Scotland, but to a special variety of that class which is peculiar to the Orkneys. These chambered tombs occur in groups in certain places, thus suggesting the probability that, as in the great royal cemeteries of early times in Ireland, they may have been for centuries the gathering places of the tribes and the burying places of their kings. View of chamber in Misho. But the most interesting fact connected with Misho was the discovery that a large number of runic inscriptions had been scratched on the stones of the interior walls of the chamber. It was evident from the height at which the inscriptions occurred, as well as from indications of the weathering of the stones previous to their being inscribed, that when the runes were cut the chamber was roofless and partially filled up with rubbish. The form of the letters of which the inscriptions are composed is that of the later class of Norse runes, which, says Professor Munch, are never older than A Roman 500. At least the majority of the inscriptions are such as men seeking the shelter or concealment of the broken how might scribble from mere idleness. One gives the runic alphabet, a number of others are simple memoranda consisting of the name of a man and the statement that he hewed this or carved these runes, but one of the longer inscriptions supplies the important information that the Jorsalafarers broke open the Orkneyinga in the lifetime Sivoth, the blessed Earl. This seems to imply that the inscription was carved after the death of the blessed Earl Ragnvald, or subsequent to 1158. The Jorsalafarers, who accompanied him from Norway in 1152, remained a considerable time in Orkney before the expedition was ready, and as we learn from the Saga, their conduct during that time was such as would naturally result from the enforced idleness of a numerous body of rough and uncontrolled adventurers. The breaking of a howe in the hope of finding treasure was a common exploit among the Northmen. It seems to have been done sometimes also as a proof of courage, for the bravest were not altogether void of superstitious fears. From another part of the inscription, we gather that the Jorsalafarers who broke the Orkneyinga were disappointed in the hope of finding treasure, as it had been previously carried away. In all probability, they were not the first who had been tempted. CVBY the magnitude of the monument to try the venture on one of the buttresses. Long slabs inserted in the corners of the chamber is carved across, and on another a dragon similar in style to that in the tomb of King Gorm, the old at Jellinge in Denmark, and bearing also some resemblance to one sculptured on the runic stone dug up in St. Paul's Churchyard, London, and to another at Hunnestad in Scania. The tomb of King Gorm is dated about the middle of the 10th century. Raffan assigns the stone dug up in London to about the middle of the 11th century, while the Hunnestad example is assigned to about 1150, which is close on the date of Earl Ragnvald's expedition to the Holy Land, which brought the Jorsalafarers to Orkney. Rubbing from Misho tumulus. Among the names thus carved on the stones of Misho are those of Ingibjorg, Ingigerd, Thora, Helgi, Ingi, and Arnfinn. All these are names of persons who are mentioned in the saga as living in Earl Ragnvald's time, and several of whom were closely connected with him. Ingigerd, his daughter, was married to Eric Slagbrillier, and they had a daughter named Ingibjorg. Helgi was a particular friend of Earl Ragnvald's Arnfinn, was taken prisoner by Earl Harold the morning after he and his men had spent the Yule feast day at Orkneyinga on his way to surprise Earl Erlend. There is nothing, however, to identify any of these names with certainty as the names of the persons mentioned in the saga, but the fact that the name Orkneyinga, which only occurs once in the saga, is not known to occur anywhere else, except in the inscription carved on the walls of Misho, referring to the breaking open of the tumulus, is interesting. In more ways than one, it shows that the Norsemen were ignorant of the origin of the tumulus, which they knew only as the Orkneyinga, or mighty how in one of the inscriptions, Sivaith writer, assigns its construction to the sons of Ladbrok, which is equivalent to saying that its origin was quite unknown to them. Ring of Braga from the southwest, about a mile to the southwest of Misho, and scattered over the Ness or tongue of land, separating the Loch of Stennis from the sea, is a remarkable group of stone circles, and tumuli the largest of the circles, the Ring of Braga having a diameter of 366 feet, encloses an area of 212 acres. It is surrounded by a trench 29 feet broad and 6 feet deep within the enclosure. 13 stones of the great circle still remain standing. The stumps of 13 more are visible, and 10 are lying prostrate. The original number of the stones, says Captain Thomas, on the presumption that they were placed at nearly equal distances apart, would have been 60, so that 24 have been entirely obliterated. The highest stone stands almost 14 feet above the surface of the ground, and the lowest is about 6 feet, the average being from 8 to 10 feet. It is difficult to realize the amount of laborious effort expended in the construction of a work like this, which does not appeal to the eye like the magnitude of the great mounds seething around it. But when one reflects on what is implied in the transportation and erection of these great stones, and the excavation of a ditch round them of 10 yards wide, 2 yards deep, and 366 yards long, it loses none of its magnificence in comparison with the more imposing monuments. Ring of Stennis and Cromlech from the northward. The smaller circle called the Ring of Stennis is more clearly monumental than the Ring of Braga, as it contains the remains of a cromlech within it. It seems to have consisted originally of 12 stones placed round the circumference of a circle of about 100 feet in diameter, and surrounded by a deep and broad trench with a circumscribing mound. Now nearly obliterated, only 2 stones of the circle remain standing, and a third lies prostrate. Peterkin states that some were thrown down and removed by the tenant of the adjoining lands in 1814. The cromlech is also thrown down, but one of the supports of the massive capstone is still standing, and the capstone which lies beside it is 9 feet long by 6 feet broad. Ring of Stennis from the westward. The Ring of Buchan is a circular space 136 feet in severe diameter, surrounded by a trench 44 feet broad and 6 feet deep. There are upwards of 20 tumuli, some of them very large, in the immediate vicinity. In the saga of Olaf Tryggvist's son, Stennis is mentioned as the place where Havard, eldest of the 5 sons of Earl Thorfinn Horsecliff, was slain in battle with his sister's son. Einar the saga says 203 Havard was then at Stinsnes in Hrossey. There it was they met, and there was a hard battle, and it was not long till the Earl fell. The place is now called Havard's Tager. Tager is an individual's share, or allotment of the ton or townland, and the expression might be taken to mean rather that Havard was buried by simple inhumation than that there was a cairn or tumulus raised over him, in which case it would have been known as Havard's How. But the name of Havard was never connected with the great tumulus known as Misho, and if he was buried in a tumulus at all, it is more likely that his corpse was burnt with the customary ceremonies of that heathen time, and his ashes placed in a great stone urn. The grave mounds of the Viking period in Norway prove this to have been then the common practice. Such a mound, enclosing such an urn, was opened at Stennis by Mr. Farrar Roman 1000 p. in 1853. This tumulus, if not Havard's, was apparently Norse, and being the largest in the neighbourhood of Stennis, must have been that of a person of great distinction. The fact that the Norsemen at this early period, about A. Roman 500, called this place Steinsness, shows that it was known to them only as it is to us as the Ness of the monumental stones. If they had had anything to do with the erection of any of these monuments, in all probability, we should have had some incidental record of the fact in one or other of the sagas. Zigzag. Roman 12 Mousa and the Pictish Towers. The little island of Mousa, the Mosey of the saga lying off the mainland of Shetland, is interesting as containing the best preserved specimen of the towers of defense, which were the strongholds of the native inhabitants previous to the Norse invasion. The Tower of Mouser, of which a view is here given, consists of a circular dry-built wall 15 feet thick at the base, enclosing an area or circular court 30 feet in diameter and open to the sky, so as to admit light to the ranges of windows, which open from the galleries towards the interior. The doorway leading through the wall into this interior court is the only opening to the outside of the tower from the court. Other openings in the wall give access to small ovoid chambers in the thickness of the wall on the ground floor, and to a stair which ascends to the upper galleries above the chambers on the ground floor. The wall is carried up hollow, or rather, there are two concentric walls, with a space of about 312 feet between them, which is divided into stories or galleries by horizontal courses of transverse slabs, which bind the two walls together. Thus each of these courses of horizontal slabs CX forms the roof of the gallery beneath it, and serves as a floor to the one above it. These singularly constructed towers were once thickly planted over the whole of the northern mainland of Scotland, as well as over the most of the northern and western isles. A number of them have been excavated of late years, and the results of these excavations furnish us with interesting evidences of the conditions of life among the people who lived in them. The relics that have been obtained from them have no connection as a class with those that are usually found in the sisted graves and chambered tombs of earlier times, but judging from the general character of their included remains, the people who lived in these towers were possessed of a considerable degree of civilization. There is abundant evidence that they were not only expert hunters and fishers, but that they kept flocks and herds, grain and ground it by handmills, practiced the arts of spinning and weaving, had ornaments of gold of curious workmanship, and were not unskilled workers in bronze and iron. Their pottery was rude, but not ruder than the pottery manufactured and used for common or domestic purposes in some of the islands of Scotland. Caesar within the present century. It is true that silver denarii of the Roman emperors Antoninus, Trajan and Vespasian have been found in the outbuildings connected with the Brock or Pictish Tower of Lingro at Scapa in Orkney, but it is to be noticed that upwards of 4,000 of these Roman denarii have been found in Scandinavia, where the Romans never were, and found so often associated with relics of the Viking period as to suggest that they were carried thither some centuries after their dates. The Tower of Mouser is twice mentioned by the Saga writers. The earliest notice occurs in the Saga of Egil Skallagrimsson, the warrior poet, and refers to a period about a Roman 500. It is there stated that Bjorn Brynolfsson, fleeing from Norway with Thora Rold's daughter, because his father would not allow him to celebrate his marriage with her, was shipwrecked on the island of Mouser, landed his cargo, and lived in the Borg through the winter, celebrating his marriage in it, and afterwards sailed for Iceland. The second notice of Mouser, singularly enough, occurs on an occasion somewhat similar to this, when Earl Erland Ungi fled from Orkney with Margaret, the widow of Madad, Earl of Athole, and was besieged in the Borg by Earl Harold Madadson, who was displeased at the prospect of having Erland for a stepfather. Roman 13 Remains of the Northmen. Turning from the pages of the saga to the scenes of the events, which it records, we find both in the topography and traditions of the localities, and in the customs and characteristics of the people, abundant evidence of the substantial truth of the narrative. The range of territory possessed and occupied by the Norsemen may still be distinguished on the map of Scotland by the prevalence of Norse place names in Shetland and Caesar Orkney. The topography is altogether Norse in Caithness and Sutherland. There is a core of Celtic topography in the central mountain districts, while the Norse names spread out through the valleys, forming a broad fringe along the seaboard, and occupying the whole angle of lowland Caithness, but south of Ekialsbaki, they rapidly thin out and finally disappear, with a few outlying instances in Moray. The permanent dominions of the Northmen in the mainland of Scotland were limited to the earldom proper, the southern boundary of which was the Kyle of Sutherland. The saga says they conquered the country as far south as Ekialsbaki, and though they sometimes extended their power over parts of Ross and Moray, and even made a raid on one occasion as far south as Fife, they made no permanent lodgment south of the Moray Firth, and their presence in Ross has but slightly affected the topography between the Kyle of Sutherland and the Bowley Firth. In the Hebrides, the Norse names, though much disguised by contact with the Celtic, still form a considerable, if not a preponderating element in the topography, and their Old Norse name Sudrayar still survives in the title of the Bishop of Sodor and Man, along the western seaboard of the Scottish mainland, from Cape Wrath to the Mull of Kintyre. The Northmen have left their traces more sparsely, but very distinctly upon the topography in Bute Erin and the Cumbries, and on the shores of the Solway Firth. The topography also shows the influence of the northern element exerted during the existence of the Norse kingdom of Man and the Isles. There are many remnants of the older usages in the peculiar local customs, and in the characteristics of the people of the Northern Isles. There are also of necessity many striking resemblances to those of the Scandinavian race. The elucidation of these, however, would lead into a field far too wide to seize. Entered on here the language of the early colonists, which must have survived as long as the islands were governed according to the Norse lawbook, and the ancient usages seems to have died out rapidly after they were transferred to Scottish rule. Yet Joe Ben found it existing in Rendell in Orkney in 1529, and it is stated that in 1593, a clergyman named Magnus Norsk, who was ordained to a Shetland parish, went to Norway to learn the Norse language in order to qualify himself for his ministry, because the Shetlanders at that time understood no other tongue, even so late as 1774. Lowe found people in Fula who could repeat the Lord's Prayer in Norse, and he gives 35 stanzas of an Old Norse ballad which he took down from oral recitation in the Faroe Isles. A large number of these ballads and metrical tales have been collected. There can be no doubt that they were equally common in the neighbouring island groups, but no literary antiquary possessed of the requisite knowledge seems to have visited Shetland and Orkney in time to rescue them from oblivion. The curious literary fragment taken down phonetically by Lowe, who was completely ignorant of the language, is plainly akin to the old Scandinavian K.M. Peviser. The story is based on the Sorlathatter, one of the scenes of which is laid in the island of Hoy. The main incidents of the older poem sees Iver as follow: Hedin, a prince of Serkland, had sworn mutual brotherhood with Hogni, king of Denmark. Nothing occurred to disturb their friendship until Hogni went on a war expedition. Hedin, wandering in the woods, fell in with a sorceress from whom he received a magic philtre to enable him to win the love of Hilda, Hogni's daughter. The result was that he ran off with her in a splendid ship belonging to Hogni and made for Serkland. When Hogni came home, he set off in pursuit and came up with them at the island of Hoy. There they both landed with their men, and a furious battle commenced. Odin, who enjoyed a good fight, cast a spell upon the combatants, so that they were obliged to fight on without ceasing, until a Christian should come, who should have the hardihood to mingle in the fray, of which Hilda was doomed to be all the time an agonized spectator. At last Olaf, Tryggve's son, came to the Orkneys, and Ivar Leomi, one of his men who landed in Hoy, went into the fight, and broke the spell, killed Hedin and Hogni, and bore off the prize. The story of the Shetland ballad is that Hiluge, a young nobleman at the court of Norway, made love to the king's daughter Hildina, and was rejected by her, though her father supported his pretensions to her hand. When the king and Hiluge were away at the wars, an Earl of Orkney came to Norway, and found such favour with Hildina that she consented to fly with him to the Orkneys. When the king and Hiluge returned, and discovered what had happened in their absence, they set sail with a great host in pursuit of the fugitives. Hildina persuaded the Earl to go unarmed to meet her father, and ask for his pardon and peace. The king was pleased to forgive him, and to grant his consent to their union. Cxv. But now Hiluge, by artfully working on the king's mind, stirs up his latent wrath against the Earl, and induces him to revoke his consent. The result is that he decides that Hiluge and the Earl shall meet in single combat, and fight it out to the death of one or other. Hiluge was victorious, and not content with the death of his enemy, he cut off his head, and cast it into Hildina's lap with taunting words. Hildina answered his taunts boldly, and conceived a bloody revenge, but she must now follow him to Norway, where he renewed his courtship ere long. She seemed to relent, and gave him her promise, but besought her father to grant her this boon, that she herself should fill out the first wine-cup. At the bridal her request was granted. The guests came, the feast was set, and Hildina filled up the wine-cups for them. The wine was drugged, and they were all cast into a deep sleep, from which nothing could awake them. Hildina now caused her father to be carried forth, and set fire to the house. Hiluge, awaking in the midst of the burning, cried out for mercy. Hildina replied that she would give him the same mercy as he had given to her Earl, and left him to perish in the flames. The dialect of the ballad resembles that which prevailed in Norway in the middle of the 15th century, but presents several peculiarities of local origin. The allusions in it to St. Magnus show that it cannot be older than the 12th century in its present form, although the story of Hedin and Hogni, on which it appears to have been founded, belongs to the heathen time. Looking at the number of runic monuments in the island of Man, and the beauty of their workmanship, it certainly seems surprising that none of these characteristic works of northern art should have survived in the Orkneys previous. Cx Vito. The discovery of the inscriptions in Misho, the only rune-inscribed monument known within the bounds of the ancient earldom, was the stone in the churchyard of Crosskirk, Northmavine, Shetland, described by Lowe, which reads according to his imperfect copy bid pray for the soul of, and consequently belongs to the Christian time. That there were similar monuments in other places, however, is shown by the recent discovery of a runic fragment at Aithsvo, Coningsburg, Shetland. It is a mere fragment of the terminal part of a monumental inscription, incised on the edge of the stone, consisting of the letters K Vimic, which Professor Stevens reads as the concluding part of the customary formula, Hewed me Roman 1, E carved this stone. But perhaps the most interesting and suggestive remains of the Northmen are those that have been from time to time recovered from the soil which they made their own relics, which were actually possessed by the men and women of the Saga time, the weapons they used, and the ornaments they wore in the grave mounds of the heathen period. The warrior Viking still lies, as he was laid with his shield at his shoulder, and his sword ready to his hand. The sword here figured, which is of a distinctively Scandinavian type, was dug up in making the railway near Gorton in Morayshire, and is now in the Museum of the Society of Cxver Antiquaries of Scotland. It is 35 inches in length, of excellent workmanship, damascened along the centre of the blade, and the pommel and recurved guard are beautifully inlaid with silver. A number of fragments of shield bosses and broken swords from Orkney graves are also in the museum. The swords are chiefly of the older form, with straight guard and massive square or triangular pommel. In one of the interments at Westray, the scabbard tip here figured was found, and in others the bones of the dog and horse were found along with the human skeleton, indicating the continuance in Orkney of the sepulchral rites, which prevailed in the heathen time in Norway. For at least a century and a half after the establishment of the Norse earldom in Orkney and Shetland, the heathen Norsemen practiced the burial customs, which they had brought with them from Norway. Sigurd Eystein's son, the first Earl of Orkney, was buried in a cairn on Ekialsbaki, and his grave mound was known as Sigurd's House Sigurdhak in the 12th century, and Torf Einar caused his men to rear a cairn over the remains of Halfdan Halig, the son of Harald Harfagri, whom he offered to Odin in Rinency. A vivid picture of the ceremonies attending the burial of a Norse chief of the 10th century is preserved in the narrative of an eyewitness in the work of an Arab geographer and Cxvel. Its details are amply confirmed by the contents of the grave mounds of the period. Ahmed ibn Fazlan, being in the country on the upper part of the Volga, then occupied by the Norsemen as ambassador from the Caliph al-Muqtadir a Roman 500,932, resolved to see for himself whether what he had heard of their burial customs was true. A great chief among the Norsemen had just died, and Ibn Fazlan describes, with curious minuteness of detail, the strange things he witnessed on the occasion. He gives a most characteristic picture of the drinking habits of the Northmen. This nation, he says, is much given to wine and drink by day and night, and it is not uncommon for one or another of them to die with beakers in their hands. When a chieftain dies, his family ask his maids, concubines, and manservants, which of you will die with him? One of them will say, I, and by this promise he is bound, and cannot revoke it. If he should desire to do so, he is not permitted. It is mostly the maids who are willing to be thus sacrificed, says Ibn Fazlan, and on this occasion it was one of them who offered to die with her lord. She was accordingly given in charge to the other servants, who were to indulge her in every wish till the day of her sacrifice, and he adds that every day she drank, sang, was lively, and merry. Meantime the dead man had been laid in a temporary grave, and strong drink fruits and musical instruments placed beside him, as if to relieve the tedium of his confinement, until the completion of the preparations for the funeral rites. A splendid suit of clothing was prepared for him. His ship was hauled up on the strand, and placed on 4 posts erected for the purpose. A bed was prepared in the midst of the deck with a tent-like canopy over it, and covered with gold-embroidered cloth. In the preparation of this bed, there comes on the scene an old hag, whom they called the dead man's angel. It was she who took charge of the making of the dead man's clothing, and all needful arrangements, and she it was also who was to put the girl to Sizik's death. I saw her, says Ibn Fazlan, she was sallow and stern while the dead man's angel was arranging the bed. The multitude were away at the temporary grave. Disinterring the corpse, they clothed him in the rich garments provided for the occasion, and then bore him to the ship, where he was laid in state under the canopy. So they laid him on the mattress and stayed him up with pillows, then brought the strong drink, the fruits and odoriferous herbs, and set them by his side, placing bread, meat, and onions also before him. Then came a man forward with a dog, hewed it into 2 portions, and cast them into the ship. So brought they all the dead man's weapons, and laid them by his side. Then they led forth 2 horses, made them run till they were covered with sweat, then hewed them in pieces with the sword, and cast the flesh into the ship. So also they brought forth 2 oxen, hewed them in pieces, and cast them into the ship. Next they came with a cock, and hens slew them, and cast them also into the ship. In the meantime, the woman who was to die kept going backwards and forwards in and out of the tent. At last, they led her away to an object which they had made in the form of the framework of a dortwo posts with a cross piece on the top, or as is suggested a substitute for a trilithon. She set her feet on the palms of men's hands, stepped up on the frame, and said some words in their tongue, after which they made her stand down. Then they lifted her up a second and third time, and she went through the same ceremony. Now they handed her a hen, the head of which she cut off and cast away, but the body they cast into the ship. I asked my interpreter what it was that the woman had said. He answered, she said the first time, "Lo, I see my father and my mother. The second time, lo, here I see seated all my deceased relations. The third time, lo, here I see my master seated in paradise beautiful and green, my master, surrounded by his men, and his menials he calls for me, bring me to him." Thereupon CXX they conveyed her to the ship. She took the bracelets from her arms, and gave them to the crone whom they called the dead man's angel, and the rings from her ankles, and gave them to the 2 young girls who had attended her, and who were the dead man's angel's daughters. Then came men with shields and staves, and brought her beaker of strong drink. She sang a song and drank it out. Folk said to me that she thereby took leave of her friends. They reached her a second beaker, she took it, and sang a long time. The old hag bade her hasten to empty it, and go into the tent where her dead master was. I watched her. She was out of herself in attempting to go into the tent. She stuck by the head in the space between the tent and the ship. The old hag caught hold of her by the head and dragged her in with her, while the men commenced to beat their shields with the staves that her shrieks might not be heard, and so frighten other girls, and make them unwilling to die with their lords. The sequel is too horrible to be given, as it stands in the old Arab's plain-spoken narrative. A cord was finally wound round her neck, at the ends of which 2 men pulled, while the dead man's angel stabbed her to the heart with a broad-bladed knife. Then the relatives of the dead man set fire to the pile. A storm that was just beginning to rage fanned the flames, and drove them aloft to a great height. A Norseman who was standing by said to Ibn Fazlan, "You Arabs are fools. You take the man whom you most have loved and honored, and put him down into the earth where vermin and worms devour him. We, on the contrary, burn him up in a twinkling, and he goes straight to paradise." After the pile was consumed to ashes, they raised a great mound over the spot, and set up on it a pillar made of a tree trunk, on which they carved the names of the dead man, and of their king. The burial usages, however, were not always the same. Great men were buried with the pomp and ceremony befitting their rank, while meaner men were simply reduced to ashes and inhumed in a clay urn, or in a stone pot, not unfrequently CXZ in the stone cooking kettle, that had served them when in life. This burial in stone urns, or in cooking vessels of steatite, is of common occurrence in the grave mounds of the Viking period in Norway, and is also not unfrequently found in Orkney and Shetland. Associated with such burials in Norway, there are occasionally found the peculiar brooches which are characteristic of the later pagan time. Although they occur perhaps more frequently with unburnt burials, they link on with the custom of cremation. Thus they afford a valuable index to the chronology of these remains in Scotland, because the pagan period of the Scandinavian occupation may be said to be limited to the time between the expedition of Harold Harfagri and the Battle of Clontarf, 8,721,014. These brooches are found in Scandinavian graves of this period, in Scotland, England, Ireland, Normandy, Russia, and Iceland. In short, wherever the heathen Vikings effected a settlement in Scotland, they have been found in various places in Sutherland, in Caithness, in Orkney, in the Hebrides, and even in remote St Kilda. The specimen here figured, which is now CXZ in the Museum of the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland, is one of a pair found in a stone cist on a mound, which covered the remains of a Pictish tower at Castletown in Caithness. They are usually found in pairs, one near each shoulder of the skeleton. This corresponds with the statement of an ancient Arab writer that the Norse women used to wear such brooches in pairs on their breasts. The most remarkable discovery of these characteristic Scandinavian interments that has hitherto occurred in Scotland was made in the island of Westray Orkney in 1849 by Mr. William Rendall. A number of graves were found in the sandy links near Pirrawall, the Hoffen of the Saga Inn, some of which were swords and shield bosses, indicating that the skeletons were those of men, but in one a pair of tortoise or shell-shaped brooches and a trefoil ornament were the only objects found with the skeleton. In another, a pair of these brooches were found on the breast, and a pair of combs of the form here figured lay on either side of the neck, apparently as they had fallen out of the hair. In a third, a pair of brooches, A pair of combs and a bronze pin were found. It appears from these examples that the brooches undoubtedly belonged to women, and that the warriors were usually buried with sword and shield and panoply of war. And as we read in Ibn Fazlan's account, the dog and the horse of the deceased appear also to have been sacrificed at the grave, and cxz interred with him in Orkney, as well as on the banks of the Volga. But we meet with few memorials of the daily life of the Norsemen, beyond those which have been buried with them in the early period of their occupation of the islands. Christianity abolished the custom of burying such relics with the dead, and for the remains of the Christian period, we must look to the yet unexcavated sites of the scarlies and homesteads, of which we read in the Saga. It would be equally interesting to the archaeologist and instructive to the historian to be able to compare the relics from such sites as those of Kolbein Hruga's castle, in Weir, the castle of which Blan was the keeper in Dempsey, or the scarly of Swain Asleifson at Langskill in Gersay, with the extensive collections obtained in recent years from the Pictish towers of Orkney, which have given us such suggestive glimpses of the domestic life of the period preceding the Norse occupation. It gives a curious feeling of reality to the ancient legends, when we can thus handle the blades and bucklers of which we read such stirring stories, and remember that it was because the Norse sword was then the longest, and the Norse arm the strongest, that we now read the earliest chapters of the history of northern Scotland in the guise of an Iceland saga. Cxziv. Chronological table. A Roman 500, first appearance of the Norse Vikings in the western seas. They plunder the Isle of Rakrin. Invasion of the Isle of Man by the Norsemen. Inispatrick burned. Icolumkill burned by the Norsemen. Icolumkill again plundered by the Norsemen, and 68 men of the monastery slain. First invasion of the mainland of Ireland by the Norsemen. Turgesius Thorkel, chief of the invading Northmen, establishes himself as king of the foreigners in Ireland, making Armagh the capital of the kingdom. Bangor in the north of Ireland, the seat of the monastery of St. Comgall burned, and the bishop and clergy slain by the Northmen. Union of the Picts and Scots under Kenneth M. Alpin, founder of the Scottish dynasty. Arrival of Olaf the White in Ireland. He seizes Dublin, establishes himself there, as king makes an expedition to Scotland and besieges, and takes Dumbarton. Harold Harfagri becomes sole king of Norway, makes an expedition against the Western Vikings who have established their Viking station in Orkney, drives them from their haunts, and subdues Shetland. Orkney, the Hebrides and Man. He gives Orkney and Shetland as an earldom of Norway to Ragnvald Earl of Mri, father of Eitrolf Rollo, the conqueror of Normandy. Earl Sigurd Eystanson, who had received the earldom of Orkney from his brother Ragnvald Earl of Mri, forms an alliance with Thorstein, the red son of Olaf, the White King of Dublin. They invade the northern mainland of Scotland, and subdue Caithness and Sutherland as far as Ekialsbaki. Thorstein, the Red, is shortly afterwards killed in Caithness, and Earl Sigurd dies, and is buried under a cairn at Ekialsbaki. Cxxv. Einar Torf. Einar slays Halfdan Haelug, one of the sons of Harold Harfagri, and buries him under a cairn in North Ronaldsay. Death of Harold Harfagri. Eirik Bloodyakes, his son, becomes king of Norway. About this time, the name Scotia and Scotland, previously applied to Ireland, is first given to North Britain, which had formerly been called Caledonia Pictavia, or Alban. Fall of King Eirik Bloodyakes, and of Arnkell and Erlend, sons of Torf Einar and Earls of Orkney, in battle in England. Thorfinn Horsecliaf, Earl of Orkney, the sons of Eirik Bloodyakes, arrive in Orkney. Sigurd H. Ladvason becomes Earl of Orkney. Icolumkill plundered by the Norsemen and the abbot, and 15 of the clerics slain. Olaf Tryggve's son, while on a roving expedition, is baptized by a hermit in the Scilly Isles. Olaf Tryggve's son becomes king of Norway, and immediately establishes Christianity by the strong hand. Returning from a western cruise on his way to Norway, he finds Earl Sigurd H. Ladvason by chance at Osmundwall in the Orkneys, and obliges him to profess Christianity, and to promise to establish the true faith in the Orkneys. Fall of King Olaf Tryggve's son at the Battle of Swalder in Norway. Battle of Clontarf near Dublin, in which Sigurd H. Ladvason, Earl of Orkney, fell. Thorfinn, his son, is made Earl of Caithness and Sutherland by Malcolm Roman II, King of Scots, his maternal grandfather. Olaf Haraldsson. Afterwards, St. Olaf becomes King of Norway. Battle of Ulfriksfjord, in which Earl Einar is vanquished by Eyvind Urarhorn and King Conchabha. Einar Rymeth, Earl of Orkney, slain by Thorkel Fostri at Sandwick in Dearness, Orkney. The earls Thorfinn and Brusi acknowledged the suzerainty of King Olaf the Holy over the Orkneys. Olaf the Holy driven from Norway by Canute, the great king of England and Denmark. Fall of King Olaf the Holy at the Battle of Stiklestad. Death of Malcolm Roman II, King of Scots, according to the Saga Kali Hundason, takes the kingdom, and according to the Scottish historians Duncan Roman I, succeeds to the throne in Scotland. CXXVI mission of Einar Thambarskelfir and Calf Arneson to Russia, to offer their aid to Magnus, son of King Olaf the Holy, to obtain the throne of Norway. Magnus, the good son of Olaf Haraldsson the Holy, succeeds to the throne of Norway, and Ragnvald Bruseson becomes Earl of Orkney. Duncan Roman I, King of Scots, slain by Macbeth, who becomes king. Magnus the Good dies in Denmark, and is succeeded by Harold Sigurdsson, surnamed Hardradi. Einar Thambarskelfir and the sons of Eindridi slain in Norway by Harold Hardradi. Macbeth defeated by Malcolm Canmore, son of Duncan. Malcolm Canmore crowned at Scone. Death of Thorfinn Sigurdsson, Earl of Caithness and Orkney. He is succeeded by his sons Paul and Erlend, and his widow Ingiborg, according to the saga, is married to Malcolm Canmore. Fall of King Harold Sigurdsson Hardradi at the Battle of Stamford Bridge near York, in which Harold Godwinson was victor, his son Olaf Keir, and the Orkney Earls Paul and Erlend, who were with him in the battle, receive peace from the conqueror and liberty to return to Orkney. Olaf Keir succeeds to the throne of Norway. Malcolm Canmore marries Margaret, sister of Edgar Atheling. Malcolm Canmore killed at Ulmwick. Death of King Olaf Keir, and accession of Magnus Barelegs to the throne of Norway. He makes an expedition to the west, ravages the Scottish coasts, and assists Muirseartach in the capture of Dublin. King Magnus makes a second expedition to the west, seizes the Earls of Orkney Paul and Erlend, and sends them both to Norway, where they died, places his own son Sigurd over the Orkneys, and overruns the Hebrides, Kintyre and Man. Magnus, King of Norway, slain in Ireland, his son Sigurd goes from Orkney to Norway, and succeeds to the kingdom jointly with his brothers Eystein and Olaf. Magnus Erlendsson, St. Magnus and Hakon Paul's son, succeed to the earldom of Orkney. Accession of Alexander Roman I to the throne of Scotland. King Sigurd Magnusson sets out on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, which occupies him for 3 years. He is thenceforth called Sigurd the Jorsalafarer. Magnus Erlendsson, St. Magnus, slain in Egilsey by his cousin Hakon Paul's son. CXXV death of Alexander Roman I, and accession of David Roman I, King of Scots. Death of King Sigurd the Jorsalafarer, and accession to the throne of Norway of King Harold Gilli, an illegitimate son of King Magnus Barelegs from the Hebrides. Harold Gilli, slain by Sigurd Slembediak and Ragnvald Kali Karlsson, obtains the earldom of Orkney from Earl Paul, son of Hakon, who is carried off to Athol by Sweyn Asleifson. Death of Sigurd Slembediak and visit of Bishop John of Athol to Orkney. Harold Madadson, son of Madad, Earl of Athol, shares the earldom of Caithness and Orkney with Earl Ragnvald Kali. Earl Ragnvald and Erling Skaki leave Norway to prepare for their pilgrimage to Jerusalem. The Jorsalafarers winter in Orkney. Earl Ragnvald leaves the Orkneys on his pilgrimage to Jerusalem. King Eystein comes to Orkney from Norway, and seizing Earl Harold Madadson at Thurso, obtains from him an acknowledgement of his suzerainty over the Orkneys. Death of David Roman I, King of Scotland, and accession of Malcolm the Maiden. Earl Ragnvald returns from Palestine. Erlend Ungi receives Ragnvald's mother Margaret in marriage, and is shortly afterwards slain by the Earls Ragnvald and Harold. Earl Ragnvald slain at Calder in Caithness by Thorbjorn Clerk. Earl Harold becomes sole ruler of Caithness and Orkney. Malcolm the Maiden dies at Jedburgh, and is succeeded by King William the Lion. Death of William the Old, first Bishop of Orkney. Magnus Erlingsson becomes King of Norway. Harold Ungi, son of Eirik Slagbrillir, by a daughter of Earl Ragnvald, receives from King Magnus the title of Earl and half of the Orkneys, and from King William the Lion half of Caithness, and is subsequently defeated and slain in Caithness by Earl Harold Madadson. Magnus Erlingsson, King of Norway, slain by King Sverrir, who succeeds him. Death of William Roman II, Bishop of Orkney. Canonization of Ragnvald Kali, Earl of Orkney, who was killed by Thorbjorn Clerk. The Ijarskegger collect forces in Orkney and attempt to place Sigurd, son of Magnus Erlingsson, on the throne of Norway, but are defeated and nearly all slain by King Sverrir at Floruvågar near Bergen. CXXVI Earl Harold Madadson, compromised by this expedition, goes to Norway with Bishop Bjarni, lays his head at the king's feet, saying that he is now an old man, and entirely in the king's power. He is pardoned by King Sverre, but on condition of forfeiting to the crown of Norway the whole of Shetland, which does not again form part of the domain of the Norwegian Earls of Orkney till 1379. King William the Lion marches north to Eysteins on the borders of Caithness with a great army to take revenge for the mutilation of Bishop John and the expulsion of the deputies of Ragnvald Gudronsson from Caithness by Earl Harold. Harold purchases peace by a payment of 2,000 marks. Death of Earl Harold Madadson. He is succeeded by his surviving sons John and David Thorfinn. His eldest son died in Roxburgh Castle, where he was confined as a hostage and had been mutilated by King William the Lion. Death of King William the Lion and accession of Alexander Roman II to the throne of Scotland. Death of David, son of Harold Madadson. His surviving brother John becomes sole Earl of Orkney and Caithness. Burning of Bishop Adam at Halkirk in Caithness by the enraged peasantry. The King of Scots caused the hands and feet to be hewed from a number of those who were present at the burning, and many of them died in consequence. Death of Bishop Bjarni and consecration of Joffreyr to the See of the Orkneys. Earl John slain at Thurso, the line of the ancient Norwegian Earls of Orkney, having become extinct by his death. King Alexander Roman II creates Magnus, son of Gilbride, Earl of Angus, Earl of Caithness, and separating Sutherland into another earldom, gives it to William, son of Hugh Freskin. Death of Magnus, Earl of Caithness and Orkney. Death of Gilbert, Bishop of Caithness. Death of Joffreyr, Bishop of Orkney. Death of Alexander Roman II, King of Scots at Kerrera, Argyllshire. Death of Gilbride Roman II, Earl of Orkney. Expedition of King Hakon Håkonsson of Norway to Scotland. He is defeated at Largs and dies at Kirkwall. Cession of the Hebrides and Man to Scotland by treaty between Magnus Roman IV, King of Norway, and Alexander Roman III, King of Scotland. Death of Magnus, son of Gilbride, Earl of Orkney. CX6 Magnus, son of Magnus, made Earl of Orkney by King Magnus Håkonsson at Tunsberg. Marriage of King Eirik Magnusson to Margaret, daughter of King Alexander Roman II of Scotland. Death of Margaret, Queen of Norway. Margaret, infant daughter of Eirik, King of Norway, recognised as heiress to the Scottish throne. Death of Magnus Magnusson, Earl of Orkney. Death of King Alexander Roman III of Scotland. Betrothal of the Princess Margaret, the Maiden of Norway, to Prince Edward of England. Death of Margaret, the Maiden of Norway, off the coast of Orkney, on her way to Scotland. Marriage of King Eirik Magnusson of Norway to Isabella, daughter of Robert Bruce, Earl of Carrick. Appearance at Bergen of the false Margaret, a German woman who gave herself out as the Maiden of Norway, daughter of King Eirik and Queen Margaret, stating that she had been sold by Ingebjorg Erlingsdatter and spirited away by parties who had an interest in her disappearance. The false Margaret is burnt as an impostor at Nordnes in Bergen, and her husband beheaded. Death of John, Earl of Orkney. Treaty of Perth, 1266, renewed at Inverness. Battle of Bannockburns. Battle of Halidon Hill. Death of Malise, Earl of Strathern. Forfeiture of the earldom of Strathern and marriage of Isabella, daughter of Malise, Earl of Strathern, Caithness and Orkney, to William, Earl of Ross Malise, goes to Norway. Erngisel Sunnesson, son-in-law of Malise, Earl of Strathern, made Earl of Orkney. King Hakon grants the earldom of Orkney for 1 year to Alexander de Ard, who resigns all his lands in Caithness to King Robert Roman II. Henry St. Clair, made Earl of Orkney and Shetland by King Hakon Magnusson at Marstrand. Bishop William of Orkney slain. Malise Sperra slain near Scalloway by Henry, Earl of Orkney. Death of Erngisel Sunnesson. Union Treaty of Kalmar, by which Denmark, Sweden and Norway were made one kingdom. 1400 circa, death of Earl Henry St. Clair. 1418 circa, death of Earl Henry Roman II St. Clair. CXXX Bishop Thomas Tulloch made commissioner in the Orkneys for the King of Norway. David Menzies of Wemyss made commissioner in the Orkneys for the King of Norway. William St. Clair made Earl of Orkney. Contract of marriage between King James Roman III of Scotland and Margaret, Princess of Denmark, and impignoration of the islands of Orkney and Shetland for the princess dowry. CXXXI. Genealogical tables. Roman 1. The Norse line of the Earls of Orkney. Click on image to enlarge. Click on image to enlarge. CXXI. Roman 2. The Angus line of the Earls of Orkney. Gilbride Earl of Angus married a sister or daughter of John Earl of Orkney, son of Harold Madedson. Magnus Roman 2 Earl of Orkney, Gilbride Roman 1 Earl of, and Caithness Roman 500 Orkney and Caithness. Gilbride Roman 2 Earl of Orkney, and Caithness Roman 500. Magnus Roman 3 Earl of Orkney Matilda, and Caithness Roman 500. Magnus Roman 4 Earl of Orkney John Earl of Orkney, and Caithness Roman 500, and Caithness Roman 500 circa 1310. Magnus Roman 5 Earl of Orkney and Caithness Roman 1000 Katharina Roman 500 circa 1320. Margaret Roman 1000 Simon Fraser Isabella Roman 1000 Malays, who fell at Halidon Hill 1333, Earl of Strathern who fell at Halidon Hill 1333. Roman 3 The Strathern line of the Earls of Orkney. Malays Earl of Strathern Roman 1000 Isabella, daughter of Magnus Earl of Orkney. Isabella Roman 1000 to Sir Malays Earl of Strathern. William St. Clair of Rosslyn Caithness and Orkney Roman 10,001, Johanna daughter of Sir John Menteith to Marjorie, daughter of Hugh Earl of Ross Roman 500 circa 1350. Matilda Roman 1000 to Agneta Roman 1000 to Arngils, or Elizabeth Roman 1000 to Wayland de Ard Erngisel Sunnesson, who was Henry St. Clair, made Earl of Orkney 1353, Earl of Orkney. Isabella Roman 1000 to William Roman 1000 to Guttorm Sperra, Earl of Ross in 1334. Malays Sperra slain at Scalloway. Alexander de Ard by Earl Henry, St. Clair 1389. CXXZI. Roman 4 The St. Clair line of the Earls of Orkney. William St. Clair of Rosslyn Roman 1000 Isabella, daughter of Malays Earl of Strathern. David Henry made Earl of Orkney 1379, Roman 10,001. Elizabeth daughter of Malays the Younger, Earl of Strathern Caithness and Orkney, of Duralton and Roman 500 circa 1400. Margaret Roman 1000 to Henry Earl of Orkney Roman 1000 Egidia Douglas John. James of Craigie daughter of Lord William Douglas Roman 500 circa 1418. Elizabeth Roman 1002. John de Drummond. William Earl of Orkney exchanged his rights to the earldom of Orkney for the lands of Ravenscraig 1471. CXXZiv. H. Joutland. CXXXV. Orkneyinga. Orkneyinga Saga. Chapter Roman 1 of the Earls. It is said that the Orkney Islands were colonized in the days of Harold the Fair-haired, but previously they were a station for Vikings. The first Earl of the Orkneys was called Sigurd. He was the son of Eystein Glumra, the loud-talking and brother of Ragnvald Earl of Moeri. After Sigurd his son Guttorm ruled 1 year. Torf Einar son of Earl Ragnvald succeeded him. He was a man of great power, and was Earl a long time. Halfdan Halig Highlegs made an expedition against Torf Einar, and drove him from the Orkneys. Einar returned, and slew Halfdan in Rinency. Thereupon, King II Harold brought an army over to the Orkneys. Then Einar fled to Scotland. King Harold made the Orkneymen swear oaths of fealty to him for themselves and all their possessions. The Earl and King Harold were afterwards reconciled. He became the king's man, and held the land as a fief from him. He had however no tribute to pay, as there was much predatory warfare then in the islands. But he paid the king 60 marks of gold, once for all. After this King Harold made a raid on Scotland, as is told in the Glumdrapa. After Torf Einar Arnkel Erlend and Thorfinn Horsecliaf, Skullsplitter his sons succeeded him in their days. Eirik Bladux, Bloody Axe came over from Norway, and the earls were his vassals. Arnkel and Erlend fell in battle, but Thorfinn governed the land, and became an old man. His sons were Arnfrid Havard Lodver Eljot, and Scully their mother was Grelog daughter of Earl Dunga Duncan. In Caithness her mother was Groa daughter of Thorstein. In the days of Earl Thorfinn, the sons of Eirik Bladux III arrived from Norway when they had fled from Earl Hakon, And they did many deeds of violence in the islands. Earl Thorfinn died on a sickbed, and his sons, of whom there are extensive histories, succeeded him. Ladver survived his brothers, and ruled the land alone. His son was Earl Sigurd the Stout. He was a powerful man, and a great warrior. In his days Olaf Tryggve's son, returning from a Viking expedition to the west, came to the Orkneys with his men, and seized Earl Sigurd in Rorvag. As he lay there with a single ship, King Olaf offered the Earl to ransom his life, on condition that he should embrace the true faith and be baptized, that he should become his man, and proclaim Christianity over all the Orkneys. He took his son Hundi or Hvelp as a hostage, and left the Orkneys for Norway, where he became king, and Hundi stayed with him some years and died there. After that Earl Sigurd paid no allegiance to King Olaf. He married the daughter of Malcolm, King of Scots, and their son was Earl Thorfinn. His elder sons, by a former marriage, were Sumarlidi Brusi and Einar. For 5 years after the death of King Olaf Tryggve's son, Earl Sigurd went to Ireland. He set his elder sons over his domains, and sent Thorfinn to the King of Scots, his mother's father. While on this expedition, Sigurd was killed in Brian's battle, and as soon as the news came to the Orkneys, his sons Sumarlidi Brusi and Einar were accepted as earls, and they divided the islands among them, each taking 1/3. Thorfinn was 5 winters old when their father fell. When the King of Scots heard of the earl's death, he bestowed Caithness and Sutherland upon his grandson with the title of earl, and gave him men to rule the domain along with him. Earl Thorfinn was very precocious in the maturity of all his powers. He was of large stature and strong, but ungainly as he grew up. It soon became apparent that he was avaricious, harsh, and cruel, yet a very clever man. The brothers Einar and Brusi were different in their dispositions. Brusi was clever and fond of company, eloquent and beloved. Einar was stubborn and taciturn, disagreeable and avaricious. Yet a great warrior. Sumarlidi was like Brusi in his disposition. He was the eldest and the most short-lived of the brothers. He died on a sickbed. After his death, Thorfinn demanded his share of Sumarlidi's portion of the Orkneys, although he already had Caithness and Sutherland, which had belonged to his father. Sigurd, this Einar, considered to be much more than 1/3 of the Orkneys, and he would not give up any part of them to Thorfinn. Brusi, however, consented to give up his share of the portion belonging to Sumarlidi, saying that he did not covet more of the land than his own proper third. Then Einar took possession of 2 shares of the islands. He became then a powerful man, and had a large number of retainers. In the summer he made war expeditions, calling out great levies of his men from their homes, but these expeditions were not always successful, and the 5 BNDR began to grow tired of them. But the Earl exacted all his services with violence, and did not suffer anyone to speak against them. He was indeed a man of the greatest violence. Then there arose great scarcity in the islands, on account of the labour and large expense to which the BNDR were thus subjected. However, in the parts belonging to Brusi, there were good seasons and easy life, and he was greatly liked by the BNDR. Chapter 2. Of Amundi and Thorkel. There was a powerful and wealthy man by name Amundi who lived in Hrossi at Sandvik, on Lofanderness. He had a son by name Thorkel, who was the most accomplished man in all the Orkneys. One spring the Earl called out the BNDR as usual, but they murmured greatly, and brought their grievances before Amundi, and asked him to say a good word for them to the Earl. He replied that the Earl was not disposed to listen to advice, and it would be of no avail to ask him to do this, as he and the Earl were such good friends. He further said that from what he knew of his own temper, and that of the Earl, there was great danger that they might become enemies, and he would have nothing to do with the matter. Then they asked Thorkel, and he was very reluctant, although at last he yielded to their solicitations, but Amundi thought he had been too rash to promise. When the Earl held a meeting, Thorkel spoke on behalf of the BNDR. He begged the Earl to spare the people, and told him of their distress. The Earl answered blandly, and said he would give great weight to Thorkel's words. I had intended, he said, to take out 6 ships, but now I shall not take more than 3, but thou, Thorkel, do not ask this of me a second time. The BNDR were very grateful to Thorkel for his assistance, and the Earl made an expedition during the summer and again in the autumn. Next spring the Earl again called out his men, and held a meeting with the BNDR. Thorkel spoke again on their behalf, and begged the Earl to spare them. The Earl became wroth, and said that for his speech the lot of the BNDR should be far worse than before. Then he became so mad with rage that he said that one or other of them should not leave the meeting unhurt, and immediately dissolved the meeting. When Amundi heard what Thorkel and the Earl had said to each other, he bade his son go abroad, and Thorkel went to Earl Thorfinn in Caithness. He stayed there a long 7 time, and became fosterfather to the earl who was still young from that time. He was called Thorkel Fostri, and became a man of great repute. Other men of note and influence fled from the Orkneys on account of Earl Einar's violence, some to Earl Thorfinn, some to Norway, and some to other countries. When Earl Thorfinn came to man's estate, he sent to his brother Einar, and demanded from him what he considered his share of the Orkneys. Einar was not inclined to divide his possessions, so when Earl Thorfinn heard this, he called out men from Caithness, and set out for the Orkneys. When Earl Einar had news of this, he collected an army with the intent to defend his possessions. Earl Brusi also collected an army, and went to meet them, and tried to reconcile them, and peace was made on condition that Thorfinn should have 1/3 of the Orkneys as his own proper share. Then Brusi and Einar joined their portions on the footing that the latter should rule them, and defend them for both, and that he who survived the other should inherit his portion. But this compact was thought unfair, as Brusi had a son by name Ragnvald, and Einar had no son. Thorfinn appointed his own deputies to manage his possessions in the islands, but he himself lived for the most part in Caithness. In the summer Einar went on expeditions to Ireland, Scotland, and Bretland, Wales. One summer, when ravaging Ireland, he fought in Ulfricsfjord with Conufagr, an Irish king, and was defeated with a heavy loss of men. The next summer Eyvind Urahorn Bull's Horn came from Ireland 8 on his way to Norway, and being overtaken by a violent gale, he turned his ships into a smundarvag, and lay there for a while. When Earl Einar heard this, he went thither with many men, seized Eyvind, and caused him to be killed, but gave quarter to most of his followers. They went to Norway in the autumn, and when they met King Olaf, they told him of Eyvind's murder. He said little about it, but it was afterwards found that he considered this a great loss and a serious offence against himself, though he never said much about things with which he was displeased. Earl Thorfinn sent Thorkel Fastri to collect his revenues, but Earl Einar regarded it as chiefly owing to Thorkel that Earl Thorfinn had come into his possessions in the islands. Thorkel left the islands suddenly, and went to Caithness. He told Earl Thorfinn that he had become aware that Earl Einar had intended to kill him if his relatives and friends had not given him warning, and now, he added, I will avoid the risk of having such a meeting with the Earl, as shall bring matters to a crisis between us, and I will go farther away where his power does not reach me. Thorfinn persuaded him to go to King Olaf in Norway, and spend the winter with him in great friendship. For you will, he said, be highly esteemed wherever you come among noble men, but I know your temper, and that of the Earl to be such that you will not long refrain from hostilities. Thorkel then prepared for his departure, and in the autumn he went to Norway to visit King Olaf, and spent the winter with him in great friendship. The king often sought Thorkel's advice, because he considered him a wise man and a weighty counsellor, and such was the truth in telling of the Earls. The king found that he was very partial, a great friend of Thorfinn, and an enemy of Earl Einar. Early in the spring, the king sent a ship with a message to Earl Thorfinn, asking him to come and see him, and the Earl did not put off the journey, for protestations of friendship had accompanied the message. Chapter 3. Thorkel slays Earl Einar. Thorfinn went east to King Olaf in Norway, where he was well received and spent the summer there, and when he prepared to go westward again, King Olaf gave him a large and excellent warship, fully equipped. Thorkel Fastri went with the Earl, who gave him the ship in which he had come from the west in the summer. The king and the Earl parted great friends. In the autumn Earl Thorfinn came to the Orkneys. When Earl Einar heard of it, he stayed with many men in his ships. Brusi went to meet the two brothers and tried to reconcile them, and once more they made peace and confirmed it with oaths. Thorkel Fastri should be pardoned and be a friend of Earl Einar, and each of them should give the other a banquet, and the Earl should first come to Thorkel at Sandvik. When Einar came, he and his men were most sumptuously treated, yet the Earl was not cheerful. The banqueting hall was a large one with doors at each end. When the Earl was going away, Thorkel was to accompany him, and he sent men to examine the way by which they were to go. When they returned, they said they had discovered 3 divisions of armed men in ambush, and were certain that foul play was intended. Upon hearing this, Thorkel delayed starting, and called his men together. The Earl asked him to make himself ready, and said it was now time to go. Thorkel replied that he had many things to see to, and kept going out and in. There were fires on the floor, and Thorkel walked about, and once when he entered by one of the doors, he was followed by an Icelander by name Holvard from the east of Iceland, who shut the door after him, as Thorkel passed between the fire, and where the Earl sat. The latter said, Are you ready now? Thorkel replied, I am ready now, and struck the Earl a blow on the head, so that he fell forward on the floor. Hallvard said, I never saw people with so little presence of mind. As you who are here, why do you not take the earl out of the fire? With his axe he again struck the earl on the back of the head, and pulled him towards the bench. Then Thorkel and his men walked out quickly by the door opposite to that by which he had entered, and there outside the door were the rest of his men fully armed. The earl's men took hold of their master, and found that he was dead. They were too much stupefied to take revenge, as the thing was done so suddenly, and no one expected such a deed from Thorkel. Besides, the earl's men were mostly without arms, and many of them were good friends of Thorkel's. Before thus, Thorkel had to thank his good fortune that he enjoyed a longer life. The earl's men went away, and Thorkel to his ship in a few days. Shortly after the beginning of the winter, he left for the east and arrived safely in Norway. He went immediately to see King Olaf, who received him very graciously, and felt much pleasure at his deed, and with him Thorkel spent the winter. Chapter 4 of Earl Brusi. After the death of Earl Einar, Earl Brusi took possession of that portion of the domain which had belonged to his brother Einar, for there had been many witnesses to the compact which they had made. Thorfinn thought it right that they should each have one half of the islands, yet Brusi had 2/3 that year. Next year, Thorfinn demanded one half, to which Brusi did not consent, and they had many meetings about it. Their friends tried to settle matters 11 between them, but Thorfinn would not take anything less than half of the islands. Brusi said, I was satisfied with that third part, which I inherited from my father, and no one claimed it from me, and I have inherited a second third, after my brother, according to a lawful agreement. And although I am unable to contend with you, brother, I will have recourse to other means than giving up my lands and title at present. Thus the meeting ended, but Brusi saw that he had no strength to hold his own against Thorfinn, because he had much larger possessions, and besides some hope of assistance from his grandfather, the King of Scots, he therefore resolved to go to Olaf, King of Norway, taking with him his son Ragnvald, who was then 10 years old. The king received him well, and he told him his business, and explained to him how matters stood between him and his brother, and begged his assistance to keep his possessions, offering in return his full friendship. The king replied by stating that Harold the Fair-haired had reserved to himself all odal rights in the Orkneys, and that the earls since that time always held those lands as fiefs and never as their own. It is a proof of this, he said, that when Eirik Bladux and his sons were in the Orkneys, the earls were their vassals, and when Olaf Tryggve's son, my kinsman, came there, your father Earl Sigurd became his man. Now I have succeeded to the entire heritage of Olaf Tryggve's son. I will give you the islands as a fief on condition that you become my man, and then I will try whether my help will not be of more avail to you than the 12 aid and assistance of the King of Scots to your brother Thorfinn. But if you will not accept these terms, I will try to recover the possessions and dominion which my kinsmen have inherited and possessed there in the west. The earl considered these words thoughtfully, and sought the advice of his friends as to whether he should consent to King Olaf's terms, and become his man. I do not see, he said, how matters will go with me at our parting, if I refuse, because the king has made an unequivocal claim, and regards the islands as his property. Now, considering his great power, and the circumstance that we are here, he will have no scruples in making my case such as he likes. Thus, although the earl had objections to both alternatives, he resolved to give up all himself and his dominions into the king's power. Then King Olaf asserted his suzerainty over all his hereditary possessions, and the earl became his man, and confirmed this compact with oaths. Earl Thorfinn heard that his brother Brusi had gone east to King Olaf to solicit his assistance, but as he had himself seen the king before and secured his friendship, he thought that his case had been well prepared there, and he knew that many would advocate his cause. Nevertheless, he resolved to prepare to go to Norway as quickly as possible, intending that he should arrive there very nearly at the same time with his brother, so that he might see the king himself before his brother had concluded his business. This, however, turned out otherwise than the earl intended, for he did not see King Olaf until the treaty between Earl Brusi and the king was fully concluded, and he did not know that Earl Brusi had given up his dominions until he came to the king. At their first interview, the king made the same claim to the dominion of the Orkneys which he had made before to Earl Brusi, and he made the same request of Thorfinn, namely, that he should acknowledge the king's suzerainty over his portion of the islands. The earl gave a courteous answer to this demand, saying, I consider your friendship of great importance, and if you think you require my assistance against other chiefs, you have well deserved it, but I cannot well pay you homage, as I am already an earl of the King of Scots and his vassal. But when the king found from these words that the earl wished to avoid the claims which he had put forward, he said, "If you will not become my man, there is the other alternative of is, that I place that man over the islands whom I choose, but I wish you to promise me with oaths not to claim those lands, and to leave him in peace whom I place over them now. If you will not accept any of those conditions, he who governs the land will say that hostilities may be expected from you, and in that case you must not think it strange if a dale meets a hill." The earl answered by requesting time to consider these matters. The king gave him time and permission to consult with his friends. But then the earl asked the king for a further delay to the next summer, so that he might go home, for said he, "My counsellors are at home, and my judgment is not yet mature on account of my age." The king told him to make his choice. Thorkel Fastri was with the king at the time, and he sent a message to the earl, secretly telling him that whatever else his intentions were, he should not think of parting with the king, without being reconciled to him for the present, as he had got him in his power. Now, the earl thought there was no alternative but to let the king have his will, although he did not consider it by any means a desirable thing to relinquish all hope of his patrimony, and to promise with oaths to leave those in undisturbed possession of his dominions, who had no hereditary right to them. But because he was not certain about his departure, if he refused he chose to submit to the king, and to become his man as Brucey his brother had previously done. The king perceived that Thorfinn was a man of much stronger will than Brucey, and distrusted him therefore more. He saw that Thorfinn would think himself sufficiently powerful with the aid of the King of Scots, though he broke this treaty, and the king was sagacious enough to perceive that, while Brucey agreed to everything sincerely, and made only such promises as he intended to keep, Thorfinn agreed cheerfully to everything, while at the same time he had resolved within himself what course he would take. And 14, though he made no objections to anything which the king proposed, yet the king suspected that he intended to act upon their agreements afterwards in his own way. Chapter 5. Of the Earls Brucey and Thorfinn. When King Olaf had considered all these matters, he had a general meeting summoned by the blowing of a trumpet, to which the Earls were also called. The king said, "I will now make publicly known the treaty between me and the Earls of the Orkneys. They have acknowledged my suzerainty over all the Orkneys and Outland Shetland, promising to become my men, and confirming these their promises with oaths in return. I will give to Brucey 1/3 of the land, and to Thorfinn another 1/3, which they had before, but the last 1/3, which belonged to Earl Einar, I adjudged to be forfeited to me, because he slew Eyvind Urahorn my henchman, and beloved comrade. Of this portion I will dispose as I shall think fit, and I make it a condition with you, my Earls, that you be reconciled to Thorkel Amundi's son, concerning your brother Einar's slaying, and I wish to act as an arbitrator between you if you agree to this." The Earls consented to this as to everything else which the king proposed. Then Thorkel stepped forward and submitted his case to the king's decision, after which the meeting was dissolved. King Olaf awarded a weregild for Earl Einar. As for 3 lendermen, 1/3, however, should be remitted in consideration of the Earl's guilt. Earl Thorfinn asked permission to depart, and when he had obtained it, he made himself ready in great haste. One day when all was ready, and the Earl was drinking on board his ship, Thorkel Amundi's son came, and laid his head 15 on the Earl's knees, and asked him to do with it what he liked. The Earl said, "Why do you do this? We are reconciled according to the king's arbitration. Arise." He rose and said, "I will abide by the king's arbitration concerning differences between me and Brucey, but as far as you are concerned, I leave everything to you. Although the king has reserved for me possessions and safety in the Orkneys, I am so well acquainted with your disposition that I know it would be impossible for me to go there unless I have your confidence, and I will promise you never to go to the Orkneys whatever the king says." The Earl replied slowly, and said, "Would you rather have me to adjust our affairs than abide by the king's decision? If so, I make it the first condition that you shall go with me to the Orkneys and remain with me, and not leave me, except with my permission, that you shall be in duty bound to defend my land, and to do everything I wish to have done while we are both alive." Thorkel replied, "I leave this to you like everything else that concerns me." Thereupon, he submitted his case to the Earl's decision. The Earl said he would fix the money payment for his brother's death afterwards, and received oaths from Thorkel, according to their agreement, and Thorkel prepared to go with him. The Earl left as soon as he was ready, and he and King Olaf never met afterwards. Earl Brucey remained behind and prepared for his departure more leisurely. Before he left, King Olaf had an interview with him, and said, "I think it advisable to make you my confidential agent in the western parts. I intend to give you 2/3 of the islands which you had before, because I do not wish you to have less power now that you are my man than you had before, and as a pledge of my good faith, I will keep your son Ragnvald with me. I see that with 2/3 of the land and my assistance, you may well hold your own against Earl Thorfinn. Brucey was thankful for 2/3 of the land. He stayed a little while, yet before he left, and came west to the islands, the Orkneys. In the autumn his son Ragnvald 16 remained with King Olaf. These facts are mentioned by Otter Svarti the Swarthy. Readily these noble people will obey thee as thy subjects. Use your power with moderation. Outlanders, your fame is well known. Till we had thee fierce in battle, to these eastern shores there was not any prince on earth who conquered those far distant western islands. When the brothers Thorfinn and Brucey came west to the islands, Brucey took possession of 2/3 of the domain and Thorfinn of 1. But he was all the time in Caithness in Scotland, and placed deputies over the islands. Brucey alone had to defend them, for they were in those times very much exposed to the ravages of Norwegians and Danes, who called there on their Viking expeditions to the west, and plundered in the outlying parts. Brucey made complaints to his brother Thorfinn on account of his not contributing anything to the defence of the Orkneys or Outland Shetland, although he received his full share of all the landus and revenues. Then Thorfinn proposed to Brucey to take 2/3 of the islands, undertaking the defence of the whole, and leave Brucey 1/3. Although this division did not take place immediately, yet it is said in the history of the earls that it did take place, and that Thorfinn had 2/3 of the islands and Brucey 1/3, when Canute the Great conquered Norway after the flight of King Olaf. King Olaf Harald's son received no homage from Earl Thorfinn after he made the treaty with him and Brucey. Earl Thorfinn now became a powerful chief. He was a man of very large stature, uncomely, sharp-featured, dark-haired, and sallow and swarthy in his complexion, yet he was a most martial-looking man, and of great energy, greedy of wealth, and of renown, bold and successful in war, and a great strategist. He was 5 years old when he received the title of Earl, and the revenues of Caithness from King Malcolm, his grandfather, and 14, when he went forth from his own territory on maritime expeditions, 17, and attacked the possessions of other chiefs. So says Arnar Jarlaskald, the Earl's poet. By the prince in storm of helmets was the sword's edge deeply crimsoned. Scarcely 15 the great-hearted sought renown on fields of battle, ready to defend his own land, or to ravage in another's. Under heaven a braver leader near was found than Einar's brother. Earl Thorfinn was greatly supported by the King of Scots. This assistance being so near, it much increased his power in the Orkneys. The King of Scots died after the reconciliation of the brothers. Karl Hundason took the kingdom in Scotland. He considered Caithness to belong to him, as to the former kings, and demanded tribute from it, as from other places. Thorfinn, however, did not think his inheritance from his mother's father large, though he had Caithness, and besides, according to his own opinion, it had been given to him first. He was therefore unwilling to pay any tribute. Thus they became open enemies, and made war on each other. King Karl wished to appoint a chief by name Mardan over Caithness. He was his sister's son, and he gave him the title of Earl. Then Mardan went down from Scotland, and collected forces in Sutherland. When Earl Thorfinn heard of this, he gathered together an army in Caithness. Thorkel Fostri also came to Earl Thorfinn from the Orkneys with many men, and their united forces were somewhat more numerous than those of the Scots. When the Scots knew this, they hesitated in their invasion, and returned to Scotland. Earl Thorfinn subdued Sutherland and Ross, and plundered far and wide in Scotland, and returned again to Caithness, and Thorkel went back to the islands. Their men also returned home. Earl Thorfinn stayed at Dungalsb in Caithness, where he had 5 warships, and followers numerous enough to man them. Mardan came to find King Karl at Beruvik, and informed him of his unsuccessful expedition. The king became very angry at his land being plundered, and started immediately with 11 warships and a numerous army. He sailed northward along Scotland, after having dispatched Mardan to Caithness a second time with many troops. Mardan went by land, and it was intended that he should make the attack from that side, so that Earl Thorfinn might be placed between the two armies. Now it is to be told of King Karl that he did not stop until he arrived at Caithness, and he and Earl Thorfinn were not far from each other. Thorfinn went on board his ships, and sailed out on the Pentland Firth, intending to go to the Orkneys, and so near were they that King Karl 19 saw their sails as he sailed into the Firth from the east, and immediately sailed after them. Earl Thorfinn directed his course to the east of the Orkneys, intending to go to Sandvik. He moored his ships on the east side of Durnus, and immediately sent word to Thorkel to collect troops. Earl Thorfinn arrived at Durnus late in the evening, but as soon as it was daylight next morning, King Carl came upon them unawares with 11 warships. There were only 2 alternatives to run on shore and leave the ships with all their valuable contents to the enemy. The other was to meet the king, and let fate decide between them. Earl Thorfinn exhorted his men, and ordered them to have their arms ready. He said he would not flee, and told them to row briskly towards the enemy. Then both parties fastened their ships together. Earl Thorfinn addressed his men, advising them to be smart, and to make the first attack fiercely, and saying that few of the Scotsmen would be able to make a stand. The fighting was long and fierce. Arnar Jarlaskald says, once off Durnus to the eastward came King Kali in a mailcoat, famous for its strength and brightness. But the land was not defenceless, for with 5 ships nothing daunted, scorning flight in warlike temper, valiantly the prince went forward, 'gainst the king's 11 vessels. Then the ships were lashed together. Know ye how the men were falling? All their swords and boards were swimming in the lifeblood of the Scotsmen. Hearts were sinking, bowstrings screaming, darts were flying, spear shafts bending, swords were biting, blood flowed freely, and the prince's heart was merry. Now Earl Thorfinn incited his men to the utmost, and a fierce conflict ensued. The Scots in the king's ships made but a feeble resistance before the mast, whereupon Thorfinn jumped from the quarterdeck and ran to the foredeck 20 and fought fiercely. When he saw the crowd in the king's ships getting thinner, he urged his men to board them. King Carl, perceiving this, gave orders to his men to cut the ropes and get the ships away instantly, to take to their oars and bear away at the same time. Thorfinn and his men fastened grappling hooks in the king's ship. He called for his banner to be borne before him, and a great number of his men followed it. King Carl jumped from his ship into another vessel with those of his men who still held out, but the most part had fallen already. He then ordered them to take to their oars, and the Scots took to flight, Thorfinn pursuing them. Thus says Arnar, never was a battle shorter. Soon with spears it was decided. Though my lord had fewer numbers, yet he chased them all before him. Hoarsely croaked the battle gull when thickly fell the wounded kingsmen. South of Sandvik swords were reddened. King Carl fled all the way south to Breiðafjörð, where he went on shore and collected an army. A new Earl Thorfinn went back after the battle, when Thorkel Fostri came to him with a numerous army. They then sailed south to Breiðafjörð in pursuit of King Carl, and when they came to Scotland, they began to plunder. Then they were told that Earl Marden was at Thurso in Caithness with a large army he had sent to Ireland for men, because he had there many relatives and friends, and he was waiting for these troops. Then it was thought advisable that Thorkel should go to Caithness with a portion of the army, but Thorfinn remained in Scotland and plundered there. Thorkel went secretly, because all the inhabitants of Caithness were true and faithful to him, and no news went of his journey, till he came to Thurso by night, and surprised Earl Marden in a house which they set on fire. Marden was asleep in an upper story, and jumped out, but as he jumped down from the stair, Thorkel hewed at him with a sword, and it hit him on the neck and took off his head. After this his men surrendered, but some escaped by flight. Many were slain, but some received quarter. Thorkel did not stay there long, but went to Breiðafjörð, bringing with him all the men he had been able to collect in Caithness, Sutherland, and Ross. He met Earl Thorfinn in Moray, and told him what he had done in his expedition, for which he received hearty thanks from the Earl, and there they both stayed for a while. Chapter 6 of the Orkneyinga. Now it is to be told of King Carl that he went to Scotland after the battle with Earl Thorfinn, and collected an army as well from the south as the west and east of Scotland, and all the way south from Satiri Kintyre. The forces for which Earl Marden had sent also came to him from Ireland. He sent far and near to the chieftains for men, and brought all this army against Earl Thorfinn. They met at Torfness on the south side of Bifjord. There was a fierce battle, and the Scots were by far the most numerous. Earl Thorfinn was among the foremost of his men. He had a gold-plated helmet on his head, a sword at his belt, and a spear in his hand, and he cut and thrust with both hands. It is even said that he was foremost of all his men. He first attacked the Irish division, and so fierce were he and his men that the Irish were immediately routed, and never regained their position. Then King Carl had his standard brought forward against Earl Thorfinn, and there was the fiercest 22 struggle for a while, but it ended in the flight of the king, and some say he was slain thus Arnor Jarlaskald. Reddened were the wolf spit's edges. At a place men call it Torfness. It was by a youthful ruler. This was done upon a Monday. Pliant swords were loudly ringing. At this war thing south of Echiel, when the prince had joined in battle, bravely with the king of Scotland, high his helm the lord of Outland, bore amid the clang of weapons, in the battle ever foremost, reddened he his gleaming spearpoint. In the wounds it gave the Irish. Thus my lord his mighty prowess showed beneath his British buckler, taking many warriors captive. Hlodver's kinsman burnt the country. Earl Thorfinn drove the fugitives before him through Scotland, and subdued the country wherever he went, and all the way south to Fife. Then he sent Thorkel Fostri away with some of his men. When the Scots heard that the Earl had sent away some of his men, those that had submitted to him, meant to attack him as soon however as he was aware of their treachery, he called his men together and went to meet them. But when they knew he was prepared, they hesitated to make the attack. Earl Thorfinn resolved to give battle to the Scots as soon as he met them, but they had not the manliness to defend themselves and ran away into woods and deserted places. And when he had pursued the fugitives, he called his men together and said he would burn the whole district, and thus pay the Scots for their treachery. Then the Earl's men went over hamlets and farms and burnt everything so that scarcely a hut was left standing. Those of the men whom they found they killed, but the women and old people dragged themselves into woods and deserted places with wailings and lamentations. Some of them they drove before them, and many were taken captives. Thus says Arnor Jarlaskald. Fast the flames devoured the homesteads. Lives that day were in great peril. Fire the Scottish kingdom ravaged, all reduced to smoking ashes. Great the mischief done that summer by the mighty slaughter teacher. 3 times were the luckless Scotsmen by the prince completely vanquished. After this Thorfinn went through Scotland to the north, till he reached his ships, and subdued the country wherever he went, and did not stop, till he came to Caithness where he spent the winter. But every season after this he went out on expeditions, and plundered in the summer time with all his men. Chapter 7. Of the famous deeds of Earl Thorfinn. Earl Thorfinn made himself famous in the Orkneys by entertaining his own men, and many other men of note throughout the winter, so that no one had to go to Inns providing food and drink at his own charges, in the same manner as chiefs in other countries, kings and earls, entertain their henchmen and guests at Christmas time. About this time, Earl Brucey died, and Earl Thorfinn took possession of all the islands. But of Ragnvald Brucey's son, it is said that he was in the battle of Stiklestad when King Olaf was killed. Ragnvald escaped with other fugitives, and carried away King Olaf's brother Harald Sigurdsson, who was dangerously wounded, and brought him to a small bandy to be cured. But he himself crossed the Kajal and went to Jamtaland, and thence to Sweden, to see King Anand. Harald stayed with the bandy until he had recovered from his wounds. The bandy then gave him his son as an attendant, and he 24 went through Jamtaland to Sweden secretly at their parting, which took place in a certain copse. Harald sang, "Though now thus here and there I am hunted, through the covertsmalls the honour, who knows but that far and wide yet, some day shall my name be famous." Harald met Ragnvald in Sweden, and they went both of them east to Gardariki, Russia, along with many others who had been with King Olaf. They did not stop till they came east to King Jarisleif in Homegard, and he received them most heartily for the sake of King Olaf the Holy. He took them both, as well as Erling Ragnvald's son, into his service, as defenders of his country. Chapter 8. Magnus Olaf's son accepted King of Norway. Ragnvald Brucey's son remained in Gardariki, Russia, when Harald Sigurd's son went to Miklagard, Constantinople. He had the defence of the frontier in summer, and spent the winters in Homegard. The king, as well as the people, esteemed him highly. Ragnvald was a man of large stature and great strength, and one of the handsomest men in appearance, and his accomplishments were such that his equal was hardly to be found. Arnor Jarlaskald says that he fought 10 battles in Gardar. So it happened that 10 battles fought the soldier fierce in Gardar. Einar Thambarskelfir and Kalf Arnason brought Magnus Olaf's son from Gardariki, Russia. Ragnvald met them in Oldejuborg. He had nearly made an attack on Kalf before he had informed him of their business. Einar said that Calf repented of his share in the great crime of having 25 deprived King Olaf, the holy of his life and kingdom, and that he now wished to make amends to his son Magnus. He further told Ragnvald that Calf wished to place Magnus on the throne and support him against the Vikings in the pay of the Knuts. By this Ragnvald was softened, and now Einar Thambarskelfir asked him to go with them up to Homegard and introduce them and their business to King Jarisleif. He should tell him that the Norwegians were so disgusted with the rule of the Knuts, but most of all with Ulfifa, that they would prefer any hardships to serving them longer, and then he should ask King Jarisleif to permit Magnus Olaf's son to become their chief when they came there. Ragnvald Queen Ingigerd, and many of the noblemen pleaded their cause. King Jarisleif was unwilling to trust Magnus into the hands of the Norwegians because of their treatment of his father. At last, however, they succeeded so far that 12 of the noblest men made oaths to the effect that their offers were sincere, but King Jarisleif trusted Ragnvald so much that he did not require him to swear. Calf promised King Magnus with an oath that he would accompany him both within his kingdom and out of it, and do everything to support his power and to secure his safety. Thereupon the Norwegians accepted Magnus as their king and swore fealty to him. Einar and Calf stayed in Homegard till after Christmas. Then they went down to Oldejuborg Ladoga and procured ships as soon as the sea was open in the spring. Ragnvald Brusi's son made himself ready to go with King Magnus. They went first to Sweden, then to Jamtland, crossed the Kajal, and came to Veradal. When King Magnus came to Thrandheim, all the population submitted to him. Then he went down to Nidaros and was accepted king of the whole country at the Ira Thing. After this came the dealings of King Magnus and King Sve. Chapter 9. Ragnvald asks Magnus for leave to go to the islands. When Ragnvald Brusi's son came to Norway, he heard of the death of his father Brusi, and at the same time that Earl Thorfinn had taken possession of the whole of the islands. Then he wished to visit his Odal possessions, and asked King Magnus to permit him to go. The king saw that it was necessary for him to go, and willingly gave him permission. At the same time he gave him the title of Earl and 3 warships well equipped. He also gave him a grant of that third part of the Orkneys which King Olaf had possessed, and had given to his father Brusi. At last, King Magnus promised his foster brother his full friendship, adding that his assistance should be at his service whenever he required it. Thus they parted the best of friends. Chapter 10. Of Ragnvald's voyage. Earl Ragnvald sailed for the Orkneys, and went first to the estates which his father had possessed. Thence he sent messengers to his kinsman Earl Thorfinn, and asked for that third part of the islands which had belonged to his father. He also requested them to tell him that he had obtained from King Magnus a grant of that third which had belonged to King Olaf. He therefore demanded 2/3 if it was the pleasure of his kinsman Thorfinn. At this time, Thorfinn had great quarrels with the Irish and the inhabitants of the Sudreyar Hebrides, and felt himself greatly in want of assistance. He therefore gave Ragnvald's messengers the following reply: that Ragnvald should take possession of that third which rightly belonged to him. As for the third which Magnus calls his own, he said, we gave that up to King Olaf the Holy, because we were then in his 27 power, but not because we thought it just. I and my kinsman Ragnvald will agree all the better the less we talk of that third which has been long enough a cause of dispute. But if Ragnvald wishes to be my faithful friend, I consider those possessions in good hands which he has for his pleasure, and for the good of us both. His assistance will soon be of greater value to me than the revenues which I derive from them. Upon this the messengers returned, and said he had yielded up to Ragnvald 2/3, on condition that they should be allies, as it was right they should be on account of their relationship. Ragnvald said, however, that he did not demand more than what he considered his own, but as Thorfinn had so willingly given up the lands, he would indeed assist him, and be his firm friend, which was but natural as they were so nearly related. Accordingly, Ragnvald took possession of 2/3 of the islands. Chapter 11. The battle of the kinsmen Thorfinn and Ragnvald. Early in the spring, Thorfinn sent word to his kinsman Ragnvald, and asked him to go out with him on an expedition, bringing as many men as he could. As soon as Ragnvald received this message, he collected together as many men and vessels as he could, and when he was ready he went to meet Earl Thorfinn, who was also ready with his band. He received his kinsman Ragnvald very well, and they joined their forces. During the summer they plundered in the Sudreyar Hebrides, and in Ireland, and in Scotland's fjord, and Thorfinn conquered the land. Wherever he went they had a great battle at a place called Vatnsfjord. It began early in the morning, and the kinsmen gained the victory. This is mentioned by Arnar Jarlaskald. Know ye that place Vatnsfjord? There was I in greatest danger. Marks are there of my lord's doings. He who tries the strength of warriors. Forth the people quickly carried from the ships the shields of many. Then was heard the dismal howling of the grey wolf o'er the corpses. After this battle they returned to the Orkneys and stayed at home during the winter. Thus 8 winters passed that Earl Ragnvald had 2/3 of the islands, without any objection on the part of Earl Thorfinn. Every summer they went out on war expeditions, sometimes both together, sometimes separately, as Arner says. The chief beloved did many deeds. Everywhere there fell before him Irishmen or British people. Fire devoured the Scottish kingdom. The kinsmen agreed very well whenever they met, but when bad men went between them dissensions often arose. Earl Thorfinn dwelt, for the most part in Caithness at the place called Gadgler, where Scotland and England meet. Chapter 12 of Earl Thorfinn's warfare. One summer Earl Thorfinn made war in the Sudreyar Hebrides, and in Scotland he had sent men into England to foray, and they carried away all the spoil they could find. But when the English became aware of the presence of the Vikings they gathered together, and attacked them. They took from them all the cattle, and killed all the men that were of any note, but sent back some of the reivers, and requested them to tell Earl Thorfinn how they had made the Vikings tired of plunder and rapine, to which they added many insulting words. Thereupon the reivers went to Earl Thorfinn, and told him of their mishaps. He was greatly annoyed at the loss of his men, yet he said he could not then do anything, and that they would have to refrain at this time, but he said he was quite able to repay the Englishmen for their mockery, and would do so if he were well next summer. Chapter 13 of Earl Thorfinn's expedition to England. At that time Hardicanute was king of England and Denmark. Earl Thorfinn went to the Orkneys, and spent the winter there. Early in the spring he called out a levy from all his domains, and sent word to his kinsman Ragnvald. Ragnvald assented, and called out men from all his possessions. Earl Thorfinn collected troops in Caithness and the Orkneys. He also had many from Scotland and Ireland, and from the Sudreyar Hebrides, and with all these forces he sailed to England, as he had promised. Hardicanute was in Denmark at the time. As soon as the earls came into England, they began to harry and plunder, but the chiefs whose duty it was to defend the land went to meet them with an army. There was a great and fierce battle, in which the earls gained the victory. After this they plundered far 30 and wide in England, slaying men, and burning the dwellings of the people. This is mentioned by Arner. Not forgotten was this battle by the English or men ever. Hither came the rich Ringaver, with his warriors nearly doubled, swords cut keenly under shield boss. Rushed all Ragnvald's men together. Strong were all the old one's people. South of Man did these things happen. On the native land of Britons brought the earl his banner forward. Reddened then his beak the eagle, forward pressing hard his warriors. Battle waxed and men diminished. Fugitives were chased by victors. Blazed the fire with red rays gleaming. Of the wood's foe leaping heavenward. Earl Thorfinn had 2 pitched battles in England besides. He had many casual encounters, and slew many people. He stayed there throughout the summer, and went back in autumn to the Orkneys for the winter. Chapter 14 Calf flees to the Orkneys. About this time Calf Arnason was banished by King Magnus. He crossed the seas, and went to Earl Thorfinn. His brother-in-law Thorfinn's wife was then in Gibjorg, the mother of the Earls Paul and Erlend, and daughter of Earl Finn Arnason. There was great friendship between Calf and Earl Thorfinn. The earl had a great many of his men about him, which became very expensive to him then. There were many who advised him not to leave 2/3 of the islands to Ragnvald, since his own expenses were so large thereupon. Earl Thorfinn sent men into the islands to demand from Ragnvald that 3rd portion, which had belonged to Earl Einar Rangmuth Rymuth. Upon receiving this message, the Earl Ragnvald consulted with his friends. Then he called Earl Thorfinn's messengers, and told them that he had received that portion of the islands, which they claimed as a fief from King Magnus, and that the king called it his patrimony. It was therefore, he said, in the power of King Magnus to decide which of them should have it, and he would not give it up if the king wished him to retain it. The messengers went away, and told these words to Earl Thorfinn, adding that the 3rd portion which he had demanded would certainly not be got without trouble. On hearing this, Earl Thorfinn became very angry, and said that it was unfair if King Magnus should have the inheritance of his brother, adding that he had yielded to the demand more, because he was then in King Olaf's power, than because it was a just claim. Now he said, I think Ragnvald does not return me well my good will in having left him in quiet possession for a time, if I am not to have the inheritance of my brother now, except by fighting for it. Now Earl Thorfinn became so enraged that he straightway sent men to the Hebrides and to Scotland, and collected together an army, making it known that he would march against Ragnvald, and demand that without abatement which he had not got when he asked peacefully for it. When this was told to Earl Ragnvald, he called his friends together, and complained to them of his kinsman Thorfinn intending to come and make war on him. He then asked what help they would offer him, saying that he would not give up his own without a trial of strength. But when he asked them to declare themselves, their opinions were very different. Some spoke in favour of Earl Ragnvald, and said that one could not be hard upon him for not being willing to part with his possessions. Others again said it was excusable on the part of Earl Thorfinn to desire to have those possessions for a while, which Ragnvald had had before, and which had belonged to Earl Einar. Further, they said it was the greatest foolishness for Ragnvald to fight with such troops as he could get from 2/3 of the islands against Thorfinn, who had 1/3 with Caithness, a great deal of Scotland, and all the Hebrides 32 besides. There were also those who advised reconciliation. They asked Earl Ragnvald to offer Earl Thorfinn 1/2 of the islands, so that they might still be friends, as it was meet they should be owing to their relationship. But when Ragnvald found that their opinions were divided, and that they all dissuaded him from resistance, he made known his determination that he would not part with his possessions by any arrangement, but that he would rather leave them for a time, and go to King Magnus his foster brother, and see what assistance he would give him to retain them. Then he made ready and went to Norway, and did not rest until he came to King Magnus, and told him how matters stood. The king received Earl Ragnvald very well, and invited him to stay as long as he liked, and to receive such lands from him as were sufficient to keep him and his men. But Earl Ragnvald said he wished assistance to recover his possessions. King Magnus said he would certainly give him such aid, as he stood in need of. Ragnvald stayed a short time in Norway, until he had made ready his expedition for the Orkneys. He had a numerous and well-equipped army, which King Magnus had given him. The king also sent word to Kalf Arnason that he should have his estates restored to him, and be permitted to stay in Norway if he took Earl Ragnvald's part in his dispute with Earl Thorfinn. Chapter 15. Battle of Rodeberg. Earl Ragnvald sailed from Norway for the Orkneys, and landed in Jutland, Shetland, where he collected men, and went thence to the Orkneys. There he summoned his friends to meet him and obtained reinforcements. Earl Thorfinn was in Caithness, and news soon reached him of Earl Ragnvald's proceedings. He collected forces from Scotland and the Sudreyar Hebrides. Ragnvald immediately sent King Magnus message to Kalf Arnason, who apparently received very well all that the king had said. Earl Ragnvald collected his army together in the Orkneys 33, intending to cross over to Caithness, and when he sailed into the Pentland Firth, he had 30 large ships there. He was met by Earl Thorfinn, who had 60 ships, but most of them small. They met off Rodeberg Red Cliff, and at once prepared for battle. Kalf Arnason was there also. He had 6 ships, all of them large, but did not take part in the fight. Now the battle began with the utmost fury, both earls encouraging their men. When the fighting had thus continued for a while, the loss of men began to be heaviest on Earl Thorfinn's side, the chief cause being the great difference in the height of the ships. Thorfinn himself had a large ship well equipped, in which he pressed forward with great daring, but when the smaller vessels were cleared, the earl's ship was attacked from both sides, and they were placed in great danger. Many of the earl's men were killed and others dangerously wounded. Then Earl Ragnvald commanded his men to leap on board, but when Thorfinn perceived the imminent danger, he caused the ropes to be cut with which his ship was fastened to the other, and rowed towards the shore. He had 70 dead bodies removed from his ship, and all those who were disabled by wounds went also on shore. Then Thorfinn ordered Arnar Jarlaskald, who was among the earl's men and high in his 34 favour, to go on shore, and on landing he sang these verses. This will I not hide from comrades, though 'tis right one's chief to follow, yet am I myself unwilling thus to meet the son of Brucey. When these earls so fierce in battle, close in fight, then will our case be hard beyond the case of most men. In this trial of our friendship, Earl Thorfinn selected the ablest of his men to man his ship, and then he went to see Kalf Arnason, and asked his assistance. He said that Calf would not be able to buy King Magnus' friendship since he had already been banished, and was therefore unable to keep the king's favour even when they were once reconciled. You may be sure, he added, that if Ragnvald overcomes me and he and King Magnus become masters here in the west, you will not be welcome in this quarter, but if I come off victorious, you shall lack nothing that it is in my power to give you. If we two keep together, we shall be a match for anyone here in the west, and I hardly think you will allow yourself to lie crouching aside like a cat among stones, while I am fighting for behoof of us both. Moreover, our ties are so close that it is more seemly for us to aid each other, since you have no ties of blood or affinity with our enemies. When Calf heard Thorfinn's persuasions, he called his men, and gave orders to fall to and fight on the side of Earl Thorfinn. Now Thorfinn and Calf both rode back to the fight, and when they arrived Thorfinn's men were ready to fly, and many of them had been slain. The Earl pushed his ship forward against that of Earl Ragnvald, and a fierce fight ensued, as is said by Arnar Jarlaskald. Then I saw the two wealth-givers hewing down each other's warriors. Fierce the fight was in the Pentland, as the sea swelled and the red rain crimsoned all the yielding timbers, while from Shieldrim's sweat of hot blood dripping stained the warriors' garments. Calf attacked Ragnvald's smaller ships, and speedily cleared them, as there was a great difference in the height of the ships. When the hired troops from Norway saw the vessels beside them cleared, they cut away their ship, and fled. Then only a few ships remained with Earl Ragnvald, and the victory began to lean the other way, so says Arnar Jarlaskald. Then the prince, so fierce in battle, valiant kinsman of the Vikings, all the old land might have conquered, with assistance of the eyeless men. Fewer were his slaughtered heroes, but the chief strong men in helmets, all the way to northern Jutland, chased the weak and flying remnant. And when the main portion of the troops had fled, Calf and Earl Thorfinn attacked Earl Ragnvald's ship together, and then a great number of his men were slain. When he saw the imminent danger, and that he would not be able to overcome Thorfinn and Calf, he had the cables cut and fled. It was now late in the day, and darkness was coming on. Earl Ragnvald stood out to sea the same night, and sailed for Norway, and did not stop till he found King Magnus, who received him well as he had done before, and invited him to remain with him, and there he stayed some time. Chapter 16. Earl Thorfinn subdues the islands. Now it is to be told of Earl Thorfinn that on the morning after the battle he sent boats to all the islands to search for the fugitives. Many were killed, and some were pardoned. Earl Thorfinn subdued all the islands, and made all the inhabitants his subjects, even those who had sworn allegiance to Earl Ragnvald. Thorfinn then fixed his residence in the Orkneys, keeping a great number of men about him. He imported provisions from Caithness, and sent Calf Arnason to the Sudreyar Hebrides, and ordered him to remain and maintain his authority there. When Earl Ragnvald had stayed with King Magnus for some time, he said to the king that he wished to go back to the islands. When the king heard this, he said it was not wise, and advised him to remain until the winter had passed away, and the sea was free from ice. Yet he said that he would give him as many men as he wanted, and a sufficient number of ships. Ragnvald, in reply, said that this time he would go without the king's men, adding that he could not lead an army against Earl Thorfinn without a great loss of men, as he had such extensive dominions in the west this time. He continued, I intend to go to the west in a single ship, as well manned as possible. Thus I expect there will be no news of us beforehand, and if I get to the islands I shall take them by surprise, and then we may speedily gain such a victory as could hardly if at all be gained by a number of troops. But if they become aware of our movements, we can still let the sea take care of us. King Magnus said he might go as he pleased and return to him when he wished. After this Ragnvald made his ship ready, and selected the crew carefully. Several of King Magnus' henchmen went with him, and altogether he had a picked crew in his vessel. When they were ready they sailed out to sea, and had a fair wind. This was early in the winter. Chapter 17. Ragnvald comes to the islands. Ragnvald first came off the coast of Jutland, Shetland, and heard that Earl Thorfinn was in the Orkneys with few men, because he did not expect any enemies in the depth of winter. Ragnvald went straightway to the Orkneys. Earl Thorfinn was in Hrossey, suspecting nothing. When Ragnvald arrived in the Orkneys, he went where he had heard that Earl Thorfinn was, and came upon him unawares, so that his presence was not known until he had secured all the doors of the house in which the Earl and his men were. It was in the night time, and most of the men were asleep, but the Earl was still sitting over his drink. Ragnvald and his men set fire to the house, When Earl Thorfinn became aware of the presence of enemies, he sent men to the door to know who they were. They were told that it was Earl Ragnvald. Then they all leaped to their weapons, but they were unable to do anything in the way of defense, as they were all prevented from getting out. The house was soon in flames, and Earl Thorfinn said that permission should be asked for those to go out who were to receive quarter. When this was asked of Earl Ragnvald, he permitted all the women and thralls to go out, but he said that most of Thorfinn's henchmen would be no better to him alive than dead. Those who were spared were dragged out, and the house began to burn down. Earl Thorfinn bethought him of a plan, and broke down part of the woodwork of the house, and leaped out there carrying Ingiborg his wife in his arms. As the night was pitch dark, he got away in the smoke unperceived by Earl Ragnvald's men, and during the night he rowed alone in a boat over to Caithness. Earl Ragnvald burnt the house with all who were in it, and no one thought otherwise than that Earl Thorfinn had perished there. After this Ragnvald went over the islands and took possession of them all. He also sent messages over to Caithness and to the Sudreyar Hebrides to the effect that he intended to have all the dominions of Thorfinn, and nobody spoke against him. Earl Thorfinn was then in Caithness in hiding with his friends, and no news went abroad of his escape from the burning. Chapter 18. Earl Ragnvald slain. Earl Ragnvald resided in Kirkjuvag and brought there all necessaries for the winter. He had a great number of men, and entertained them liberally. A little before Christmas, the Earl went with a numerous following 38 into Little Papy to fetch malt for the Christmas brewing. The evening which they stayed in the islands, they sat a long time round the fires to warm themselves, and he who had to keep up the fires said they were running short of fuel. Then the Earl made a slip of the tongue in speaking, and said, "We shall be old enough when these fires are burnt out," but he intended to have said that they would be warm enough. And when he noticed his blunder, he said, "I made a slip of the tongue in speaking. Just now I do not remember that I ever did so before, and now I recollect what my fosterfather King Olaf said at Stiklestad, when I noticed a slip of the tongue which he made, namely, that if it ever so happened that I should make a slip in my speech, I should not expect to live long after it. It may be that my kinsman Thorfinn is still alive." At that moment they heard that the house was surrounded by men. It was Earl Thorfinn and his men. They set the house on fire immediately, and heaped up a large pile before the door. Thorfinn permitted all others to come out, except Earl Ragnvald's men, and when most of them had gone out, a man came to the door dressed in linen clothes only, and asked Earl Thorfinn to lend a hand to the deacon. This man placed his hands on the wall and sprang over it, and over the ring of men, and came down a great way off, and disappeared immediately in the darkness of the night. Earl Thorfinn told his men to go after him, saying, "There went the Earl, for that is his feet and no other man's." They went away and divided into parties to search for him. Thorkel Fostri with some others went along the beach, and 39, they heard the barking of a dog among the rocks. By the sea Earl Ragnvald had had his favourite dog with him. Thorkel had the Earl seized, and asked his men to kill him, offering them a reward in money, but no one would do it, so Thorkel Fostri slew Earl Ragnvald himself, as he knew that one of the two Earls must die. Then Earl Thorfinn came up, and did not find fault with the deed. They spent the night in the island, and all were killed who had accompanied Earl Ragnvald thither. Next morning they took a barge, and filled it with malt. Then they went on board and ranged the shields which had belonged to Earl Ragnvald and his men along the bulwarks. Neither had they more men in the barge than Ragnvald had had, so they rowed to Kirkjuvag. And when those of Ragnvald's men who were there saw the vessel, they thought it was Earl Ragnvald and his men returning, and they went unarmed to meet them. Thorfinn seized 30 of them, and slew them. Most of them were henchmen and friends of King Magnus. To one of the king's henchmen the Earl gave quarter, and told him to go east to Norway, and tell King Magnus the tidings. Chapter 19. Earl Ragnvald's burial. The body of Earl Ragnvald was brought to the larger Papy, and buried there. Men said that he was one of the most accomplished and best beloved of all the Earls of the Orkneys, and his death was greatly lamented by all the people. After this Earl Thorfinn took possession of the whole of the islands, and no one spoke against him. Early in the spring these tidings came east to Norway to King Magnus. He regarded the death of Ragnvald his foster-brother as a great loss, and said he would avenge him by and by, but just then he was at war with King Sweyn Ulf's son. Chapter 20. Earl Thorfinn comes to King Harald. About this time, King Harald Sigurd's son, King Magnus' uncle, arrived in Norway, and King Magnus gave him the half of the kingdom. One winter they called out men from the whole of Norway, intending to go south to Denmark, but while they lay in Selly 2 warships rowed into the harbour, and up to King Magnus' ship a man in white cloak went from the strange ship, and along the king's ship and up to the quarterdeck. The king sat at meat, the man saluted him, and taking up a loaf he broke it and ate of it. The king received his salutation, and handed the cup to him. When he saw that he ate the bread, the king looked at him, and said, "Who is this man?" "My name is Thorfinn," he said. "Art thou Earl Thorfinn?" said the king. "So am I called in the west," he said, "and I am here with 2 ships of 20 benches well manned, considering our means, and I wish now to join in this expedition with you. If you will accept my assistance, all my men and I myself are in God's power, and yours, my lord, on account of my great misdeeds, by which I have offended you." In the meantime some men gathered together, and listened to their conversation. "It is true, Earl Thorfinn," said the king, "that I intended in case we should meet, that you should not have to tell of our parting, but now matters stand so, that it does not become my dignity to have you slain, and you shall go with me now, but the terms of our reconciliation I will declare when I am more at leisure." Earl Thorfinn thanked the king and returned to his ship. The king stayed a long time in Selly, and men gathered to him from Vik, for he intended to sail to Jutland when he obtained a fair wind. Thorfinn was often in conversation with the king, who treated him in a friendly manner, and had him frequently present at his councils. One day the earl went on board the king's ship, and went up to the poop. The king asked him to sit down. The earl sat down, and they both drank together, and were merry. A tall, brave-looking man dressed in a red tunic came to the poop, and saluted the king, who received his greeting graciously. He was one of the king's henchmen. He said, "I have come to see you, Earl Thorfinn." "What is your business with me?" said the earl. "I wish to know what compensation you intend to give me for my brother, who was killed by your orders out west in Kirkjuvag, along with others of King Magnus' henchmen." "Have you never heard," said the earl, "that it is not my wont to pay money for the men whom I caused to be killed? I have nothing to do with how you have treated other people. If you pay the manboat for him, for whom it devolves on me to seek compensation, I also lost some money there myself, and was shamefully treated. It is more binding on me than anyone else to seek redress for my brother and myself, and therefore I now demand it. The king may remit offences committed against himself, even if he thinks it of no importance that his henchmen are led out and slaughtered like sheep." The earl answered, "I understand it to be to my advantage here, that I am not in your power. Are not you the man to whom I gave quarter there?" "True enough," said he, "it was in your power to have killed me like the others." Then the earl said, "Now, the saying proves true that often happens to many, which they least expect. I never thought I should be so placed, that it would be injurious to me to have been too generous to my enemies. But now I have to pay for having given you quarter. You would not have denounced me today in the presence of chiefs, if I had caused you to be killed like your comrades." The king looked at the earl, and said, "There it comes 42 out still, Earl Thorfinn, that you think you have killed too few of my henchmen without compensation." While saying this the king turned blood-red with anger. The earl started up and left the poop, and returned to his own ship, and all was quiet during the evening. In the morning, when the men awoke, fair wind had sprung up, and they rowed away from the harbour. The king sailed south to Jutland, with the whole fleet in the earlier part of the day. The earl's ship stood out farther to sea, and in the afternoon he took a westerly course, and there is nothing to be told of him till he arrived in the Orkneys, and resumed the government of his dominions. King Magnus and Harold sailed to Denmark, and spent the summer there. King Sweyn was unwilling to meet them, and stayed in Skane with his army. That summer King Magnus was seized with an illness of which he died, but he had previously declared that he gave the whole kingdom of Norway to his uncle Harold. Chapter 21. Earl Thorfinn's message to King Harold Hardradi. Earl Thorfinn now ruled the Orkneys, and all his dominions. Calf Arnason was frequently with him. Sometimes he made Viking expeditions to the west, and plundered in Scotland and Ireland. He was also in England, and at one time he was the chief of the Thingmen. When Earl Thorfinn heard of the death of King Magnus, he sent men to Norway to King Harold, with a friendly message saying that he wished to become his friend. When the messengers reached the king, he received them well, and promised the earl his friendship. When the earl received this message from the king, he made himself ready, taking from the west 2 ships of 20 benches, with more than 100 men, all fine troops, and went east to Norway. He found the king in Hordaland, and he received him exceedingly well, and at their parting, the king gave him handsome presents. 43 From thence the earl went southwards along the coast to Denmark. He went through the country, and found King Svein in a laborg. He invited him to stay, and made a splendid feast for him. Then the earl made it known that he was going to Rome, but when he came to Saxland, he called on the Emperor Heinrich, who received him exceedingly well, and gave him many valuable presents. He also gave him many horses, and the earl rode south to Rome, and saw the Pope, from whom he obtained absolution for all his sins. Then the earl returned, and arrived safely home in his dominions. He left off making war expeditions, and turned his mind to the government of his land and his people, and to the making of laws. He resided frequently in Burgisherad Bursay, and built there Christ's Kirk, a splendid church, and there was the first bishop's see in the Orkneys. Thorfinn's wife was Ingiborg, called the mother of the earls. They had 2 sons who arrived at manhood. One was called Paul, the other Erlend. They were men of large stature, fine-looking, wise, and gentle, more resembling their mother's relations. They were much loved by the earl and all the people. Chapter 22. Of Earl Thorfinn's deaths. Earl Thorfinn retained all his dominions to his dying day, and it is truly said that he was the most powerful of all the earls of the Orkneys. He obtained possession of 11 earldoms in Scotland, all the Sudreyar Hebrides, and a large territory in Ireland, so says Arnar Jarlaskald. Unto Thorfinn Raven's feeder armies had to yield obedience, from Thusasker right on to Dublin. Truth I tell, as is recorded. Earl Thorfinn was 5 winters old, when Malcolm the King of Scots, his mother's father, gave him the title of Earl, and after that he was Earl for 70 winters. He died towards the end of Harold Sigurdsson's reign. He is buried at Christ's Kirk in Burgisherad Bursay, which he had built. He was much lamented in his hereditary dominions, but in those parts which he had conquered by force of arms, many considered it very hard to be under his rule, and after his death many provinces which he had subdued turned away and sought help from the chiefs who were odel-born to the government of them. Then it soon became apparent how great a loss Thorfinn's death was to his dominions. The following stanzas were made about the battle between Earl Ragnvald Brusi's son and Earl Thorfinn. Since the earls have broken friendship, peace I can enjoy no longer. Feasts of corpses to the ravens, each has in his turn provided. Off the islands were the blue tents, by the mighty rent asunder, dabbled with the foul bird's feathers, in red blood 'neath lofty branches. Have ye heard how Calfer followed Finnur's son-in-law in battle? Quickly didst thou push thy vessels 'gainst the earl's ships on the water, to destroy the son of Brusi. Thou courageous ship's commander, wast unwilling but of hatred. Mindful didst thou help Thorfinn, when the earls had joined in battle. Misery there was unbounded. Thick and fast the men were falling. In the struggle sad the hour when nearer went the daring Eastmen to the unexampled firing. In that battle off the Red Bjorg, many a noble man was wounded. Swarthy shall become the bright sun. In the Black Sea shall the earth sink. Finished shall be austerous labour, and the wild sea hide the mountains, ere there be in those fair islands born a chief to rule the people. May our God both help and keep them, greater than the lost Earl Thorfinn. Chapter 23. Of the Earls Paul and Erlend and genealogies. Now the sons of Earl Thorfinn succeeded him. Paul was the elder of the 2, and he ruled for both of them. They did not divide their possessions, yet they almost always agreed in their dealings. Ingiborg, the mother of the earls, was married to 46 Malcolm, King of Scots, who was called Langhill's Longneck, and their son was Duncan, King of Scots, the father of William, the excellent man. His son was called William Ardling the Noble, whom all the Scots wished to have for their king. Earl Paul Thorfinn's son married the daughter of Earl Hakon, Ivar's son, by whom he had many children. They had a son called Hakon, and a daughter called Thora, who was married in Norway to Haldur, son of Brynjolf, Ulfaldi, Camel. Another son of theirs, named Brynjolf, married Gyrid Dag's daughter. A second daughter of Paul, called Ingirid, was married to Einar. Vorsakrak Herberg was the third daughter of Paul. She was the mother of Ingiborg Ragnar, who was married to Sigurd of Westness. Their sons were Hakon Pick, and Brynjolf. Sigrid was a second daughter of Herberg. She was the mother of Hakon Barn and of Herborg, who was married to Kalbin Hruga. The fourth daughter of Earl Paul was Ragnhild, who was the mother of Benedict, the father of Ingiborg. The 47 mother of Erling Erkediek and Archdeacon Ragnhild had a daughter by name Bergliot, who was married to Havard Gunnar's son. Their sons were Magnus Hakon Clo, Clodufniel and Thorstein. All those were the families of earls and chiefs in the Orkneys, and all of them will be mentioned in this saga afterwards. The wife of Earl Erlend Thorfinn's son was Thora, the daughter of Sumar Lidi Aspec's son. The mother of Aspec was Thordis, the daughter of Hall of Cedar in Iceland. Their sons were Erling and Magnus, and their daughters Gunhild and Cecilia, who was married to Isak, and their sons were Indridi, and Karl Erling had a natural daughter called Jatva. Her son was Bur. Chapter 24. Here is told of the death of King Harald and his daughter. When the brothers Paul and Erlend had succeeded to the government of the Orkneys, King Harald Sigurdsson Hardradi came from Norway with a large army. He first touched Outland. From thence he went to the Orkneys, and left there his queen Elisif and their daughters Maria. And in Geijerd from the Orkneys he had many troops. Both the earls went with him on the expedition. He went from Orkney to England, and landed at a place called Cliffland Cleveland, and took Skarderborg Scarborough. Then he touched at Hallerns Holderness, and had a battle there in which he was victorious the Wednesday, next before Mathiasma's 20th September. He had a battle at Jorvik York, with the earls Valthiof and Morokari. Morokari was slain there next Sunday. The Borg at Stamford Bridge surrendered to him, and he went on shore to arrange the government of the town, and there he left his son Olaf, the earls Paul and Erlend, and his brother-in-law Eystein Ori. While he was on shore he was met by Harold Gudinason Gardwinsson at the head of a numerous 48 army. In that battle King Harald Sigurdsson fell after the death of the king Eystein Ori, and the earls arrived from the ship, and made a stout resistance there. Eystein Ori fell, and almost the whole army of the Northmen with him. After the battle King Harold Gardwinsson permitted Olaf, the son of King Harald Sigurdsson, and the earls to leave England with all the troops that had not fled. Olaf sailed in the autumn from Hrafnseyri to the Orkneys the same day, and at the same hour as King Harold fell his daughter Maria died, and it is said that they had but one life. Olaf spent the winter in the Orkneys, and was very friendly to the earls his kinsmen. Thora, the mother of King Olaf, and Ingibiag, the mother of the earls, were daughters of two brothers. In the spring Olaf went to Norway, and was made king along with his brother Magnus. While the brothers Paul and Erlend ruled the Orkneys, they agreed extremely well a long time, but when their sons came to manhood Erling and Hakon became very violent. Magnus was the quietest of them. All they were all men of large stature, and strong and accomplished in everything. Hakon, Paul's son, wished to take the lead among his brothers. He considered himself of higher birth than the sons of Erlend, as he was the daughter's son of Earl Hakon, Ivar's son, and Ragnhild, the daughter of King Magnus. The good Hakon wished his friends to have the lion's share of everything before those who lent to the sons of Erlend, but Erlend did not like his sons to be inferior to any in the islands. Matters went so far that the kinsmen could not be together without danger. Then their fathers persuaded them to compose their differences. A meeting was appointed, but it soon became apparent that each of the fathers was inclined to take the part of his sons, and therefore they did not agree. Thus dissensions arose between the brothers, and they parted, without coming to an agreement, which was by many considered a great misfortune. Chapter 25. A meeting of peace. After this well-disposed men interfered, and tried to reconcile them. A meeting for reconciliation was appointed in Rossi, and at that meeting they made peace on the understanding that the islands should be divided in 2 shares, as they had been between Thorfinn and Brusi, and thus matters stood for a while. When Hakon had arrived at the age of manhood, he was continually on war expeditions. He became a very violent man, and greatly molested those who adhered to Erlend and his sons, and this went so far that they came to open enmity a second time, and attacked each other with numerous troops. Havard, Gunnar's son, and all the principal friends of the earls consulted once more, and tried to make peace between them. This time Erlend and his sons refused to make peace if Hakon remained in the islands, and because their friends considered their quarrels so dangerous to themselves, they besought Hakon not to let the condition that he should leave the islands for a time stand in the way of peace. Then by the advice of good men, they became reconciled. After this Hakon left the islands and first went east to Norway, and saw there King Olaf Kiri the Quiet, and stayed with him for a while. This was towards the end of his reign. After that he went east to Sweden to King Ingi Steinkel's son, who received him well. He found friends and kinsmen there, and was highly honoured on account of the esteem in which Hakon his mother's father was held. He had possessions from Steinkel the king of the Swedes ever since he was banished by King Harald Sigurd's son, and became greatly beloved both by the king and the people. A second daughter's son of Earl Hakon, Ivar's son, was Hakon, who was called the Norwegian. He was the father of King Eirik Spaki, the wise, who was king of Denmark, after Eirik Imuni the ever-remembered. Hakon remained in Sweden for a while and was well treated by King Ingi, but when some time had passed in this way, he felt so homesick that he wanted to go west again to the island's Christianity. Then was young and newly planted in Sweden, many men still dabbled in ancient lore and were persuaded that by such means they were able to ascertain future events. King Ingi was a good Christian man, and loathed all those that meddled in ancient superstitious lore, and made strenuous efforts to abolish the evil customs which for a long time had accompanied heathenism, but the chiefs and leading BNDR murmured loudly if they were reproved for their evil habits, and at last matters went so far that the BNDR elected another King Sweyn, the brother of the Queen, who permitted them to make sacrifices, and was therefore called Sacrificing Sweyn. King Ingi had to flee from him to western Gothland, but their dealings ended thus that King Ingi caught Sweyn by surprise in a house, and burnt the house and him in it. After this, he subdued the whole country, and uprooted many wicked customs. Chapter 26. Of the words of the spearman. When Hakon Paul's son was in Sweden, he had heard of a man in that country who practiced sorcery and speakcraft, whether he used for those purposes witchcraft or other magical arts. Hakon became very curious to see this man, and anxious to know what he could ascertain about his future, so he went in search of the man, and at last he found him in a seaside district where he went from one feast to another, and foretold the seasons and other things to the country people. When Hakon had found this man, he inquired of him whether he would succeed in regaining his dominions, or what other fortune awaited him. The spearman asked him who he was, and he told him his name and family, that he was the daughter's son of Hakon Ivar's son. The spearman then said, "Why should you ask foresight 51 or knowledge of the future from me? You know well that your kinsmen have had little liking for such men as I am. And yet it might be necessary for you to try to ascertain your fate from your friend Olaf, the stout, in whom all your faith is placed. But I suspect that he would not condescend to tell you what you are anxious to know, or else he may not be so mighty as you call him." Hakon answered, "I will not reproach him, and I should rather think I was not worthy to learn wisdom from him than that he was incapable, so that I might learn from him for that matter. But I have come to you, because I thought that we had no reason to envy each other on account of virtue or religion." The spearman replied, "I am glad to find that you place your entire trust in me, and not in that faith which you and your kinsmen profess. Truly they who apply themselves to such things are strange men. They keep fasts and vigils, and believe that by such means they will be able to ascertain that which they desire to know, but the more they apply themselves to these things, the less they ascertain of what they wish to know when it is most important to them to know it. But we undergo no bodily pains, yet we always obtain knowledge of those things, which it is of importance to our friends not to be ignorant of. Now matters will go between us in this way, that I shall help you, because I understand that you think you will rather obtain the truth from me than from the preachers of King Ingi, in whom he puts his entire trust. After 3 nights' time you shall come to me, and then we shall try whether I may be able to tell you any of the things you wish to know." Upon this they parted, and Hakon stayed in the district. When 3 nights had passed, he went again to see the spearman. He was in a certain house alone, and groaned heavily. As Hakon entered, he passed his hand across his forehead, and said that it had cost him much pain to obtain the knowledge which Hakon desired. Hakon then said he wished to hear his future. The spearman said, "If you wish your whole fate unfolded, it is long to tell, for there is a great future in store for you, and grand events will happen at certain periods of 52 your life. I foresee that you will at last become the sole ruler of the Orkneys. But you will perhaps think you have long to wait. I also see that your sons will rule there. Your next journey to the Orkneys will be a very eventful one. When its consequences appear in your days, you will also commit a crime, for which you may or may not obtain pardon from the God, in whom you believe your steps go farther out into the world than I am able to trace. Yet I think you will rest your bones in the northern parts. Now, I have told you what has been given me to tell you at this time, but what satisfaction you may have derived from your visit rests with yourself." Hakon replied, "Great things you have foretold if they turn out to be true, but I think my fate will prove itself better than you have said, and perhaps you have not seen the truth." The spearman said he was free to believe what he liked of it, but that such events would not the less surely come to pass. Chapter 27. Of the schemes of Hakon Paul's son. After this Hakon went to see King Ingi, and stayed with him a short while. Then he obtained leave from the king to depart. He went first to Norway to see his kinsman King Magnus, who received him very well there. He heard that the government of the Orkneys was almost exclusively in the hands of Earl Erlend and his sons, and that they were greatly loved, but that his father Paul took little part in the government. He also thought he could perceive from conversations with men from the Orkneys who gave him a true account of the state of matters that the Orkneymen had no desire for his return home. They were living in peace and quiet, and were afraid that Hakon's return would give rise to disturbance and strife. When Hakon was turning this over in his mind, he thought it likely that his kinsmen would try to keep him out of his 53 possessions, and that it would be dangerous for him if he did not go west with a numerous retinue. Then he devised a scheme to induce King Magnus to put him into his possessions in the Orkneys. Chapter 28. Hakon's interview with King Magnus. This was after King Magnus had put Stagr Thorir and Egil to death, and put down all opposition to his rule. Hakon was a sagacious man, and he thought he could understand from King Magnus' conversation that he was ambitious of grand undertakings and covetous of the possessions of other rulers. Hakon began to tell the king that it would be a princely feat to make an expedition to the west and subdue the islands. As Harold the Fair-haired had done, he also said that if he established his power in the Sudreyar Hebrides, he might easily make forays into Ireland and Scotland from them. Then, having subdued the western countries, he might attack the English with the help of the Northmen, and thus take revenge for his grandfather Harold Sigurd's son. When they were speaking about these things, it became evident that the king was pleased with this proposal, and said it was spoken like a nobleman and quite according to his own mind. But I wish you not to be surprised, Hakon said the king, in case I shall be persuaded by your words to carry an army into the west, if I put forward a strong claim to the possessions there, without regard to the claims of any man. When Hakon heard this suggestion, he was not so well pleased because he suspected the real meaning of the king's words, and after this, he no longer persuaded the king to go, neither was it required, for after their conversation, the king sent messages throughout his dominions to make known that he was soon to lead out an expedition, and then he made it known to the people that he was going to the west. Whatever might be the result, preparations were 54 made for the expedition throughout the whole kingdom. King Magnus took with him his son Sigurd, who was 8 winters old, and a hopeful boy. Chapter 29. The Western Expedition of Magnus Barelegs. When the brothers Paul and Erlend ruled the Orkneys, King Magnus came from Norway. He had a large army. Many of his vassals followed him, among whom were Vidkun Johnson, Sigurd Hrani's son, Cirk from Sandag, Eilif's son Skapti from Giski Ogmund Finn, and Thord Eyvind Olmbogi, the king's high steward Kali Esenbjorn's son from Agdir, the son of Thorleif Spaki, the wise who was maimed by Holfrid, and Karl his son. Kali was a very wise man, much esteemed by the king, and made verses well. When King Magnus came to the Orkneys, he seized the earls Paul and Erlend and sent them east to Norway, but placed his son Sigurd over the isles and gave him counsellors. King Magnus went to the Sudreyar Hebrides accompanied by Magnus and Erling, the sons of Earl Erlend and Hakon Paul's son. But when King Magnus came to the islands, he began hostilities first at Liadhus Lewis, and gained a victory there in this expedition. He subdued the whole of the Sudreyar and seized Logman, the son of Gudrod, king of the Western Islands. Thence he went to Bretland, Wales, and fought a great battle in Anglesea Sound with 2 British chiefs, 289, Hugh the Stout and Hugh the Bold. When the men took up their arms and buckled for the fight, Magnus Erlend's son sat down on the foredeck and did not take his arms. The king asked why he did not 55 do so. He said he had nothing against anyone there, and would not therefore fight. The king said, "Go down below, and do not lie among other people's feet, if you dare not fight, for I do not believe that you do this from religious motives." Magnus took a psalter and sang during the battle, and did not shelter himself. The battle was long and fiercely contested, and both swords and missiles were used for a long time. The result of the battle was doubtful. King Magnus shot from a bow, and a man from Heilagerland was with him. Hugh the Bold fought valiantly. He had a suit of armour which covered him entirely, except his eyes. King Magnus ordered the man from Heilagerland to shoot at the same time as he did, and they shot both at once. One of the arrows struck the nosepiece of the helmet, and the other pierced the eye, and that was said to be the king's arrow. Chapter 30. Kali's death. After Hugh's death, the British Normans fled, and King Magnus obtained a great victory. He lost there many brave men, and many others were wounded. Kali had received many wounds, but none mortal. After the battle, King Magnus sailed from the south along the coasts of Bretland and Scotland, having conquered all the Sudreyar and Anglesea, which is 1/3 of Bretland. King Magnus had appointed Magnus Erlend's son as one of the waiters at his table, and he performed continually the duties of that office. But after the battle in Anglesea Sound, the king showed that Magnus had incurred his serious displeasure. He had not been wounded, although he had not sheltered himself during the night, he stole away from the king and hid himself for some time in the woods. While the king's men made a search for him, Magnus made his way to the court of Malcolm, the king of Scots, and remained 56 there a while. For some time he was with a certain bishop in Bretland. He was also in England, but he did not come to the Orkneys while King Magnus was alive. King Magnus held northward along the coasts of Scotland, and messengers came to him from Malcolm, the king of Scots, to ask for peace. They said that the king of Scots was willing to give him all the islands lying west of Scotland, between which and the mainland he could pass in a vessel with the rudder shipped thereupon. King Magnus landed in Satiri Kintyre, and had a boat drawn across the neck isthmus of Satiri, he himself holding the helm, and thus he gained possession of the whole of Satiri, which is better than the best island of the Sudreyar man, excepted it is in the west of Scotland. And on the land side there is a narrow isthmus across which vessels are frequently drawn. Thence King Magnus went to the Sudreyar, and sent his men into Scotland's fjord. They rowed in along one coast and out along another, and thus took possession of all the islands west of Scotland. Then the king made it known that he was going to spend the winter in the Sudreyar, but gave permission to those who had most urgent business to go home. When the troops knew this, they all wished to go home, and murmured greatly at being longer detained. The king then held a council with his advisers, and looked at the wounds of his men. He saw 57 Kali, and asked about his wounds. Kali said they did not heal well, and that he did not know what the end would be. The king asked for his advice. Kali said, "Is it not so that your friends are now failing you?" The king said he did not think so. Kali asked him to hold a Wappenshaw, and thus to ascertain the number of his troops. This the king did. Then he missed many men. This he told to Kali. Then Kali sang, "How do thy great chiefs repay thee for the bounties lavished on them? Now, O king, of this make trial. On western currents ships are shaken." The king replied, "Surely it was in my folly that my wealth I gave to these men. Yet my long ships swiftly speeding still shall climb the chilly billows." After this the king kept a watch to prevent men from deserting. When King Magnus was in the Sudreyar, he obtained the hand of Biadmonia, the daughter of Mircairton, the son of Thialbai, the king of the Irish in Cunnetir Connaught, for his son Sigurd, who was then 9 winters old, and she 5 this winter. Kali died from his wounds. Sigurd Snaes Slice, Kali's kinsman, a lenderman from Agdir, had fallen in Anglesea Sound. Chapter 31. Birth of Kali, son of Karl. Early in the spring, King Magnus left the Sudreyar, and went first to the Orkneys, where he heard of the death of the earls. Erlend died in Nidaros, and was buried there, and Paul died in Björgvinbergen. Then King Magnus married Gunhild, the daughter of Earl Erlend, to Karl, Kali's son, in 58 order. To compensate him for the loss of his father, her dowry consisted of possessions in the Orkneys, including a farm at Papel. Some say that Erling Erlend's son fell in Anglesea Sound, but Snorri Sturluson says he fell in Uludster with King Magnus. At his wedding, Karl became King Magnus' vassal. Afterwards, he went to Norway with the king, and home to Agdir with his wife, and went to reside at his estates there. Karl and Gunhild had 2 children. Their son was called Kali, and their daughter Ingirid. They were both very promising children, and brought up with affectionate care. Chapter Roman 32. Sigurd made king. When Magnus had been king 9 winters, he went to the west and made war in Ireland, and spent the winter in Cunnetir Connaught. The next summer, on St. Bartholomew's Day, he fell in Uludster, Ulster. When Sigurd heard in the Orkneys of the death of his father, he went immediately to Norway, and was made king along with his brothers Eystein and Olaf. He had left the daughter of the Irish king in the west. 1 winter or 2 after the death of King Magnus, Hakon Paul's son came from the west, and the kings gave him an earl's title and possessions beseeming his birth. Then he returned to the west, and took possession of the Orkneys. He had always accompanied King Magnus. While he was alive, he was with him in his expedition to Gotland, which is mentioned in the song made about Hakon Paul's son. Chapter 33. Magnus Erlend's son obtains the title of Earl. When Earl Hakon had ruled the Orkneys for some time, Magnus, the son of Earl Erlend, came from Scotland, and 59 wished to take possession of his patrimony. The BNDR were highly pleased with this, for he was beloved among them, and had many kinsmen and connections who wished to help him to his dominions. His mother was married to a man called Sigurd. Their son was named Hakon Karl Man. They had estates in Papel. When Earl Hakon heard that Earl Magnus had come to the Orkneys, he collected men together, and refused to give up any part of the islands, but their friends tried to make peace between them, and at last they succeeded so far that Hakon consented to give up half of his dominions, if the kings of Norway approved of it. Magnus went immediately to Norway to see King Eystein, for King Sigurd had then gone to Jerusalem. King Eystein received him exceedingly well, and gave up to him his patrimony one half of the Orkneys with the title of Earl. Thereupon Magnus went west to his dominions, and his kinsmen and friends, and all the people were glad to see him back. Through the kind offices of mutual friends, Magnus and Hakon agreed very well. So long as their friendship continued, there were good times and peace in the Orkneys. Chapter 34. Of Earl Magnus, Erlend's son. The holy Magnus, Earl of the Islands, was a most excellent man. He was of large stature, a man of a noble presence and intellectual countenance. He was of blameless life, victorious in battles, wise, eloquent, strong-minded, liberal and magnanimous, sagacious in counsels, and more beloved than any other man to wise men. And good he was, gentle and affable in his conversation, but severe and unsparing with robbers and Vikings, many of those who plundered the landowners, and the inhabitants of the land he caused to be put to death. He also seized murderers and thieves, and punished rich and poor impartially for robberies and thefts, and all crimes he was just in his judgment. 60, and had more respect to divine justice than difference in the estates of men. He gave large presents to chiefs and rich men, yet the greatest share of his liberality was given to the poor in all things. He strictly obeyed the divine commands, and he chastened his body in many things which in his glorious life were known to God, but hidden from men. Thus he made known his intention to espouse a maiden of a most excellent family in Scotland, and having celebrated his marriage, he lived with her for 10 winters free from the defilement of carnal lusts, for he was pure and spotless with regard to all such sins, and if he were tempted, he bathed in cold water and prayed for divine assistance. Many other glorious virtues he exhibited to guard himself, but concealed from men. Chapter 35. Of Magnus and Hakon. Magnus and Hakon ruled their lands, and defended them for some time, the two agreeing very well in a song made about them. It is said that they fought with a chief called Dufniel, their third cousin, who fell before them. They also slew a famous man named Thorbjorn in Borgarfjord in Outland. Other deeds of theirs are set forth in song, though not specially narrated here. When they had ruled the land for some time, it happened, as often is the case, that men of evil dispositions were found, who destroyed their good understanding. Hakon was more disposed to listen to these miserable men, because he was very jealous of the popularity and greatness of his kinsman Magnus. Chapter 36. Of Earl Magnus. 2 men with Earl Hakon are chiefly mentioned as being the worst in creating enmity between the two kinsmen. These were Sigurd and Sivert Saki Sak through the slander of wicked men. This enmity went so far that the earls gathered troops together, and went to meet each other. Both went to Rossi, where the Orkney Thingstead was, and when they arrived there both drew up their troops in battle array, and prepared to fight. There were both the earls and all the chief men, many of whom were friends of both, and did all they could to make peace between them, showing much goodwill and virtuous disposition. This meeting was during Lent, but as many well-disposed men joined themselves together to avert hostilities between them, and to assist neither of them against the other, they confirmed their reconciliation with oaths and shaking of hands. Some time after this Earl Hakon, with hypocrisy and fair words, appointed a day of meeting with the blessed Earl Magnus, so that their friendship and the newly made peace should neither be disturbed nor destroyed. This meeting, which was to confirm their peace and reconciliation, should take place in the spring in the Pash week in Egilsey. Earl Magnus was well pleased with this arrangement, as he thought it was meant to confirm a sincere peace without any suspicions, treachery or covetousness. Each of them should 62 have 2 ships and an equal number of men at the conference. Both swore to keep the peace on conditions dictated by the wisest men. Immediately after Easter, preparations were made for the meeting. Earl Magnus summoned all those whom he knew to be best disposed to him, and most likely to make matters smooth between them. He had 2 ships, and as many men as had been agreed upon, and when he was ready he went to Egilsey. As they were rowing in calm and smooth water, a great wave rose under the ship which was steered by the Earl, and broke over it, where he sat. His men wondered very much at such an occurrence, that a breaker should rise in smooth water, where no man could remember a breaker to have arisen, and where the water was so deep. Then the Earl said, "No wonder that you are surprised at this. Indeed, I take this as a foreboding of my death. Perhaps it will come to pass as was prophesied about Earl Hakon, and this may be to prepare us for Hakon my kinsman not dealing honestly with me." At this meeting the Earl's men became very sorrowful when he spoke of his death being near at hand, and begged him to take care of his life, and not to trust himself to the good faith of Earl Hakon. Earl Magnus answered, "Let us go this time, and let all that depends on our journey be in God's will." Chapter 37. Earl Hakon and Earl Magnus. Now it is to be told of Earl Hakon that he gathered together a numerous army, and had many ships equipped as if for battle, and when the troops were assembled, he made known to his men that he intended that this meeting should decide between him and Earl Magnus, so that both of them should not rule over the Orkneys. Many of his men approved of this plan, adding many wicked suggestions to it, yet Sigurd and Sivert Saki counselled the worst things. Then they began to row fast and went along quickly. Havard Gunnar's son, who was the friend and counsellor of 63 the earls, and equally faithful to both, was on board the earl's ship. Hakon had concealed this wicked plan from him, in which he would by no means have had any part, and when he knew that the earl was so resolute in this wicked purpose, he jumped overboard and swam to a certain uninhabited island. Earl Magnus arrived first with his men at Egilsey, and when they saw Earl Hakon coming they perceived that he had 8 warships. Then Earl Magnus suspected that he intended to act treacherously towards him, so he walked along the island with his men, and went into the church to pray. His men offered to defend him. The earl replied, "I will not put your lives in danger for mine, and if peace cannot be established between us, let it be as God wills." His men now recognized the truth of his words, and as he foreknew the hours of his life, whether from his wisdom or from a divine revelation, would neither fly nor avoid his enemies, he prayed devoutly, and had a mass sung for him. Chapter 38. The offers of Earl Magnus. Hakon and his men came up in the morning, and ran first to the church and ransacked it, but did not find the earl. He had gone to another part of the island, to a certain hiding place, accompanied by 2 men. But when the holy Earl Magnus saw that they searched for him, he called to them, and thus made known to them where he was, and said they need search no farther. And when Hakon saw him, he and his men ran thither with loud yelling and clangor of their weapons. Earl Magnus was praying when they came up to him, and when he had finished his prayer, he made the sign of the cross, and said firmly to Earl Hakon, "You did not act well, kinsman, when you broke your oaths, and it is highly probable that you were instigated to this more by the wickedness of others than your own. Now, I will make you 3 offers, that you may rather accept one of them than break your oaths, and slay me who am innocent." Hakon's men asked what these offers were. "The first is that I shall go to Rome or away to Jerusalem, and visit the holy places, taking with me 2 ships from the Orkneys, with the necessary equipment for the journey, and obtain benefits for the souls of us both. I shall swear never to return to the Orkneys." This offer was promptly rejected. Then said Earl Magnus, "Now because my life is in your power, and I have offended against Almighty God in many things, you shall send me to Scotland to our mutual friends, and keep me in custody there, with 2 men for companionship. Make such provision that I shall not be able to escape from this custody." This too was promptly refused. Magnus then said, "There is yet one more offer which I will make, and God knows that I think more of your soul than of my own life for it. Were better that you should do as I shall offer you, than that you should take my life. Let me be maimed as you like or deprived of my eyes, and throw me into a dark dungeon." Then said Earl Hakon, "This offer I accept, and I ask for no more." But the chief started up, and said to Earl Hakon, "One of you will we kill now, and from this day you shall not both rule the lands of the Orkneys." Earl Hakon replied, "Slay him then, for I will rather have earldom and lands than instant death." Thus their conversation was related by Holdbody, a truthful Bondi in the Sudrayar, who was one of the 2 of Earl Magnus' men who were with him when he was taken. Chapter 39. The beheading of Earl Magnus. The worthy Earl Magnus was as cheerful as if he were invited to a banquet, and spoke neither words of offence nor anger. After these words had passed, he fell on his knees to pray, hiding his face in his hands, and shedding many tears before God. Then, when the holy Earl Magnus was thus doomed to death, Hakon ordered his banner-bearer Ofig to slay the earl, but he refused with the utmost wrath. Then forced he Lifalf his cook to be the slayer of Magnus. But he began to weep aloud. "Weep not thus," said Earl Magnus, "for this is an honourable task. Be firm, and you shall have my clothing, according to the custom and laws of the men of old. Be not afraid, for you do this against your will, and he who forces you sins more than you." When he had said this, he took off his tunic, and gave it to Lifalf. Then he asked for permission to pray, which was granted to him. He fell upon the earth, and gave himself to God, offering himself as a sacrifice. He prayed not only for his friends, but also for his enemies and murderers, and forgave them with all his heart their offences against himself, he confessed his sins to God, and prayed that they might be washed from him in the shedding of his blood. He commended his spirit to God's keeping and prayed that his angels might come to meet his soul, and carry it into the rest of paradise. Some say that he took the sacrament when the Mass was sung. Then, when God's friend was led to execution, he said to Lifolf, "Stand before me and hew me a mighty stroke on the head, for it is not fitting that highborn lords should be put to death like thieves. Be firm, poor man, for I have prayed to God for you, that he may have mercy upon you." After that he signed the sign of the cross, and stooped under the blow, and his spirit passed into heaven. Chapter 40. The saintship of Earl Magnus made manifest. The place where Earl Magnus was slain was previously covered with moss and stones, but shortly afterwards his merits before God became manifest in this wise, that it became green sward where he was beheaded. Thus God 66 showed that he had suffered for righteousness' sake, and had obtained the beauty and verdure of paradise, which is called the land of the living. Earl Hakon did not permit his body to be brought to the church for burial. The day of Earl Magnus' death was 2 days after Tibertius's 14th April. Then he had been 7 winters Earl in the Orkneys. Along with Earl Hakon 7 to 4 winters had passed since the death of King Olaf. The kings of Norway were at this time Sigurd, Eystein and Olaf. It was 1091 winters after the birth of Christ. Chapter 41. The Earl's body brought to church. Thora, the mother of Earl Magnus, had invited both the Earls to a banquet after their meeting, and Earl Hakon went there after the murder of the holy Earl Magnus. Thora herself served at the banquet, and brought the drink to the Earl and his men who had been present at the murder of her son. And when the drink began to have effect on the Earl 67, then went Thora before him, and said, "You came alone here, my lord, but I expected you both. Now I hope you will gladden me in the sight of God and men, be to me instead of a son, and I shall be to you instead of a mother. I stand greatly in need of your mercy now, and I pray you to permit me to bring my son to church. Hear this my supplication now, as you wish God to look upon you at the day of doom." The Earl became silent and considered her case as she prayed so meekly, and with tears that her son might be brought to church. He looked upon her, and the tears fell, and he said, "Bury your son where it pleases you." Then the Earl's body was brought to Hrossi, and buried at Christ's Kirk in Bursay, which had been built by Earl Thorfinn. Chapter 62. The miracle-working of Magnus the martyr. Soon after this, a heavenly light was seen above his burial place. Then men who were placed in danger began to pray to him, and their prayers were heard. A heavenly odour was frequently perceived above his burial place, from which people suffering from illness received health. Then sufferers made pilgrimages thither both from the Orkneys and Jutland, and kept vigils at his grave, and were cured of all their sufferings, but people dared not make this known, while Earl Hakon was alive. It is said of the men who were most guilty in the murder of the holy Earl Magnus, that most of them met with a miserable death. Chapter 43. The miracles wrought by the blessed friend of God Magnus. William was Bishop of the Orkneys at this time. He was the first bishop there. The bishop's seat was at Christ's Kirk in Burgesherad Bursay. William was bishop for 6 winters of the 7th decade. For a long time he disbelieved in the sanctity of Earl Magnus, until his merits became manifest to such a degree that God made his holiness grow the more conspicuous the more it was tried, as is told in the book of his miracles. Chapter 44. The journey of Earl Hakon to the south. After the murder of Earl Magnus, Hakon Paul's son took possession of all the Orkneys, and exacted an oath of fealty from all men, and took submission from those who had served Earl Magnus. He became a great chief, and made heavy exactions from those of Earl Magnus' friends, who in his opinion had taken part against him. Some winters after this he prepared to leave the country, and went to Rome. Then he also went to Jerusalem according to the custom of the palmers, and brought away sacred relics, and bathed in the river Jordan. After that he returned to his dominions, and resumed the government of the Orkneys. He became a good ruler and established peace throughout his dominions. He also made new laws for the Orkneys, which the landowners liked better than the 69 former ones. Then he became so popular that the Orkneymen desired no other rulers than Hakon and his issue. Chapter 45. Genealogical. When Earl Hakon ruled over the Orkneys, there lived a noble and wealthy man by name Marden at Daldale in Caithness. His daughters were Helga and Frakok Thorleif. Helga, Marden's daughter, was the concubine of Earl Hakon, and their son was Harold, who was called Sletmarli Smoothtalker. And their daughter was Ingibiag, who was married to Olaf Bitterling Littlebit, the king of the Sudrayar. their second daughter, was Margaret Marden's daughter. Frackhawk was married to a man who was named lionizing miscreant in Sutherland, and their daughter was Steinver the Stout, who was married to Thorliot at Reykjavik. Their sons were Alvir Rasta Strife Magnus Orm, and Marden Eindridi, and their daughter Audhild, a second daughter of Frackhawk, was Gudrun, married to Thorstein Hold Firerinsmun Open Mouth. Their son was Thorbjorn Clerk. Hakon Paul's son had a son named Paul who was called Umalgi Speechless. He was a reserved man, but popular when the brothers grew up. They never agreed. Hakon Paul's son died on a sickbed in the islands, and his death was considered a great loss, for in the later days of his reign there was unbroken peace, and the islanders suspected that the brothers would not agree well. Chapter 46. The slaying of Thorkel Fastri. After the death of Earl Hakon, his sons succeeded him, but they soon disagreed, and divided the dominions between 70. Then also dissensions arose between the great men, and the vassals of each were divided into factions. Earl Harold held Caithness from the King of the Scots, and he resided frequently there, but sometimes also in Scotland Sutherland, for he had many friends and kinsmen there. When Earl Harold was staying in Sutherland, there came to him a man called Sigurd Slembir, who was said to be the son of the priest Adalbrecht. He came from Scotland, having been staying with King David, who had held him in high esteem. Earl Harold received him extremely well. Sigurd went into the islands with Earl Harold and Frackhawk Marden's daughter, for her husband Lietniding was dead. She and her sister took a large share in the government with Earl Harold. Sigurd Slembir was a great favourite with all of them at that time. Audhild, the daughter of Thorleif Marden's daughter, was his concubine afterwards. She was married to Hakon Claw before that time. She had been married to Eirik Strta. Their son was Eirik Slagbrillir. When Sigurd and Frackhawk came to the islands, great dissensions arose, and both of the earls called together as many of their friends as they could get. The most attached to Earl Paul was Sigurd at Westness, who had married Ingiborg the Noble, a kinswoman of the earls, and Thorkel 71 Sumarlidi's son, who was always with Earl Paul, and was called his foster-father. He was a kinsman of the holy Earl Magnus and a most popular man. The friends of the Earl thought that no man would less deplore their dissensions than Thorkel, because of the injury done him by their father Hakon. At last Earl Harold and Sigurd Slembir went to Thorkel Fastri, and slew him. When Earl Paul heard this, he was very much displeased and gathered men together, but when their mutual friends became aware of this, they went between them and tried to reconcile them, and all took part in making peace. Earl Paul was so wroth that he would not make peace, unless all those who were concerned in the manslaying were banished. But as the islanders thought their dissensions a great calamity, they all tried to pacify them, and the result was that Sigurd, and all those who in Earl Paul's opinion were most concerned in this crime, were banished from the Orkneys. Earl Harold paid the manboat compensation for the slaughter of Thorkel. The terms of this peace were that their friendship should be confirmed, and that they should spend Christmas and all the chief festivals together. Sigurd Slembir left the Orkneys and went to Scotland, and stayed for a while with Malcolm, King of Scots, and was well entertained. He was thought a great man in all manly exercises. He remained for a time in Scotland, until he went to Jerusalem. Chapter 47. Earl Harold slain by sorcery. Once the brothers were to be entertained at Orfjara, Orfir, one of Earl Harold's estates, and he was to bear the expense of the entertainment for both of them. That Christmas he was very busy, and made great preparations. The sisters Frackhawk and Helga were there with the Earl, and sat sewing 72 in a little room. Earl Harold went into the room where the sisters were sitting on a crossbench, and saw a linen garment newly made and white as snow lying between them. The Earl took it up, and saw that it was embroidered with gold. He asked, "To whom does this splendid thing belong?" Frackhawk replied, "It is intended for your brother Paul." "Why do you make such a fine garment for him? You do not take such pains in making my clothing." He had just come out of bed and was dressed in a shirt and linen drawers, and had thrown a mantle over his shoulders. He threw off the mantle, and spread out the dress. His mother took hold of it, and asked him not to envy his brother of his fine clothing. The Earl pulled it from her, and prepared to put it on. Then Frackhawk snatched off her headgear and tore her hair, and said that his life was at stake if he put it on, and both of the women wept grievously. The Earl put on the garment nevertheless, but as soon as it touched his sides, a shiver went through his body, which was soon followed by great pain, so that he had to take to his bed, and he was not long in bed until he died. His friends considered his death a great loss. Immediately after his death, his brother Paul took possession of his dominions with the consent of the BNDR. Earl Paul considered that the splendid underclothing which Earl Harold had put on had been intended for him, and therefore he did not like the sisters to stay in the Orkneys, so they left the islands with all their attendants, and went first to Caithness, and then to Scotland to the estate, which Fracoch had there. Her son Erlend was brought up there, while he was young. Alvir Rosta the son of Thorliet from Reykjavik Rakwick and Steini Steinver Fracoch's daughter were also brought up there. Alvir was a man of great strength, a violent man, and a great fighter. Thorbjorn Clerk, the son of Thorstein Hold, was brought up there, and also Margaret the daughter of Earl Hakon and Helga 73 Marden's daughter and Eirik Slagbrillir. All these were men of great families, and accomplished, and thought they had claims to the Orkneys. The brothers of Fracoch were Magnus Orfi, the liberal, and Earl Otter in Thorsi Thurso, who was a nobleman. Chapter 48 of Earl Paul. Earl Paul then ruled the Orkneys, and was very popular. He was somewhat taciturn, spoke little at the things, and gave others a large share in the government with himself. He was a modest man, and gentle to the people, liberal with his money, and spared nothing with his friends. He was not warlike, and kept himself very quiet at that time. There were many noble men descended from earls in the Orkneys. Then there lived at Westness in Hrolfsi Rouse a noble man by name Sigurd, who had married in Gibberg, the noble. Her mother Herborg was the daughter of Earl Paul Thorfinn's son. Their sons were Brynjolf and Hakon Pick. All these were Earl Paul's vassals. So were also the sons of Havard Gunny's son Hakon Clo Thorstein, and Dufniol. Their mother was Bergliot, and her mother was Ragnhild, the daughter of Earl Paul. There was a man named Erling who lived in Caithness. He had 4 sons, all of them accomplished men. A man named Olaf lived in Gerxi Gersay, and had another estate at Dungalsbyn Caithness. Olaf was a great man, and highly honoured by Earl Paul. His wife was named Asleif, a wise woman, accomplished, and of a great family. Their sons Valtheof Swain and Gunniwer, all accomplished men. Their sister was named Ingigerd. Sigurd, the Earl's brother-in-law, had married Thora, the mother of Earl Magnus, and their son was Hakon Karl Man. Both Sigurd and his son were great chiefs in Rinarsi North Ronaldsay. There lived a woman by name Ragna, and her son was named Thorstein, a man of great strength. A farmer named Kugi, a wise and 74 wealthy man, lived at Jefsisness in Westry. A farmer named Helgi lived at a hamlet in Westry. Thorkel Fletta, a braid, a violent and powerful man, lived in Westry. Thorstein and Haflidi were unpopular men. At Swiney Swanner in the Pentland Firth lived a poor man, and his sons were Asbjorn and Margard, sturdy fellows. In Fridery Fair Isle lived a man by name Dagfinn. A man named Thorstein lived at Fluganess in Hrossi, the mainland of Orkney, and his sons were Thorstein Krokogger, Crooked Eye, and Blan, both of them wild fellows. Japfer, the daughter of Earl Erlend, and her son Borger lived at Narrastadir. They were rather unpopular. John Vng Wing lived at Upland in Hee Hoy. Rickgard lived at Brekka in Stromsey. They were poor men and relatives of Olaf Hrolfsson. A man named Grimkel lived at Gletunes. All these men will be mentioned in the saga afterwards. Chapter 49 of Kali, who afterwards became an earl. Karl, who was a very wise man, resided on his estates at Agder in Norway, and did not go to the Orkneys. His son Kali grew up there, and was a most promising man. He was of middle size, well proportioned, and very handsomely shaped. His hair was of a light auburn colour. He was very affable and popular and highly accomplished. He made the following verses. At the game board I am skilful, knowing in no less than 9 arts. Runic lore I well remember. Books I like, with tools I am handy. Expert am I on the snowshoes, with the bow and pull and oar wells. And besides I am an adept at the harp and making verses. Kali was frequently with his kinsman Salmund, the son of Sigurd Snaes. He was treasurer at Tunsberg, and had estates at Ostrigdir. He was a great chief, and had a numerous retinue. Chapter 50 of Kali and Gillichrist. When Kali was 15 winters old, he went with some merchants to England, taking with him a good cargo of merchandise. They went to a trading place called Grimsby. There was a great number of people from Norway as well as from the Orkneys, Scotland, and the Sudrayar Kali met there a man who was called Gillichrist. The latter asked Kali about many things in Norway, and spoke chiefly with him, so that they became companions. Then he told Kali in confidence that his name was Harold, that Magnus Barelegs was his father, and his mother was in the Sudrayar 76. He further asked him how he would be received in Norway if he came there. Kali said that he thought King Sigurd would be likely to receive him well, if others did not set him against him. Gillichrist and Kali exchanged presents, and at parting they promised each other mutual friendship wherever they might meet. Chapter 51 of Kali and John. After that Kali went from the west in the same ship. They touched at Agdir, and from there they went to Bergen. Then he made a stanza. Unpleasantly we have been wading in the mud a weary 5 weeks. Dirt we had indeed in plenty, while we lay in Grimsby harbour. But now on the moor of seagulls ride we o'er the crests of billows, gaily as the elk of bowsprits eastward ploughs its way to Bergen. When they came to the town, there was a great number of people from the north and the south of Norway, and from foreign lands who had brought much merchandise. The crew of the ship went to some public places to amuse themselves. Carly was a great dandy, and made a great display as he was newly arrived from England. He thought a great deal of himself, and many others thought a great deal of him too, because he was of a good family and highly accomplished. In the inn, where he sat drinking, there was a man named John Partisan, the son of Cirk from Son. He was the king's vassal. At the time his mother was Helga, the daughter of Herk from Setter. John was a great dandy too. The dame who kept the inn where they were drinking was Und by name, a woman of good repute. John and Carly soon became companions, and parted great friends, whereupon John went home to his estates, and Carly went to his father Carl at Agdir. Carly stayed frequently with his kinsman 77 Salmond. Thus some years passed in which Carly made trading trips during the summer, and spent the winters at home or with Salmond. Chapter 52. Carly goes into Dahl's cave. One summer Carly went to Thrandheim. He was detained by weather in an island called Dahl's, and there was a cave called Dalshalir. It was said that money was hidden there. The merchants went into the cave, and found it very difficult to penetrate into it. They came to a sheet of water stretching across the cave, and no one dared to cross it except Carly and one of Salmond's domestics called Havard. They swam across the lake having a rope between them. Carly also carried firewood and fire-making gear between his shoulders. They came to the opposite shore, which was rugged and stony. The smell also was there very bad, so that they could hardly make a light. Carly said they should not go any farther, and piled up stones as a monument. Then Carly sang a song. Here I raise a mighty stonepile, in remembrance of our daring, in this Dahl's cave dark and gloomy, where we sought the goblin's treasure. Yet I know not how the captain of the ocean's gliding snowskates may recross the dismal water. Long and dreary is the journey. Then they returned and came safe to their men, and it is not mentioned that anything else happened during their journey. When they came to Bergen, Carly went to the same inn to Dame Un. John Petterson was there, and one of his domestics by name Brynjolf. Many other men were also there, although their names are not mentioned here. Chapter 53. Of Havard and Brynjolf. One evening, when John and Carly had gone to bed, many remained drinking, and talked a great deal. The guests were getting drunk, and at last they began comparing men, and disputing about who were the greatest of the landed men of Norway. Brynjolf said that John Petterson was the best man and of the noblest family of all the young men south of Stad. Havard, the companion of Carly, spoke of Salmond, and said that he was in nothing inferior to John, adding that the men of Vic would esteem him more than John. Out of this a great quarrel arose, and as the ale spoke in them, they kept so little within bounds that Havard jumped up, took a piece of wood, and struck Brynjolf a blow on the head, so that he fainted. Those present took hold of Brynjolf, and sent Havard away to Carly, who again sent him to a priest called Rickgard in Alvadra. And tell him from me, said Carly, to keep you till I come to the east. Carly sent a man with him, and they rode to the south, till they came to Genealogical. Then Havard said to his fellow traveller, now, as we are out of their reach, let us rest ourselves, and lie down to sleep. When Brynjolf recovered, he was conducted to John, and he told him all that had happened, and also that the man had been sent away. John guessed the truth about Havard's destination, and ordered 10 men led by Brynjolf to take a rowing boat, in which they rowed till they came to Genealogical, and by that time it was daylight. They saw a boat on the beach. Brynjolf said, perhaps these men may be able to tell us something of Havard. Then they went up and found them when they had just woke up Brynjolf, and his men attacked them immediately with arms, and Havard and his companion were both slain. After this they returned 79 to the town, and told the news to John, and then it was known to the whole town. Carly considered these slaughters a great offence against himself, and when mediators went between him and John, the latter said that he would leave to him to say what amends he wished for the offence without prejudice to the right of the king, and the parties to the suit. Carly agreed to this, yet they were no friends from this time. Carly went home after this occurrence, and when he saw his father he told him the news and the result. Then Karl said, I think your judgment was rather strange in that you should have agreed to any terms of reconciliation before Salmond knew. I think your position is difficult, and that you can do little else than try to be reconciled, but Salmond would not have acted like you if your man had been killed. Karli replied, I suppose it is true, father, that I have judged rather hastily in this matter, and you were too far away to advise me. It will often appear that I am not so deeply wise as you. But I thought that Salmond had not a better chance of gaining honourable amends, though I refused what was offered to me, and I consider it no dishonour for you and Salmond, if he offers to allow you to determine your compensation, though I doubt whether such an offer will be made. But I consider myself under no obligation to Brynjolf, while I have made no award and no money has been received. Father and son had a long talk about this, and did not agree. Then they sent men to tell Salmond the news. Chapter 54 of John and Salmond. After that, Karl and Karli had an interview with Salmond. Karl wished to send men to John to try to make peace between them, but Salmond and Hallvard Havard's brother refused everything but blood revenge, and said it was not becoming to ask for settlement. Yet Karl's advice was taken, because he had promised not to withdraw from the case until Salmond had received honourable amends, and Karl was to lay all the plans. When the messengers returned, they said they had received a most unfavourable reply to their demands, and that John refused positively to make compensation for a man who by his own act had forfeited his personal security. Salmond said that this had turned out just as he expected, namely, that little honour would be gained by asking John for settlement, and then he begged Karl to propose a plan that might be of some avail. Karl replied, Is Hallvard willing to run any risk in order to avenge his brother, even though it may come to little? Hallvard said he would not spare himself in order to take revenge, even if there were danger connected with it. Then said Karl, You shall go secretly to Son to a man called Uni, who lives not far from John. He is a wise man, but rather poor, for he has been a long time oppressed by John. He is a great friend of mine, and considerably advanced in years. You shall take to him from me 6 marks of silver weighed, in order that he may give you advice how to take revenge on Brynjolf or some other of John's men, whom he considers not less a loss to him. And if this can be brought about, Uni shall send you to my kinsman Keerpinga Orm at Studla, and his sons Ogmund and Erling, and there I consider you will be as if you were at home. Tell Uni to sell his farm, and come to me. Hallvard prepared to go, and we are not told of his journey or night quarters, until he came to Uni one evening. He did not tell his true name. They inquired of each other for current news. And in the evening, when they were sitting round the fire, the guest asked a great deal about noble men in San and Hordaland. Uni said that none of the landed men were considered more powerful than John on account of his family and his violence, and he further asked whether they had no experience of it in the south. When he had said this, the guest became silent. Then the people arose from the fire, and the two remained. Then Uni said, Did not you say just now that your name was Hallvard? No, said the guest, I called myself Saxi this evening. Uni said, Then I am out of all difficulties, but if my name were Brynjolf I should think yours was Hallvard, and now let us go to sleep. The guest took hold of him, and said, Let us not go yet, whereupon he delivered the purse, and said, Karl sends you his greeting and this silver, in order that you may be willing to advise me how to avenge my brother Havard on Brynjolf. Then he told him Karl's plans. Uni said, Karl deserves well of me, but I cannot know what may be done about the revenge on Brynjolf, but he is expected here tomorrow to fetch his concubine's clothes. Thereafter he went with Hallvard to a stable which stood opposite the door of the house, and concealed him in the manger. This was before the people got up, but he had slept in the house during the night. When Hallvard had been a little while in the stable, he saw a brisk man coming to the house. He called into the house, and told the woman to make herself ready. She took her clothes and brought them out. Then Hallvard thought he knew who the man was, and walked out. Brynjolf had put down his weapons while he was tying the clothes, and when Hallvard met him, he dealt him a deadly blow, and returned to the stable, and hid himself. While the slaughter was being committed, the woman had gone into the house to take leave of the inmates, but when she came out, she saw what had occurred and ran in crying, and frightened to such a degree that she was nearly fainting, and told the news. Farmer Uni ran out, and said that the man had probably been an assassin. He dispatched a man to tell John the news, and urged his men with great eagerness to search for the murderer. Therefore no one suspected him. Hallvard remained in the stable until the search had slackened. Then he went with Uni's advice to Orm and his sons at Studla, and they sent men with him to the east. Karl and Salmond received him well, and were then well satisfied with their case. After a while the truth came out, and John was very much grieved. Thus that year passed. Next winter towards Yuletide, John left his home with 230 men, saying that he was going to pay his uncle Olaf a visit. This he did, and was very well received. John told his uncle that he was going to Agder to see Salmond. Olaf dissuaded him from it, and said that he had held his own though they parted as matters stood then. But John said he was not satisfied to let Brynjolf remain unavenged. Olaf said he thought he would gain very little by trying, yet he had from there 30 men, and thus he went with 100 men across the hills, intending to take Salmond and Karl by surprise. When John had just gone from the Northuni, went in haste to Orm and his sons at Studla, and they sent men with him to Karl. He arrived there at Yule and told them that John was going to attack them. Karl dispatched scouts immediately to all parts where John was expected, and he himself went to see Salmond, and they and their kinsmen waited with a great number of men about them. They had news of John's movements, and started immediately to meet him. They met at a certain wood, and the fight began immediately. Karl's men were much more numerous and came off victorious. John lost many men, and fled into the wood. He was wounded in the leg, and this wound healed so badly that he was lame ever after, and was called John Fat Leg. He came to the north during Lent, and his expedition was considered rather ignominious. The winter thus passed, but the next summer John caused 2 of Karl's kinsmen to be killed, Gunnar and Aslak. Chapter 55. The reconciliation of the Orkneymen. Shortly afterwards King Sigurd came to the town, and these difficulties were laid before him. Then the king summoned both to appear before him, and they came accompanied by their kinsmen and friends. An attempt was made to reconcile them, and the result was that the king should judge all their differences, which both parties confirmed by shaking of hands. King Sigurd, assisted by the advice of the wisest men, then made peace between them. One part of the agreement 83 was that John Partisan should marry Ingirid, Karl's daughter, and their friendship should be confirmed by the connection. The killed were set off against each other. The attack on Karl and John's wound were set off against the loss of men in the east. Further wounds were matched, and the difference made up. Each should assist the other both at home and abroad. As a result of this reconciliation, King Sigurd gave Karli, Karl's son, the half of the Orkneys jointly with Paul Hakon's son, and made him an earl at the same time. He also gave him the name of Earl Ragnvald, Bruce's son, because his mother Gunhild said that Ragnvald was the most accomplished of all the Orkney earls, and thought the name would bring good fortune. This part of the Orkneys had belonged to Earl Magnus, Karli's mother's brother. After this reconciliation, they who were enemies before parted good friends. Chapter 56. King Sigurd's death. This winter King Sigurd resided in Oslo. During Lent he was taken ill, and died one night after Ladyday. His son Magnus was in the town, and held a thing, and was accepted king throughout the land, agreeably to the oaths which the inhabitants had sworn to King Sigurd. He also took possession of all the royal treasures. Harold Gilly was at Tunsberg when he heard of the death of King Sigurd. He had meetings with his friends, and sent for Ragnvald and his father, because they had always been friends since they met in England. Ragnvald and his father had also done most to help Harold to prove his paternity to Sigurd. In this, they were assisted by many barons, among others Ingimar Sweyn's son and Thiostolf Ali's son. Harold and his party resolved to hold the Hogga thing at 84 Tunsberg, and there Harold was accepted king of one half of the land. The oaths with which he had given up his patrimony, in order to be permitted to prove his paternity by an ordeal, were said to have been given under compulsion. Then people flocked to him and gave in their allegiance, and soon he had many men about him. Messages went between him and King Magnus, but it was not until 4 winters had passed that they were reconciled on the terms that each of them should have one half of the kingdom. But King Magnus had the long ships and the table service and all the treasures of his father, yet he was dissatisfied with his portion, and showed enmity to all the friends of King Harold. King Magnus would not hold valid King Sigurd's gift of the Orkneys and the earldom to Ragnvald, because he was the firmest partisan of King Harold. Until all their dealings were concluded, Magnus and Harold were 3 winters kings of Norway and nominally at peace. But the 4th summer they fought at Fireleif, where King Magnus had nearly 6,000 but Harold only 1,500 men. These chiefs were with King Harold, his brother Kristrod, Earl Ragnvald Ingimar from Ask, Thiostolf Ali's son, and Salmond. King Magnus gained the victory, and Harold fled. 85 Kristrod and Ingimar were killed. Ingimar made the following stanza: Fiends me drove to Fireleif, not with my will did I fight there, bit by arrows from the elmbow, near to Ask shall I return. King Harold fled to his ships in Vik, and went to Denmark to King Eirik Imuni, who gave him Halland for his maintenance and 8 long ships without rigging. Thiostulf Ali's son sold his lands, bought ships and arms, and went in autumn to King Harold in Denmark at Yuletide. King Harold came to Bjorgvin and lay in Florevaga till after Yule. Then they attacked the town and met with little resistance. King Magnus was seized on board his own ship and maimed. King Harold then took possession of the whole kingdom, and the next spring he renewed the gift of the islands and the title of Earl to Ragnvald. Chapter 57. Karl's schemes. Karl resolved to send men to the Orkneys to ask Earl Pol to give up half the islands which King Harold had given to Ragnvald, and they should be friends and good kinsmen. But if Earl Pol refused, the same men should go to Frakok and Alvir Rasta, and offer them one half of the land jointly with Earl Ragnvald, if they were willing to take it from Earl Pol by force of arms. When they came to Earl Pol in the Orkneys, and delivered the message, he replied, "I understand this claim. It has been planned advisedly, and with long forethought they sought the help of the kings of Norway to obtain my possessions. Now, I will not repay this perfidy by giving away my possessions to a man who is 86 not nearer to me than Ragnvald is, and refusing them to my brother's son or sister's son. There is no need to talk any more of this, for with the assistance of my friends and kinsmen, I shall defend the Orkneys as long as God grants me life." Then the messengers saw what would be the result of their message to Earl Pol, and went away across the Pentland Firth to Caithness and south into the country to Frakok, and delivered their message to the effect that Karl and Ragnvald offered her and Alvir half the islands if they were willing to conquer them from Earl Pol. Frakok replied, "It is true that Karl is a very clever man, and it was wisely planned to seek assistance here, as we have a great many relatives and connections. I have now married Margaret Hakon's daughter to Marden Earl of Atjukler Athol, who is of the noblest family of all the Scottish chiefs. His father Malcolm is the brother-uncle of King Malcolm, the father of David, who is now King of Scots. We have many and just claims on the Orkneys. We ourselves have also some power. We are said also to be rather farseeing, and during hostilities all things do not come on us unawares. Yet we will be glad to enter into alliance with Karl and his son for many reasons. Tell them from me that I and Alvir shall bring an army to the Orkneys against Earl Pol about the middle of the next summer. Let Earl Ragnvald meet us then, and come to a decisive battle with Earl Pol, and I will collect forces together during the winter from my kinsmen, friends and connections in Scotland and the Sudreyar Hebrides." The messengers returned to Norway and related how matters stood. Next winter Earl Ragnvald prepared to go west, and the chiefs Salmond and John with him. They went the next summer, and had a fine body of troops, though not numerous, and 5 or 6 ships. They arrived at Outjoutland, Shetland, about the middle of the summer, but heard nothing of Frakok. Strong and contrary winds sprung up, and they brought their ships to Alasund, and went a feasting over the country, for the BNDR received them well. But of Frakok it is to be told that in the spring she went to the Sudreyar, where she and Alvir gathered troops and ships together. They got 12 ships, all of them small and somewhat badly manned, and about the middle of the summer they directed their course to the Orkneys, intending to meet Earl Ragnvald. According to their agreement, the wind was rather unfavourable. Alvir Rasta was the commander of these troops, and he was to obtain an earldom in the Orkneys if they gained the victory. Frakok was there also with many of her retainers. Chapter 58. The fight between Earl Pol and Alvir Rasta. Earl Pol was then at a feast with Sigurd at Westness in Hrolfsi Rouse, and when he heard that Earl Ragnvald had arrived in Outjoutland, and at the same time that an army which was going to attack him was gathering in the Sudreyar, he sent word to Cugi in Westry and Thorkel Flettier, who were wise men, and many others of his chief men he called together. At this meeting Earl Pol sought advice from his friends, but they differed in their opinions. Some wished him to share his possessions with one of the 2 parties, so as not to have both as enemies. Others advised him to go over to his friends in Ness Caithness and see what assistance he could get there. Earl Pol replied, "I will not offer them my possessions now, since I refused peremptorily, when they asked civilly. Besides, I think it would be unworthy of a chief to flee from my lands without a trial of strength. My counsel is to send men tonight to collect troops throughout all the islands. Let us then go to meet Earl Ragnvald, and have matters decided between us before the Sudra men come." Earl Pol's plan was adopted. With Earl Pol there was a man by name Swain called Briostrap Brestrop, who was his henchman and highly 88 esteemed by him. In the summer he was always on viking grades, but in the winter he stayed with the Earl. Swain was a man of large stature and great strength, swarthy, and ill-favoured. He was greatly skilled in ancient lore, and had frequently been engaged in outsittings. His place was in the forecastle of the Earl's ship. During the night the following chiefs came to Earl Paul Eyvind Melbrigdy's son, in a ship fully manned. Olaf Rolf's son from Gerse, had another Thorkel Flettier the third, Sigurd the fourth, and the Earl himself the fifth. With these 5 vessels they went to Rolfsea Rouse, and arrived there in the evening about sunset. Troops gathered to him during the night, but more ships were not to be had. The next day they were going to sail to Outland to meet Earl Ragnvald, but in the morning shortly after sunrise, some men came to Earl Paul, who said they had seen longships coming from the Pentland Firth. Whether 10 or 12, they did not know. The Earl and his men were convinced that this was Frakok's party, and the Earl ordered his men to row against them as fast as possible. Olaf and Sigurd advised them to go leisurely, saying that their troops might arrive at any moment. When they were east of Tankarnes, the longships 12 together sailed to the west from Muley. The Earl and his men fastened their ships together. Then the Bondi Erling from Tankarnes and his sons came to the Earl and offered him their assistance, and then their ships were so crowded that they thought they could not use more men. The Earl asked Erling and his men to bring stones to them until they were prevented by the fighting. When they had prepared themselves, Olvir came up and made the attack with a superior force, but his ships were smaller. Olvir himself had a large ship which he placed beside the Earl's ship, and there was the severest fighting. 89 Olaf Rolf's son attacked the smallest ships of Olvir and cleared 3 of them in a short time. Olvir attacked the Earl's ships so fiercely that all the forecastle men were driven abaft the mast. Then Olvir urged his men strongly to board, and jumped himself from the quarterdeck to the forepart of the ship, and was the first to board. Sweyn Briostrape was the foremost of all the Earl's men, and fought bravely. When the Earl saw that Olvir had boarded his ship, he urged his men forward, and jumped himself from the quarterdeck to the forepart of the ship. When Olvir perceived this, he grasped a spear, and hurled it at the Earl, who received it with his shield, but fell down on the deck. Then there was a great shout, but in the same moment Sweyn Briostrape seized a huge stone, and threw it at Olvir. It hit him in the chest with such force that he was thrown overboard and sank, but his men were able to drag him up into one of their ships, and it was not known whether he was dead or alive. Then some cut the cables and wanted to flee. All Olvir's men were also driven down off the Earl's ship, and began to withdraw. At that moment Olvir recovered and asked them not to flee, but all pretended not to hear what he said. The Earl pursued the fugitives along the east of Rossi and Ragnvaldsea, and into the Pentland Firth, where they parted. Then he returned, and 5 of Olvir's ships remained where they had fought. The Earl took them, and manned them with his troops. The battle took place on Friday, but in the night the Earl had the ships made ready, and many troops and 2 longships came to him, so that in the morning he had 12 ships all well manned. On Saturday he sailed to Outland, and took by surprise those that had charge of Earl Ragnvald's ships. He killed the men, and seized the ships with all their contents in 90 the morning. Earl Ragnvald had news of this, and his men gathered together, and a great many of the BNDR. Then they went down to the beach, and challenged Earl Paul and his men to come on shore and fight. Earl Paul did not put much faith in the Outlanders, and would not go on shore, but he told them to take ships, and then they might fight. Earl Ragnvald saw, however, that they could get no ships in Outland, such as would give them any chance, and they parted. Thus as matters stood, Earl Paul and his men went back to the Orkneys, but Earl Ragnvald and his men remained in Outland. During the summer. In the autumn they went back to Norway with some merchants, and it was thought their expedition had come to a most ridiculous end. When Earl Ragnvald came to the east, he saw his father Karl, who asked him whether he was dissatisfied with his expedition. He replied that the result had brought little honor to himself. Karl replied, "I do not think so. I think a great deal has been done, since the Outlanders are your friends, and the journey was better than staying at home." Ragnvald replied, "If you praise this journey, then you are either more indifferent about my case than I thought, or you see something in it, which I do not perceive. I should wish very much to have your counsels, and that you would go with us yourself." Karl replied, "I shall not do both, call everything easy for you and come nowhere near myself, but I think I shall hold fast to my own plans, so that there is no prejudice to your honor." Ragnvald replied, "I will gladly follow your counsels." Karl replied, "First I advise you to send word to King Harold and other friends of yours, and ask them to give you men and ships to go to the west in the spring. But during the winter we ourselves will collect all the forces we can, and then try a second time whether we can gain possession of the islands, or find our graves there." "I have made up my mind," said Earl Ragnvald, "not to make another journey like that we made just now, and I think that most of us who went are of the same mind." Chapter 59. Earl Ragnvald's plans. Earl Paul went back to the Orkneys after having taken the ships of Earl Ragnvald. He had gained a great victory, and feasted all his friends and vassals. It was now resolved to make a beacon in Fridery Fair Isle which should be lighted, if enemies were seen coming from Outland. Another beacon was made in Rinarcy North Ronaldsay, and others in some other islands also, so that they might be seen all over the islands. Thorstein the son of Havard Gunny's son was to have charge of that on Rinarcy, his brother Magnus of the one in Sandy Cugie of that in Westry, and Sigurd at Westness of the one in Rolfsea. Olaf Rolf's son went to Dungulsp in Caithness, and was to have the emoluments of that place. His son Valtheof lived at that time in Stromsey Stroma. Earl Paul gave presents to his men, and all promised him their unfailing friendship. He had many men about him in the autumn. Until he heard that Ragnvald and his men had left Outland, nothing happened in the islands. Until Yule, Earl Paul had a grand Yule feast, which he prepared at his estate in Jorfiara Orfir, and invited many guests. Valtheof Olaf's son from Stromsey Stroma was invited. He went with his men in a 10-oared boat, and they perished all of them in the West Firth on Yule Eve. That was thought sad news, as Valtheof was a most accomplished man. His father Olaf had a large party in Caithness. There were his sons, Sweyn and Gunny, and the sons of Grim of Swiney Espiorn and Margard brave-looking fellows, who always followed Sweyn 3 nights. Before Yule, Sweyn Olaf's son, Espiorn and Margard had put out to sea fishing, and a Slafe, and her son and Gunny Olaf's 92 son, had gone a short distance to visit their friends the night after that Alvir Roster arrived at Dungulsp with the party that had been out with him on a Viking raid. During the summer he surprised Olaf in the house, and set it on fire immediately. There he was burnt with 5 others, but the rest were permitted to escape. Alvir and his men took all the movable property, and then went away. After this, Sweyn was called a Slafe's son. He came home on Yule Eve, and went immediately out north on the Pentland Firth. At midnight they came to Grim the father of Espiorn and Margard in Swefni Swanna. He went into the boat to them, and they brought Sweyn to Narrastadir Narstein in Scalpade Scapa. A man by name Arnkell lived there. His sons were Hainuf, and Sigurd. Grim and his sons returned, and Sweyn gave him a fingering of gold. Hainuf and Sigurd accompanied Sweyn to Jorfiara Orfir, where he was well received, and he was conducted to his kinsman Eyvind. Melbrigdy's son Eyvind conducted him to Earl Paul, who received him well, and asked his news. He told him of his father's death, at which the Earl was much grieved, and said it had in a great measure happened through him. He invited Sweyn to stay with him, and he accepted the invitation with thanks. Chapter 60. Sweyn slays Sweyn. Then they went to Evensong. There was a large homestead there at Orfir. It stood on the hillside, and there was a height behind the houses. From the top of the hill Oradafjord may be seen on the other side. In it lies Damacy in this island. There was a castle. The keeper of it was a man by name Bland, the son of Thorstein at Flydrenes in Jorfiara. There was a large drinking hole 93. The door was near the east gable on the southern wall, and a magnificent church was in front of the door, and one had to go down to the church from the hall. On entering the hall one saw a large flat stone on the left hand. Farther in there were many large ale vessels, but opposite the outer door was the stofa. When the guests came from Evensong they were placed in their seats. The Earl had Sweyn a Slafe's son next to him on the other side. Next to the Earl was Sweyn Briostrape, and then John his kinsman. When the tables were removed, there came in men with the tidings of Valtheof's drowning. This the Earl considered sad news. He said that no one should tell it to Sweyn while the Yule feast lasted, adding that he had cares e'en already. In the evening, when they had finished drinking, the Earl went to bed, and so did most of his guests. Sweyn Briostrape went out and sat out all night, as was his wont. In the night at midnight the guests arose and heard mass, and after high mass they sat down to the table. Eyvind Melbrigdy's son shared the management of the feast with the Earl, and did not sit down to the table. Table boys and candle boys were standing before the Earl's table, but Eyvind handed drinking cups to each of the 94 Sweyns. Sweyn Briostrape thought Eyvind poured more into his cup than Sweyn a Slafe's son's, and that he took the cup away from the latter before he had emptied it, so he called Sweyn a Slafe's son a sluggard at his drink. There had long been a coldness between Sweyn Briostrape and Olaf Eitrolf's son, and also between him and Sweyn a Slafe's son, since he grew up when they had been drinking for a while. The guests went to known service. When they came in again, memorial toasts were proposed, and they drank out of horns. Then Sweyn Briostrape wished to exchange horns with his namesake, saying his was a small one. Eyvind, however, put a big horn into Sweyn a Slafe's son's hand, and this he offered to his namesake. Then Sweyn Briostrape became angry, and was overheard by the Earl and some of the men muttering to himself, "Sweyn will be the death of Sweyn, and Sweyn shall be the death of Sweyn," but nothing was said about it. The drinking went on until evensong, And when the earl went out, Sweyn Aslaef's son walked before him, but Sweyn Briastrape remained behind drinking. When they came out to the alarum, Eyvind followed them, and craved a word alone with Sweyn Aslaef's son. He said, "Did you not hear what your namesake said when you offered him the horn?" "No," he replied. Then Eyvind repeated his words, and said that it was surely the devil that had spoken through his mouth in the night. "He intends to kill you," he added, "but you should forestall him and slay him." Eyvind put an axe into his hand, and told him to stand in the shadow beside the flat stone. He should strike him in front if John preceded him, but from behind if John followed him. The earl went to the church, and no one took heed of Eyvind and Sweyn. But when Sweyn Briastrape and John walked out shortly after, the latter had a sword in his hand. As was his habit, though the others were unarmed, John walked in front. Some light came through the outer door, but outside the sky was cloudy. When Sweyn Briastrape came into the doorway, Sweyn Aslaef's son struck him on the forehead, so that he stumbled but did not fall, and when he regained his footing, he saw a man in the door and thought it was he who had wounded him. Then he drew his sword and struck at his head, splitting it down to the shoulders. This, however, was John his kinsman, and they fell there. Both. Eyvind came up at the same moment, and led Sweyn Aslaef's son into the stofa opposite the door, and he was dragged out through a window. There Magnus, Eyvind's son, had a horse ready for him, and accompanied him away behind the house and into Orida Firth. There he took a boat and brought Sweyn to the castle in Damacy, and the next morning Blan accompanied him to Bishop William in Egglesey. When they arrived there, the bishop was at mass, and after the mass Sweyn was conducted to him. Secretly Sweyn told the bishop the news, the death of his father and brother Valtheof, and the slaughter of Sweyn and John. Then he besought the bishop's assistance. The bishop thanked him for the slaughter of Sweyn Briastrape, and said it was a good riddance he kept Sweyn Aslaef's son during the Yuletide. And after that he sent him to a man called Holdbodi Hundi's son in Tirvis Tari, in the Sudreyar Hebrides. Holdbodi was a great chief, and received Sweyn very well, and there he spent the winter, highly esteemed of all the people. Chapter 61 of Earl Paul. A short time after the slaughters had been committed in Jorfiara, the men ran from the church and carried Sweyn into the house, for he was not yet dead but insensible, and he died during the night. The earl commanded every one to take his seat, as he wished to know for certain who had 96 committed the manslaughters. Then Sweyn Aslaef's son was missed, and it was thought clear that he had done the deed. Then Eyvind came and said that it was plainly seen that Sweyn Briastrape must have killed John. The earl said that no one should touch a hair of Sweyn Aslaef's son's head, as this had not been done without provocation, but if he avoids meeting with me, he said he will harm himself by so doing. It was thought most probable that Sweyn had gone to Hakon Karl in Papuli, the brother of Earl Magnus. The holy he was a great chief, a quiet man, and moderate. The earl did not hear of Sweyn that winter, and then he outlawed him in the spring. The earl visited men of the northern islands to collect his land dues. He made great friends of the chiefs, and bestowed presents with both hands. The earl visited Stromsey Stroma, and gave Thorkel Fletier the farm which Valtheof had, till such time as he should know where Sweyn was. Thorkel said, "Here the saying does not prove true that the king has many ears. Although you are an earl, I think it strange that you have not heard of Sweyn, for I knew immediately that Bishop William had sent him to Holdbodi Hundi's son in the Sudreyar, and there he has been all winter." The earl replied, "What shall I do with a bishop who has acted thus?" Thorkel replied, "The bishop should not be blamed for this in critical times like these, and you will need all your friends if Ragnvald and his men come from the east." The earl said that was true. From Stromsey he went to Rinarsi and received an entertainment from Ragnar and her son, Thorstein. Ragnar was a wise woman. She and her son had another farm in Papi. The earl spent 3 nights there, as he was prevented by weather from going to Cugi in Westry. The earl and Ragnar spoke of many things. She said to him there was no great loss in Sweyn Briastrape, although he was a brave warrior, for he brought on you the hatred of many. I should therefore advise you, in presence of the difficulties that face you, to make as many friends as possible, and be slow to resent offences. I could wish that you would not attach blame to Bishop William and other kinsmen of Sweyn Aslaef's son, but rather take the bishop into favour and send word to the Sudreyar after Sweyn to pardon him, and restore him his possessions in order that he may be to you such as his father was. It has long been the custom of the noblest men to do a great deal for their friends, and thus to secure support and popularity. The earl replied, "You are a wise woman, Ragnar, but you have not yet been made Earl of the Orkneys, and you shall not rule the land. Here is it come to this, that I must give Sweyn money in order to be reconciled to him, thinking that it would be to my advantage, Then he became wroth and continued, "Let God decide between me and my kinsman Ragnvald, and may he let it happen to each of us according to his deeds. If I have offended against Ragnvald, I now make offer of reparation. But if he will invade my dominions, I will think him my greatest friend who assists me to defend them. I have never seen Ragnvald, and so far from having ever offended him with my knowledge, it is known that I had no part in what my kinsmen Roman 999. Many replied that to try to deprive him of his possessions by force of arms would be a most unprovoked assault, and no one spoke against this. When the spring advanced, Earl Paul had beacons kept up in Frideri Fair Isle and Rinnarsey North Ronaldsay, and almost all the islands, so that each could be seen from the other. A man named Dagfinn H. Lodver's son, an active fellow who had a farm in Frideri, was to keep that beacon and light it if an army was seen coming from H. Outland. Earl Ragnvald spent the winter at home at Agder in Norway, where he and his father had farms, and sent messages to his kinsmen and friends. Some of them he visited himself, and asked them to assist him with troops and ships to go to the west, and most of them were willing to help him in his need. During the month of Goy, Karl sent away 2 transport vessels, one west to England, to buy provisions and arms. Salmond took the other south to Denmark, to buy such things as Karl told him. Because he had all the management of their equipment, it was intended that these vessels should return about Easter, and they had arranged to start in the week after Easter. Karl and Ragnvald had 1 warship each, and Salmond a third. They had also a transport ship with provisions. When they came to Bjorgvin, King Harold was there, and he gave Ragnvald a warship fully manned. John Fartlegg had a warship also. A Slack, the son of Erland from Herna, and the daughter's son of Stager Thoria, had the 6th. He had also a barge with provisions. Thus they had 6 large ships, 5 boats, and 3 transports. When they were waiting for fair wind at Herna, a ship came from the west, and they asked for news from the Orkneys, and also what preparations Earl Paul would have if Earl Ragnvald came to the west. Chapter 62. Karl's counsels. While they were lying at Herna, Earl Ragnvald called together a meeting of his men, and spoke of Earl Paul's preparations, and also of the great enmity the Orkneymen showed against himself, since they were going to prevent him taking possession of his patrimonial inheritance which had been justly given him by the kings of Norway. He made a long and eloquent speech, the conclusion of which was that he intended to go to the Orkneys, and gain them or die there. His speech was approved of by all, and every one promised him faithful support. Then Karl arose, and said, "We have heard from the 99 Orkneys that all the islanders will rise with Earl Paul against you, to keep you out of your inheritance. They are slow to lay aside the enmity which they have conceived against you kinsmen. Now, it is my counsel to seek for help, where it is likely to be had effectually, and to pray that he may permit you to enjoy these possessions to whom they rightly belong, namely, the holy Saint Magnus your mother's brother. It is my wish that you should make a vow to him that he may grant you your patrimony, and his inheritance. You should promise one thing, that, if you obtain those dominions, you will build a stone minster at Kirkjuvag Kirkwall in the Orkneys, more magnificent than any other in these lands, dedicating it to your kinsman Earl Magnus, the holy, endowing it with money, so that it may be fitly established, and that his relics and the bishop's see may be brought there." Every one thought this good advice, and the vow was made and confirmed. Then they stood out to sea, and had a fair wind. They landed in H. Outland, and the inhabitants there, as well as the Norwegians, were glad to see each other. The H. Outlanders were able to tell them much from the Orkneys, and there they stayed for some time. Chapter 63. Of Karl and Uni. Uni, who has been mentioned before, and who was an accomplice in the slaughter of Brynjolf, was now advanced in years. Once Karl said to him, "What plan would you propose, Uni, in order to get the beacon in Frideri discontinued, or how would you manage to prevent it from being lighted a second time? I put this question to you, because I know you are more ready-witted than most others here present, although here are men of more distinction." Uni replied, "I am not a man of invention, and I do not wish the expedition to be made according to my plans. I would rather choose to come afterwards, for then I should follow my own devices." Shortly after, Karl had many small boats made ready, and directed their course to the Orkneys. No chiefs took part in this expedition, except Karl. When they had gone so far that they thought they could be seen from Frideri, Karl had the sails spread on all the boats, but ordered his men to row backwards in order that their speed might be as slow as possible. Although the wind was right astern, the sails were at first hauled to the middle of the masts, only but afterwards higher, as if they were coming nearer to the island. Karl said, "These manoeuvres will be seen from Frideri, as if the boats were approaching nearer. They will then perhaps light the beacon, but they will go themselves to Earl Pole to tell him the news. So when the beacon in Fridery was seen, Thorstein Ragnar's son lighted the beacon in Rinasi. Then the beacons were lighted one after another in all the islands, and all the BNDR went to the Earl, and there was a great gathering of men. When Karl saw the beacon burning, he ordered his men to turn back, saying that this would now cause dissensions among their enemies. This done, Karl went back to Hjotland, and said to Uni that he should now carry out his scheme. Uni took with him 3 Hjotlanders, and they took a 6-oared boat, some provisions and fishing tackle. They went to Fridery. Uni said he was a Norwegian, but had been married in Hjotland, and had sons there. He further said that he had been robbed by Earl Ragnvald's men and spoke very ill of them. He took a house there, but his sons went out fishing, and he stayed at home himself, and took care of the fish they caught. He entered into conversation with the men of the island, and became familiar with them, and was well liked. Chapter 64. Of the Orkneyinga. When Dagfinn had lighted the beacon, he went to Pol, as has been mentioned before. All the Earl's leading men came to him. Also a watch was kept for Ragnvald's 101 movements, and it was thought strange that he nowhere appeared still. The troops were kept together for 3 days. Then the islanders began to murmur, saying that it was great foolishness to light beacons when fishermen were seen in their boats. Thorstein Ragnar's son was blamed for having lighted the beacon in Rinasi. He replied that he could do nothing but light his beacon when he saw the blaze in Fridery, and said that this had all happened through Dagfinn. Dagfinn replied, people come more frequently to harm through you, and you cannot blame me for it. Thorstein told him to be silent, and leapt up with an axe and dealt him a heavy blow. Then each man seized his weapons, and there was a fray. This was in Hrossi, not far from Kirkjuvag. Sigurd from Westness, and his son Hakon Klo and Brynjolf took part with Hlodver, Dagfinn's father, but Thorstein was aided by his kinsmen. Then the Earl was informed of what was going on, and it was a long time until he could part them. Hugi of Westry made a long speech, and said, do not disgrace the Earl by fighting among yourselves ere long. You will need all your men. Let us take care then not to be disabled or at enmity among ourselves. This has probably happened according to the designs of our enemies, and has been a device of theirs to destroy the beacons in this way. Now they may be expected every day, and let us make our plans accordingly. Dagfinn said, no one has had any evil intention in this, but we have acted with more thoughtlessness than we ought to have done. Hugi guessed the whole truth, and spoke many wise words about it. At last they both agreed that the Earl should judge between them, and it was resolved to disperse the gathering, and the people went home. A man by name Eirik was now appointed to take charge of the beacon in Fridery. When Uni had stopped there a short time, he came to Eirik, and said, would you like me to take care of the beacon? I have nothing else to do, and can give it my undivided attention. Eirik accepted his 102 offer, and when no one was near, Uni poured water over it, and made it so wet that it could not be lighted. Chapter 65. The beacons of the Orkneys destroyed. Earl Ragnvald and his men said they would wait until the tidal currents were met by an east wind, for then it is hardly possible to go from Westry to Hrossi, but with east wind one can sail from Hjotland to Westry. For this Ragnvald and his men waited, and came one Friday evening to Hoffen in Westry to Helgi, who dwelt there. No beacons could be lighted, for when the sails were seen from Fridery, Eirik prepared to go to Earl Pol, and sent a man to Uni to light the beacon. But when he came there, Uni was away. When the man tried to light the beacon himself, it was so wet that it would not burn. When Eirik heard this, he knew what was the matter, and went to Earl Pol and told him. When Earl Ragnvald had arrived in Westry, the islanders ran together. Helgi and Hugi put themselves at their head, and their first plan was to try to make peace with the Earl, and their dealings ended in such a way that the Westermen submitted to Earl Ragnvald and swore him oaths of fealty. Chapter 66. Ragnvald rules the Orkneys. On Sunday, Earl Ragnvald had Mass celebrated there in the village. As they were standing outside the church, they 103 saw 16 men approaching unarmed, and with their hair close cut. The Earl's men thought their dress singular, and spoke among themselves of who they might be. Then the Earl made a ditty. 16 have I seen together, with a small tuft on their foreheads. Surely these are women coming, all without their golden trinkets. Now may we of this bear witness. In the west here all the maidens, were their hair short. That Isle Elon lies out in the stormy ocean. After Sunday, Earl Ragnvald's men visited the neighbouring districts, and all the people gave in their submission to the Earl. One night in Westry, the earl's men became aware that the islanders were holding a secret meeting to devise some treachery against Earl Ragnvald. When the earl heard of it, he rose and went to the place of meeting. When he came there, his men had beaten many of the islanders and had taken farmer Hugi and put him in fetters, saying that he was the author of all these proceedings. Hugi pled his cause eloquently, and many put in a word for him and protested his innocence with him. Then the earl sang, "I can see the crooked irons fastened round the legs of Hugi. Stray thou canst not in thy fetters, old man fond of making night trips. Now you must not hold night meetings, and must keep the peace established. Hugi, all your tricks are hindered, and your oaths you must keep sacred." The earl pardoned them all, and they renewed their compact. Chapter 67 of Earl Ragnvald and Poles. After Earl Ragnvald's arrival in the Orkneys, and when many had submitted to him, Earl Paul held a meeting in Rossi with his men for consultation. The earl asked their opinion of what was to be done in these difficulties. There were considerable differences of opinion. Some advised Earl Paul to share his dominions with Earl Ragnvald, but most of the more powerful men and BNDR wished to buy Ragnvald away with money, and offered their means for that purpose. Others were for fighting, as they said that this had been the successful way before. Earl Ragnvald had spies at the meeting, and when they came to him, the earl asked a certain skald who had been there for news. He sang, "Of our foes I gained this knowledge, that o'er secrets they are brooding. From the meeting of the BNDR has the great chief heard the tidings, that among the powerful feeders of the wolves the wish prevails that all your ships should leave the islands, and that Paul should rule the land here." Then Earl Ragnvald sent men to see the bishop, and asked for his intervention. He also sent for Thorstein Ragnar's son, and Thorstein Havard's son in Sandy, and requested them to try to make peace between him and his 105 kinsmen. The bishop procured a fortnight's truce in order that they might endeavour to establish a more lasting peace. Then the islands were allocated that should maintain each of them. In the meantime, Earl Ragnvald went to Rossi mainland, and Earl Paul to Rolfsi Rouse. At this time it happened that the kinsmen Sweyn Aslaif's son John Vng of Upland in He, and Rickard of Brecker in Stjornsey, Stranse, attacked Thorkel Flettir on the estate which had belonged to Valthiof, and burnt him in the house with 9 others. After that they went to Earl Ragnvald, and told him that they would go to Earl Paul with the whole body of their kinsmen, if he would not receive them, but he did not turn them away. As soon as Haflidi, Thorkel's son, heard of his father's burning, he went to Earl Paul, who received him well. After this John and his men bound themselves to serve Earl Ragnvald, who had now many followers in the islands, and had become popular. Earl Ragnvald gave leave to John Salmond and Aslak, and many others of his partisans to go home, but they said they preferred to wait until matters should be definitely settled. Earl Ragnvald replied, "If it is the will of God that I should gain possession of the Orkneys, I think he and the holy Earl Magnus my kinsman will give me strength to hold them, even if you go home to your estates." Then they went home to Norway. Chapter 68 Sweyn takes Earl Paul captive. Early in the spring, Sweyn Aslaif's son left the Sudreyar Hebrides and went to Scotland to see his friends. He stayed a long time at Atjukler Athol with Earl Madad and Margaret Hakon's daughter, and had many secret consultations with them. Sweyn heard that there were disturbances in the Orkneys, and became desirous of going there 106 to see his kinsmen. He went first to Thorsi Thurso in Caithness, accompanied by a nobleman by name Leotolf. Sweyn had stayed with him a long time. In the spring they came to Earl Otter at Thorsi. The brother of Frakok, Leotolf, tried to make them compose the matters that had been done by Frakok's orders, and Earl Otter made compensation for his part. He promised his friendship to Sweyn, and he promised to Otter in return to help Erlend the son of Harold Sletmali Smoothtalker to obtain his patrimony in the Orkneys when he should wish to claim it. Sweyn changed ships there, and took a barge manned by 30 men. He crossed the Pentland Firth with a northwesterly wind, and so along the west side of Rossi on to Efjusund, and along the sound to Rolfsi Rouse. At one end of the island there is a large headland and a vast heap of stones beneath it. Otters often resorted to this stone heap. As they were rowing along the sound, Sweyn said, "There are men on the headland, let us land, and ask them for news. Let us change our dress, untie our hammocks, and 20 of us lie down there, and 10 keep on rowing. Let us go." Leisurely, when they came near the headland, the men in the island called to them to row to Westness, and bring Earl Paul what was in their vessel, thinking they were speaking to merchants. Earl Paul had spent the night at a feast with Sigurd at Westness. He had been early up in the morning, and 20 men had gone south on the island to catch otters which were in the stone heap beneath the headland. They were going home to get a morning draught. The men in the barge rowed near the land. They asked the men on shore about all the news, and were asked what news they brought and whence they came. Sweyn's men also asked where the Earl was, and the others said he was on the stone heap. There this was heard by Sweyn, and those that lay hid with him in the skin bags. Sweyn told them to row to land where they could not be seen from the headland. Then he told his men to get their weapons and slay the Earl's men, wherever they found 107 them. And so they Roman 999. Sweyn's party killed 19 men, and lost 6. They seized Earl Paul with violence, and brought him on board their ship, and stood out to sea, returning by the same way by the west side of Hrolfsea, and through the channel between He and Grimsey, and then by the east of Svelger, thence to Breiðafjörð the Moray Firth, until they came to Ekialsbaki. There he left his 108 ship with 20 men, and continued his journey, until he came to Earl Madad, and Margaret Earl Paul's sister at Atjukler. At Hull there they were well received. Earl Madad placed Earl Paul in his high seat, and when they were seated, Margaret entered with a long train of ladies, and advanced to her brother. Then men were procured to amuse them, but Earl Paul was moody, and it was no wonder, for he had many cares. It is not recorded what passed between Earl Paul and Sweyn. While they were on the journey together, Earl Madad, Margaret and Sweyn had a consultation together. But in the evening, when the drinking was finished, Sweyn's followers were conducted to a sleeping room by themselves, and the key turned upon them. This was done every evening while they were there. Chapter 69. Of Sweyn Asleif's sons return to the Orkneys. One day Margaret announced that Sweyn Asleif's son should go to the Orkneys to see Earl Ragnvald, and ask him whom he preferred to share in the dominion of the Orkneys with him, Earl Paul or Harold, the son of her husband Madad, who was then 3 winters old. When Earl Paul heard this, he said, "So far as my mind is concerned, I will say that I have left my dominions in such a way as has never been heard of before, I think, and I shall never return to the Orkneys any more. I see that this must be God's vengeance for the theft which I and my kinsmen committed. But if God thinks the dominion mine, then will I give it to Harold if he may enjoy it, but I wish some money given to me so that I may establish 109 myself in some monastery, and you can take care that I do not escape, and you, Sweyn, shall go out to the Orkneys, and say that I have been blinded or still more mutilated, because my friends will fetch me. If I am an unmaimed man, in that case, I may not be able to refuse to return to my dominions with them, for I suspect that they will consider our parting a greater loss than it is. What more the Earl said has not been placed on record." Then Sweyn Asleif's son went to the Orkneys, and Earl Paul remained behind in Scotland. This is how Sweyn related these matters, but some men tell the story in a way by no means so creditable to those concerned, namely, that Margaret induced Sweyn Asleif's son to blind her brother Earl Paul, then threw him into a dungeon, and subsequently induced another man to put him to death. We do not know which of these 2 statements is the more correct, but it is well known that Earl Paul came never again to the Orkneys, and that he had no dominions in Scotland. Chapter 70. Of Earl Ragnvald and Sweyn Asleif's son. It happened at Westness, when the Earl did not come home, that Sigurd sent men to search for him. When they came to the stone heap, they saw the slain, and then they thought the Earl had been killed. They went home, and told the news. Sigurd went immediately to examine the bodies, and they recognized 19 as the Earl's men, but 6 they did not know. Then Sigurd sent men to Egilsey, to the bishop, to tell him the news. He went immediately to Sigurd. When they were talking about what had happened, Sigurd hinted that it had been done at the instigation of Earl Ragnvald. But the bishop replied that it would be proved that Earl Ragnvald had not acted treacherously towards his kinsman Earl Paul. "It is my opinion," he said, "that some others have committed this crime." Borger, the son of Jatva Erlend's daughter, who lived at Jataberg, had seen the barge coming from the south and returning. When this was heard, it was believed to have been done at the instigation of Frakkork and Alvir. When the news spread in the islands that Earl Paul had disappeared, and no one knew what had become of him, the islanders had a consultation, and most of them went to Earl Ragnvald and swore fealty to him. But Sigurd of Westness, and his sons Brynjolf and Hakon Clo, said they would not swear oaths of fealty to any man, while they did not know anything of Earl Paul, or whether he might be expected to return or not. There were others also who refused to swear oaths to Earl Ragnvald. Others again fixed an hour or a day when they would become Earl Ragnvald's men, if Earl Paul had not then been heard of. But when Earl Ragnvald saw that he had to do with many powerful men, He did not refuse peremptorily anything which the people asked, and as the time passed he had frequent meetings with the inhabitants, and at each of them some submitted to him. One day it happened in Kirkjuvag, when Earl Ragnvald was holding a thing, meeting with the BNDR, that 9 armed men were seen walking from Skalpade Skapa to the meeting. When they came near, Sweyn Asleif's son was recognized, and all were curious to know what news he had to tell. He had come in a ship to Skalpade, and left it there while he and his men walked to Kirkjuvag. When Sweyn came to the meeting, his kinsmen and friends turned to him and asked him for news, but he did not say much. Sweyn sent for the bishop, who welcomed him heartily. Because they had long been friends, they went aside to talk, and Sweyn told the bishop the whole truth about what he had done, and asked for his advice in these difficult circumstances. The bishop said, "Those are weighty tidings you have 111 brought, Sweyn, and we shall probably not be by ourselves sufficient in this matter. I wish you to wait here for me, but I shall plead your cause before the people and Earl Ragnvald." Then the bishop went to the meeting, and asked for silence. When silence was obtained, the bishop pleaded Sweyn's cause, explaining for what reason he had left the Orkneys, and what penalties Earl Paul had inflicted on him for the slaying of Sweyn Briastrape, a most wicked man. The bishop concluded by asking Earl Ragnvald and all the people to grant security to Sweyn. Earl Ragnvald replied, "For my part I promise Sweyn 3 nights' security, but I think I can see from your countenance, Sir Bishop, that you and Sweyn know some great news, which you have not yet made known. I wish you to take Sweyn into your keeping, and to be responsible for him, and I will speak to him tomorrow." "I will," said the bishop, "and he will be very glad to speak to you as soon as possible, for he wishes to become your man, if you are willing to receive him." The earl replied, "I do not think my friends are too many in these lands, yet I shall have some farther talk before I consent to this." Then these 4, Earl Ragnvald, his father Karl the bishop, and Sweyn Asleif's son, had a private interview. Sweyn repeated everything good and bad that had happened between him and Earl Paul, and they came to the conclusion to send away the bulk of the people. At the meeting the earl arose next morning, and gave the people permission to go home. But when the multitude had gone away, he called together all those that remained, and made them all renew their promise of security to Sweyn while he told the news. In the morning Magnus, Karl the brother of the holy Earl Magnus, was persuaded to tell Sigurd of Westness, and his sons of Earl Paul's abduction, that he was not to be expected back to his dominions, and that he had been maimed. Sigurd said, "Great news. Do I think this about the 112 carrying away of the Earl, yet to me the saddest of all is that he should have been maimed, for he would not be anywhere where I would not go to him afterwards." He told his friends that Hakon would not have left him unharmed if he had had a sufficient force with him. When he told him these tidings, so greatly was he moved by them. When the news became generally known, all the Orkneymen submitted to Earl Ragnvald, and he became the sole ruler of Earl Paul's dominions. Not long after this, the foundations of St. Magnus Church were marked out, and craftsmen procured, so that more was done during that year than in the ensuing 4 or 5. Karl took great interest in the erection of the building, and had the principal oversight of the whole, but as it proceeded, it became very expensive to the earl, and his means were nearly exhausted. Then he consulted his father, and he advised him to pass a law declaring that the earls should be considered to have inherited all the odal possessions from the owners, but that they were to be redeemable by the heirs. This was considered a great hardship. Then Earl Ragnvald called a thing meeting, and proposed to the BNDR that they should purchase the odal possessions, so that it would not be necessary to redeem them afterwards, and an agreement was made with which all parties were satisfied. It was to this effect that they should pay the Earl 1 mark 8 ars of silver for each plough's land all over the islands. From that time, there was no want of money to build the church, and it was made a magnificent structure. Chapter 71. Bishop John arrives from Scotland. When Earl Ragnvald had ruled the Orkneys 2 winters, he had a Yule feast at his estate called Narrastadir, the 6th day of Yule. A ship was seen crossing the Pentland Firth from the south. It was a fine day, and the earl was outside the house with many men looking at the ship. There was also a man named Atrolf, the earl's court priest. When the strangers landed, they left the ship, and the earl's men calculated their number to be 15 or 16. In front of them walked a man in a blue cloak with his hair tucked up under the cap. The lower part of the chin was shaved, but the lips unshaved, and the long beard was hanging down from them. They thought this man somewhat strange, but Atrolf said it was Bishop John from Atjuckler Athole in Scotland. Then the earl went to meet them, and gave the bishop a gracious welcome. He placed him in his high seat, but served at the table himself like a waiter. Early next morning the bishop held a service and went to Egglesey to see Bishop William. This was the 10th day of Yule. Then both the bishops went with a noble suite to visit Earl Ragnvald, and told him their business 114, explaining the agreement between Sweyn a Sleif's son and Earl Madad, namely that their son Harold should bear the title of Earl, and have half the Orkneys jointly with Earl Ragnvald, but Earl Ragnvald should have the government in his hands, even when Harold grew up, and if a difference arose between them, Earl Ragnvald should have his own way. Sweyn was present, and confirmed the bishop's statement. It was resolved to hold a meeting during Lent in Caithness, and there they agreed upon the terms above mentioned, and their agreement was confirmed by the oaths of the best men of the Orkneys and Scotland. Then Harold Madad's son went to the Orkneys with Earl Ragnvald, and was invested with the title of Earl. Harold was accompanied to the islands by Thorbjorn Clerk, the son of Thorstein Hold, and Gudrun, the daughter of Fracork. He was a wise and a great man. He was foster-father to Harold at that time, and had great influence with him. Thorbjorn married in the Orkneys Ingrid, Olaf's daughter-sister, to Sweyn a Sleif's son. He was sometimes in the Orkneys, and sometimes in Scotland. He was a most valiant man, but overbearing in most things. Sweyn a Sleif's son took possession of all the estates that belonged to his father Olaf and his brother Valtheof. He became a great chief, and had always many men with him. He was a wise man, and far-seeing in many things, but overbearing and rash. No two men in the West were considered at that time greater than the brothers-in-law Sweyn and Thorbjorn, and there was a warm friendship between them. Chapter 72. The Burning of Fracork. On one occasion, Sweyn a Sleif's son asked Earl Ragnvald to give him troops and ships to take vengeance on Alvir and Fracork for the burning of his father Olaf. The Earl said, "Do you not think, Sweyn, that Alvir, and that old hag Fracork, who is good for nothing, will scarcely be able to do us any harm now?" Sweyn replied, "They will always be mischievous while they live, and I expected something else, when I did great things for you, than that you would refuse me this." The Earl replied, "What will you be satisfied with?" Sweyn said, "2 ships well equipped." The Earl said he should have what he wished. Then he made preparations for going. When he was ready, he sailed south to Borgarfjord, and had a northwest wind to Duferar, which is a trading place in Scotland. From there, he passed Moray to Ekialsbaki, and from there he went to Earl Madad at Atjakler Athole. He gave Sweyn guides who knew the way, across mountains and forests, wherever Sweyn wished to go, and he went through the interior of the country over mountains, and through woods away from all habitations, and came down in Jalmundel, near the middle of Sutherland. Alvir and Fracork had had spies wherever they thought they might expect enemies from the Orkneys, but this way they did not expect any. They did not therefore perceive the enemy, till Sweyn and his men were in a certain slope behind the house. Alvir Rosta met them there with 60 men, and the fight began immediately. There was little resistance on the part of Alvir's men, and they retreated towards the houses, because they could not reach the wood. A great many were killed, and Alvir ran to Jalmundel's river, and then up on the mountains. After that he went to Scotland's Firth on 116 the west coast, and from there to the Sudrayar Hebrides, and he is not mentioned further in this saga. When Alvir escaped, Sweyn and his men approached the houses, and plundered everything. Then they burnt the houses with all the inmates, and their Fracork perished. Sweyn and his men committed many ravages in Sutherland before they went to their ships. After that they were out on raids during the summer, and ravaged in Scotland. In the autumn Sweyn came to Earl Ragnvald in the Orkneys, and was well received. Then he crossed over to Ness Caithness, and spent the winter in Dungals. But this time Sweyn received a message from Hold Bodie in the Sudrayar that he should come and help him, because Hold from Bretland had been there, driven him from his estates, and taken much booty. The messenger was named Hrodbjart Robert of English descent. When Sweyn received the message, he quickly left for the Orkneys, and called on Earl Ragnvald, and requested him to give him troops and ships. The Earl asked Sweyn what he was going to do. Then he said that he had received a message from a man whom he ought least of all to refuse, and who had proved his best friend in his greatest need, and when most others were his enemies. The Earl said, "It is well if you part good friends, but most of those Sudrayar men are treacherous. You must, however, act a manly part, and I will give you 2 ships fully manned." Sweyn was well pleased with this, and went to the Sudrayar, but did not find Hold Bodie till he came to the Isle of Man, because the latter had fled thither. When Sweyn came to the Isle of Man, Hold Bodie was very glad to see him. The British Hold had plundered and killed men to a large extent in the Isle of Man, as well as in the Sudrayar. He had killed a nobleman named Andrew, who left a widow by name Ingrid, and a son by name Sigurd. Ingrid was wealthy, and had large estates. Bode advised Sweyn to woo her, and when he proposed marriage, she made it a condition of her acceptance that he should avenge her late husband Andrew. Sweyn replied, I may inflict some loss on the British, but we cannot know how we may succeed in manslaying. Then Sweyn and Bode went out on an expedition with 5 ships they plundered in Bretland, landing at a place called Jarlsness, and committing great ravages. One morning, they went into a certain village, and met with a little resistance. The inhabitants fled from the village, and Sweyn and his men plundered everything, and burnt 6 homesteads before dinner. An Icelander named Eirik was with Sweyn and sang the following: 6 homesteads burning, 6 households plundered. This was Sweyn's work of a morning. This his vengeance coals he lent them. After this they went to their ships. They were out reiving all the summer and obtained much booty. But Hold fled into an island called Lund, where there was a strong place. Sweyn besieged it for some time to no purpose. In the autumn they went back to the Isle of Man. Chapter Romans 73 of Sweyn and Bode's raids. This winter Sweyn married in Gerid and remained there, greatly honoured. In the spring he gathered men together and went to see Bode and asked for his assistance, but he excused himself, saying that many of his men were occupied, and some on trading trips, so Sweyn got none there. But the truth was that he had secretly made peace with Hold and confirmed their alliance by exchanging presents. Sweyn went out nevertheless with 3 ships, but made little booty in the earlier part of the summer. Later, they went south under Ireland, and seized a barge belonging to some monks in Sillinga, and plundered it. He made 118 inroads in Ireland in many places, obtained a large booty, and returned to the Isle of Man in autumn. When Sweyn had been a short time at home, he heard a report to the effect that Bode was not faithful to him, but Sweyn shrank from believing it. One night in the spring Sweyn's watchmen came to him, and said that enemies were approaching them. Sweyn and his men seized their arms, and ran out, and saw a great number of men carrying fire to the homestead. Then Sweyn and his men ran to a hill, and defended themselves from it. They had a horn, which they sounded. The neighbourhood was thickly inhabited, and men came flocking to help Sweyn, so that the assailants at last gave way. Sweyn and his men pursued them, and killed many in the flight. But many of both sides were wounded. Before they parted, the chief of the attacking band was Bode. He escaped in the flight, and did not stop till he came to Lundy Isle. Hold received him well, and they remained together. Sweyn went home, and kept a large number of his men about him, maintaining a strict watch, because he distrusted the Sudreyarmen. Late in the winter, he sold his lands, and went early in the spring to Liadhus Lewis. During this expedition, he had committed many ravages. Chapter 74 of Earl Ragnvald and Sweyn. While Sweyn was in the Sudreyar, Earl Ragnvald went over to Caithness, and was entertained at Vic by a man named Harold. His son was named Sweyn, an active fellow. While the Earl was there, Thorbjorn Clerk came up from Scotland, and said that his father Thorstein Hold had been killed by a certain Earl. People talked of how frequently Earl Ragnvald and Thorbjorn spoke together, because the Earl scarcely took leisure to discharge his duties. For that 119 reason, Thorbjorn went with the Earl out to the islands Orkneys, and Sweyn, Harold's son, became the Earl's table boy. Thorbjorn had been in Scotland for some time. He had slain 2 men who had been with Sweyn, a Sleif's son, at the burning of Fracork. When Sweyn came from the Sudreyar, he went home to his farm in Gerse, and not to Earl Ragnvald, as he used to do when he came from his expeditions. So when the Earl heard that Sweyn had come home from the Sudreyar in the summer, he asked Thorbjorn for what reason he thought Sweyn did not come to him. Thorbjorn replied, I suppose Sweyn is offended with me, because I had those men slain who were with him at the burning of Fracork. The Earl said, I do not like you to be enemies. Then Earl Ragnvald went to Gerse, and tried to reconcile them, which was easy because they both wished the Earl to judge between them. Then he made peace between them, and it lasted for a long time after. Chapter 75 Earl Ragnvald's pleasantries. At this time there came a certain Icelandic ship to the Orkneys, in which was a man by name Hall, the son of Thorarin Braidmagi Broad Waist. He went to Rinarsi North Ronaldsay to stay with Thorstein and Ragnar. He became tired of staying there, and asked Thorstein to bring him to Earl Ragnvald. They went to see him, but the Earl would not receive Hall. When they came home, Ragnar asked how they had succeeded, and Hall replied by a ditty. It was to thy own son Ragnar. Let truth be known among the people. I gave the noble task of asking my reception among the courtiers, but the generous Ringiver, who enjoys the highest honour, has declined my clownish service, having plenty of the bravest. Shortly afterwards, Ragnar went to see Earl Ragnvald on this errand herself. She was so dressed that she had a red headgear of horse's hair, and when the Earl saw her he sang, "Never did I know before this, how the ladies of the crossbench deck their heads with finest kerchiefs. If I use the proper language, seems to me that this gold-wearer hides the tresses of her hindhead with a chestnut filly's tailocks, and her headdress shows her temper." Ragnar said, "Now the saying comes true, that few are so wise, that they see everything as it is, for this hair is of a horse, and not of a mare." Then she took a silken kerchief, and wrapped it round her head, continuing nevertheless her business with the Earl. He gave her a rather cold answer at first, but became more pleasant as they spoke longer, and she obtained what she wanted, namely to procure for Hall a place at the Earl's court. He remained a long time with Earl Ragnvald. They made jointly the old metre key with 5 verses for each different metre afterwards. That was thought too much, and now 2 verses only are made for each different metre. Chapter 76 of Earl Ragnvald and Sweyn Asleif's son. Sweyn Asleif's son is said to have heard that Hold Bodhi had arrived in the Sudreyar. Then he asked Earl Ragnvald to give him troops to avenge himself. The Earl gave him 5 ships, and Thorbjorn Clerk was the commander of one of them. Haflidi, the son of Thorkel Flettir, of another Dufniel, the son of Havard Gunny's son, the third Rickgard Richard Thorleif's son, the fourth and Sweyn Asleif's son 121, the fifth. When Hold Bodhi heard of Sweyn, he fled from the Sudreyar. Sweyn and his men killed many people in the Sudreyar, and ravaged and burnt far and wide. They obtained great booty, but could not catch Hold Bodhi, and he never came to the Sudreyar. After that, Sweyn wished to remain in the Sudreyar during the winter, but Thorbjorn and the others wished to go home, and went in the autumn to Caithness, and arrived at Dungalsp. When they were going to divide their booty, Sweyn said they should all share equally, but that he himself should have a chief's share, besides saying that he had been the chief, and that the Earl had sent the others to his assistance. Besides, he added further that he alone had the quarrel with the Sudreyarmen, while the others had none. Thorbjorn, however, said he did not deserve less than Sweyn, and had not been less a leader than he. They also wished that all the ship's commanders should have equal shares, but they had to submit to Sweyn, because his men were by far the most numerous there on the Ness in Caithness. Thorbjorn went out to the Orkneys, and told Earl Ragnvald how matters had gone between him and Sweyn, and that they were very much displeased to have been deprived by him of their just proportion of the spoil. The Earl said it would not be only once that Sweyn had turned out not to be an equitable man, yet he would in the end receive retribution for his injustice. But he added, "You shall not quarrel about this. I shall give you as much money of my own as you have lost through him, and it is my will that you do not claim it of him. It will be a good thing if this does not lead to greater difficulties with him." Thorbjorn replied, "May God reward you, my lord, for the honour you do us, and we shall not quarrel with Sweyn about this, but I shall never be his friend any more, and I shall do him some despite in return." And after that Thorbjorn divorced himself from Ingirid, Sweyn's sister, and sent her to him over to Ness Caithness. Sweyn received her well, but considered Thorbjorn's conduct a great insult to himself. There was then fierce enmity between them. Then the saying proved true that monsters are best matched together. When Sweyn was in the Sudreyar, he had placed Margard Grim's son over his affairs at Dungalsp, and transferred to him the office of deputy or factor, which he held from Earl Ragnvald. But Margard was resentful and overbearing, and became unpopular on account of his violence. Those who were the first objects of his oppression ran to Hrold at Wick, and remained there. From this enmity arose between the two shortly after Margard went south to Wick on business with 19 men, and before he left he attacked Hrold and killed him and several others. Then he went to Dungalsp to see Sweyn. The latter gathered men together, and went to Lamberborg, where he fortified himself. It was a strong place, and there he remained with 60 men, and brought thither provisions and other necessaries. The Borg castle was situated on a sea-girt rock, and on the landward side there was a well-built stone wall. The crags ran a long way along the sea on either side. Sweyn and his men committed many violent robberies in Caithness, and brought everything into the stronghold, and became greatly hated. Chapter 77 of Sweyn Asleif's son's movements. This news came to the ears of Earl Ragnvald and Sweyn Hrold's son, and he asked the Earl to help him to obtain redress in this cause, and many supported Sweyn's request. At last Earl Ragnvald crossed over to Ness Caithness, and the following chiefs with him: Thorbjorn Haflidi, Thorkel's son, and Dufniel, Havard's son. These counselled the most severe measures against Sweyn. They went to Dungalsp, but Sweyn was not there. They heard that he was in Lamberborg, and then the Earl went thither. When they came to the Borg, Sweyn asked who their leader was, and he was told that it was Earl Ragnvald. Sweyn asked him what 123 he wanted. The Earl said he wished him to deliver Margaret up to them. Sweyn asked whether he was to receive quarter. The Earl said he would not promise. Then Sweyn said, I have not the heart to deliver Margaret into the power of Sweyn Hrold's son, or of my other enemies who are with you, but I should wish very much to be at peace with you, my lord. Then Thorbjorn Clerk said, Hear what the traitor says, that he would willingly be at peace with his lord, after he has plundered his land, and betaken himself to the highways like a thief. You make a bad return to the Earl, for all the honour he has done you, and so you will do to all you can. Sweyn replied, You need not say much in this case, Thorbjorn, for no respect will be paid to your words, but it is my foreboding that you will repay him worse for all the honour he has done to you before you part, for nobody will gain good fortune from any dealings with you. Then Earl Ragnvald said that men should not rail at each other. Then they besieged the Borg, and cut off all communication, and a long time passed, as they could not make an assault. And when the provisions were exhausted, Sweyn called his men together, and consulted with them, but they all said as with one mouth that they wished to follow his guidance, as long as they were able. Then Sweyn said, I think it most disgraceful to starve here, and afterwards to surrender to our enemies. It has turned out, as was likely, that our skill and good fortune should fail against Earl Ragnvald. We have tried to obtain peace and security for life, but neither was to be had for my companion Margaret, though I know that the others will be able to obtain quarter, yet I have not the heart to deliver him under the axe still. It is not right that so many here should suffer for his difficulties, although I am unwilling to part from him for a time. Then he tied together ropes which they had, and during the night they let Sweyn and Margaret down from the Borg into the sea. They swam along the cliffs, till they came to the end of them. Then they got on shore and went to Sutherland, thence to Moray, and then to Dufurar. There they 124 met with some Orkneymen in a trading vessel. Holvard and Thorkel were the commanders, and they were 10. Altogether Sweyn and Margaret went on board with them when they were 12 together, and then they sailed south off Scotland, until they came to Mear, the Isle of May. There was a monastery, the head of which was an abbot by name Baldwin Sweyn, and his men were detained there 7 nights by stress of weather. They said they had been sent by Earl Ragnvald to the King of Scots. The monks suspected their tale, and thinking they were pirates sent to the mainland for men. When Sweyn and his comrades became aware of this, they went hastily on board their ship. After having plundered much treasure from the monastery, they went in along Mearcfifjord the Firth of Forth, and found David the King of Scots in Edinburgh. He received Sweyn well, and requested him to stay with him. He told the king explicitly the reason of his visit, how matters had gone between him and Earl Ragnvald before they parted, and also that they had plundered in Mear. Sweyn and Margaret stayed for a while with the King of Scots, and were well treated. King David sent men to those who had been robbed by Sweyn, and told them to estimate their loss themselves, and then of his own money he made good to every one his loss. King David proposed to Sweyn to bring his wife from the Orkneys, and to bestow upon him such honours in Scotland as he might be well satisfied with. Sweyn declared all his wishes to the king. He said it was his wish that Margaret should remain with him, and that the king should send word to Earl Ragnvald to be reconciled to him, but he said he would himself leave his case entirely to the decision of Ragnvald, adding that he was always well pleased when there was friendship between them, but ill at ease when they were at enmity. King David replied, I suppose this Earl is a good man, and you value nothing except what comes from him, since you prefer the risk of surrendering yourself to his good faith, and refuse my offers. Sweyn said he would never give up his friendship, yet he asked the king to grant him this, and the king said it should be as he wished. King David sent men to the Orkneys with presents, and a message requesting that the Earl would make peace with Sweyn. Then Sweyn went north to the islands, and Margaret remained behind with the king. King David's messengers went to Earl Ragnvald, who received them well, and also the presents promising peace to Sweyn. Then he was fully reconciled to Sweyn, who now returned to his estates. Chapter Romans 78 Earl Valthiof's death. When Sweyn and Margaret had left Lamberborg, those that were in the fort resolved to surrender it to Earl Ragnvald. He asked them what they knew last of Sweyn and Margaret, and they told the truth. When the Earl heard it, he said, To tell the truth, Sweyn has no equal among those that are now with us, and such feats are both brave and hardy. But I will not abuse my power over you, although you were involved in these troubles. With Sweyn, every one of you shall go home in peace as far as I am concerned. The Earl went home to the Orkneys and sent Thorbjorn Clerk in a ship with 40 men south to Breiðafjörð the Moray Firth to search for Sweyn, but he heard nothing of him. Thorbjorn then said to his men, "Our journey is a strange one, we are all this time wandering after Sweyn, but I have heard that Earl Valthiof, who slew my father, is not far off with but a few men, and if you will attack him with me, I will promise you that I shall not act as Sweyn did, namely, to deprive you of your share. If we get any booty, for you shall have all we get, except what you wish to give me, because I think glory is better than booty." Then they went to the place where Earl Valthiof was at a banquet, and surprised them in the house, and set it on 126 fire. Immediately Valthiof and his men ran to the door, and asked who was the raiser of the fire. Thorbjorn told his name. Valthiof offered compensation for Thorstein's slaying, but Thorbjorn said it was useless to ask for peace. They defended themselves bravely for a time, but when the fire pressed them, they ran out after that their defence was short, because the fire had overcome them. Earl Valthiof fell, and 30 men with him. Thorbjorn and his men got a great deal of booty, and he kept all his promises to them faithfully. Then they went to the Orkneys to Earl Ragnvald, who was well satisfied with what they had done. Then there was peace and quiet in the islands. At that time a young man lived in the islands by name Kolbein Hruge, a very overbearing man. He built a fine stone castle, which was a strong defence. Kolbein's wife was Herberg, the sister of Hakon Barnchild, but their mother was the daughter of Herborg Paul's daughter. Their children were Kolbein Karl Bjarni Skold Sumar Lydia Slack and Frida. They were all well-mannered. Chapter 79 of Eindridi Ungi the Young. At that time, the sons of Harald Gilli ruled over Norway. Eystein was the oldest of them, but Ingi was a legitimate son, and he was most honoured by the lendermen, because he let them have their way in all things as they liked. At this time the following lendermen barons assisted him in 127, the government Ogmund, and Erling the son of Kiepinga Orm. They advised King Ingi to send word to Earl Ragnvald, and give him an honourable invitation, saying truly that he had been a great friend of his father and desired him to become as intimate with the Earl as he could, so that he might be a dearer friend of his than of his brother, whatever might happen between them. The Earl was related to the brothers and a great friend of theirs, and when he received this message, he quickly prepared to go, because he felt a desire to go to Norway to see his friends and kinsmen. Earl Harald asked to be permitted to go with him out of curiosity, and to amuse himself. He was then 19 winters old. When the Earls were ready, they started from the west with some merchants having a noble retinue, and arrived in Norway early in the spring. They found King Ingi in Bjorgvin, and he received them very well. Earl Ragnvald saw many of his friends and kinsmen, and spent a great deal of the summer there. Eindridi Ungi the Young arrived from Miklagard, Constantinople. That summer he had been long in service there, and was able to tell many things from there, and it was thought good entertainment to inquire from him about things in that part of the world. The Earl conversed frequently with him. Once when they were talking, Eindridi said, "It seems strange to me that you do not think of going out to Jerusalem, and that you should be satisfied with being told of the things that are there. It would best suit such men as you are to be there on account of your great accomplishments, and you will be honoured above all others wherever you come among noble men." When Eindridi had said this, many spoke in favour of it, and exhorted the Earl to become the leader of such an expedition. Erling made a long speech in support of the proposal, and said he would join the party himself if the Earl would consent to be their chief, and as many men of note seemed eager for the journey, he promised to go. And when he and Erling were settling matters between them, many noble men joined the party. These lendermen barons were among them Eindridi Ungi, who was to be their guide, John Petterson, a Slack Erlenson, Guttorm Mal and Carl from Halland. It was resolved that none of them should have a larger ship than with 30 benches, except the Earl, and no one should have an ornamented vessel. But this was done in order that no one should envy another, because he had finer men, or a better ship than he. John Fartlegg was to build a ship for the Earl, and to have it as finely fitted out as possible. Earl Ragnvald went home in the autumn, and intended to stay at home 2 winters. King Ingi gave the Earl 2 long ships, small but very beautiful, and specially built for rowing. They were therefore of all the ships the swiftest. Earl Ragnvald gave Harald one of them called Fifa, the other was called Jalp. In these ships the Earls went to sea, holding westward. Earl Ragnvald had received large presents from his friends. It was Tuesday evening when the Earls put out to sea, and they had a fair wind during the night. On Wednesday there was a great storm, and in the evening they saw land. It was very dark, and they saw signs of breakers surrounding them on all sides. Up to this time they had kept together. There was nothing to be done except to run the vessels on shore, and this they Roman 999,372. The beach before them was stony, and narrow enclosed behind 129 by crags. All the men were saved, but they lost a large quantity of their stores. Some of the things were thrown up by the sea during the night. As usual, Earl Ragnvald bore himself as the bravest of all the men there. He was so merry that he played with his fingers, and spoke nearly all his sayings in rhyme. He took a golden ring from his hand, and sang this ditty. Thus I hang the hammer-beaten hand-ring from my rounded fingers. Thus I put my fingers through it. So the nymph of crashing waters threw me joyful in a rockrift, there to play me with my fingers. When they had carried their things up from the sea, they went farther inland to search for habitations, because they thought they knew they had landed in Outland. They soon found farms and distributed themselves among them. The people were glad to see the Earl, and when he was asked about his voyage, he sang. Both my ships on beach went crashing, when the surges swept my men off. Sore afflicted by the billows were the friends of Jalp and Fifa. Certainly this misadventure of the danger-seeking rovers will not soon be quite forgotten by those who got such a wetting. The mistress of the house brought a fur cloak to the Earl, who, stretching his hands forward to receive it, and laughing sang this ditty. Here I shake a shrunken fur coat. Surely 'tis not ornamental. All our clothes are in the shipfield, and it is too wide to seek them. Lately all the young seahorses left we dressed in splendid garments, as we drove the steeds of mastheads to the crags across the surges. Large fires were made, and there they warmed themselves. 130. A female servant entered shivering all over, and her words were unintelligible on account of her shiver. The Earl said he understood her. Asa, you seem quite exhausted. Atatata tease the water. Hudu tudu, where shall I sit? By the fire, 'tis rather chilly. The Earl sent 12 of his men to Einar in Gulberuvik, but he said he would not receive them unless the Earl came himself. When Earl Ragnvald heard this, he sang. Einar said he would give food too. None of all the lads of Ragnvald, he himself alone excepted. Empty words I now am talking, for I know that he the friendly never failed to keep his promise. Go we in then where the fires are, burning brightly all the evenings. The Earl stayed a long time in Outland, and in the autumn he went south to the Orkneys, and resided in his dominions. That autumn 2 Outlanders came to him. One was named Armad, a poet, the other was Adi the Little, the son of Glum. He made verses. Well, the Earl received them both as his men. The Earl had a grand Yule feast to which he invited guests, and gave his men presents. He handed a spear inlaid with gold to the poet. Armad shook it at him, and told him to make a song on the spur of the moment. Princely gifts the battle-fanner, with no niggard hand distributes. Scaldic honours are not measured by the gifts bestowed on others. The defender of his country, and the best of all commanders, with his own hand brings to Armad this blood candle golden pointed. One day during Yule, the guests were looking at the tapestry. The Earl said to Adi the Little, make a song 131 about the workman's handicraft on the tapestry, and have it made by the time that I have finished my stanza, and use none of the same words that are in mine. The Earl sang. The old one on the hangings standing has a sheath rod on his shoulder, but in spite of all his anger, he will not get one step farther. Adi sang, for a stroke himself prepares the warrior in stooping posture, where the tapestry is parted, yet his danger will be greatest. Time it is for ships' commanders, peace to make ere harm does happen. During Yuletide the Earl entertained Bishop William and many of his chiefs. Then he made known his intention to go to Jorsalaheim, Jerusalem, and requested the bishop to go with him because he was a good Parisian scholar, and the Earl wished him to be their interpreter. The bishop agreed to the Earl's request and promised to go. The following chiefs went with Earl Ragnvald: Magnus, the son of Havard Gunny's son, Swainhold's son, and the following men of lesser note: Thorgeir Skatakal Adi, the little Thorberg Svarti, Armad, the Skald Thorkel Krakoga, Grimkel of Fletunes and Bjarni, His son, when the 2 winters appointed for their preparations were past, Earl Ragnvald went early in the spring from the Orkneys east to Norway to see how far the Lendermen barons had progressed with their preparations, and when he came to Björgvin, he found there Erlingjon his brother-in-law and a slack, but Guttorm arrived shortly after. To Björgvin came also the ship which Jan Fart had caused to be built for the Earl. It was a most exquisite piece of workmanship, and all ornamented. The whole of the carved work on the prow, the vanes, and many other parts of the ship were gilt altogether. It was a most splendid ship. Eindridi came 132, frequently to town during the summer, and said he should be ready in a week. The Earl's men murmured greatly at having to wait so long, and some proposed not to wait for him, saying that such voyages as this had been made without Eindridi a short time after Eindridi came to town, and said he was ready. Then the Earl commanded his men to set sail when they thought there was favourable wind, and when the day came when they thought they might expect a favourable wind, they left the town and set sail. The breeze was faint, and the Earl's ship moved slowly, because it required strong wind. The other chiefs lowered their sails and would not leave the Earl when they were outside the islands. The breeze increased to such a degree that in the smaller vessels they had to take in sail, but the Earl's ship now went at a great speed. They saw 2 large ships coming after them, and soon they passed them. One of these 2 ships was highly finished. It was a dragon. Both its head and stem were richly gilded. It was white on the bows, and painted everywhere above the sea where it was thought it would look well. The Earl's men said that was very likely Eindridi's, adding he has not kept well the agreement that no one should have an ornamented ship, except you, sire. The Earl replied, Eindridi's pride is great, and he may be excused for not liking to be on the same level with us as we are so much his inferiors, but it is difficult to see whether his good fortune runs before him or goes along with him, but let us not direct our movements according to his hot-headedness. Eindridi soon passed them in the larger vessel, but the Earl kept all his ships together and had a successful voyage. They arrived all safe in the Orkneys in the autumn. Chapter 80 of Earl Ragnvald and the Orkneymen. It was resolved that they should spend the winter there. Some lived at their own expense, others were quartered with the BNDR, and many were with the Earl. There was a great 133 turmoil in the islands. The Orkneymen and the Eastmen quarrelled frequently about bargains and women and other things. The Earl had a very difficult task to keep peace among them, for both parties considered that he deserved well of them, and they of him. Dragon's ship of the Viking period. From Homburg's Nordben I Hedna Tiden. Of Eindridi it is to be told that when they came to Outland Shetland, his fine ship was totally wrecked, and he lost a great quantity of goods, but the smaller ship was saved. He spent the winter in Outland, and sent men to Norway to have another ship built for the voyage to the east. One of Eindridi's crew was called Arni Spitcheleg Stickleg. He went to the Orkneys during the winter with 9 men. Arni was a very violent man, daring and turbulent. He and his comrades lived at their own expense during the winter. He bought malt and meat of a tenant of Sweyn, a slave's son, and when he demanded payment, Arni delayed to pay. When he demanded it a second time, he was overwhelmed with abuse, and before they parted, Arni struck him with the back of his axe, saying, "Go and tell your champion Sweyn, whom you are always praising, to obtain redress for you will need no more." The man went and told Sweyn, requesting him to obtain redress. He gave him a cold answer, and said he would promise nothing. One day in the spring, Sweyn went to collect his rents. They were 4 together in a 10-oared boat. They had to pass the island in which Arni was staying, and Sweyn said he would land there. It was ebbing tide. Sweyn went on shore alone, carrying an axe with a short handle, and no other weapon. He told his men to keep the boat from getting aground. Arni Spitcheleg and his comrades were lying in an outhouse not far from the sea. Sweyn walked up and found them indoors. They greeted him. He acknowledged their greeting and spoke to Arni, saying that he should settle the farmer's account. Arni replied that there was plenty of time for that. Sweyn asked him to do it for his intercession, but still Arni refused. Then Sweyn said he would not ask any further, and at the same time he drove the axe into Arni's skull so that the iron was buried in it, and he lost hold of the handle. Sweyn ran out, and Arni's companions 134 after him to the beach. As they ran fast along the muddy shore, one of them, who was the swiftest, came to close quarters with him. There were large roots of seaweed lying in the mud. Sweyn seized one of them and thrust it into the face of the man who had come up with him, and he grasped at his eyes to clear the mud away, but Sweyn escaped to his boat and went home to Gerksey. Shortly after he went on his own business over to Caithness and sent word to Earl Ragnvald to settle the matter about Arni Spitcheleg's slaying, and when the Earl received the message, he summoned together those who were entitled to compensation for Arni. and settled the matter to their satisfaction, he himself paying the compensation money many other acts of violence perpetrated by the Eastmen and the Orkneymen. During the winter the Earl made good out of his own funds. Early in the spring he called a thing meeting in Hrossey mainland, to which came all the chiefs residing in his dominions. He then made it known to them that he intended to leave the Orkneys, and to go to Jerusalem, saying that he would leave the government in the hands of his kinsman Harold, and praying all his friends to obey him, and help him faithfully in whatever he required while he was obliged to be away himself. Earl Harold was then nearly 20 tall and strong, but ugly, yet he was a wise man, and the people thought he would be a good chief. In the summer Earl Ragnvald prepared to leave the Orkneys, but the summer was far advanced before he was ready, because he had to wait a long time for Eindridi, until his ship came from Norway. When they were ready they left the Orkneys in 15 large ships. The following were commanders of ships: Earl Ragnvald, Erling Skaki, Bishop William Aslak Erlend's son, Guttorm Magnus Havard's son, Sweyn Hrold's son, Eindridi Unjai, and the others who were with him, are not named. From the Orkneys they sailed to Scotland, and then to England, and when they sailed to Northumberland off the mouth of Vera, the where Armad sang. High the crests were of the billows, as we passed the mouth of Vera. Masts were bending, and the low land met the waves in long sand reaches. Blind our eyes were with the salt spray, while the youths at home remaining from the Thingfield fair on horseback. Then they sailed till they were south off England, and so on to Valland. There is no account of their voyage until they came to a seaport called Verben. There they learned that the Earl who had governed the city, and whose name was Gerbjorn, had lately died, but left a young and beautiful daughter by name Ermingerd. She had charge of her patrimony under the guardianship of her noblest kinsmen. They advised the Queen to invite Earl Ragnvald to a splendid banquet, saying that her fame would spread far if she gave a fitting reception to noblemen arrived from such a distance. The Queen left it to them, and when this had been resolved upon, men were sent to the Earl to tell him that the Queen invited him to a banquet with as many men as he himself wished to accompany him. The Earl received her invitation, gratefully selecting the best of his men to go with him, and when they came to the banquet, there was good cheer and nothing was spared by which the Earl might consider himself specially honoured. One day, while the Earl sat at the feast, the Queen entered the hall, attended by many ladies. She had in her hand a golden cup, and was arrayed in the finest robes. She wore her hair loose according to the custom of maidens, and a golden diadem round her forehead. She poured out for the Earl, and the maidens played for them. The Earl took her hand along with the cup, and placed her beside him. They conversed during the day. The Earl sang, "Lady fair, thy form surpasses all the loveliness of maidens, though arrayed in costly garments, and adorned with precious jewels. Silken curls in radiant splendour fall upon the beauteous shoulders of the goddess of the goldrings. The greedy eagle's claws I read in Roman 500. The Earl stayed there a long time, and was well entertained. The inhabitants of the city solicited him to take up his residence there, saying that they were in favour of giving the Queen to him in marriage. The Earl said he wished to complete his intended journey, but that he would come there on his return, and then they might do what they thought fit. Then the Earl left with his retinue, and sailed round Thrasnus. They had a fair wind, and sat and drank, and made themselves merry. The Earl sang this song: long in the prince's memory Ermingerd's soft words shall linger. It is her desire that we shall ride the waters out to Jordan, but the riders of seahorses, from the southern climes returning, soon shall plough their way to Verben, o'er the whale pond in the autumn." Then Armad sang, "Near shall I see Ermingerde more from this time, if it be not that my fate shall be propitious. Many now are grieving for her. Happy were I if I could but be beside her just for one day. That indeed would be good fortune, once again to see her fair face." Then Adi sang, "Truth to tell, we two are scarcely worthy of fair Ermingerde, for this wise and lovely princess may be called the Queen of Maidens. This the title that beseemeth best the splendour of her beauty, while she lives beneath the sunray. May her lot be ever happy." They went on till they came west to Galicialand 5 nights before Yuletide, and intended to spend it there, They asked the inhabitants whether they were willing to sell them 137 provisions, but food is scarce in that country, and they thought it a great hardship to have to feed such a numerous host. It so happened that the country was under the rule of a foreigner, who resided in the castle, and oppressed the inhabitants greatly. He made war on them if they did not do everything he wished and menaced them with violence and oppression. When the Earl asked the inhabitants to sell him victuals, they consented to do so, until Lent, but made certain proposals on their part, wit, that Earl Ragnvald should attack their enemies, and should have all the money which he might obtain from them. The Earl communicated this to his men, and asked them what they would be inclined to do. Most of them were willing to attack the castle, thinking that it was a very likely place to obtain booty. Therefore Earl Ragnvald and his men agreed to the terms of the inhabitants. When the Yuletide was close at hand, the Earl called his men together, and said, "We have been resting for a while, and have not disturbed the men of the castle, and the inhabitants are getting tired of supplying us. I suppose they will think our promise will come to nothing, and it is not manly in us not to try to do what we promised now. I wish to hear your advice as to how we are to take the castle, as I know you here are men of great discretion. Therefore, I ask every one here present to state what plan he thinks most likely to succeed." Erling replied to the Earl, and said, "I will not be silent since you command us to speak, although I am not a man of sage counsels, and those ought rather to be asked who have seen more, and are more experienced in such undertakings as Eindridi Anjai. But I suppose we must do here as the saying is, shoot at the bird before we catch it. I may try to give some advice, whatever may be its value. If you and the other ship commanders do not think it a bad plan, we shall today go all of us to the wood, and carry 3 bundles of faggots each to the castle, because it appears to me that the lime would not stand well if much heat were applied to it. Let us do this for the next 3 days, and see what happens." They did as Erling advised, and when they had finished their work, Yule was close at hand. The bishop would not 138 permit the inhabitants of the castle to be attacked during the Yuletide. The chief inhabiting the castle was named Gudifrey. He was a wise man, and somewhat advanced in years. He was a good scholar, had travelled much and knew many languages. He was a covetous man, and overbearing. When he saw what the strangers were doing, he called his men together, and said, "The plan adopted by the Northmen seems to me a wise one, and likely to do us great harm. We shall see when fire is applied to the stone wall round the castle, that it is not strong. Moreover, the Northmen are valiant, and men of great strength, and we may expect a fierce attack from them if they get an opportunity. Now, I wish to hear your advice about the difficult position in which we are placed." But all his men asked him to do what he thought best. Then he said, "My first plan is to tie ropes together, and you shall let me down over the castle wall. I will dress myself in rags, and go to the camp of the Northmen, and see what I can ascertain." They did as he told them, and he came to Earl Ragnvald, pretending to be a beggar and speaking Valska, as they understood a little of it. He walked throughout the camp and begged food. He perceived that there was much jealousy among the Northmen, and that they were divided into 2 factions. Eindridi Anjai was the leader of one, and the Earl of the other. Gudifrey went to Eindridi and spoke to him. He said that the chief of the castle had sent him there wishing to form an alliance with him. He expects that you will give him quarter if the castle is taken, and he is more willing to let you have his treasure if you will do this in return than those who wish to have him a dead man. Such things they spoke, and many others, but it was concealed from the Earl, as at first they observed profound secrecy. When Gudifrey had been some time with the Earl's men, he returned to his castle, but they did not remove their property from it, because they did not know whether the attack would be successful, and they could not put faith in the inhabitants. Chapter 81. Earl Ragnvald takes a castle. The 10th day of Yuletide was a fine day, and Earl Ragnvald arose, and commanded his men to arm themselves, and summoned them with trumpets to the attack of the castle. They dragged the wood close to it, and heaped up large piles round the walls. Then the Earl gave orders where each should make the attack. He himself, with the Orkneymen, had the attack from the south, Erling and a slack from the west, John and Guttorm from the east, and Eindridi Anjai from the north. When they were ready for the attack, they set fire to the wood, and the Earl sang, "Maids in lace and snow-white linen, bring us here the white wine sparkling. Fair to see was Erminggerda, when we met her in our travels. Fair we now to try the castle, with our flaming oaken firebrands. Quickly leaping from the scabbard, gleams the sharp-edged smiter forward." Now they began to attack the castle vigorously, both with weapons and with fire. They shot missiles into it, for that was the only way of attack. The besieged, did not stand firm on the walls, because they had to guard themselves against the missiles they poured down burning pitch and brimstone, which however did very little harm to the earl's men. What Erling had foretold came to pass: the lime could not stand the fire, and the wall fell down, leaving large breaches open. A man named Sigmund Angle Fishhook, the earl's stepson, was one of the keenest in the attack, and frequently went in front of the earl. Although he was then hardly a full-grown man when the attack had lasted for a while, all the besieged were driven from the wall. The wind blew from the south, and drove all the smoke towards Eindridi, and when the fire began to spread rapidly, the earl had water poured on it to cool the burnt stones, and then there was a short pause in the attack. The earl sang a song. Now I mind me of the Yuletide, which I spent with friends and brave men, on the east of Agdir's mountains, with the valiant warrior Salmund. Now again another Yuletide. Am I in the same way busy, at the south side of this castle, adding to the din of weapons? Further he sang, glad I was when that fair lady listened to my love tales telling. Hopelessly was I led captive by a valiant maid in autumn. Still I love the noble lady, and I spread the feast for eagles, stone and lime well bound together. Now before me fall asunder. Then Sigmund Angle sang, when in springtime o'er the waters ye go homeward to the Orkneys, tell the lady whom I most love, lady of the splendid garments, that beneath the castle ramparts there was none who stepped more boldly 'mong the young men than her lovers. Then the earl and Sigmund prepared to force their way into the castle, and meeting with little resistance they entered it, and many were killed. But those that surrendered to the earl received quarter. They obtained a great deal of property, but did not find the chief, and almost no treasure. There was a great discussion about the escape of Gudifrey, and how he had effected it, and they soon suspected Eindridi Ungi that he had given him the means of escaping, and that he had followed the smoke, and thus gained the forest. After this Earl Ragnvald and his men stayed a short time in Galicialand, and directed their course along the west of Spain. They plundered far and wide in heathen Spainland, and obtained great booty. They went into a certain 141 village, but the villagers ran together, and offered fight. They made a stout resistance, but fled at last. When many of them had been killed, the earl sang, when in Spainland I went fighting, quickly we o'erthrew the foemen. For when tired of our hard hewing, home they ran to see their sweethearts. All the land was strewed with corpses. Our deeds in song shall now be famous, and my hope is to be worthy of the lovely Ermengarda. Then they sailed along the west of Spain, and were overtaken by a gale. There they lay at anchor 3 days, and great waves broke over them, so that the vessels nearly foundered. Then the earl sang, here I am storm-tossed but undaunted, while the cables hold together, and the tackle of the vessel breaks not as she breasts the billows. I am promised to the fair one, whom we left out in the Northland. Now again there comes a fair wind. Speed we on into the channel. Then they set sail, and ran into Enjorfasund with a fair wind, and Adi sang, when the faithful friend of heroes, in the Gesthol's sweet mead quaffing, sat beside the fair Ringavur. That was a week to be remembered. Now the splendid steeds of billows bear the noble-minded Ragnvald, and his warriors wearing bucklers, quickly through the sound of Enjorfi. When they were tacking into the sound, the earl sang, by an east wind breathing softly, as from lips of valiant lady, are our ships now wafted onward, as we push the yards out farther, though we had to tie the canvas tighter than we had expected, to the middle of the sail-yard. South off Spain we bear away now. They sailed through Enjorfasund, and then the gale began to abate, and when they had cleared the sound, Eindridi Ungi parted from the earl with 6 ships, and sailed across the sea to Marseille. But Earl Ragnvald and his men remained at the sound. It was said that Eindridi now himself proved that he had allowed Gudifrey to escape. The earl's men sailed out to sea, and stood southwards to Cirkland. Then Earl Ragnvald sang, now our good ship land forsaking, laves her breast in limpid waters, Long ere he who sings these verses sees again the northern islands, with the sharp prow eye the yielding, earth surrounding sea carving, far off Spainland sweeping southward. More is not said of the Earls' progress till they came south off Cirkland and lay near Sardinia, not knowing where the land was. It was very calm, and a thick fog spread over the water, so that they could hardly see anything from the ships, and they sailed, therefore slowly one morning. The mist disappeared, and the crew arose and looked around and saw 2 islets when they looked for them. Second time there was but 1 islet. This they told to the Earl. Then he said, "This cannot have been islets which you have seen, it must be ships, such as they have in this part of the world, and which they call dromandar. From a distance they look as big as homes, but where the other dromand lay a puff of wind has probably swept over the water, and she has sailed away, but they are likely some rovers." Then he summoned the bishop and all the ship commanders, and said, "I ask of you, my lord bishop, and Erling my kinsman, whether you see any chance or device by which we may overcome those in the dromand." The bishop replied, "I think you will find it difficult to attack the dromand in your longships, for you will hardly be able to reach their bulwarks with a boarding pike, and they have probably brimstone and boiling pitch to pour under your feet, and over your heads. You may see Earl Ragnvald wise, as you are, that it would be the greatest rashness to place yourself and your men in such jeopardy." Then Erling said, "My lord bishop, it may be that you are right in thinking that we shall not obtain the victory by rowing at them, yet I cannot help thinking that, if we try to push close to the dromand, their missiles will fall beyond our ships lying close alongside. But if this be not the case, we can push away quickly, for they will not be able to chase us in the dromand." The Earl said, "That is bravely spoken, and very much to my own mind. I will now make it known to the ship's commanders, and all the men, that every one may arm and prepare himself each in his own place, as well as he can. Then let us attack them. And if they are Christian merchants, we can make peace with them. But if they are heathens, which I think they are, by the favor of Almighty God we shall be able to overcome them. But of the booty we obtain, we shall give every 50th penny to the poor." Then they unfastened their arms, prepared the bulwarks of their ships for battle, and made themselves ready in other ways, as their circumstances permitted. The Earl assigned to each vessel its place in the attack. Then they pulled vigorously onwards. Chapter 82. Ragnvald conquers the dromand. When the men in the dromand saw the ships pulling towards them to attack them, they spread fine, clothing 144 and costly stuffs out on the bulwarks, and made a great shouting, which the Earl's men took as a challenge. Earl Ragnvald brought his ship close under the stem of the dromand on the starboard side. Erling did the same on the larboard side. John and a slack brought theirs under her bows, and the others amidships on either side, all sticking as close to her as possible. But when they came close under the dromand, she was so high in the side that the Northmen were unable to use their weapons, and the others poured blazing brimstone and burning pitch over them, but most of it fell outside the ships, as Erling had foreseen, and they had no need to shield themselves from it. However, when the attack did not succeed, the bishop moved away his ship, and 2 others, and they told off their bowmen to go in. Them, after having got to a convenient distance for shooting, they shot their arrows into the dromand, and this was the most effective mode of attack. The men in the dromand protected themselves with their shields, and paid little heed to what those were doing who were in the ships close under the dromand. Earl Ragnvald then ordered his men to take their axes and cut the planks of the dromand, where the iron fastenings were fewest. And when the men in the other ships saw what the Earl's men were doing, they did the same. Now, where Erling had stationed himself, there was a large anchor hanging from the dromand, which had its fluke hooked over the gunwale, but the shank hung down towards Erling's ship. One of his forecastle men was named Andan Roddy Red. He was lifted up on the anchor stock, and then he pulled up others standing there as close as they could. They hacked away at the planks with all their might, and this was far higher than the others could reach. When they had made an opening large enough to admit them, they prepared to board the dromand. The Earl and his men entered on the lower deck, and Erling and his men on the upper. And when they both got in, there began to be severe fighting. Those in the dromand were Saracens, whom we call Mahometan infidels. There were also many black men who withstood them most fiercely. Erling received a severe wound in the neck near the shoulder. When he jumped on 145 board, it healed so badly that he carried his head to a side ever after, and therefore he was called Crickneck Skaki. When Earl Ragnvald and Erling joined each other, the Saracens were driven to the forepart of the ship, and the Earl's men boarded one after another until they were more numerous, and then they pressed the enemy hard in the dromand. They saw one man far superior to the others in appearance and stature, and they were persuaded that he must be their chief. Earl Ragnvald ordered his men not to wound him if they could seize him in any other way. Then they surrounded him and pressed him with their shields, and thus caught him. He and a few others with him were sent to the bishop's ship. All the rest they killed, and obtained great booty and many precious things. When they had finished the hardest part of their work, they sat down and rested, and the earl sang. At the spreading of the banner, Erling, mighty tree of battle, went to victory and honor. Foremost when we fought the Dramund, then we felled the black-skinned fighters. Everywhere the blood ran streaming, and the keen-edged swords were reddened. As we hewed among the heathen, we have had our fill of slaughter. Round us lie the heaps of corpses. Gory swords have been red-painting at the Dramund all this morning. Soon the news will spread to northward of this furious sword tempest. It will soon be known at Verben how we dealt death blows this morning. There was much talk about what had been done. Everyone told what he had seen. Then they talked of who had been the first to board, but were not all of one opinion. Some said it would not be creditable to them if they did not all relate this great exploit in the same way. At last, they all agreed to let Earl Ragnvald decide, and everyone should 146 afterwards tell the story in the same way as he. Roman 999. Then the earl sang. Odin Roddy was the man who, first with energy and valor, scaled the black sides of the Dramund. Soon the brave one seized his booty. By the help of God's good favor, have we overcome the heathens. Steeped our swords are all in red blood. Round us lie the sable corpses. When they had cleared the Dramund, they set it on fire. When the big man whom they had taken prisoner saw this, he changed color and became pale, and could not keep himself still. But though they tried to make him speak, he did not say a word, neither did he make any kind of sign. He was immovable to fair promises and menaces alike. But when the Dramund began to blaze up, they saw a glowing stream, as it were, run into the sea. At this, the captive man was greatly moved. They concluded that they had not made a careful search for the money, and now the metal, whether gold or silver, had melted in the fire. Then Earl Ragnvald and his men sailed south under Serkland, and lay off a certain town of Serkland, and had 7 nights' truce with the men of the town, and sold them silver and other valuables. No one would buy the big man, and then the earl gave him leave to go away with 4 men. He came back on the morning after with his men, and told them that he was a nobleman of Serkland, and that he had been ransomed from there with the Dramund, and all its contents. It grieved me most, he said, that you should burn it, and thus destroy so much treasure without anyone's having the benefit of it. Now you are in my power. But it counts for your benefit with me that you spared my life, and did me such honor as you could. But I would gladly never see you again, and now may you live hale and well. Then he rode away into the country. Earl Ragnvald sailed to Crete and anchored in a strong gale. When Armad kept watch during the night, he sang. Lie we now where stormy billows break above the sturdy bulwarks. My lot is to keep the watch well on this wave-surmounting seahorse, while the lads are snugly sleeping. I to Crete look o'er my shoulder. They lay off Crete until they had fair wind to Jorsalir Jerusalem, and arrived early on a Friday morning at Akersborg Acre. They went on shore with great pomp and splendor, such as seldom had been seen there. Thorbjorn Svarti sang. Oft have I with comrades hardy been in battle in the Orkneys, when the feeder of the people led his forces to the combat. Now our trusty earl we follow, as we carry up our bucklers gaily to the gates of Acre. On this joyful Friday morning, they stayed in Akersborg for a while, and a disease broke out among their men, of which many died. Thorbjorn Svarti died there. Adi Litli sang. Bravely bore the baron's vessels Thorbjorn Svarti scold and comrade, as he trod the Sea King's highway, round by Thrasnus south to Acre. There I saw them heap the grave mould of the high church o'er the king's friend. Earth and stones now lies he under, in that southern land of sunshine. Earl Ragnvald and his men left Akersborg, and visited all the holiest places of Jorsalaland. They went all to Jordan, and bathed. Earl Ragnvald and Sigmund Angel swam across the river, and went to some shrubs, and tied large knots. The earl sang. Long the way is I have travelled, to this heath enclosed by deserts, And the wise maid will remember, too, my crossing over Jordan. Seems to me that those who tarry at their homesteads will not find it a short journey here to travel. Warm the blood falls on the wide plain. Then Sigmund sang, this day I have tied a strong knot, for the churlish clown that sitting by the home hearth tease no falsehood, that we play him now a fine trick. The Earl sang, on this feast day of St. Lawrence, tie we knots for this fine fellow. Tired I came to this nice corner, where the shrubs grow close together. And when they were going from Jorsalaland, Earl Ragnvald sang, from the scold's neck hangs the cross now, in his hand a palm he carries. Now should cease unkindly feelings. From the heights my men rush downwards. During the summer Earl Ragnvald and his men left Jorsalaland, and were going to Miklagard. In the autumn they came to a town called Imbalum, and stayed there a long time, when two persons met, where the street was 149 crowded, and one of them thought it necessary to go to one side. He cried out to the other, midway. One evening, the Earl's men, among whom was Erling Skaki, walked from the town, and on the bridge leading to the ship, some inhabitants of the town met them, and cried out midway. Erling was very drunk, and pretended not to hear it. And when they met, he jumped from the bridge into the mud. His men ran to his assistance, and dragged him out, and had to undress him completely. Next morning, when the Earl saw him, and was told what had happened, he smiled and sang, bad the luck my friend has met with. In the mud he tumbled splashing, as he would not cry out midway, loudly like the foreign people. I suppose the prince's brother, when upset, looked rather rueful. Black the mud that on the ground is, in Imbal, as Erling knoweth. Some time after it happened that they came from the town very drunk, and John Fott was missed by his men, and no one else was missing. They sent immediately to the other ships to search for him, but he was not found. They could not search for him on shore during the night, but in the morning, when it was daylight, they found him murdered under the wall of the town. But it was never known who had slain him. They buried him honourably at a holy church, and then they went away and came north to Gisness, and there they waited some nights for a fair wind to sail to Miklagard. They made their ships look splendidly, and sailed with great pomp, as they knew Sigurd 150 Jorsalafari had done. While they were crossing the sea northward, the Earl sang this song, let us ride the Sea King's horses, leave the plough in field untouched, as we drive the wet prows onward, all the way to Miklagard. There well take the royal bounty, paid for wielding well our weapons, while we fill the wolf's red pallet, and on battlefields win honour. Chapter Roman 83 of Earl Ragnvald. Ragnvald and his men came to Miklagard, and were well received by the emperor and the Vringar. At this time Menelaus, whom we call Manuli, was the emperor of Miklagard. He gave them a great deal of money, and offered them pay if they would stay there permanently. They spent there a great part of the winter. Eindridi Unjai was there when they came, and was highly honoured by the emperor. He had little to do with the Earl and his men, but rather spoke slightingly of them to others. Ragnvald commenced his journey from Miklagard during the winter, and went first to Dyrexborg in Bulgarialand. From there they sailed west, to pull Earl Ragnvald, Erling, Bishop William, and most others of their noblest men left their ships there, procured horses, and rode first to Ramaborg, Rome, and then from Rome until they came to Denmark. From there they went to Norway, where the 151 people were glad to see them. This journey became very famous, and all those who had made it were considered greater men afterwards than before. Ogmund Dreng, Erling Skaki's brother, had died. While they were away, while both were alive, he was considered the greater of the two. After the death of King Ingi, Magnus, the son of Erling and Kristin, the daughter of Sigurd Jorsalafari, was made king. But the government of Norway was in the hands of Erling alone. Valdemar, king of the Danes, gave him the title of Earl, and he became a great chief. Eindridi came from the south some winters after Earl Ragnvald, and went to King Eystein, because he would not have anything to do with Erling. But after King Eystein's death, Eindridi and Sigurd, the son of Havard Hold of Rhea, raised a party, and made Hakon Herdebraid, the son of King Sigurd, son of Harold Gilli, their king. They slew Gregorius Dag's son, and King Ingi. Eindridi and Hakon fought with Erling under Seka, where Hakon was killed, but Eindridi fled. Earl Erling had Eindridi Ungi killed some time after in Vik. Earl Ragnvald spent the summer in Hordaland in Norway, and heard many tidings from the Orkneys, There were great disturbances there, and most of the chiefs were divided into two factions. Few remaining neutral. Earl Harold was at the head of one of these factions, and Earl Erlend and Sweyn Asleifs, son of the other. When the Earl heard this, he sang, "Though the most part of my nobles have forgot the oaths they swear me, such the wickedness of men is, yet will their designs be thwarted. Traitors plotting in my absence will not by it grow more loyal. Slow but sure shall be my martyr, while a beard on chin I carry." The Earl had no ships, but he asked his kinsmen and friends to build some longships for him during the winter. They gave a favourable answer, and consented to everything. He proposed and built the ships. Chapter 84. Earl Ragnvald goes to the Orkneys. In the summer the Earl made himself ready to go west to his dominions in the Orkneys, but it was late before he was ready because many things kept him back. He went to the west in a merchant vessel belonging to Thorhall Asgrim's son, an Icelander of a noble family, who had a farm south in Biskupstungr. The Earl had a numerous train of noblemen on board the vessel. When they came to Scotland, the winter was far advanced, and they lay at Torfness. The Earl arrived in his dominions shortly before Yule. Chapter 85. King Eystein takes Earl Harold prisoner. Now we have to tell what happened in the Orkneys. While Earl Ragnvald was away the same summer that the Earl went on his journey, King Eystein, son of Harold Gilli, arrived from Norway with a numerous army which he had landed at Rinarsi. He heard that Earl Harold had gone over to Caithness in a ship of 20 benches with 80 men, and lay then at Thorsa. When King Eystein heard of him, he manned 3 boats and crossed the Pentland Firth going westward and on to Thorsa. When he arrived there, the Earl and his men did not know anything of them until the king's men boarded the ship and took the Earl prisoner. 153. He was brought before the king, and the result was that the Earl ransomed himself with 3 marks of gold and surrendered his dominions to King Eystein, so that he should hold them from him in the future. Then he became King Eystein's man, and confirmed their compact with oaths. From there King Eystein went to Scotland, and ravaged there during the summer. During this expedition, he plundered in many parts of England, considering that he was taking revenge for King Harold, Sigurd's son. Chapter 86. Of King Eystein. Then King Eystein returned to his kingdom, and his expedition was variously thought of. Earl Harold remained in his dominions in the Orkneys, and most of the inhabitants were satisfied with his rule at this time. His father Earl Madad was dead, but his mother Margaret had gone to the Orkneys. She was a handsome woman, but a virago at this time. David the King of Scots died, and his son Malcolm was made king. He was quite a child when he succeeded his father. Chapter 87. Of Earl Harold. Erlend the son of Harold Sletmarli spent most of his time in Thorsa. Sometimes he was in the Sudreyar, or on war expeditions. After the death of Earl Otter, he was a very promising man, and accomplished in most things. Liberal in 154, money, gentle, open to advice, and greatly loved by his men. He had a large following. There was a man named Anakal who had fostered Erlend, and to his counsels he chiefly listened. He was of a noble family, and hardy. He was Earl Erlend's right-hand man. When Earl Ragnvald had left his dominions to go to Jorsalaheim, Erlend went to Malcolm the King of Scots, and requested him to give him an earl's title and Caithness for his support, as his father Earl Erlend had. And because Erlend had many friends and Malcolm was a child in years, it was brought about that he bestowed the title of Earl on Erlend, and gave him the half of Caithness jointly with his kinsman Harold. Then Erlend went to Caithness to see his friends. After that he gathered troops together, went out to the Orkneys, and sought to be accepted by the inhabitants. When Earl Harold Madad's son heard this, he gathered troops together, and had many men. Some parties went between the kinsmen, and tried to make peace between them. Erlend asked for half of the islands jointly with Earl Harold, but Earl Harold refused to give them up. Truce was however made between them for that year, and it was resolved that Erlend should go to the east and see the King of Norway, and ask for that half which belonged to Earl Ragnvald, which Earl Harold said he would surrender. Then Erlend went east to Norway, but Anakal and some of his party remained behind. Gunny Olaf's son, the brother of Sweyn Asleif's son, had children by Margaret, Earl Harold's mother, but Earl Harold had banished him, and therefore enmity arose between him, and Sweyn the latter sent his brother Gunny south to Leodhis Lewis, to his friend Leotolf, with whom he had been staying himself. Fuggle, the son of Leotolf, was with Earl Harold, and there was therefore coldness between him and Sweyn. When Erlend went east to Norway, Earl Harold went over to Caithness, and resided at Vic during the winter. Sweyn, a Sleif's son, was then at Thrasvik Fresic in Caithness, and took care of the estate which his stepsons had there, for his former wife was Ragnhild 155 Ingimund's daughter, though they lived but a short time together. Their son was Olaf. After that he married Ingrid Thorkel's daughter. Their son was Andreas. On Wednesday in Passion Week, Sweyn went with some others to Lamberborg. They saw a transport vessel coming from the north across the Pentland Firth, and Sweyn concluded that they were Earl Harold's men, whom he had sent to collect his revenues scat in Joutland. Sweyn ordered his men to take a boat and attack the barge, which they Roman 999. They seized all its cargo, and put Earl Harold's men on shore, and they went to Vic and told him. Earl Harold did not say much to this, yet he said, Sweyn, and I shall have our turns. He distributed his men to be entertained during Easter. The Caithness men called this that the Earl was in guest quarters. Chapter Roman 88 of Sweyn, a Sleif's son. Immediately after Easter week, Sweyn, a Sleif's son, went with a barge and a boat rowed by oars to the Orkneys, and when they came to Scalpade Scapa, they took there a ship from Fuggal Liatolf's son. He was coming from his father at Liadhis Lewis, and was going to Earl Harold. During the same trip, they took 12 ounces of gold from Sigurd Clothy, a housecarl of Earl Harold's. This money had been left at the homestead, but the owners were in Kirkjuvag Kirkwall. Then Sweyn went over to Ness Caithness and up through Scotland. He found Malcolm, king of Scots, who was then 9 winters old, in Apardian, Aberdeen. Sweyn spent a month there, and was well entertained. The king of Scots insisted upon his enjoying all those emoluments of Caithness which he had before he became Earl Harold's enemy. Chapter 89 of Sweyn and Annicarl. After this Sweyn prepared to go away, and the king of Scots and he parted very good friends. Then Sweyn went to his ships, and sailed from the south to the Orkneys. Annicarl was at Durness when Sweyn sailed from the south, and they saw them sailing east off Muley. They sent Gotti, a bandy of Skeggjarnarstadir, to Sweyn, and Annicarl requested him to come to terms with Fuggal about the seizure of the ship, because Annicarl and Fuggal were related to each other. When Gotti found Sweyn, and told him Annicarl's message, he sent a messenger back to Annicarl, asking him to go to Sandy that they might meet there, because Sweyn had to be there himself. They had a peaceful meeting there, and came to terms, and the result was that Sweyn should make the award as he liked himself. After that, Annicarl formed an alliance with Sweyn, and bound himself to make peace between Sweyn and Earl Erlend. When he came from the Eastfur, they were bitter enemies on account of the burning of Fracork. Sweyn and Annicarl went to Striancy, and lay off Hofsness some nights. At this time, Thorfinn Bessason lived at Striancy. His wife was Ingigerd, Sweyn's sister, who had been deserted by Thorbjorn Clerk. Chapter 90 the reconciliation of Earl Erlend and Sweyn. When Sweyn and Annicarl were lying off Hofsness, Earl Erlend arrived there from Norway. Annicarl and Thorfinn endeavoured to reconcile him to Sweyn, but he gave an unfavourable answer, saying that Sweyn had always been 157 opposed to his kinsmen, and had not kept the agreement between him and Earl Otter that he should help him to the Dominion. Then Sweyn offered the Earl his support, and they were negotiating the whole day, yet the Earl would not be reconciled, until Annicarl and Thorfinn declared that they would follow Sweyn from Orkney if the Earl would not make peace with him. Earl Erlend then told the message from King Eystein that he should have that part of the Orkneys which had formerly been held by Earl Harold. When they had made peace, Sweyn gave the advice that they should go to Earl Harold before he heard this from others, and ask him to surrender the Dominion. Sweyn's advice was acted upon. They found Earl Harold on board his ship off Kjekstadir. It was in the evening of Michaelmas that Harold and his men saw longships approaching, and suspecting them to be enemies, they ran from the ships into the castle. There was a man named Arni Raffin's son, who ran from Earl Harold's ship to Kirkjuvag. He was so frightened that he forgot that he had his shield at his shoulder, until it stuck fast in the door. Earl Erlend and Sweyn ran from their ships and pursued Earl Harold to the castle, and attacked them both with arms and fire. The assailed defended themselves bravely until night parted them. Many were wounded on both sides, and Harold and his men would soon have been exhausted if the attack had lasted longer. The next morning, the BNDR and their mutual friends arrived, and tried to make peace between them. Earl Erlend and Sweyn were very reluctant to make peace in the end. However, they agreed on condition that Harold should swear to let Earl Erlend have his part of the islands, and never demand it from him. These oaths were made in the presence of the best men in the islands. After that, Earl Harold went over to Ness Caithness, and to his friends in Scotland, accompanied by only a few men from the Orkneys. Earl Erlend and Sweyn called together a thing meeting with the BNDR in Kirkjuvag, and they arrived from all the islands. Earl Erlend pleaded his cause, saying that King Eystein had given him that part of the Orkneys of which Earl Harold had charge, and he requested the BNDR to receive him, showing them King Eystein's letters, which proved his words. Sweyn and many others of his friends and kinsmen spoke in favour of the Earl, and at last the BNDR promised obedience to Earl Erlend. Then he took possession of all the islands and became ruler over them. It was an agreement between Earl Erlend and the BNDR that he should not hinder Earl Ragnvald from taking possession of that part of the islands which belonged to him if it should be granted him to come back, but if Earl Ragnvald should demand more than one half of the islands, they should help Earl Erlend to resist his claims. Sweyn, a slave's son, was frequently with Earl Erlend, and asked him to be on his guard, and not to trust Earl Harold or the Scots. The most part of the winter they were on board their ships and had scouts on the lookout. Towards Yuletide the weather began to grow boisterous, and Sweyn went home to his estate in Gerksey, and asked the Earl not to relax his vigilance. Though they parted, and the Earl did so, he remained on board his ships, and had nowhere a Yule feast prepared for him in the islands. Chapter 91. Earl Harold comes unperceived to the Orkneys. The 11th day of Yuletide it happened in Gerksey that Sweyn was sitting at his drink, with his men rubbing his nose. He said, "I think Earl Harold is now on his way to the islands." His men replied that this was unlikely on account of the strong gales prevailing at that time. He replied, "I know such is your opinion, and I shall not therefore send intelligence to the Earl now merely on the strength of my presentiment, yet I suspect it is necessary." Then the subject was dropped, and they went on drinking as before. Earl Harold commenced his voyage to the Orkneys during Yuletide. He had 4 ships, and 100 men. 2 nights he lay under Gerksey Grimsey. They landed in Hafnarvag and Rossi, and the 13th day of Yuletide, they walked to Fiordfirth. They spent the Yule holiday at Orkahog. There 2 of their men were seized with madness, which retarded their journey. It was near day when they came to Fiordfirth. There they learned that Earl Erlend was on board his ship, but that he had been drinking during that day at a house on shore there. Harold and his men killed 2 men. On was named Ketil. The name of the other is not mentioned, and made 4 prisoners. Arnfinn, Anakal's brother, another man called Liatolf, and 2 others, Harold and Thorbjorn Clerk, returned to Thorsa. The brothers Benedict and Eirik went to Lamberborg, taking Arnfinn with them. As soon as Earl Erlend became aware of the enemy, he sent men during the night to Gerksey to tell Sweyn. He pushed out his boats immediately, and went to see Earl Erlend according to the message, and they stayed on board the ships a great part of the winter. Benedict and his brother sent word that Arnfinn would not be liberated unless Earl Erlend sent them back their ship, which had been seized off Kjekstadir. The Earl was willing to give up the ship, but Anakal dissuaded him from it, saying that Arnfinn would get away without this sacrifice. On the Wednesday before Lent, Anakal and Thorstein, Ragnar's son, went over by night to Ness Caithness in a boat with 20 men. They hauled the boat ashore under a cliff in a hidden creek. Then they went up and hid themselves in some copsewood a short distance from Thrasvik Fresick. They had fitted up the boat in such a way that the men seemed to be each in his place. Some men had come past the boat in the morning, and had not suspected anything. Anakal and his men saw some men rowing from the Borg, and landing at the rivermouth. Then they saw a man riding from the Borg and another walking, whom they recognized to be Eirik. Then they divided themselves into 2 parties. 10 went along the river down to the sea to prevent them from getting to the boat. Other 10 went to the hamlet. Eirik came a short time before them to the hamlet and walked towards the drinking hole. Then he heard armed men moving about and ran into the hall and out through another door and down to his boat. But there he came upon men who seized him and brought him out to the islands to Earl Erlend. Then messengers were sent to Earl Harold to tell him that Eirik would not be liberated until Arnfinn and his companions came safe to Erlend, and the wishes of both were complied with. Chapter 92. The reconciliation of the Earls Harold and Erlend. In the spring, Earl Harold prepared to go from Caithness north to Outland. His intention was to take the life of Erlend, Unjai, who had wooed his mother Margaret, although the Earl Harold had refused him. Then Erlend gathered men together and carried her off from the Orkneys, and took her north to Outland, took up his residence in Mosjarborg, and made great preparations for defence. When the Earl Harold came to Outland, he besieged the Borg and cut off all communication, but it was difficult to take it by assault, and men went between them and tried to reconcile them. Erlend asked the Earl to give him the woman in marriage, and in return he offered to assist the Earl, saying it was of greater consequence for him to recover his dominions than this, and it would be advisable for him to make as many friends as he could. Many spoke in favour of Erlend's proposal, and the result was that they made peace and Erlend married Margaret. Then he became an ally of Earl Harold, and during the summer they both went east to Norway. When these tidings came to Orkney, Earl Erlend and his men laid their plans. Sweyn counselled to go on a harrying raid to obtain booty. This they did, and went south to Breiðafjörð and made inroads on the east of Scotland. They went south to Beruvik, Berwick and Tweed. There was a man named Nut, wealthy, who was a merchant and always resided in Beruvik. Sweyn and Erlend seized a large and fine vessel belonging to Nut. On board was a valuable cargo, and Nut's wife. Then they sailed south to 162. Blyhomer. Nut was at Beruvik. When he heard of the plunder, he induced the Beruvik men for 100 marks of silver to try to recover the goods of those who went in pursuit. Most were merchants. They went in 14 ships to search for them. When Earl Erlend and Sweyn were lying under Blyhomer, Sweyn said in the night that they should sleep without awnings, saying that he expected that the Beruvik men might come upon them during the night in great numbers. A gale was blowing, and no heed was paid to Sweyn's words, and they slept under the awnings, except in Sweyn's ship, where there was no awning abaft the mast. Sweyn was sitting on a chest in a fur coat, saying that he wished to be ready during the night. One of Sweyn's crew was called Einar Scaife. He said that Sweyn's bravery was much talked of, that he was called a bolder man than others, but now he dared not have awnings on board his ship. Watchmen were on shore in the island. Sweyn, hearing that they did not agree about what they saw, went up to them, and asked what they were disputing about. They said they were not sure what it was that they saw. Sweyn had keener sight than any of his men, and when he looked he saw 14 ships approaching them from the north. Then he went on board his ship again, and told his men to wake up and take down the awnings, and then a great outcry arose, everyone asking Sweyn what they should do. He told them to be silent, and said that his advice was to moor the ships between the island and the mainland, adding, "We shall see whether they do not pass by us, and if they do we shall part, but if they attack us, we shall row against them as vigorously as possible, and let us make a stout resistance if we meet." Others spoke against this plan, saying the only way was to sail from them, and so they. Roman 999. Sweyn said, "If you wish to sail away, then stand out to sea." Sweyn was not so soon ready as the others, but Anakal waited for him. Sweyn's ship was however a swifter sailer, and he took in sail and waited for Anakal, not wishing him to be left behind in a single ship. When 163 they stood off with all sail set. Einar Scaife said, "Sweyn, does our ship stand still?" Sweyn replied, "I do not think so, but I advise you not to question my courage any more, since through your fright you cannot tell whether the ship moves or stands still, yet it is one of the swiftest sailors." They put in under Mosey, and Sweyn sent men to Edinburgh to tell the King of Scots of his plunder, but before they came to the town, they met 12 men on horseback who had saddlebags filled with silver, and when they met they inquired after Sweyn, a Slaif's son. The others told where he was, and asked what they wanted with him. The Scots said they had been told that Sweyn was taken prisoner, and the King of Scots had sent them to ransom him. Thus they told their errand. The king did not make much of Nut's loss, but sent a costly shield to Sweyn and other presents besides. Earl Erlend and Sweyn arrived rather late in the Orkneys in the autumn. This summer Earl Harold went east to Norway at the same time. Earl Ragnvald and Erling Skaki came to Norway from Miklagard, and he arrived at his dominions in the Orkneys shortly before. Chapter 93. Peace between Earl Ragnvald and Earl Erlend. Then there went men immediately between Earl Erlend and Earl Ragnvald, and tried to make peace between them, the BNDR pleading the agreement they had come to with Earl Erlend, that he should not prevent Earl Ragnvald from taking possession of his part of the islands. A conference took place between the earls at Kirkjuvag Kirkwall, and at that conference they confirmed their peace with oaths. It was 2 nights before Yule when they made peace, and the terms were that they should each have 1/2 of the islands, and both should defend them against Earl Harold or any other if he claimed them. Earl Ragnvald had no 164 ships, till his own came from the east in the summer. This winter all was quiet, but in the spring the earls prepared their plans in case Earl Harold should come from the east. Earl Erlend went to Joutland to intercept him if he should come there. Earl Ragnvald went over to Thorsa, because Earl Harold was expected to go there if he came from the east, as he had there many friends and kinsmen. Earl Erlend and Sweyn were in Joutland during the summer, and kept back all ships so that none went to Norway. In summer Earl Harold left Norway with 7 ships, and landed in the Orkneys. 3 of the ships, however, were driven by stress of weather to Joutland, and these were seized by Sweyn and Earl Erlend. When Earl Harold came to the Orkneys, he heard of the agreement of Earl Ragnvald and Earl Erlend, that each of them should have one half of the islands, and then he saw that no territory was intended for him. He resolved to go over to Caithness to Earl Ragnvald before Earl Erlend and Sweyn came from the east. They were in Jutland when they heard that Earl Harold had arrived in the Orkneys with 5 longships, and prepared to go thither immediately in Dinrast. They had strong currents and severe gales, and there they parted. Sweyn was driven back to Fridery Fair Isle with 12 ships, and they thought the Earl had perished from Fridery. They went to Sandy where they found Earl Erlend with 3 ships. It was a joyful meeting for them. Then they went to Rossi mainland, and inquired about Earl Harold's movements. Chapter 94. Peace is talked of. Now it is to be told that Earl Harold came to Thorsa with 6 ships. Earl Ragnvald was in Sutherland at the wedding of his daughter Ingerid, whom he married to Eirik Slagbrillir. He heard immediately that Earl Harold had arrived 165 at Thorsa, and rode from Beruvik to Thorsa. Attended by many men, Eirik was related to Earl Harold, and with many others, he tried to make peace between them, saying that it was absurd for them to be at enmity, because of their relationship, their upbringing and their long alliance. At last matters came so far that a meeting was appointed, and truce made they should meet in a certain castle at Thorsa, and talk together alone, but an equal number of their men should be outside the castle. They talked a long time, and agreed very well. They had not seen each other since Ragnvald returned late in the day. Information was given to Earl Ragnvald that Earl Harold's men were coming there armed. Earl Harold said that no harm would be done. Then they heard heavy blows outside and ran out. Thorbjorn Clerk had arrived there with a large party and attacked Ragnvald's men. Immediately, the earls called to them that they should not fight. Then the inhabitants of the town came running to the spot. To separate them, 13 of Earl Ragnvald's men were killed, and he himself was wounded in the face. Chapter 95. Sweyn's plans. After this their friends made an effort to establish peace between them, and the result was that they made peace, which they confirmed by oaths. They renewed their alliance, pledging their faith and shaking hands, and it was resolved that they should go that very night out to the Orkneys to attack Earl Erlend. They went out on the Pentland Firth, with 10 ships taking the course to Rinarsi 166. They landed in Vidavag, and went on shore. Erlend and his men lay on board their ships in Bardvik, and from there they saw a crowd on Roggenvaldsea, and sent out spies when they heard of the reconciliation of the earls. It was also said that Earl Erlend would not be permitted to plunder on shore, or to obtain provisions in any other way, and their intention was to prevent them from getting any food in the island. Earl Erlend held a meeting, and consulted his men, and they agreed to leave it to Sweyn to say what should be done. Sweyn replied that they should sail that very night over to Caithness, saying that they had no strength to contend with both the earls there in the islands. He gave out that they intended to go to the Sudreyar Hebrides and winter there. It was Michaelmas when they sailed out on the Firth, but when they came over to Caithness, they ran up into the country and drove down a great number of cattle, which they brought on board their ships. There were strong currents and bad weather, so that the Firth was frequently impassable. But when favourable weather came, Sweyn sent a man in a boat from Ness to give information that Earl Erlend had made a great strandhewing in Caithness, and was ready to sail to the Sudreyar when there was a favourable wind. When this came to the ears of Earl Ragnvald, he called his men together, and made a speech to them, telling them to be on their guard, to be wary and sleep every night on board their ships. For now, he said, Sweyn may be expected every hour in the islands, the more certainly the more he talks of going away. Early in the winter Earl Erlend and Sweyn left Thorsa, and took their course by the west of Scotland. They had 6 large longships, all well manned. They had to row, and when they had gone some distance from Caithness, Earl Ragnvald's spies went out to the islands, and told him the 167 news. Then the earls moved their ships to Scalpade Scapa, and Earl Ragnvald wished them to stay a while on board. When Sweyn and Erlend came west off Store, the former said that they should not distress themselves by rowing any farther, and asked his men to put the ships about, and set the sails. This action on the part of Sweyn was thought foolish, yet his men did as he desired them. When they had been sailing for a while, the ships began to speed, because there was a fine breeze, and nothing is said of their voyage, until they came to Vagaland in Orkney. There they heard that the earls were lying at Scalpade off Narrastadia with 13 ships. There were Erlend Ungi Eirik Slagbrillir, and many other men of note. Thorbjorn Clerk had gone out to Papuli to Hakon Karl, his brother-in-law. It was 4 nights before Simansmas, when Sweyn Asleif's son decided to attack the earls during the night. But it was thought rather hazardous, as their followers were so much more numerous. Yet Sweyn insisted on having his own way, and so he did, because the earl wished to follow his advice. Chapter 96. Battle between the three earls. During the night there fell a shower of sleet, and Earl Ragnvald left his ship with 6 men, intending to go to his residence at Jorfjara Orfir, because he expected no danger during the shower. They came to Narrastadir, an Icelander by name Bartolf Begler. An excellent skald lived there. He pressed Earl Ragnvald with many invitations to stay there during the night. Earl Ragnvald and his men entered the house. Their clothes were pulled off them, and they 168 went to sleep. But Bartolf was to keep watch this same night. Earl Erlend and Sweyn attacked Earl Harold and his men, and took them by surprise, and they knew of nothing. Till they heard the battle cry they flew to arms and defended themselves bravely. Many were killed, and the attack ended in this way that Earl Harold leaped on shore when there were only 5 men left in his ship. Bjarni, brother of Erlend, Unjai, a noble man, fell there, and 100 men with him, and a great number were wounded. All the Earl's men jumped from the ships to reach the shore and fled. Few of Earl Erlend's men were killed, and they took 14 ships belonging to the Earls, with all the valuables they contained. When the most part of their work was done, they heard that Earl Ragnvald had left his ship the evening before and walked first to Narrastadir, and thither they went bandy. Bartolf was outside the door when they came, and greeted them well. They asked whether Earl Ragnvald was there. Bartolf said he had been there during the night. They became very violent, and demanded where the Earl was. Then saying that he no doubt knew where he was, he pointed with his hand behind the farmyard, and sang, "This way went the prince a-fowling. Skilful are his men with arrows. Now is many a heathcock meeting. Death beside the verdant hillocks, where the elm bow of the hunter, keenly bent as if by magic, makes the moorfowl quickly perish. The prince's sword the land defendeth." The Earl's men ran away from the homestead, and he who could run fastest considered himself luckiest, as he would be the first to catch Earl Ragnvald. Bartolf went into the house, awoke the Earl, and told him what had happened during the night, and also what the Earl's men were doing. Ragnvald and his men started up instantly and put on their clothes. Then they went away to the Earl's residence at Jorfjara, and when they came there, they found Earl Harold in hiding. The Earl's Harold and Ragnvald went immediately 169 over to Ness, each in a separate boat. One had 2 men, the other 3. All their men went over to Ness wherever they could get a boat. Earl Erlend and Sweyn took the ships belonging to the Earl, and a great quantity of other property. Sweyn took for his share all Earl Ragnvald's treasures that were in his ship, and sent them to him over to Ness. Sweyn advised Earl Erlend to move his ships out to Vagaland walls, and to lie in the firth where they could see ships coming from Ness, as he thought it would be convenient to run out upon them if there was opportunity. But Earl Erlend yielded to the persuasions of his men that they should go north to Dampsey, and in a large castle there they drank all day, but fastened the ships together every night, and slept on board. Thus time passed on till the Yule feast. Chapter 97. Earl Erlend's death. 5 nights before Christmas, Sweyn Aslaif's son went east to Sandvik to his kinswoman Sigrid, because he had to make peace between her and her neighbour by name Bjorn before he went away. He told Earl Erlend to sleep on board by night, and not to be less on his guard, that he himself was absent. Sweyn spent one night with his kinswoman Sigrid. A tenant and dear friend of Sigrid's by name Gisel asked Sweyn to stay with him, as he had been brewing ale, and wished to entertain him. When they came to Gisel, they were told that Earl Erlend had not gone on board that night, and as soon as Sweyn heard it, he sent Margard Grim's son and 2 other men to the Earl, and asked him to pay heed to his advice, although he had not done so the preceding night. And then he added, "I suspect that I shall not have long to provide for this." Margard and his companions found Earl Erlend, and told him Sweyn's words. The Earl's men said, "He is a strange man. Sometimes he is afraid of nothing, at other 170 times he is so frightened that he does not know where to look for shelter to himself or others." They said they would sleep quietly on shore, and not go on board. The Earl said they should do as Sweyn advised them, and he went on board with 24 men. The others slept at a house. Margard went to another creek not far away this very night. The Earls Ragnvald and Harold surprised Earl Erlend, and neither the watchmen who kept guard on the island nor those on board the ship perceived them until they were climbing on board. A man named Orm and another Yufi were in the forepart of the Earl's ship. Yufi jumped up and tried to rouse the Earl, but could not, for he was dear drunk. Then he took him in his arms and jumped overboard with him into a boat alongside the ship, and Orm jumped overboard on the other side and escaped on shore. There Earl Erlend was slain, and most of those on board. Margard and his men were awakened during the night by the battle cry, and took to their oars and rowed round the headland. It was clear moonlight, and they saw when the earls went away, and they felt sure that fate had decided between them. They rode away first to Rendil, and sent men to Sweyn a Sleif's son to tell him what they had seen. Earl Harold wished to give Earl Erlend's men peace, but Earl Ragnvald wished to wait in order to know whether the earl's body would be found, or not. The body was found 2 nights before Yule. A spear was seen standing in a heap of seaweed, and that spear was fast in Earl Erlend's body. Then it was brought to church, and peace was given to the earl's men, as well as to 4 of Sweyn's men who had been taken. A man named John Vng was a sister's son of that John Vng who was mentioned before. He had been with Hakon Karl, and had a child by his sister. Then he ran away, and was with Anakal on piratical expeditions. But now he was with Erlend, yet he was not in the battle. All Erlend's men went to Kirkjuvag and took refuge in St. Magnus Church. The earls went there, and a meeting for peacemaking was held in the church. The earls would not pardon John until he promised to marry the woman. All 171. The men swore oaths of fealty to the earls, and John Vng became Earl Harold's steward. Chapter 98. Sweyn slays Erlend. After Earl Erlend's death, Sweyn a Sleif's son went to Rendil, and there he saw Margaret, who was able to give him all the tidings of what happened in Daymancy. Then Sweyn went to Hrolfsi Rouse, and arrived there at high water. He and his men brought all the tackle of the ships on shore, and placed it in safety. They divided themselves among the farms, and kept watch on the movements of the earls and other chiefs. Sweyn a Sleif's son mounted the hill with 5 men, and went down to the sea on the other side. They hid themselves at the homestead in the darkness, and heard a great talking. There were Thorfinn his son Ogmund, and their brother-in-law Erlend. He boasted of having given Earl Erlend the death blow, and all of them were declaring they had done right. Well, when Sweyn heard this, he and his companions went in upon them. Sweyn was quickest, and immediately dealt Erlend a death blow. They took Thorfinn prisoner and brought him away. But Ogmund was wounded. Sweyn went to Thingvall to his father's brother Helgi, and there they spent the first days of Yule in hiding. Earl Ragnvald went to Daymancy, but Earl Harold was at Kirkjuvag during Yuletide. Earl Ragnvald sent men to Thingvall to Helgi, and asked him to tell his kinsman Sweyn if he knew anything of his whereabouts. That Earl Ragnvald invited him to spend the Yule with him, and he would try to make peace between him and Earl Harold. When Sweyn received this message, he went to Earl Ragnvald and remained with him during the rest of the Yuletide, and was well treated. Chapter 99. Of Earl Harold and Sweyn a Sleif's son. After Christmas, a meeting was appointed to make peace between the earls and Sweyn, when they should finally settle all matters about which reconciliation had been made. When they met, Earl Ragnvald took great pains to make peace between them. Others, however, who were not Sweyn's friends or kinsmen, spoke against him, saying that he would always be causing disturbances if he were not expelled from the islands. At last, however, they agreed upon this, that Sweyn should pay a mark of gold to each of the earls, and should keep 1/2 of his estates and a good longship. When Sweyn heard the award, he replied, "Our agreement will be good only in case I am not oppressed." Earl Ragnvald would not accept the payment from Sweyn, saying that he would in no way oppress him, as he considered his faithfulness and friendship worth more than money. After the peace meeting, Earl Harold went to Gerxi, and used Sweyn's corn and other property rather wastefully. When Sweyn heard this, he complained of his loss to Earl Ragnvald, and said that this was a breach of their agreement, and that he would go home to look after his property. Earl Ragnvald said, "Stay with me, Sweyn. I shall send a message to Earl Harold, for he will be more than a match for you to deal with, strong and brave as you are." Sweyn was not to be dissuaded, and went with 10 men in a boat to Gerxi, and arrived there late in the evening. They went behind the houses, and Sweyn wished to set fire to the hall and burn down the homestead and the earl within it. A man named Sweyn Blackaris' son, the most notable of Sweyn's companions, dissuaded him from doing so, saying that the earl was not perhaps in the homestead, and if he was there, he would neither permit Sweyn's wife nor his daughter to go out, and it was never to be thought of to burn them. Then they went up to the door, and into the entry. Those who were inside the hall jumped up, and 173 closed the door, and then Sweyn and his men became aware that the earl was not in the house. Those who were within soon ceased resisting, surrendered their weapons to Sweyn, and went out unarmed. Sweyn gave quarter to all Earl Harold's men. He poured out all his beer, and took away his wife and daughter. He asked his wife, Ingrid, where Earl Harold was, but she would not tell him. He then said, "Say nothing then, but point to where he is." She would not do that either, because she was related to the Earl. Sweyn gave up some of the arms when they came on board the ships, but the effect of this was that their agreement of peace was at an end. Earl Harold had gone out to a certain island to hunt hares. Sweyn went to Helice. It rises abruptly from the sea, and there is a large cave in the cliffs, the mouth of which is flooded at high water. When the Earl's men got their weapons from Sweyn, they went to Earl Harold and informed him of these doings of Sweyn's. The Earl had his ship set afloat, and ordered his men to row after him. He said, "This time our meeting with Sweyn shall be decisive." Then they rowed in pursuit of him, and soon they saw and recognized each other. When Sweyn saw that they gained on him, he said, "We must devise some scheme, because I do not care to meet the Earl with so great odds against me. As I suspect there are, let us go to the cave, and see how we fare." When Sweyn came to the cave, it was ebb tide. They hauled up the boat into the cave, which ran into the cliff, and the water rose before the mouth of the cave. During the day Earl Harold and his men searched for Sweyn throughout the island, and did not find him, neither did they see any boat leave the island. They wondered very much at this, as they thought it unlikely that Sweyn's boat had gone down. They rowed round the island in search of the boat, but did not find it. Then they concluded that he must 174 have gone to some of the other islands, and they went where they thought it most likely. It so happened that, when the Earl rowed away, the tide was back from the mouth of the cave. Sweyn had overheard the talk between the Earl and his men. He left his own boat in the cave and took a small boat which the monks had, and went to Sandy. There they landed, and pushed off the small boat, which drifted about till it was wrecked. They came to a homestead called Lionizes, where a man lived by name Bard, who was Sweyn's kinsman. They made themselves known to him secretly, and Sweyn said he wished to stay there. Bard said he might do as he liked, but that he dared not keep him here unless in hiding. They went in and sat by themselves in a part of the house, separated from the other inmates by a partition wall. There was a secret door to it filled up with loose stones. That evening John VNG, Earl Harold's steward, arrived there with 6 men, and Bard received them well. Large fires were made at which they warmed themselves. John was excited and spoke of the dealings of Sweyn and the Earls. He blamed Sweyn very much, said he was a truce breaker and faithful to no one. He had lately made peace with Earl Harold, and yet he went to attack him and burn him in the house, adding that there would never be peace in the land till Sweyn was banished from it. And John's companions put in some words in Sweyn's defence. Then John began to blame Earl Erland, saying there was no loss in his death, as he was a violent man, and nobody could live in safety for him. When Sweyn heard this, he could not restrain himself, but seized his weapons, and ran to the secret door. He pushed the stones down, thus making a great noise. Sweyn's design was to leap before the hall door. John was sitting in his shirt and linen breeches, and when he heard Sweyn coming, he tied on his shoes and sprang out from the fire, and away from the house. The night was pitch 175 dark, and it was hard frost during the night. He came to another farm. His feet were very much frostbitten, and some of his toes fell off through the intercession of Bard. Sweyn gave peace to John's companions. He remained there during the night, but in the morning he and his men went away in a boat belonging to Bard, which he gave to him. They went south to Bardsvik, and stayed in a certain cave. Sometimes Sweyn took his meals at a house during the day, but slept during the night down by his boat, and thus he guarded himself against his enemies. Chapter 100 of Ragnvald and Sweyn. One morning early, Sweyn and his men saw a large longship coming from Hrossi to Ragnvaldsea, and Sweyn recognized it immediately as Earl Ragnvald's ship, which he used to command himself. They put in at Ragnvaldsea, where Sweyn's boat was lying, and 5 of them went on shore. Sweyn and his men were on a certain headland, and threw stones at the Earl's men. When those on board saw this, they drew forth their arms, and when that was seen by Sweyn, they ran down to the beach and pushed their boat afloat and jumped into it. The longship stuck fast on the beach when they rowed past it. Sweyn was standing up with a spear in his hand when Earl Ragnvald perceived it. He took a shield and held it before him, but Sweyn did not throw the spear. When the Earl saw that they would get away from them, he ordered a truce shield to be held aloft, and asked Sweyn to go on shore. When Sweyn saw this, he told his men to put to land, saying that it was his greatest satisfaction to be at peace with Earl Ragnvald. Chapter 101 of Earl Harold and Sweyn. Then Earl Ragnvald and Sweyn went on shore and had a long conversation by themselves, and agreed very well. While they were talking, they saw Earl Harold sailing from Caithness to Vagaland Walls, and when the ship approached the island, Sweyn asked what was to be done. The Earl said Sweyn should go over to Ness immediately. This was during Lent. They left Ragnvaldsea at the same time. The Earl went to Hrossi, but Sweyn went west to Stroma. Earl Harold saw the boat, and thought he recognized it as Sweyn's, and went immediately into the firth in pursuit. When Sweyn saw the pursuit, they left the boat and hid themselves. When Earl Harold came to Stroma, he saw the boat, and suspected that the men were somewhere near, and would not therefore go on shore. A man named Amundi the son of Hnephi, who was Earl Harold's friend and father's brother to Sweyn Asleif's son's stepchildren, went between them and succeeded so far that they agreed to keep the agreement of peace which they had made the previous winter. A gale arose, and they were both obliged to remain there during the night, and Amundi put Earl Harold and Sweyn in the same bed, and many of their men slept in the same house. After this Sweyn went over to Caithness, and Earl Harold to the Orkneys. Sweyn heard that the Earl had said that their agreement to be at peace had been rather loose. He paid little heed to this, however, and went south to Dalir, and spent the Easter there with his friend Sumarlidi. But Earl Harold went north to Joutland, and was there a long time during the spring. After Easter Sweyn went from the south, and met on his way two of John Vng's brother-son, was called Bunu Petter, the other Bland Sweyn, and his men seized them, and took from them all their goods, and brought them to land. 177 gallows was erected for them, and when everything was ready Sweyn said they should be allowed to run up the country, adding that they were greater shame to their brother John alive than dead. They were a long time out on the hills, and when they came to some habitations, they were very much frostbitten. From thence Sweyn went to Lionizes in the Sudrayar, and stayed there some time. When John Vng heard that Sweyn had taken his brothers prisoners, and not knowing what he had done with them, he went to Iron Helga and Hallow, and took Olaf the son of Sweyn Asleif's son, and Kalbin Hruga's foster-son, and brought him to Westry. They met Earl Ragnvald at Repisnes, and when he saw Olaf he said, "Why are you here, Olaf?" He said, "It is the work of John Vng." The Earl looked to John, and said, "Why did you bring Olaf here?" He replied, "Sweyn took my brothers, and I don't know but he may have killed them." The Earl said, "Take him back again as quickly as you can, and do not dare to do him any harm, whatever may have become of your brothers, for if you do you will not be safe in the islands from either Sweyn or Kalbin." Chapter 102 of Earl Ragnvald. After Easter Sweyn commenced a journey to the Sudrayar, taking with him 60 men. He went to the Orkneys, and landed first in Hrolfsi Rouse. There they took a man by name Hakon Karl, who had been with Earl Harold when Earl Erland was slain. Hakon ransomed himself with 3 marks of gold, and thus saved himself from Sweyn. In Hrolfsi, Sweyn found the ship which the Earls had taken from him, and 2 of the planks were cut, which had been 178 done by Earl Ragnvald's order, because Sweyn had refused to buy it, or to accept it, as a gift from the Earls. Sweyn went from there to Rossi, and met Earl Ragnvald at Bergisharad Bursay. The Earl received him well, and Sweyn spent the spring with him. Earl Ragnvald said that he had ordered the planks of the ship to be cut, because he did not wish him to row about rashly among the islands. When he came from the Sudrayar, Earl Harold came from Joutland in the spring during the Whitsuntide, and when he came to the Orkneys, Earl Ragnvald sent men to him to say that he wished the compact of peace between him and Sweyn to be renewed, and a peace meeting was appointed in St. Magnus Church on Friday. During the Holy Week, Earl Ragnvald carried a broad axe to the meeting, and Sweyn went with him. Then the peace compact which had been made in the winter was confirmed. Chapter 103 of Sweyn Asleif's son. Then Earl Ragnvald gave Earl Harold the ship which had belonged to Sweyn, but all other things which had been awarded him from Sweyn. He returned to him. Earl Ragnvald and Sweyn were standing at the church door, while the sail which had been lying in St. Magnus Church was carried out, and Sweyn looked rather gloomy. The following Saturday, after noontide service, Earl Harold's men came to Sweyn Asleif's son, and said the Earl wished him to come to speak with him. Sweyn consulted Earl Ragnvald, but he did not say much in favour of his going, and added that one did not know whom to trust. Sweyn went nevertheless with 5 men. The Earl was sitting on a cross bench in a small room, and Thorbjorn clerk beside him. A few other men were with the Earl, and they sat for a while and drank. Then Thorbjorn left the room, and Sweyn's companions said to him that they distrusted the Earl's conduct very much. Thorbjorn returned shortly after, and presented Sweyn with a scarlet tunic, and a cloak, saying that he did not know 179 whether he would call it a gift, because these things had been taken from Sweyn in the winter. Sweyn accepted the gifts. Earl Harold restored to him the longship which had belonged to him and the half of his property and estates. He asked him to stay with him, and said their friendship should never be dissolved. Sweyn accepted all this gladly, and went immediately the same night, and told Earl Ragnvald how matters had turned out between him and Earl Harold. Earl Ragnvald said he was much pleased with this, and told Sweyn to take care that they did not become enemies again. Chapter 104 of the Earls. A short time after the 3 chiefs, Sweyn, Thorbjorn, and Eirik went out on a plundering expedition. They went first to the Sudrayar, and all along the west to the Sillinga, where they gained a great victory in Merryuhofen on Karlambasma's 9th June, and took much booty. Then they returned to the Orkneys. When the Earls Harold and Ragnvald had made peace with Sweyn Asleif's son, they were always together, and Earl Ragnvald governed, but they agreed very well when they came home from the Sillinga. Thorbjorn, clerk, went to Earl Harold, and became his counsellor. Sweyn went home to Gerxi and resided there during the winter with many men living upon his booty and other stores, which he possessed there in the islands. He was most attached to Earl Ragnvald. Every summer he was out on marauding expeditions. It was said that Thorbjorn did not improve the harmony between Earl Harold and Earl Ragnvald. Thorarin Killanef was one of Earl Ragnvald's men, a great friend of his, and was always with the Earl. A man named Thorkel was one of Thorbjorn Clerk's followers, and a friend of his. Thorarin and Thorkel quarrelled over their drink at Kirkjuvag, and Thorkel wounded Thorarin and then escaped to Thorbjorn. Thorarin's companions 180 pursued Thorkel, but Thorbjorn and his men defended themselves in a loft. The Earls were informed of this, and they went to part them. Thorbjorn refused to leave the decision of this case to Earl Ragnvald, as it was men that were concerned in the pursuit. When Thorarin had recovered from his wounds, he slew Thorkel as he was going to church. He ran into the church, but Thorbjorn and his men pursued him. Earl Ragnvald was told what was happening, and he went there with his men and asked Thorbjorn whether he was going to break the church open. Thorbjorn said the church ought not to shelter him, who was within. Earl Ragnvald said there should be no violation of the church at this time, and Thorbjorn was pushed away from it. No agreement was come to about this case. Thorbjorn went over to Caithness, and was there for a while. Then many things happened to estrange them, for Thorbjorn was often guilty of violence to women, and of manslaying. He went secretly out to the Orkneys in a boat with 30 men, and landed at Scalpade and walked to Kirkjuvag with 3 men. In the evening he went alone into an inn where Thorarin was drinking, and struck him a death blow immediately. Then he ran out into the darkness, and far away. For this the Earl made him an outlaw in every part of his dominions. Thorbjorn went over to Ness and remained in hiding with his brother-in-law Hosvir, who was called the Strong. He had married Thorbjorn's sister Ragnhild, and their son was Stefan Ragiafi, counsellor, Thorbjorn's follower. Shortly afterwards, Thorbjorn went to Malcolm, king of Scots, and remained there a while in high favour with the king. There was a man called Gilliardrin with the king of Scots. He was of a great family, but a violent man. He had incurred the displeasure of the king of Scots for violent acts and manslaughters which he had committed in his kingdom. He fled to the Orkneys, and the Earls received him. Then he went to Caithness, and acted as a steward for the Earls. There was a noble bondy in Caithness by name Helgi, a friend of Earl Ragnvald's. Gilliardrin quarrelled with him about the stewardship, and Gilliardrin attacked and killed him. After the slaughter, he went west to Scotland's Fjord, and was received by a chief 181 named Sumarlidi Hold, who had possessions in Dalir on Scotland's Fjord. His wife was Ragnhild, the daughter of Olaf Bitterling, Little Bit, king of the Sudrayar. Their sons were King Dufgul Ragnvald, and in Gull they were called the Dalvager family. Earl Ragnvald sent for Sweyn Asleif's son before he went out on his expedition. When they met, Earl Ragnvald asked him to have an eye on Gilliardrin if he had an opportunity. Sweyn said he did not know how far he might succeed. Chapter 105. Sweyn slays Sumarlidi. Then Sweyn went on a marauding expedition, having 5 longships. When he came west to Scotland's Fjord, he heard that Sumarlidi Hold had gone on board a ship, and was about to set out on an expedition. He had 7 ships, and Gilliardrin commanded one. He had gone into the firths to bring up some troops that had not arrived. When Sweyn heard of Sumarlidi, he gave him battle, and it was a fierce fight. Sumarlidi Hold was killed in that fight, and many men with him. When Sweyn became aware that Gilliardrin was not there, he went in search of him, and slew him in Meekvifjord, and 50 men with him. Then he went 182 on his expedition, and returned home in the autumn. As his custom was, he went to see Earl Ragnvald soon after his return, and he was much pleased with these deeds. Chapter 106. Of Earl Ragnvald and Earl Harold. Every summer the Earls were wont to go over to Caithness, and up into the forests to hunt the red deer or the reindeer. Thorbjorn Clerk was with the King of Scots, and sometimes he went to Caithness, and stayed in hiding with his friends. He had 3 friends in Caithness, whom he trusted most. One was his brother-in-law Hosvir, the second Liatolf, who lived in Thorstal, and the third was Holvard Dufa's son in Calfedal Calder, at a certain promontory off Thorstal. All these were his intimate friends. Chapter 107. The slaying of Earl Ragnvald. When Earl Ragnvald had been an earl 22 winters, from the time that Earl Paul was taken prisoner, the earls went over to Caithness during the latter part of the summer as usual, and when they came to Thorsa, they heard a rumour to the effect that Thorbjorn was there in hiding with not a few men, and that he intended to attack them if he had an opportunity. Then the earls called men together, and went with 100 men, 20 of whom were on horseback, and the rest on foot. In the evening, they went up into the valley, and took up their quarters for the night. When they were sitting by the fire in the evening, Earl Ragnvald sneezed very much. Earl Harold said that was a loud sneeze. Kinsman, in the morning, they went along the valley. During the day Earl Ragnvald rode always ahead of his men, and a man with him called Asalf, and another by name Jarmer his kinsman. They rode 5 together along Calfadel, and when they came to the farm, farmer Haskold was on the top of a cornstack, piling up the corn which his servants brought to him. Earl Harold was some distance behind. When Haskold recognized Earl Ragnvald, he saluted him by name, and asked for news, speaking very loud, so that he could be heard far away. This was a short distance from the sitting room of the house. The homestead 184 stood on an eminence, and one had to go through narrow and very steep passages up to it. Thorbjorn was at this farm, and was sitting indoors drinking. The passages led to the end of the house, close to the gable, which had a door filled loosely with stones. Thorbjorn and his men, hearing the words of Haskold when he saluted Earl Ragnvald, seized their weapons, pushed the stones from the concealed door, and ran out. Thorbjorn ran round the gable, and on to the wall of the passage. The Earl was then close to the door. Thorbjorn struck at him, and Asalf warded off the blow with his hand, and it was cut off, and then the sword touched the Earl's chin, inflicting a great wound. On receiving the blow, Asalf said, "Let them serve the Earl better who have to thank him for greater gifts." He was then 18 winters old, and had lately entered the Earl's service. Earl Ragnvald was going to jump off his horse, and his foot stuck fast in the stirrup. At that moment Stefan arrived and stabbed him with a spear, and Thorbjorn wounded him again, but Jarmer stabbed Thorbjorn in the thigh, the spear entering the bowels. Then Thorbjorn and his men ran behind the homestead, and down a steep bank into a wet morass. Then Earl Harold and his men arrived and met Thorbjorn. They recognized each other, and the Earl's men, when they knew his intentions, advised to pursue him. But Earl Harold dissuaded them from it, saying that he wished to wait for Earl Ragnvald's opinion, because, said he, "I am very intimately connected with Thorbjorn, as you know, both through relationship and other ties." Those who were with Earl Ragnvald stood sorrowing over his dead body, and some time passed before Earl Harold heard the news. Thorbjorn and his men had got out on the bog and across the moss hag, running along it, but through the urgency of the Earl's followers, he and his men ran down to the bog, and they met at the moss hag, the 2 parties standing one on either side. Thorbjorn's party defended themselves from the bank, and his followers ran to his assistance from the neighbouring homesteads. Until they were 50 in number, they defended themselves 185 bravely, for they had a strong position. The moss hag was both deep and broad, and the bog was soft, so they could only hurl spears at each other. Thorbjorn told his men to throw none back, and when the Earl's party had exhausted their missiles, they spoke to each other, and Thorbjorn called to Earl Harold, saying, "Kinsman, I wish to ask you to give me quarter, and I am willing to leave the decision of this case entirely in your hands. I will reserve nothing which may contribute to your honour. I also think, kinsman, you must remember that there have been quarrels in which you would not have made such a difference between Earl Ragnvald and me, that you would have killed me for having done this deed when he had you under his thumb, and left you no more power than if you had been his page. But I gave you the best gifts and endeavoured to further your honour in every way. I could. The deed which I have committed is indeed a great crime, and weighs heavily upon me, but the whole of his dominions revert to you. You may also know that Earl Ragnvald intended for me the same fate which he met at my hands, and I suspect, kinsman, that if it had so happened that I were dead and Earl Ragnvald alive, you would not have quarrelled with him, and yet you wished to take away my life." Thorbjorn urged his case with many fair words, and many pleaded for him, and begged that quarter might be given him, and at last, when so many pleaded, the Earl began to listen to them. Then Magnus the son of Gunny, Havard's son, a chief, and a kinsman of the Earls, and the noblest born of Earl Harold's followers, took speech, as follows: "We are not able to counsel you, Earl, after these great deeds, but I shall tell you what will be said if quarter is given to Thorbjorn when he has done such a deed, and even dared to say to your face, almost in so many words, that he has done this wickedness in your interest or for your honour, and it will be an everlasting shame and dishonour to you, and to all the Earl's kinsmen, if he is not avenged. I think Earl Ragnvald's friends will believe it to be the truth that for a long time you have been planning his death, and that it 186 is your plan which has now been accomplished. Do you think he will acquit you from complicity in his guilt, when he has to defend himself, since no one says a word for you when he tells you to your face that he has committed this crime in your interest? And how can you better confirm this suspicion than by now granting him peace? I have resolved for my part never to give him quarter if any doughty men are willing to follow me whether you like it or not. His brother Thorstein and Hakon and Sweyn Hrold's son spoke to the same effect. Then they left the Earl and went along by the moss hag, trying to find a place where they might cross. When Thorbjorn saw Magnus and his followers walking along the moss hag, he said, "Now I suppose they must have disagreed in their councils. The Earl has wished to give me peace, and Magnus has spoken against it." While they were thus talking, Thorbjorn and his men went farther away from the moss hag. Harold's party stood on the brink, and when he saw that no quarter would be given, he leapt across in full armour. Though it was 9 ells broad, his followers leapt after him, but none of them were able to leap so far, and most of them caught the bank and crawled up out of the mud. Thorbjorn's men urged him to advance against Magnus and his men, and decide the matter with them, but he said, "I think the best plan is that each of you do what he thinks likely to be best, but I shall go to Earl Harold." Most of his men dissuaded him from this, and begged him rather to flee to the woods and save himself. He did not, however, accept that advice. Then his followers left him and tried to save themselves in various ways, and at last there were 8 men only with Thorbjorn. When he saw that Earl Harold had crossed the ditch, he went to him and fell on his knees, saying that he brought his head to him. Many of the Earl's men asked that peace might 187 be given him, and the Earl said, "Save yourself, Thorbjorn, I have not the heart to kill you." While they were talking, they moved down the valley along Kalfadalsa, and Magnus' party pursued them. When the Earl saw it, he said, "Save yourself, Thorbjorn, I will not fight for you against my men." Then Thorbjorn and his men left the Earl's party and went to some deserted sheilings called Asgrim's Argin. Magnus' party pursued them and set the buildings on fire. Immediately Thorbjorn and his men defended themselves bravely, and when the buildings began to fall down with the burning, they went out and were attacked by the other party with their weapons. As soon as they could reach them, they were already very much exhausted by the fire, and fell there all 9. When Thorbjorn's wounds were examined, it was found that the intestines protruded through the wound inflicted by Jama. Earl Harold led his men down the valley, but those who were with Magnus went to Thor's force, wrapped up Earl Ragnvald's body, and brought it down to Thor's. Chapter 108. The removal of Earl Ragnvald's body. Earl Ragnvald Kali died 5 nights after the summer Merrimas. Earl Harold brought the body with a splendid following to the Orkneys, and it was buried at the Magnus Kirk, and there it rested until God manifested Ragnvald's merits by many and great miracles. Then Bishop Bjarni had his holy remains exhumed with the permission of the Pope, where the blood of the Earl fell on the stones when he died. It may be seen to this day as fresh as if it had just come from the wounds. Earl Ragnvald's death was much lamented because he was very popular in the islands, and in many other parts he had been helpful to many, was liberal with his money, gentle, and a true friend, highly accomplished, and a good scold. He left a daughter, Ingigerd, an only child, who was married to Eirik Slagbrillir. Their children were Harold Ungi, Magnus Mengi, Ragnvald Ingibjorg Elin, and Ragnhild. Chapter 109. Of Harold and Sweyn. After Earl Ragnvald's death, Earl Harold took possession of the whole of the islands, and became their sole ruler. He was a mighty chief and a man of large stature and great strength. His wife was a Freka, and their children were Heinrich, Hakon, Helena, and Margaret. When Hakon was only a few winters old, Sweyn, a slave's son, offered to foster him, and when he was able to take his part with other men, Sweyn took him out on marauding expeditions every summer, and honoured him in everything. Sweyn used to reside at home in Gerksey in winter, keeping there 80 men at his own expense. He 189 had such a large drinking hall that there was none equal to it anywhere else in the Orkneys. In the spring, he was very busy sowing a large breadth of seed, and he usually did a great part of the work himself. When this work was finished, he went every spring on marauding expeditions. He plundered in the Sudrayar and Ireland, and returned home after midsummer. This he called spring Viking. Then he stayed at home till the fields were reaped, and the corn brought in. Then he went out again, and did not return until 1 month of winter had passed. This he called autumn Viking. Chapter 110. Sweyn goes to Ireland. Once it happened that Sweyn went out on a spring expedition, taking with him Hakon the son of Earl Harold. They had 5 rowing ships, all large. They plundered in the Sudrayar. All the inhabitants were so afraid of him that they hid all their movable property in the ground, or in heaps of loose stones. Sweyn went all the way south to Man, and obtained very little booty. Then they went to Ireland and plundered there. But when they were approaching Dublin, 2 merchant ships came from England laden with English cloth and other merchandise. They were going to Dyfflin. Sweyn made for the vessels, and offered them battle. There was little resistance by the English, and Sweyn's party took every penny in the vessels, leaving to the Englishmen only what they stood in, and a small quantity of provisions. They sailed away in the vessels, but Sweyn's party went to the Sudreyar, and divided their booty. They sailed from the west with great pomp. When they were lying in harbours, they covered their ships with the English cloth to make a show, and when they sailed to the Orkneys, they sewed the cloth upon their sails, and then it looked as if the sails were made entirely of the fine stuffs. This they named the Skrudviking. Sweyn went home to his estate in Gerksey. He had taken a large quantity of wine and English mead from the vessels when he had been at home a short time. He invited Earl Harold, and prepared a splendid feast for him. When Earl Harold was at the feast, a great deal was said of Sweyn's magnificence. The Earl said, "I wish, Sweyn, you would now leave off your marauding expeditions. It is good now to drive home a whole wagon. You know that your plundering has fed you and your men a long time. But to most men of violence, it happens that they perish in their raiding if they do not leave it off in time." Sweyn looked to the Earl and said, smiling, "This is well said, my lord. You have spoken like a friend, and it is good to take sound advice from you, but some complain that you are not an over-just man yourself." The Earl replied, "I must be responsible for my own acts, but I spoke as it occurred to me." Sweyn replied, "Your intention is no doubt good, my lord, and it shall be so that I will discontinue my marauding expeditions, for I am getting old, and my strength is wasting away in the wet work, and the fighting. I am now going to make an autumn expedition, and I wish it to be not less glorious than the spring one. Then I shall leave off war-going." The Earl replied, "It is difficult to know, comrade, which comes first, death or lasting fame." Then their conversation ceased. When Earl Harold left the feast, honourable gifts were presented to him, and he and Sweyn parted very good friends. Chapter 111. Sweyn Asleif's son's last expedition. Shortly after this, Sweyn prepared to go on a marauding expedition with 7 longships, all of them. Large Hakon, the son of Earl Harold, went with him. They went first to the Sudreyar, and found their little booty. Then they went to Ireland and plundered there in many places. They 191 went all the way south to Dublin, and took the inhabitants by surprise, so that they did not know till they were in the town. They took a great deal of plunder, and took captive the rulers of the city, and their negotiations ended in the surrender of the town to Sweyn, and they promised to pay as much money as he might levy on them. He was to quarter his men on the town, and have the command of it, and the Dyfflin men confirmed this arrangement with oaths. Sweyn and his men went down to their ships in the evening, but in the morning they were to come into the town, and receive hostages from the inhabitants. Now it is to be told what was going on in the town during the night. The rulers of the town had a meeting, and considered the difficulties in which they were placed. They thought it a grievous hardship that they should have to surrender their town to the Orkneymen, especially to him, whom they knew to be the most exacting man in the whole West, and they came to the determination to play him false if they could. They resolved to dig large pits inside of the city gates, and in many other places between the houses where it was intended that Sweyn's men should come in, and armed men were hidden in the houses close by. They placed such coverings over the pits as were sure to fall in when the weight of the men came upon them. Then they covered all over with straw, so that the pits could not be seen, and waited till morning. Chapter 112. Sweyn Asleif's son's fall. Next morning Sweyn and his men arose and armed themselves, and went to the town, and when they came near the gates, the Dyfflin men ranged themselves on both sides from the gates along by the pits. Sweyn and his men, not being on their guard, fell into them. Some of the townsmen ran immediately to the gates, and others to the pits, and attacked Sweyn's men with weapons. It was difficult for them to defend themselves, and Sweyn perished there in the pit 192, with all those who had entered the town. It was said that Sweyn was the last man who died there, and that he spake these words before his fall: "Know all men, whether I die today or not, that I am the holy Earl, Ragnvald's henchman, and my confidence is where he is with God." Sweyn's surviving followers went then to their ships, and put out to sea, and nothing is said of their voyage until they came to the Orkneys. Here is the end of Sweyn's history, and it has been said that he was the greatest man in the western lands, either in old times or at the present day. Of those who had not a higher title than he had after his death, his sons Olaf and Andres divided their patrimony the next summer after his death. They raised the end walls of the large drinking hall, which he had in Gerksey. Andres, the son of Sweyn, married Frida, the daughter of Kolbein Hruga and sister to Bishop Bjarni. Chapter 113. Of Earl Harold and his sons. Now Earl Harold ruled the Orkneys, and was a great chief afterwards. He married Varflod, the daughter of Earl Malcolm, of Mrhfi, Moray. Their children were Thorfinn David John Gunhild Herborga and Langlif. When Bishop William II was dead, Bjarni, the son of Kolbein Hruga, was made bishop after him. He was a very great man, and a dear friend of Earl Harold. Bishop Bjarni had a large party of kinsmen in the islands. The sons of Eirik Slagbrilier were Harold Ungi Magnus Mangi, and Ragnvald. The brothers went east to Norway to see King Magnus Erling's son, and he gave Harold the title of Earl and one half of the islands which had belonged to the Holy Earl. Ragnvald, his mother's father, Earl Harold Ungi, went to the west, and with him Sigurd Mert, the son of Ivar Galli, the mother of Ivar, who fell at Aker with Erling Skaki, was the daughter of Havard Gunny's son. Sigurd Mert was young, handsome, and a great dandy. Magnus Mangi remained with the king, and fell with him in Sarn. Harold Ungi and his followers came first to Joutland, then they went over to Caithness, and then into Scotland to William, King of Scots. Earl Harold requested King William to give him the half of Caithness, which Earl Ragnvald had held. The king granted him this, and Earl Harold went then down to Caithness, and gathered troops. Then Lifalf Scally, his brother-in-law, came to him. He had many noble kinsmen there. Lifalf had married Ragnhild, the sister of Earl Harold. He was called Earl Harold Ungi the younger, but Harold Madad's son, the elder Lifalf, had the command of the Earl's troops. They sent men to the Orkneys to Earl Harold the elder, requesting him to give up one half of the islands, since the king had given them to Earl Harold Ungi. When the Earl received this message, he refused absolutely to divide his dominions on any condition. Lifalf Scally was the messenger, and the Earl upbraided him greatly before he left. After this, Earl Harold the elder collected troops and obtained a great many. Earl Harold Ungis' party were in Caithness, and had some gathering too. When they heard that Harold the elder was collecting troops 194, they sent Lifalf a second time across the Pentland Firth to gather information about the enemy's forces. He landed east in Ragnvaldsey, and ascended a hill, where he found 3 of Harold's watchmen. 2 of them he killed, and 1 of them he took with him for information. Then Lifalf saw the Earl's fleet, which consisted of many ships, most of them large. Then he went down from the hill to his boat, and told his companions what he had ascertained. He said Earl Harold had so large an army that it was quite hopeless for them to fight with him. I would advise, said Lifalf, that we should go today to Thorsa, and their many troops will come to us at once. If you wish to offer battle to Earl Harold now, it is most imprudent, whatever the result may be. Then said Sigurd Mert, ill has the Earl's brother-in-law fared across the Pentland Firth, if he has left his heart behind him, adding further that their prospects were not bright, if all should lose heart when they saw Earl Harold's army. Lifalf replied, it is difficult to see Sigurd, where each one carries his heart when courage is required, and I believe you men of mark will think it a serious matter to remain behind when I run from Harold Ungi. They did not go to Thorsa, but shortly after they saw Earl Harold's fleet coming from Ragnvaldsey, and then they prepared for battle. Earl Harold went on shore and placed his men in battle array. They far exceeded the others in number. Sigurd Mert and Lifalf arranged the troops of Earl Ungi. The former was dressed in a scarlet tunic, and tucked the skirt under his belt. Some said that the same should be done behind, but he told them not to do it, for said he, I shall not go backwards today. Lifalf and Sigurd led 1 wing each, and when they had arrayed their men, the battle began with great fury among the troops of Earl Harold the elder. There were many hardy, fierce, and well-armed men, the bishop's kinsmen, and many others of the Earl's champions. When the battle had lasted for a while, Sigurd Mert fell, having borne himself well and bravely. Lifalf behaved the most valiantly of them all. The Caithness men say he broke 3 times through 195 the ranks of Earl Harold's men, yet he fell in this fight, after having earned great fame when both were dead. Lifalf and Sigurd Mert Earl Ungis' men fled. Earl Harold Ungi fell at some turf pits, and that very night a great light was seen where his blood fell on the ground. People said he was truly a saint, and there is now a church where he fell. He is buried in Ness Caithness. Innumerable miracles are by God granted through his merits, which testify that he wished to go to Orkney to his kinsmen, Earl Magnus and Earl Ragnvald. After the battle, Earl Harold subdued the whole of Caithness, and went back triumphant to the Orkneys. Chapter 114. Of the Orkneymens. William, King of Scots, heard that Earl Harold Ungi had been killed, and also that Earl Harold Madad's son had subdued the whole of Caithness. Without asking his leave, he became enraged at this, and sent men to the Sudrayar to Ragnvald, Gudrod's son. The king of the Sudrayar. Gudrod's mother was Ingiborg, daughter of Earl Hakon Paul's son. King Ragnvald was the greatest warrior. Then in the western lands 3 winters he had been out, in warships without coming under a sooty rafter. When this message came to Ragnvald, he collected an army from all the kingdom of the Sudreyar, and from Satiri Kintyre he had also a large army from Ireland. Then he went north to 196 Caithness, took possession of the whole of the territory, and remained there some time. Earl Harold kept in the Orkneys, and took no heed of the king's movements towards winter. King Ragnvald prepared to go home to his dominions in the Sudreyar. He left 3 stewards Syslumen over Caithness. One was Mani Olaf's son, the second Raffin the lawman, and the third Echlifulf Ali. Some time after King Ragnvald returned to the Sudreyar, Earl Harold sent a man over to Ness Caithness, saying that he would consider his journey a lucky one if he could kill any of the stewards or all of them. This man was brought across the Pentland Firth, and he went on till he came to lawman Raffin. Raffin asked him where he was going, and he had little to say in reply. Raffin said, "I can see in you that Earl Harold has sent you over here for some evil purpose, but I have not the heart to slay you because you are my kinsman." Thus they parted, and he went away to Echlifulf, and their intercourse ended in Echlifulf's murder. Then he fled to the Orkneys to Earl Harold, and told him what he had done. Chapter 115. Harold tortures the bishop. Now Earl Harold prepared to leave the Orkneys, and when he was quite ready he went first to Thorsa, and landed from his ships there. The bishop was in the Borg at Scarabalstad Scrabster. When the Caithness men saw Earl Harold's army, they perceived it was so numerous that they had no chance to withstand them. They were told also that the Earl was in such an evil temper that there was no knowing what he might do. Then the bishop took speech, and said, "If our dealings turn out well, he will give you peace." They did as the bishop told them. The Earl's men rushed from the ships up to the Borg. The bishop went to meet the Earl and saluted him with bland words, but their dealing turned out in this way, that Earl Harold 197 had the bishop seized his tongue cut out, and then he caused a knife to be thrust into his eyes, and blinded him. Bishop John prayed to the Holy Virgin Trollna during his torture, and then he went on a certain bank. When they let him go, there was a woman on the bank, and the bishop asked her to help him. She saw that blood was flowing from his face, and said, "Be silent, my lord, and I shall willingly help you." The bishop was brought to the resting place of the Holy Trollna, and there he recovered both his speech and sight. Earl Harold went up to the Borg, and it was immediately surrendered to him. He proceeded at once to punish the inhabitants severely, and imposed heavy fines on those whom he considered most guilty of treachery to him. And he made all the Caithness men acknowledge him by oath as their lord, whether they liked it or not. Then he took possession of all the property belonging to the stewards who had fled to the King of Scots. Then Earl Harold resided in Caithness with many men. Chapter 116. Of the stewards. Now it is to be told of the stewards Syslumen that they went 6 together to Scotland, and saw the king during Advent. They were able to give particular intelligence of everything that had happened in Caithness during Earl Harold's stay. There the king was highly enraged at hearing the news, but he said he would pay back double to those who had lost there on the first day. They stayed with the king 25 ells of cloth, and an English mark in ready money was given to each of them. They spent the Yuletide with the king, and were well treated. After Yuletide the king sent word to all the chiefs in his kingdom, and collected a large army throughout the country. And with all these troops he went down to Caithness against Earl Harold. With this great army he pursued his journey, till he came to Istanstal, where Caithness and Sutherland meet. The camp of the King of Scots stretched far along the valleys. Earl Harold was in Caithness when he heard the news, and he drew troops together immediately. It is said he obtained 6,000 men, and yet he had no chance to withstand the King of Scots. Then he sent men to him to sue for peace. When this request was brought before the king, he said it was no use asking for peace unless he had every 4th penny that was to be found in all the land of Caithness. When the Earl received this message, he called together the inhabitants and chiefs, and consulted with them, as however they had no means of resisting it, was agreed that the Caithness men should pay 1/4 of all their property to the King of Scots, except those men who had gone to see the king in winter. Earl Harold went out to the Orkneys, and was to have Caithness as he had it before it was given to Earl Harold, unjai by the King of Scots. Thorfinn, the son of Earl Harold, who was a hostage with the King of Scots, was blinded during these hostilities. When peace had been made, the king returned to Scotland 199. Earl Harold was now the sole ruler of the Orkneys. In the later part of the days of Earl Harold, his brother-in-law Olaf and John Holkel's son raised a party in the Orkneys, and went east to Norway against King Sverrir. They made Sigurd the son of King Magnus Erling's son their king. Many men of noble birth in the Orkneys joined this party. and it was very strong. They were for a while called Ijarskeggr Islanders, or Gulbinir Golden Legs. They fought with King Sverrir in Florövagar, and were beaten. Both Jon and Olaf were killed, as also their king, and most of their men after this King Sverrir became a great enemy of Earl Harold, laying it to his charge that he was the cause of the party being raised. At last Earl Harold went from the west, and Bishop Bjarni went along with him. The Earl left his case without reservation to the decision of King Sverrir. Then King Sverrir took all Jutland from Earl Harold, with its taxes, scat and dues as a fine, and the Earls of Orkney have never had it since. Earl Harold was 5 winters old when he was made Earl, and for 20 winters he and Earl Ragnvald were together Earls of Orkney. After Earl Ragnvald's death, he was 48 winters Earl of Orkney, and he died in the 2nd year of the reign of King Ingibard's son. Earl Harold's sons Jon and David succeeded him, and Heinrich his son had Ross in Scotland. The following have been the most powerful of the Earls of Orkney, according to the relation of those who have made histories of them: Sigurd Eystein's son, Earl Thorfinn Sigurd's son, and Earl Harold Madad's son. The brothers Jon and David ruled the land after their father, until David died from disease the same year as Hakon Galen died in Norway. After that, Jon took the title of Earl of all the Orkneys. Chapter 117. The burning of Bishop Adam. When Bishop Jon, he who was maimed by the order of Earl Harold, died, in Caithness, a man who was called Adam was made bishop in his stead. None knew his family, because when a child he was found at the door of a certain church. The Caithness men found him rather exacting in his office, and blamed a certain monk who was with him, chiefly for that it was an ancient custom that the bishop should receive a span of butter of every 20 cows. Every bandy in Caithness had to pay Thishmore who had more cows, and he who had fewer less, and so in proportion. Bishop Adam wished to increase the impost, and demanded a span of every 15 cows, and when that was obtained, he demanded it of 12, and when this too was conceded, he demanded it of 10, but this was thought by all men most unreasonable. Then the Caithness men went to see Earl Jon, who was then in Caithness, and they complained of this before the Earl. He said he would have nothing to do with it, adding that the case was not a difficult one. There were 2 alternatives, this was not to be endured, yet he would not say what the other might be. Bishop Adam was at Harkirkir in Thorstal, and Earl Jon was a short distance off. The Caithness men held a meeting on a hill above the village, where the bishop was lawman. Raffan was with the bishop, and begged him to spare the inhabitants, saying that otherwise he feared the consequences. The bishop asked him to be of good cheer, saying that the BNDR farmers would become quiet of their own accord. Then a man was sent to Earl Jon requesting him to make peace between them and the bishop, but the Earl would not meddle with the matter at all. Then the BNDR ran down from the hill in great excitement, and when lawman Raffan saw it, he warned the bishop to take care of himself. The bishop and his friends were drinking in a loft there, and when the BNDR arrived, the monk went 201 to the door, and he was immediately hewn across the face, and fell back into the room dead. When the bishop heard it, he said this did not happen sooner than might have been expected, for his interference in our transactions has generally been unfortunate. Then Raffan asked the bishop to tell the BNDR that he was willing to come to an agreement with them, and when they heard it, all the wiser men among them were very glad. Then the bishop went out to make an arrangement with them, but when he was seen by the more wicked ones, who were most furious, they seized the bishop, brought him into a small house, and set fire to it, and the house burnt so quickly that those who wished to save the bishop could not do anything. Bishop Adam perished there. His body was not much burnt when it was found. Then the body was buried suitably and honourably. But those who had been the best friends of the bishop sent men to the King of Scots. Alexander, son of the holy King William, was then King of Scotland. When he heard the tidings, he became so enraged that the punishments inflicted by him for the burning of the bishop by mutilation and death, confiscation and outlawry from the land, are still in fresh memory. And now we cannot relate more distinctly than we have here done the events concerning the Earls of Orkney. Appendixes. Saga of Olaf Tryggve's son. From the Flatejarbak. The dominions of King Harold and Earl Ragnvald. Earl Ragnvald assisted Harold Harfagri Fairhaired to conquer the country Norway, and he gave him the revenues of both Mri and Romsdal. Ragnvald had married Ragnhild, the daughter of Eitralf Nefja Nose. They had a son named Eitralf, who conquered Normandy. Eitralf was so big that no horse could carry him, and he was therefore called Gongoralf Eitralf, the Walker. From him the Earls of Ruderwan and the Kings of England are descended. They had 2 other sons, Ivar and Earl Thorir the Giandy. The silent Ragnvald had also sons by his concubines. They were Halad Hrolog And Einar, who was the youngest one summer Harald Harfagri, went to the west across the sea to punish the Vikings. As he was weary of their devastations, they plundered in Norway during the summer and spent the winters in Jutland or the Orkneys. Harald subdued Jutland, the Orkneys and the Sudreyar Hebrides. He went west as far as the Isle of Man, and destroyed all the dwellings in Man. He fought many battles there, and extended his dominions so far to the west that none of the kings of Norway since his time has had wider dominions. In one of these battles Ivar the son of Earl Ragnvald fell. So when King Harald sailed from the west, he gave Jutland and the Orkneys to Earl Ragnvald as a compensation for the loss of his son. But Earl Ragnvald gave the islands to his brother Sigurd, who was King Harald's forecastleman, and the king gave him the title of Earl. Before he left the west, Sigurd remained out in the west. Earl Melbrigd slain by Sigurd. Earl Sigurd became a great chief. He formed an alliance with Thorstein, the red son of Olaf the White, and Odd Djupodga 200, for the very wealthy, and together they conquered all Caithness, and much more of Scotland. Mrhfui Moray. And Ross he built a borg on the southern border of Mrhfui Melbrigd Tun Tooth, an Earl of the Scots. And Earl Sigurd made an arrangement to meet in a certain place, with 40 men each, in order to come to an agreement concerning their differences. When the appointed day arrived, Earl Sigurd was suspicious of treachery on the part of the Scots. He therefore caused 80 men to be mounted on 40 horses. When Earl Melbrigd saw this, he said to his men, "Now, we have been treacherously dealt with by Earl Sigurd, for I see 2 men's legs on one side of each horse, and the men I believe are thus twice as many as the beasts. But let us be brave and kill each his man before we die." Then they made themselves ready. When Sigurd saw it, he also decided on his plan, and said to his men, "Now, let one half of our number dismount, and attack them from behind when the troops meet, while we shall ride at them with all our speed to break their battle array." There was hard fighting immediately, and it was not long till Earl Melbrigd fell, and all his men with him. Earl Sigurd and his men fastened the heads of the slain to their saddle straps in bravado, and so they rode home triumphing in their victory. As they were proceeding, Earl Sigurd, intending to kick at his horse, with his foot struck the calf of his leg against a tooth protruding from Earl Melbrigd's head, which scratched him slightly, but it soon became swollen and painful, and he died of it. Sigurd the Powerful was buried in a mound at Ekialsbaki. Sigurd's son was named Guthorm. He reigned 1 winter and died childless. When Earl Ragnvald heard of the death of Earl Sigurd and his son, he sent his son Halad out to the west, and King Harald gave him the title of Earl. Halad came out to the west and took up his residence in Hrossey, but Vikings went prowling about the islands and outlying headlands, slaying men and seizing booty. The BNDR complained of their losses to Earl Halad, but they thought he did not get them much redress for their wrongs. Then Halad grew tired of the dignity, and resigned the earldom, took up his odal rights and returned to Norway, and his journey was regarded as a very ignominious one. Einar comes to the islands. 2 Danish Vikings took up their quarters in the islands. One of them was called Thorir Treskeg Wooden Beard, the other Kalf Skirfa Skirf. When Earl Ragnvald heard this, he became 205 very angry, and called his sons Thorir and Hrolog. Hrolf was at that time on a war expedition. Ragnvald asked which of them would go to the islands. Thorir said he would follow his advice. The Earl replied, "I foresee that your power will be greatest here, and your ways do not lead from home." Hrolog said, "Father, would you like me to go?" The Earl replied, "It will never be your fortune to become an Earl. Your way lies towards Iceland. There you will increase your family, and it will be a noble one." Then Einar, his youngest son, came forward, and said, "Would you like me to go to the islands? One thing I will promise, which will be very acceptable to you, viz., that I shall never more come into your presence. Little honor do I enjoy at home, and it is hardly likely that my success will be less elsewhere than it is here." The Earl said, "You are not likely to become a chief on account of your birth, for all your kin on the mother's side are thrall-born, but it is true that the sooner you go, and the longer you stay, the more agreeable it will be to me." Earl Ragnvald gave him a fully equipped vessel with 20 benches, and King Harald gave him the title of the Vikings slain. Einar sailed to Jutland, and there many men gathered round him. Then he went to the Orkneys to meet Kalf Skirfa and Thorir Treskeg. There was a great battle, and both the Vikings were killed. This was said about it: "Treskeg gave he to the Tros. Skirfa fell before Torf Einar." Then Einar took possession of the lands, and soon became a great chief. He was the man who first cut turf peat from the ground for fuel at Torfnes in Scotland, for fuel was scarce in the islands. Einar was a tall man, ugly, and with one eye, yet he was very keen-sighted. Battle between Earl Einar and Prince Halfdan. When the sons of Harold Harfagri grew up, they became men of great violence and turbulence, as has been told before. The sons of Esenfrid Halfdan Halig High Legs and Gudrod Leomi Splendor killed Ragnvald Earl of Mri. King Harold became very angry at this, and Halfdan had to flee overseas to the west, but Gudrod became reconciled to his father when Halfdan Halig came to the Orkneys. Earl Einar fled from the islands to Scotland, and Halfdan became king over the islands. Earl Einar came back 206 during the same year, and when they met, there was a great battle in which Einar had the victory, and Halfdan fled away. Einar sang this song: "Why are not the spear shafts flying from the hands of Hrolf and Hrolog, thickly gainst the press of warriors? Now, my father, I avenge thee. While we here are closed in battle, sits Earl Thorir all the evening, silent o'er his cheerless drink." Next morning they found Halfdan Halig on Rinnar's hill. The Earl made a blood eagle be cut on his back with the sword, and had his ribs severed from the backbone, and his lungs pulled out. Thus he gave him to Odin as an offering for victory, and sang this song: "Oft it is that bearded men are guilty deemed for taking sheep, but my offence is that I slew the young son of the island's king. Men may say that danger waits me from the great king's speedy vengeance, but his wrath shall never daunt me, in whose shield I've made a dint." Then he had a cairn raised over him and sang this song: "Vengeance for my father's death I have ta'en for my fourth share. In him the people's champion fell, but it was the Norn's decree. Heap we now a cairn o'er Heilig, thus the hard scat we shall pay him, which as victors we are due him. Let the wise to me now listen." When this was heard in Norway, his brothers became greatly enraged, and threatened an expedition to the islands to avenge him, but Harold delayed their journey. When Earl Einar heard of their threats, he sang: "Men of no ignoble births are they who from my native land seek my life for vengeance sake, but the truth is that they know not, till their swords have surely slain me, whom the eagle's claws shall rend." Some time afterwards, King Harold set out for the western seas, and came to the islands. Einar fled from the islands to Caithness 207. Then men went between them, and they made peace. King Harold imposed a fine upon the islands, adjudging them to pay 60 marks of gold. Earl Einar offered to the BNDR to pay the money himself on condition that he should become proprietor of all their freeholds. The BNDR accepted this because the wealthy thought they might redeem their freeholds, and the poorer men had no money. Einar paid the whole sum, and for a long time afterwards the Earls held all the Odal lands, until Earl Sigurd gave back their Odal possessions to the Orkneymen. King Harold went back to Norway, but Earl Einar ruled over the Orkneys a long time, and died on a sickbed. He had 3 sons. One was named Arnkel, the second Erlend, and the third Thorfinn Hossacleof Skullsplitter. When Harold Harfagri died, Eirik Bloodux Bloodyaches was king for 2 winters. Then Hakon Athelstan's foster son came to the land, and Eirik fled. Arnkel and Erlend, the sons of Torf Einar, fell with Eirik Bloodux in England. Gunhild and her sons then went to the Orkneys, and took possession of them, and stayed there for a time. From thence they went to Denmark, but before they went away they married Ragnhild, the daughter of Gunhild and Eirik, to Arnfinn, the son of Earl Thorfinn Hossacleof, and Earl Thorfinn took up his residence in the islands. He was a great and warlike chief. He died on a sickbed, and was buried in a mound on Hogga Heath in Ragnvaldsey, and was considered to have been a great man. The murder of Havard. Thorfinn had 5 sons. One was named Havard Arsli, blessed with good seasons, the second Hlodver, the third Liat, the fourth Skuli, and the fifth Arnfinn. Ragnhild, the daughter of Eirik, killed her husband Arnfinn at Miakal Merkel in Caithness, and then she married Havard Arsli, his brother. He became Earl, and was a good chief, and blessed with good seasons. There was a man named Einar Kleining Buttered Bread, the son of Havard's sister. He was a great chief, and had many men, and went usually on war expeditions during the summer. He accepted an invitation from Havard, and at that feast he and Ragnhild talked much together. She said that it was more suitable that such a man as he should be 208 chief, and Earl, than Havard his kinsman, adding that the woman was well married who had him for a husband. Einar told her not to speak of such things, saying that Havard was the noblest man in the islands, and that she was well matched. Ragnhild replied, Havard and I shall not be long together after this, but it is true that men will be found in the islands who will not stick at trifles, if you grudge me the dignity by her persuasion. Einar was moved to covetousness and treachery against his kinsman. They agreed that he should kill the earl, and that she should marry him some time after. Einar prepared to take out his men, but a certain spearman who was with him said, "Do not engage in this business today, wait till tomorrow, or else family murders will be frequent in your family." Einar pretended not to hear this. At this time Havard was at Steinsness in Rossi. There they met, and there was hard fighting, and it was not long till the earl fell. The place is now called Havard's Tager. When this became known, Einar was considered a great nithing for the deed. Ragnhild would have nothing to do with him, saying it was a mere lie that she had given him any promises. Then she sent for Einar Hardkjopt Hardmouth, who was the son of another sister of Havard, and when they met she said it was a great shame to Havard's kinsmen that they did not avenge him, adding that she would do anything that the earl might be avenged. "It is evident," she said, "that he who avenges the earl will be most esteemed by good people, and will most deserve his dominions." Einar replied, "It is said that you sometimes speak differently from what you think, but he who does this deed will expect in return that you will help him to the dominions, as well as to other things, which he will consider not less important." This was the end of their talk. After this, Einar Hardkjopt went to Einar Kleining and killed him, but Ragnhild sent for their brother Liet, and married him. Liet became earl and was a great chief. Now Einar Hardkjopt had killed his kinsman, and was not any nearer the earldom than before. He was highly dissatisfied, and wished to collect men together, and subdue the islands by force. He had great difficulty in getting men, for the Orkneymen wished to serve the sons of Thorfinn Horsecliff. Some time afterwards, the earl had Einar Hardkjopt slay. Battle between Liet and Skuli. Skuli, the brother of Liet, went to Scotland, and had an earl's title given him by the King of Scots. Then he went down to Caithness and collected forces together. From thence he went to the islands, and fought with his brother for the dominion of them. Liet collected a numerous army, and went against Skuli. When they met, Skuli would nothing but fight. There was a severely contested battle. Liet gained the victory, and Skuli fled over to Ness Caithness. Liet pursued him, stayed there for a while, and got many men together. Then Skuli came down from Scotland with a large army, and met Liet at Daliordale in Caithness, and a great battle ensued. Skuli had a large army given him by the King of Scots and Earl Magbeard. In the beginning of the battle, the Scots fought hotly. Earl Liet told his men to act on the defensive and to stand firm, and when the Scots could not make any impression on them, Liet incited his men and fought very fiercely himself. When this had been going on for some time, the array of the Scots was broken, and then they fled, but Skuli continued the battle and was ultimately killed. Liet took possession of Caithness, and he and the Scots were at war because they were vexed at their defeat. When Earl Liet was in Caithness, Earl Magbeard came down from Scotland with a large army, and they met at Skidamire Skitten in Caithness. Although Earl Liet's forces were not equal to those of the Scots, he fought so bravely that the Scots gave way, and the battle had not continued long when those of the Scots who were left alive fled, and many of them were wounded. Liet returned from the pursuit victorious, but with many men wounded, and he himself had received wounds of which he died. Battle. Hlodver was earl after Liet, and became a great chief. He married Odna, the daughter of Kyavel, the king of the Ivar. Their son was Sigurd the Stout. Hlodver died on a sickbed, and was buried at Hoffenhunner in Caithness. His son Sigurd succeeded him, and became a great chief with extensive possessions. He kept Caithness 210 by main force from the Scots, and went every summer on war expeditions to the Sudreyar Hebrides, Scotland and Ireland. One summer Finnilik, an earl of the Scots, challenged Sigurd to meet him at Skidamire on a certain day, but Sigurd went to consult his mother, who was a wise woman. The earl told her that the difference in numbers would not be less than 7-1. She replied, "I should have reared thee up long in my woolbag, if I had known that thou wouldst wish to live for ever. It is fate that rules life, and not the place where a man may go. It is better to die with honour than live with shame. Take thou here this banner which I have made with all my skill, and I ween that it will bring victory to him before whom it is borne, but death to its bearer." The banner was wrought with cunningly executed handiwork and elaborate art. It was made in the shape of a raven, and when floating in the wind it resembled the raven flying. Earl Sigurd was very wroth at his mother's words. He restored their odal rights to the Orkneymen to induce them to assist him, and went to meet Earl Finnilik at Skidamire, where they both placed their men in battle array. When the forces met, Earl Sigurd's standard-bearer was killed by an arrow. The earl ordered another to bear the banner, and when they had fought for a while, he also fell. 3 standard-bearers were killed, but the earl gained the victory and the Orkneymen regained their freeholds. Meeting between Olaf Tryggvist's son and the earl. Olaf Tryggvist's son sailed west to the Orkneys as has been mentioned before, but as the Pentland Firth was not to be passed at the time he moored his ships in Asmundarvag Osmundwall, opposite Ragnvaldsey, Earl Sigurd Hlodver's son was there before him with 3 ships, for he was going on a war expedition. When King Olaf became aware that the Earl was there, he called him into his presence. But when the Earl came to the king's ship, the king spoke as follows. You know, Earl Sigurd, that Harold Harfagri came here to the west with an army when he had obtained possession of all Norway. King Harold conquered the Orkneys and Joutland, and many other lands here in the west. The king gave the islands to Ragnvald the Powerful as a compensation for his son, but Ragnvald gave them to his brother Sigurd, and he became the Earl of King Harold. King Harold went a second time against Earl Einar with a large army, but well-disposed men mediated between them, and they agreed to the following terms. The king claimed all the Orkneys and Joutland as his own, and the result of their negotiations was that the Earl paid 211 the king 60 marks of gold for the murder of his son Halfdan Halig, and Earl Einar then held the lands from King Harold shortly. Afterwards King Eirik Harold's son came from Norway, then also the Earls the sons of Torfeinar were his vassals. This appears from the fact that they gave him many men for his war expeditions. When King Eirik came to the islands a second time, he took away with him the 2 Earls Arnkel and Erlend, and appointed their brother Thorfinn to rule over the land. They were both killed in England with King Eirik. Then the sons of Eirik came from England and ruled over the islands, and when they departed they appointed Arnfinn, their brother-in-law, ruler of the islands. Havard first succeeded his brother Arnfinn, then Liet, and lastly your father Hlodver, now you Sigurd, are Earl over these lands, which I claim as my possessions with all other lands, possessed by Harold Harfagri and his kinsmen, and descending from them to me by inheritance from generation to generation. You know that most of the sons of Eirik and Gunhild have now been killed, and although their sister Ragnhild is still alive, it seems to me that she has been guilty of such wickedness in the Orkneys that she ought not to have dignity or power anywhere. Indeed, my view is that she has completely forfeited both property and life, if it be true that she has done all the shameful deeds that are reported of her and generally believed. Now, since it has so happened, Earl Sigurd, that you have come into my power, you have to choose between 2 very unequal alternatives. One is that you embrace the true faith, become my man, and be baptized with all your subjects. In that case, you may have certain hope of honor from me. You shall hold in full liberty as my subject, and with the dignity of an earl, all the dominions which you have had before, and besides, you will gain what is much more important, namely, to reign in eternal joy in the kingdom of heaven, with the Almighty God. Of this you may be sure if you keep his commandments. The other alternative is a very hard one, and quite unlike the former, viz. That you shall be slain on the spot, and after your death I will send fire and sword throughout the Orkneys, burning homesteads and men, unless this people is willing to accept immunity by believing in the true God. And if you and your subjects choose the latter alternative, you and they who put your trust in idols shall speedily die, and shall thereafter be tormented in hellfire with wicked devils without end. When Earl Sigurd had listened to King Olaf's long and eloquent harangue, he hardened his mind against him, and said, I will tell you, King Olaf, that I have absolutely resolved that I will not, and I dare not renounce the faith which my kinsmen and forefathers had before me, because I do not know better counsels than they, and I do 212, not know that the faith which you preach is better than that which we have had, and have held all our lives. When the king saw that the earl persisted obstinately in his error, he caught hold of his young son who was with him, and who had been brought up in the islands. The king carried this son of the earl to the forepart of the ship. There he drew his sword, and made ready to hew the boy down, saying at the same time, Now, I will show you, Earl Sigurd, that I shall spare no man who will not serve Almighty God or listen to my preaching of the blessed message. Therefore I shall kill your son before your eyes this instant with the sword now in my hand, unless you and your men will serve my God, for I shall not leave these islands until I have completely fulfilled his blessed commission, and you have been baptized along with this son of yours whom I now hold. And because the earl was situated as he was, he chose the better alternative of doing as the king desired, and so he embraced the true faith. Then the earl was baptized, and so were all the people of the Orkneys. Then Earl Sigurd became the Earl of King Olaf according to this world's dignity, and held from him lands and dominions, and gave him as a hostage his son, who has already been mentioned. His name was Hvelp or Hundi Whelp or Hound. King Olaf had him baptized by the name of Hlodver, and took him with him to Norway. Earl Sigurd confirmed all their agreement with oaths. After this, King Olaf sailed from the Orkneys, leaving priests to instruct the people in the holy faith. King Olaf and Earl Sigurd parted friends. Hlodver lived but a short time, and after his death Earl Sigurd paid no homage to King Olaf. Then he married the daughter of Melkulf, the king of Scots, and their son was Thorfinn.